Transcending into the world of Naruto. I once believed I could lead a blissful life, embracing Tsunade with one arm while holding Hinata with the other. However, I unexpectedly acquired the forbidden art of Shurton. This technique not only resurrects the deceased as zombies, allowing them to exist once more, but also utilizes the rebirth technique to extract the life force from these undead, thereby achieving immortality. Consequently, instead of basking in the warmth of companionship, I found myself daily greeting the dead and incessantly digging into the ancestral graves of other ninjas. Forget about embracing Tsunade or Hinata today. I counted myself fortunate merely for not receiving unwelcome salutations from other ninjas regarding my parents. In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of the village, my emaciated figure emitted a low, eerie laughter as I emerged from the shadows that I chuckled heartily, reflecting on the fact that the 16-year-old me had survived yet another truly remarkable achievement. I expressed gratitude to every formidable entity I encountered since arriving in this world. I had developed a fondness for sunshine and even adopted a whimsical name for myself. Initially, I harbored the mindset of simply living one day at a time until I could no longer endure and ultimately succumb to death. That it was not that I lacked effort, rather, I often found myself powerless to strive. The reason was straightforward. I was not a soul transmigrator, but rather a body transmigrator. Just as I was on the brink of a tragic demise in my original world, I, as an earthling, found myself in the process of reincarnation, restored to my childhood form in the world of Naruto. This situation caused my mentality to shatter. A typical human on Earth possesses approximately 40 trillion cells, while an ordinary individual in the Naruto world boasts a staggering 130 trillion cells. This disparity cannot merely be described as a threefold difference in physical prowess. It represents a divergence between two entirely distinct species. This means that nearly all the bacteria and viruses I brought with me are benign to the natives of the Naruto world. A mere sneeze from them could obliterate my existence, at most triggering a brief cold lasting several hours. Conversely, any minor pathogen from the Naruto world, which would not induce any adverse symptoms, posed an extreme challenge to me, a child of Earth, as it became a life and death struggle. From the very first day of my arrival, I had been engaged in a fierce battle against various diseases, leading me to believe that this ordeal would never cease. I felt destined to endure a life riddled with pain, with the best possible outcome being the gradual failure of my organs due to relentless strain. As for why I did not begin to refine chakra, that miraculous force capable of converting matter and energy to combat illness, such a possibility was utterly implausible. The natives of the Naruto world refine chakra through the energy amassed from their 130 trillion cells, coupled with their mental energy. How could I, with only 40 trillion cells and burdened by an array of perplexing pathogens, possibly refine chakra? The meager amount I could extract would be insufficient to encompass my entire being, let alone wield such a trivial amount to vanquish the pathogens within my body. The precise manipulation of chakra requires the expenditure of vast amounts of it for practice, contingent upon having a mentor. Should I attempt to extract even a modicum more chakra or increase the frequency slightly, I would perish on the spot. Now, at the age of 16, my body is severely depleted, with all available fats, carbohydrates, and proteins diminished in this relentless struggle. My physique has been reduced to mere skin and bones, yet I have ultimately achieved the monumental goal of survival. At this juncture, I can assert that I have momentarily adapted to this world's environment, qualifying to live a semblance of a normal life. Given my current physical condition, even if I were to avoid any further infections, my life expectancy has been drastically curtailed. However, I find myself less preoccupied with thoughts of mortality. In a sense, I have not merely awaited death, I have been diligently seeking a path for myself, and have indeed discovered one. Over the years, I have painstakingly refined the scant chakra I possess, continuously exploring a path that suits me, and I have finally achieved some measure of success. As I gaze into the mirror, I see a reflection reminiscent of a master, and I lower my eyes to my hands, slowly clenching them. The power I command can be described in colloquial terms as akin to that of a zombie. I possess the ability to control the zombie virus to resurrect the deceased. Yet, I have never disclosed this method to anyone, and the reason is simple. Revealing such a technique without sufficient strength would lead to dire consequences. From any perspective, to toy with the dead is inherently linked to forbidden arts, and it is among the most perilous and should be eternally sealed. Such revelations would inevitably lead to suspicions that I have been covertly seeking out corpses or even capturing the living to develop forbidden ninjutsu. After all, how could such an uncanny ability to revive the dead simply manifest without cause? Forgive my digression to explore the novel. One can search for Sherdun's secretary on the Chidian reading platform, ensure not to misplace your inquiry. Moreover, this method of reversing life and death, particularly during the transition from the Second World War to the Third, is exceedingly extraordinary. The technique of reincarnation developed by the second Hokage has likely yet to be mastered by Orochimaru. Raising my hand to shield my eyes from the blinding sunlight, I take a deep breath, feeling no sound akin to that of a torn bellows from my lungs. A surge of emotion wells up within me. The most arduous days have momentarily passed. There remains a multitude of endeavors ahead. Primarily, I must find a way to escape this battered, earthly vessel, for I lack the energy to dwell on sorrow. Survival must take precedence. The disparity between 400 trillion and 1.3 quadrillion is staggering, and my current physical state is far inferior to the former. Attempting to refine chakra with this body would render a lifetime of effort futile, relegating me to the status of a mere servant. Squinting, I realize that Orochimaru is likely just beginning the development of the reincarnation technique, that it is impossible to approach matters from his perspective. However, I remain undeterred. I shall pursue my goals in my own manner. This necessitates seizing every opportunity available, even if it means toiling for the village of Konoha. I shall strive to obtain opportunities that may not seem like opportunities at all. Even the humble beasts of burden have their own utility. Sun Tzu always excelled in maximizing resources. As I ponder this, a voice calls for me. Lord Ryoma has issued a directive to assemble a medical ninja squad and proceed to the northern border. A figure hastens towards me, worry etched upon their face. It appears that yet another enemy has infiltrated our ranks. Although the Ninja World War has concluded, the tensions among the nations persist. The incessant incursions of adversarial squads seem unending, compelling even someone as untalented as myself to don the mantle of a medical ninja. Yet, it is my honor to contribute to the village. Before me stand a medical ninja named Takeya Fki. During the Second Great Ninja War, he belonged to the medical unit under Jiraiya's command. Under normal circumstances, he would have succumbed to poison while tending to the wounded on the battlefield of the Hidden Mist Village. However, by providence, I intervened at a pivotal moment, enabling him to escape death's grasp. Medical ninjas possess significant value, making them targets for assassination. Few wish to engage with Lord Ryoma, and Takeya is no exception. Lord Ryoma serves as the deputy head of the current medical unit and also holds a prominent position within the roots of our organization. I am acutely aware of your frail constitution, yet the village faces a shortage of personnel. The new generation emerging from the Ninja Academy is not yet equipped to shoulder excessive responsibilities. As you know, Lord Ryoma has never been one to heed the suggestions of a mere Chunin. He merely expects obedience in executing his commands. Takeya is likewise concerned for my health, seemingly convinced that I may perish at any moment. In truth, during my limited engagements, this concern has been palpable among my peers. Nevertheless, I have endured. There is little choice. Lord Ryoma is an indispensable ally to Danzo, and ordinary Konoha ninjas are not treated with leniency, especially not someone like me, a child of war. A macabre expression crosses my face, akin to a skeletal grin, embodying a sense of both irony and resignation towards fate. War orphans are a universally prevalent group in every village. If resources permit, efforts are made to gather and educate a cadre of young children. In Konoha, this responsibility has fallen to Elder Yao Shirananyu, who will ascend to lead the medical unit in the Third Great Ninja War years hence. Among the war orphans, she stands as the MVP, having adopted the renowned Yao Shirdo during that tumultuous time. Upon my return to Konoha, it was evident that absolute trust would elude me. The village would only mold war orphans like myself towards specific paths, shaping us into functional ninjas proficient in particular skills, only to expend us when deemed necessary. This approach is, in fact, quite rational. It was Lord Ryoma who initially selected suitable candidates. Undeterred by whether these children harbored spies from other villages once admitted into the roots, all concerns dissipated, he first selected children with unique bloodlines that I had nothing, barely clinging to life, appearing as if I could perish at any moment, and thus was naturally not chosen. Subsequently, he conducted on-site tests to sift through candidates with sharp minds, suitable for becoming expendable spies. That time, I feigned ignorance, plagued by a high fever, and was again overlooked. When a ninja responsible for receiving war orphans finally arrived, they took me along with other seemingly talentless children. Had it not been for the act of abandoning me, which contradicted the principles of the Hidden Leaf Village, it would have sown seeds of distrust in the hearts of the other children. Chances are I would have been cast into the wilderness to await death at a nation, a village yet as a sizable military district. Even considering the civilians within, the total population remained insufficient. It necessitated a continuous influx of manpower from other towns within the country. The mere fact that I have managed to survive until now compels me to contribute to the village within my limited capacity. It is my duty. As I spoke these words slowly, a hint of sincerity colored my tone that I had recently learned a new ninjutsu and had been diligently practicing, hoping that I would never have to employ it. In this wretched world, the existence of comrades' extraordinary power means that even a one-year-old child, if a ninja, can indiscriminately slaughter ordinary people without regard for their emotional state, particularly during times of intense conflict. To be fair, in this world, only the Hidden Leaf Village afforded me ample time to develop, as it was the last among all warring villages to send children to the battlefield at least. That was the case during the Second Great Ninja War. The founding principle of the Hidden Leaf was to safeguard the children. Senju Hashirama envisioned it, Uchiha Madara acted upon it, and Senju Tobarama sought to uphold it. Yet, by the end of the Second War, the Hidden Leaf could no longer withstand the pressure. Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched children to the front lines, assigning them simple yet vital tasks. It was during this time that I first stepped onto the battlefield, wielding my woefully inadequate so-called medical ninjutsu, striving to heal the wounded, only to be met with disdain. Ultimately, I was relegated to performing simple yet crucial tasks, joining a team tasked with escorting corpses to a war orphan, nurtured by the Hidden Leaf for many years, confirmed not to be a spy, and with my dismal physical condition betraying no combat potential, I was expendable. Destined for sacrifice. I was assigned to transport the fallen ninja, both enemy and ally, to designated locations and deliver them to specified individuals. Naturally, the precious bloodline corpses were never entrusted to me. I could only follow the team, escorting the most ordinary, least valuable remains. I was convinced I had endured past the critical threshold. My physical condition was stabilizing. After years of cautious refinement of my meager chakra and relentless nurturing of my body, I finally began to reap the rewards. I moved through the lush forest like a normal leaf chunin, leaping from one colossal tree to another, and one truly comprehends the immense and even harrowing effort I have exerted. At the moment my foot strikes the branch, a layer of chakra materializes beneath it, facilitating my leap. I am already well acquainted with this sequence of movements. Everything is worthwhile. The future will gradually transform into something different. However, to draw a comparison, in relation to my own physique, even the moonlight and swift wind seem like extraordinary warriors. I paused on a tree for 2 seconds, coughing and gasping for breath, granting my body a fleeting moment of recovery. Just a little longer, I am nearly at my destination. Fujiki Takuya's expression shifted sharply as he made a gesture. The medical ninja and I immediately halted, striving to conceal our presence. We spotted 3 companions. The lightly injured one was leading 2 severely wounded comrades towards the village, and for the time being, there was no sign of enemies. Fujiki observed for a moment, his mind clouded with doubt, before signaling me to reveal myself. After confirming the code, he began directing the rescue efforts. Captain Fujiki, I sincerely apologize. During our routine patrol, we were ambushed by infiltrating mist ninjas. Please, save my companions. I fear they may not last much longer. The young subordinate, disheveled and weary, had evidently just endured a fierce battle. His nerves were taut, but upon recognizing Fujiki, he visibly relaxed. Fujiki was somewhat well known for his abilities, having saved numerous lives. Not just anyone could accompany Lord Jiraiya. I examined the various traces on the ground, assessing the conditions of the 3 individuals based on their injuries. You are a standard 4-person team, correct? Where is the medical ninja in your squad? Dead, the subordinate lamented. Although our village has not engaged in large-scale warfare, we are well aware of the unknown medical ninja system we have implemented. All attacks are prioritized against medical ninjas. During the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade, Kato Dan, and others tirelessly promoted this system, overcoming challenges such as manpower shortages and a lack of qualified instructors to gradually elevate the status and number of medical ninjas. Despite this, many so-called medical ninjas assigned to various teams were subpar, with numerous individuals merely possessing basic healing techniques. The higher-ups in Kanehagakure remain uncertain about how to establish a more cost-effective training system with limited resources. This period has been rife with trial and error, exemplified by individuals like myself, a war orphan with a meager chakra reserve who could still be labeled a medical ninja. Until now, as each village suffers heavy losses, the frequency of large-scale military operations has diminished, giving rise to the trend of invasive team operations. Only those teams undertaking missions have a greater chance of being accompanied by a medical ninja that I am acutely aware that in just a few years, with the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, most standard four-person teams led by Jinin will be equipped with a well-trained, legitimate medical ninja, much like the teams of Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Quickly, we must attend to the unconscious, severely wounded, Fujiki urged, signaling for me and another medical ninja to tend to the remaining injured. Even from a most utilitarian perspective, a ninja who has survived the brink of death undergoes profound transformations. They become notably more composed in the face of unforeseen circumstances and possess a greater impetus to enhance their prowess. Each veteran carries immense value, and the anxiety among those present is palpable should the severely weakened Leaf Village clash with the nearly unscathed Shadow of the Mist in an all-out war. The toll and lives lost would be incalculable. It is likely that the third Hokage would seek peace, offering concessions in exchange for tranquility from the mist that, in my view, for the deeply rooted and swiftly recovering Leaf Village, this represents the most advantageous course of action. I recall events yet to unfold, such as the near abduction of Kushina Uzumaki and the sacrifice of Hayashi Hyuga. I then lowered my gaze to assess the wounded. A penetrating injury marred the left side of the abdomen, with irregular edges suggestive of a shuriken's passage. The outer side of the right thigh bore a deep laceration of approximately 3 centimeters. The tissue surrounding the left shoulder was swollen, with the patient exhibiting labored breaths, a faint pulse, and a fading consciousness. Another medical ninja swiftly interjected, "Allow me to utilize a chakra scalpel on his leg." "No, you must conserve more chakra," I countered. "Prioritize healing the abdomen if I'm not mistaken. We may have struck the liver or, worse yet, the intestines. The use of the palm healing technique demands considerable chakra, and I swiftly intervened. As for the vein in the right thigh, I plunged my hands into the flesh, disregarding the gruesome sensation, and deftly extracted the vessel, tying it off with a secure knot. Ensuring he could endure a while longer than the medical ninja attended to the abdominal wound. They stared in disbelief. In this era, medical techniques are not as advanced as those in the age of the elite, lacking the systematic and institutionalized approaches that have yet to be fully realized. People tend to default to utilizing chakra and various medicines to address issues. Regarding the fading consciousness, I recalled the rare adrenaline that only one vial could be carried. "I suggest we prioritize injecting the patient over there," I said. "What about him?" The young genin exclaimed, distraught, with tears streaming down his face. "Stay calm, we, as medical ninjas, will never abandon a single comrade. Your name is Feiju Dragonfly. If I recall correctly," I stated, surrounded by a crowd of shocked and numb expressions, that I delivered several forceful kicks to the wounded comrade's upper thigh, shattering his pubic bone. The nearly unconscious individual emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, the effect far surpassing that of adrenaline. As for the consequences of a fractured pubic bone, I was unconcerned. My sole responsibility lay in saving lives. Due to the circumstances, I often employed the most chakra-efficient methods of treatment, rigorously upholding the sacred duties of a medical ninja. Once the healing was complete, I observed my comrade instinctively reaching to shield his lower body, even in his dazed state. A sense of satisfaction welled within me. How wonderful it was to witness such vitality. I have once again rescued a comrade. I silently pondered within my heart, feeling a pang of emotion. Takuya Kazaki wiped the sweat from his brow and revealed a smile. One of the few individuals who have partnered with me. He has naturally developed a certain adaptability to my methods. Thus, both comrades now have a chance to survive. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant despite being far from the border. There is no guarantee that enemies may not infiltrate our ranks. Such occurrences have transpired numerous times. Takuya paused, contemplating the possibility that adversaries might deliberately release injured comrades to lure Konoha's medical ninjas, seizing the opportunity to strike. Gazing at my comrades who had emerged from peril, the graceful dragonfly, having narrowly escaped danger, cast a reverent glance in my direction and addressed Takuya. "Captain Kazaki, I alone cannot guarantee the safe escort of 2 severely injured individuals back to the village. May I request your assistance?" "No," he replied firmly. We must also carry out Lady Ryoma's orders. Only if Lady Tsunade, as the overall commander, personally issues a cancellation of the mission may we deviate. Takuya shook his head. Currently, the medical unit system is exceedingly rudimentary, even chaotic. Both Takuya and I, who have ventured from the village on 2 occasions, primarily follow Jiraiya, engaging alongside the warriors of the hidden villages. Last year, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru joined forces, yet suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. From Hanzo, they earned the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, yet they undeniably pressured Hanzo into retreat, effectively concluding the war between Konoha and the Hidden Rain. Tsunade and Orochimaru returned to the village, participating in battles on other fronts, yet Jiraiya did not return, and his whereabouts remain a mystery to all. Many harbor doubts, and even dissatisfaction in their hearts. Unless he has perished in battle, why does he not hasten back to the village to join the fight? What could possibly be more pressing than war? Each day, countless comrades fall in battle, and it has been over a year since Jiraiya vanished without a trace. During this time of war, the actions of our commanders seem inexplicably absurd to the common folk. I calculated the timeline in my mind and confirmed that, at this moment, Jiraiya must be with the Uchiha clan, meticulously instructing the 10-year-old Nagato. From Jiraiya's perspective, guiding the child destined for prophecy indeed holds greater significance than participating in the Great Ninja War. The deaths of ordinary individuals pale in comparison to nurturing the prophesied one. Madara Uchiha awakened the Rinnegan during the Second Great Ninja War and is likely still hiding in the mountainous graveyards of the Land of Iron, searching for a suitable successor. Numerous hidden dangers were sown during the Second Great Ninja War. The same applies to our leader, as well as Obito, who darkened during the Third War. Both can trace their origins back to the events of the Second War. Suddenly, I spoke, we indeed possess secrets that cannot be violated. However, should we encounter an unforeseen circumstance, that would constitute an entirely different matter. What unforeseen circumstance? This is an unforeseen circumstance. A mere subordinate, after suffering an ambush, has managed to sluggishly traverse such a distance with 2 comrades in tow. This is, by all accounts, an unexpected situation. With that, I took a step sideways, surrounded by several individuals. The expression on Fukin Takuya's face revealed his certainty. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Had Sasha truly been discovered? Regardless, our objective had been achieved. The chakra of you medical ninjas must have been considerably depleted. Medical ninjas possess far greater value as hunters than ordinary ninjas. 3 mist ninjas encircled us, penetrating deep into the borders of the Land of Fire, undoubtedly embarking on a perilous adventure. The loss of personnel was an inevitable occurrence, however, should the opportunity arise to eliminate a few more medical ninjas, along with those we had previously allowed to escape. This endeavor would indeed be a sanguine profit. Though I had not encountered the members of the Hyuga clan I had anticipated, my journey was not in vain. The leading mist ninja produced a bitter smile and stated, "Remember, Konoha ninjas, the one who will end your lives is the Jonin Ao of the Hidden Mist Village. Even in the netherworld, do not forget the summoning technique." Ao's fingers gently caressed the mist symbol on his forehead protector, his youthful visage still bearing traces of fresh blood, and his eyes were filled with an eagerness to prove himself. It's not him, he did not slay our comrades. Feiju Qingting shouted in righteous fury. Why the anger? You have also taken the life of one from my side, Ao coldly remarked from his perch on a branch. Ao was indeed in a precarious situation. The others were unfamiliar with him. After all, the Hidden Mist Village was situated on a massive island isolated from the continent, and conflicts between it and Konoha were rare. It was entirely normal for the Konoha ninjas to be unacquainted with the young Ao. One must remember that the last significant conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Mist occurred over 20 years ago during the Great Ninja War, a temporal distance that felt quite remote. Yet I could recognize him at a glance. This Ao, who had not yet attained to be a Kugan, claimed to be a Jonin of the Hidden Mist, though they could not be entirely dismissed. Kazakiri Takeya said softly, "There are 3 of them, and we have 4 on our side, but we don't have 8 Jainin. Right now, we can only try to stall for time or escape, hoping that other comrades nearby will notice the commotion and come over." Kazakiri Takeya himself is just a CH Nin, and the others are all Genin, none of whom are combat geniuses with powerful jutsu, which means the odds of winning are really low. But no matter how low the odds are, surrender is not an option, and the enemy cannot accept the surrender of multiple medical ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. Quietly, a thin mist seemed to rise in the forest. Kazakiri Takeya clutched a kunai, spinning it twice at his fingertips before suddenly throwing it out. "Get back!" Kafuka, sure, shouted sharply, grabbing two incapacitated, injured comrades and suddenly tossing them backward. Almost at the same time, a kunai with an explosive tag was thrown at him, but fortunately, it was hit on the tail end by the kunai thrown by Kazakiri Takeya, changing its direction and ultimately grazing Kafuka Shurshu's raised clothing, embedding itself in a tree trunk 2 meters away. Boom! The violent explosion sent splinters flying, and Kafuka Shurshu was pushed back by the shockwave, stumbling as he moved. The figure of AO had already appeared directly in front of him, hands forming seals. "It seems you have a numerical advantage, but that won't last long." Suetan Mizukake. Dozens of water droplets poured down densely. Kazakiri Takeya opened the medical kit, and in the instant it exploded, the scattered bandages formed a web in the air. Hibitake Dragonfly attempted to defend with his kunai, but as an ordinary genin, he lacked strong taijutsu skills and even the most basic combat awareness. In his panic, he sliced through 2 water droplets, but the third burst water droplet pierced through. His right shoulder had a blood hole rapidly draining his body temperature. Kazakiri Takeya and Hibitake Dragonfly were lucky. They survived AO's jutsu, but some are not so fortunate. Now it was 3 against 3. 2 mist ninjas dodged, their grotesque wounds covering their bodies, eventually withdrawing from the back of the medical ninja. In just one encounter, Konoha had already lost 1 person. The 2 already heavily injured individuals had their wounds burst open again, and without urgent treatment, they would soon die. The situation had deteriorated to a certain extent, and unless there were Konoha ninja reinforcements right now, there was basically no hope of survival. Don't be fooled by AO's seemingly clownish behavior at times, like shouting to retreat at the sight of a yellow flash or the body flicker technique. He always managed to avoid risks in advance and survive. To some extent, being decisive is also an impressive ability. Now, AO judged that he could quickly kill these Konoha ninjas in front of him and then escape from the land of fire. Kazakiri Takeya roared, "No matter whether we can win or not, we cannot reach the border. Our mission has already failed. I will hold them off. You all escape quickly. You can scatter and run. Maybe someone will survive," one mist ninja mocked. "Impossible. Konoha ninjas will never abandon their comrades." Kazakiri Takeya took the initiative to attack, intending to entangle the 2 mist ninjas and buy time for the others to escape. But considering Kazakiri Takeya's combat power, this was truly too difficult for him. "We're done for. We can't hold on for a few minutes. Even if reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Damn it. It's my fault that I harmed you all. I harmed everyone." Hibitake Dragonfly pounded his head in anguish. He was already a somewhat hot-headed guy, and now he couldn't control his emotions. The young genin was still young after all. But speaking of which, who could suddenly gain hope only to fall into despair again? The so-called hope before was merely a weapon used by the enemy to create despair, which would surely break their defenses somewhat. AO and Kazakiri Takeya had already engaged, and the 2 mist ninjas charged towards Hibitake Dragonfly and Kafuka Shurshu, as long as they avoided being hit in vital areas by the medical ninja's chakra scalpel. Victory was assured. Don't feel regret, hurry and escape. As the captain said, split up and run. Kafuka Shurshu did not hesitate at all. Enduring the intense pain from the explosion shockwave, he turned around immediately. In fact, for him, there was no need to struggle over which was more important, the mission or the comrades. It was simply which could help him survive that mattered most. The saying that those who do not cherish their comrades are worse than waste did not concern Kafuka Shurshu at all. In fact, most Konoha ninjas wouldn't take it seriously either. But at this moment, as Kafuka Shurshu turned to flee, he grabbed 1 injured comrade in each hand and jumped deeper into the forest, his speed not very fast. Bang! Kazakiri Takeya, whose taijutsu was not impressive, was quickly overwhelmed by AO in hand-to-hand combat. In the end, with a horizontal kick, several ribs were broken, and he flew back, spitting blood from his mouth. Sure. You guy, even on the verge of death, haven't forgotten to protect your comrades. That's truly remarkable. Then I won't let you down. I will fight to let you escape. Doton, Dori Heki, Kazakiri Takeya seized that fleeting moment. Trembling hands pressed against the ground. He had to buy time, even knowing that it would be very difficult for Kafuka Shurshu to escape while carrying 2 people. Suddenly, a raised wall obscured the view of the mist ninjas. Kazakiri Takeya knew this wouldn't help much, but as long as it could delay even a little bit of time, it would be worth it. Once AO used his water jutsu to destroy the earthen wall, amidst the scattering debris, he could not find the trace of the Konoha ninjas. They wouldn't escape far. A middle-level CH Nin with no talents and 2 exhausted genin. One of whom was even carrying 2 seriously injured guys. How foolish. Kifu, that idiot is yours to deal with. Kill them all. AO snorted coldly, not surprised by the situation. Konoha ninjas seemed always to be like this, calling out for comrades, bonds, friendship, and other boring things. Is that to flaunt their talents with high morals? No, it might also be a way to brainwash themselves to eliminate fear, cowardice, and other negative emotions, thereby enhancing combat effectiveness. From this perspective, it's a decent tactic. The same could not be said for the Mist Village. Since the rise of the fierce Third Mizukage, countless killings had made every Mist ninja live in fear, reporting on each other, being wary of one another, and engaging in mutual slaughter, leading to signs of blood mist in the village. Kafuka sure began to cough violently, visible blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Yet even so, he still did not abandon the 2 unconscious, injured comrades. Anyone who saw this scene would sincerely sigh, believing Kafuka sure to be a practitioner of the will of fire. Had they caught up? Kafuka sure showed no surprise on his face. It was already very rare to have bought these few minutes of time. I heard that Mist ninjas are generally cruel and cold-hearted. I thought you would take a minute or 2 to toy with me, enjoying the thrill of a small village ninja defeating a big village ninja. A Mist ninja named Kifu appeared on a branch in front of Kafuka sure. Small village ninja? Don't underestimate the Mist Village. And at your age and in your condition, it feels like a gust of wind could blow you over. You're just an outlier in Konoha. Who would care about you? He watched Kafuka sure panting heavily, and still took the time to gently place the 2 injured comrades on the ground. Mocking. Are you an idiot? Your body is so weak, yet you're trying to escape with 2 people. Your speed is just too slow. Tasks and one's own life are the most important. It's ridiculous to abandon both of them and prioritize protecting companions. No wonder Captain AO called you a fool. I'm not sure if Kazumaki Takuya can survive from AO, but that doesn't affect what needs to be done. Thank you for giving me another minute. That should be enough. After securing the 2 companions, Ki no Kaji revealed his blood-stained hands, one still in a hand seal, clearly having been secretly generating more chakra. I sensed something was off when I saw the flying bamboo dragonfly and these 2 heavily injured guys. I've been preparing my tactics since then. There's no chance of winning in direct confrontation with you guys, and furthermore, my technique requires some time to activate smoothly. The stronger the opponent, the longer the preparation time. It's not just because chakra is too scarce, but also because these 2 severely injured and near-death patients are still quite capable. Meaning Ki no Kaji needs even more time to achieve that. Luckily, I made it in time. Good. Kid, you've shown the proper respect when facing a strong opponent. I will ensure you die without pain. The opponent misunderstood, thinking Ki no Kaji praised him as a strong man, and immediately threw out 3 Senbon needles. No, that's not it. My time is already sufficient. The one who is doomed is you. Ki no Kaji interrupted the opponent's words, suddenly pressing a hand against the ground. Summoning technique. The earth suddenly surged like boiling water, and a pitch-black coffin broke through the soil. Chapter 4. My unbreakable bond with my companion summoning techniques are a very interesting form of jutsu, ranging from C rank to S rank. The highest S rank summoning technique is typically the impure world reincarnation. The lowest C rank summoning technique can involve summoning ninja tools using scrolls or inscribing summoning formulas onto arm guards or waistbands to summon various ninja tools at critical moments. For instance, during Sasuke's battle with Danzo, he summoned a bunch of shuriken from his arm guards. The summoning technique currently used by Ki no Kanji is undoubtedly C rank, allowing him to summon only a few ninja tools. His scarce chakra is insufficient for higher level summoning techniques, and even if he wanted to learn higher level techniques, such as summoning animals, he hasn't signed the corresponding contracts. However, the ninja tools he is summoning now are somewhat special. Bang! The suddenly rising coffin acts as a shield, firmly protecting Ki no Kanji and blocking the Senbon needles. A coffin? Jifu's face showed a look of confusion. He had never heard of such a summoning item. However, this wouldn't affect the final outcome. A mere Konoha Genin had only one path ahead of him: death. Creak. The once eerily silent coffin began to move after being struck 3 times by the Senbon needles, as if whatever was inside had been awakened. The decayed pine boards slowly lifted, crashing to the ground with a loud noise, revealing the body sealed within. This was a corpse that could be described as a horrific work of art. Its head was crookedly fixed on its neck, with putrid eye sockets that held 2 pale eyeballs staring wide open, dark red blood having long since congealed and spread throughout its body. Most horrifying was the chest area, where a piece of flesh had vanished, exposing decayed and incomplete internal organs, indicating that this body had suffered a fierce battle in life and met a tragic end. From its attire, it seemed to be a ninja from a Wagakure. Jifu was extremely shocked, struggling to comprehend the ghastly sight before him. A corpse of an Wagakure ninja sealed inside a Konoha ninja's coffin? No, not a corpse, because he was watching the rotting abomination move. Damn it. A thing that clearly looked like it had been dead for a long time was glaring at him with its pale eyes, and the next second it was moving, stepping out of the coffin toward him. What the hell is this thing? Judging by its physical condition, it should have been dead, but why can it still move? What kind of jutsu is this? Jifu's mind was in turmoil. His first reaction was that he had fallen into an illusion. This is a jutsu that can kill you. To be honest, this is the first time I've used this jutsu against an enemy. Of course, against a healthy enemy. Ki no Kanji formed hand seals with one hand, using the resonance of chakra to control the zombie in front of him to attack the enemy. This was also his first time using the zombie secret technique in actual combat. He had experimented with it quietly before. After all, he was responsible for transporting the corpses of ninjas, and the materials were abundant. Moreover, the physical condition of zombies is no different from that of the dead. So after the experiment, he could dispose of them as corpses without any flaws. Truly capable scientific ninjas wouldn't waste time on a bunch of worthless genin corpses. Additionally, Ki no Kanji's process of casting the technique was very discreet, intentionally avoiding the Hyuga clan, and only performed it in the forest area midway, making it even less likely to be discovered. Ki no Kanji was actually not satisfied with this zombie. This zombie had originally been a low-ranking ninja with mediocre strength, who had died quietly, one of those who no one would waste time paying attention to, making it a suitable target for his technique. He had even made his move while this guy still had a breath left, pretending to be nonchalant, and implanted the zombie virus into its body using chakra. He had done similar things many times before and had obtained a few usable zombies, but they were only barely usable. Jifu examined the rotting living corpse, his heart racing, and decided to use long-range ninjutsu for safety. Water release, water burst. A torrent of water rushed in, washing away some of the rotten flesh from the zombie and knocking it down. Is this the jutsu you used to save your life? Jifu breathed a sigh of relief, grinning as he quickly formed hand seals and charged toward Ki no Kanji. No matter what the opponent planned to do, all he had to do was kill them. Ki no Kanji took a few steps back. If he didn't leave any room for maneuvering in a speed contest, he would be crushed and wouldn't last 3 seconds. Corpse manipulation, corruption explosion. Suddenly, the fallen zombie emitted a sizzling sound and then exploded with a bang. The huge explosion engulfed the mist ninja, raising a cloud of dust. This was a zombie he had spent some time adjusting. He had carefully affixed explosive tags to its bones and controlled its body with the technique for chakra conduction. Ki no Kanji slowly lowered his arms that had covered his face, still not letting his guard down, quickly retreating to the side of his two companions. Over the years, he had developed a cautious personality. His poor physical condition also didn't allow for recklessness. Once, a moment of carelessness could lead to death. When the dust settled, the ninja was not dead yet. The water stains on the ground indicated that this guy had used water ninjutsu to mitigate part of the explosion. But he was severely injured, with terrifying wounds all over his body, and his face was unrecognizable. Various bits of flesh from the zombie had splattered onto Jifu. As expected of an excellent ninja who had experienced the Second Great Ninja War, you deserve to have your name remembered while you still retain your self-awareness. Ki no Kanji protected his two companions in front of him and said solemnly, "You damn guy." Jifu mumbled, looking at his body, especially at the wounds, which were stuck with chunks of rotten flesh, filled with anger and shock. He actually fell in front of such a thing, and the outcome was so miserable. What? You still want to fight? Then I'll have to summon new tools. Ki no Kanji squinted his eyes. He had only prepared 4 self-exploding zombies, and now 3 remained, hidden in different positions within the Forest of Fire, specifically for emergencies. There was no choice. He had too low a frequency of missions, and the money earned from healing the injured was not much. Even during wartime, while the village would distribute explosive tags, purchasing additional ones would be heavily burdensome for Ki no Kanji. Sticking 15 explosive tags on each zombie had nearly bankrupted him. Ki no Kanji even fantasized about further developing the corruption explosion technique, ultimately achieving an effect of unlimited bombing through mutual detonation of explosive tags within a certain time frame. Just imagining the scene, two or more zombies spreading out on the battlefield, moving at super high speed, suddenly starting to self-detonate in mutual succession, leaving nothing but a field of white wherever they passed. What should this technique be called? Infinite corruption explosion? No, maybe it could be called infinite blessing? Unfortunately, this was destined to remain just a thought. If he wanted to realize it, there was still a long way to go. He escaped good, although I still don't know this guy's name. Keyed no kanji slowly released his hand that had been forming seals, watching the figure of the opponent retreat, feeling relieved inside. It seemed that in this battle, he had only gained a slight upper hand, driving the enemy back. In reality, he had already won. A chunin, and still severely injured. It would take some time to incorporate him into my corpse manipulation. My chakra is still too low, making me hesitant to use the technique freely and severely hindering my progress in further developing corpse manipulation. Feng Jianzi looked at the two unconscious companions on the ground. Since he didn't need these two guys for now, he could temporarily refrain from turning them into zombies. So, release. Chapter 5, Byakugan. The battles of lower ninjas are generally very simple and brutal. After all, chakra is limited, and the techniques they have learned are only one or two, which they will repeatedly use in a fight. Considering the current situation, Kazama Tsukasa has very few visible means at his disposal, with self-destructing zombies being the primary offensive tactic. Fortunately, he has encountered a CH Nin with not-so-high combat skills. Kirigakure is a major ninja village, and under the brutal governance of the third Mizukichi, it has produced many excellent ninjas. Luckily, he did not run into one of those top-tier ninjas. Kazama Tsukasa calculated the time. In about 2 years, the third Mizukichi will officially implement the blood mist policy, where every graduate must kill a close companion to graduate. Is it because there are too many people? Or because the average level of ninjas is too low? If Konoha also played this game, the Uchiha clan's young men would each end up with a pair of Sharingan. This moment in time is actually quite interesting. The Kagaya clan in Kirigakure is still alive, and this family, which seems to have inherited the Sage of Six Paths bloodline, remains a core force of Kirigakure. Over in Konoha, the Senju clan has not yet disbanded. Yes, at least during the Second Great Ninja War. Many Senju clan members were still active on the battlefield. For example, Senju Rokutree, at the outbreak of the Second War, perhaps too emotionally charged, would rush in at the slightest sign of trouble, and as a result, even Orochimaru couldn't make in time to rescue him before he fell into a trap of explosive tags and was blown to bits. Possessing the physique of a Senju, acting alongside a survival expert like Orochimaru, yet being killed by explosive tags, this kind of hot-headed youth easily overestimates himself and underestimates the enemy, which is indeed a recipe for an early death on the perilous battlefield. But by the time of the Third War, the Senju clan had mysteriously disappeared. For such a powerful family, with a large population, it seems exaggerated to say they disbanded after the Second War, with every named clan member choosing to fade out of the village's mainstream view. Those elite and mid-tier ninjas of the Senju clan did not collectively fall victim to some genjutsu. However, the Senju clan indeed vanished quietly before the Third War. For such a situation to occur, it can only mean something critically important happened that led to the nominal disappearance of the Senju clan. Kazama Tsukasa has been quietly observing and listening to the names of Senju Rokutree, Senju Momoka, and other Senju clan members over the past few years, gradually confirming the possible reasons for the clan's disappearance. Anyway, it cannot possibly be due to the absurd reason of the Senju clan disbanding itself. If that incident is true, it intersects with his plan to change bodies, which might be useful. Kazama Tsukasa actually does not care whether the Senju clan perishes or not. This beloved family, at worst, will not turn into a tragic clan like the Uchiha, which has no real impact on him. But if it can provide an opportunity for his body-switching plan, he must pay some attention to the Senju clan. Well, first, I need to return to Konoha smoothly. This operation exposed his ability to use the corpse technique. But that was only a matter of time. To change bodies, he must first demonstrate his talents to facilitate the next actions. But the corpse technique, being too unique in controlling corpses, is likely to cause a huge uproar. Kazama Tsukasa fell into a deadlock. His current body has basically reached its limit, with less than 40 trillion cells insufficient for him to advance further on the path of a ninja, let alone perfectly develop the ability of the corpse technique. This forces him to take practical actions to achieve his goal of changing bodies. However, taking action would expose the corpse technique, which would lead to trouble. So he must find a plausible excuse to cover it up, at least to get through the initial stage after exposure smoothly. I need to think carefully. Perhaps this time is an opportunity that is not an opportunity. Kazuma Tsukasa looked up at the direction the Kirigakure ninja fled. AO is chasing Kazakiri Takuya. It has only been 10 minutes since AO dispatched G, and now he has cornered Kazakiri Takuya, who is covered in blood, throwing kunai and other ninja tools to continue the bleeding. At this point, your companions have probably all died. This invasion operation has been very successful. Kirigakure and Kimigakure essentially did not truly participate in large-scale operations during the Second Great Ninja War, but instead dispatched various small teams to invade, attempting to bleed Konoha little by little. By now, the situation is very clear. Konoha has withstood all opponents' attacks without losing any territory in the Land of Fire. Considering Konoha's size and foundation, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen's character, as long as they do not lose, it is a win. However, other villages certainly do not acknowledge this. If Konoha has not lost, does that mean they have lost? If they have not lost, the internal propaganda will certainly also be a win, and it has heavily struck Konoha's living forces, laying the groundwork for the next ninja world war. Kazakiri Takuya leaned against a rock, trying to minimize his exposure to damage. His chakra was almost depleted, and healing his injuries was already extremely difficult, let alone defeating AO, an elite ninja. Don't be too self-righteous. We have died, but we bought time for our other companions to surround you, and you will die here too, Kazakiri Takuya gasped. AO shook his head slowly. Our philosophies are very different. For us, the lives of our companions are not important. Our own lives may not even be that important. Completing the mission is the most important thing. You have done well, but it could have been better. The people of Kirigakure cannot understand the self-contradictory actions of Konoha ninjas, clearly valuing missions, yet overly mixing in the weight of companionship, complicating simple matters. Kazakiri Takuya let out a deep sigh, a look of despair on his face. He knew it was all over. What a pity. He had originally thought he would see the day of peace. Russell, kill you, and I will immediately leave the Land of Fire. Why come back next time? I hope to encounter the Hyuga clans. Huh? AO frowned, G. Faster than I expected, but wait, who are you? A bloodied figure staggered over, with large areas of charred skin, and only a pair of eyes remained intact. The entire face was destroyed, making it impossible to recognize. What truly shocked AO was precisely those eyes. What kind of eyes are they? With pupils and sclera almost merged into one, leaving only an extreme pale color, appearing exceptionally distinct. AO thought he was seeing things and stared intently at those strange eyes. Byakugan? Chapter 6. In the vision of the fourth Hokage, there was no sign of Jiraiya. Woo woo woo. Jiraiya's footsteps paused for a moment, and his gradually muddled thoughts were no longer enough for his remaining self-awareness to control his body, leaving only the instinct to feed. The chakra virus had gradually spread from the wounds on his body, step by step transforming him into a zombie. The moment he saw AO, he howled and lunged forward. AO frowned, dodging to the side and carefully observing, growing more confused the more he looked. Is that Jiraiya? No, it doesn't seem like it. He carries a lot of rotting flesh, and his body is decaying at a visibly rapid pace. It's like he is possessed by an evil spirit. There's so many ninjutsu in the world, and too many that I haven't seen. Moreover, this guy seems to be trying to attack me with taijutsu, but his movements are deformed due to injuries. Yet overall he possesses a level of taijutsu beyond that of an ordinary genin. In just a few seconds, AO made a quick analysis and swiftly pulled out a kunai, intending to kill Kazakage Takeya first. Swish! The zombie suddenly changed direction, blocking Kazakage Takeya with its flesh and blood, preventing all the kunai from reaching him. A preliminary judgment indicated that this was a ninjutsu used by a ninja from Konoha. But why was the body blocking the weapons? Could it have self-healing abilities? AO was filled with more questions. Kazakage Takeya was also confused, unsure of what was happening with the person in front of him, but it seemed like he was an ally. I'm here to treat you. He extended his hand to touch, but the other party ignored him, howled, and charged at AO. AO was startled, suspecting that this guy had no sense of pain, and retreated, continuously launching attacks for testing. After multiple ranged attacks, AO confirmed that this thing really had no sense of pain. It was like a blood and flesh puppet with no self. He didn't see any chakra threads controlling it from a distance. Nor did he find any curse marks on this guy. What the hell is this thing? AO became completely interested, retreating further and further. The closer the zombie got to him for melee, the more he wanted to maintain distance for observation. according to his cautious nature. Once he realized there was no absolute certainty, he wouldn't take risks easily. Moreover, his intuition told him that figuring out what this thing was might yield results that would be more rewarding than killing Kazekage Takeya. Kazekage Takeya also realized something, gritted his teeth, and ultimately pushed his body to extract chakra to heal his injuries. AO continued his probing attacks, from severing limbs to damaging internal organs, and finally got close enough to decapitate the head with a kunai, grabbing it in his hand. It doesn't die? Even in this state, it still wants to bite me? This terrifying fighting will, what on earth is it? AO was completely shocked, grasping the forehead of the head, watching its mouth open and close, falling into immense astonishment. He had never heard of such a monster existing in this world. Even with just a head left, it still insisted on completing its mission, almost like a legendary demon. Is this the monster cultivated by Konoha? AO casually asked but received no response. Turning his head, he found that Kazekage Takeya had already run away. AO didn't mind. He had discovered a more valuable target. He immediately tore off a part of his clothing to wrap the head, planning to take it back for research. These eyes really resemble the Byakugan. I wonder if there's any connection. Could it be a forbidden technique of the Hyuga clan? Or did a ninja from the Hyuga clan turn into this after being afflicted by someone else's forbidden technique? AO still couldn't forget the Byakugan. As long as he could obtain one, he would gain a significant strategic advantage, and he would also receive the favor of the third Mizukage, elevating his status. He recalled the various legends about different demons circulating throughout the ninja world and quickly fled with the head in hand. Not even caring about the mist ninja chasing after Kaze no Taka, it had taken so long for them not to return. Either they were killed in retaliation or encountered Konoha's support troops, making it not worth saving. He had never heard of Konoha's ninjas mastering such forbidden ninjutsu. Otherwise, they would have used it in the war long ago. This precisely indicated that this thing couldn't be mass-produced, as long as I unravel the secrets behind it. AO thought of the ability to not fear pain and to almost never die, feeling a surge of passion. If only these eyes were also Byakugan. AO mused as his figure quickly disappeared into the dense forest. The distance grew farther. Out of the range, I could roughly sense, and it seemed he had escaped. Kazekage Takeya sat cross-legged on a branch, slowly opening his eyes, smacking his lips in disappointment. AO is still cautious. If he had been a little reckless, even if he just got bitten or scratched by a zombie, the situation would have changed. Although he didn't know how long it would take to corrupt a Jainin without using chakra to accelerate the virus' south effectiveness at close range. Once AO was infected, he would live under Kazekage Takeya's shadow. The farther the distance, the more chakra Kazekage Takeya would need to consume for remote precise perception and accelerated corruption, which was beyond what he could do now and not necessary at all. Most importantly, Kazekage Takeya also didn't have enough chakra to control the virus inside the zombie precisely, allowing it to use various ninjutsu it mastered in life. Yes, theoretically, as long as Kazekage Takeya was strong enough, had enough chakra, and had deeply developed the technique of corpse manipulation, he could completely achieve this, unleashing the full power of the zombie in life. After all, once it became a zombie, it no longer felt pain or fear and could exert its power at full capacity. Even if it didn't defend, trading injury for injury was a huge profit until the body was exhausted or the head was destroyed. Kazekage Takeya carried 2 unconscious injured comrades, struggling to move in the direction of the village. This was not a feigned difficulty. The burden on his body from this battle was extremely heavy, until he was met by Konoha's guarding ninjas. You've already come this far, and you still brought back 2 companions? That's amazing. We will escort you back to the village. You deserve to rest well. It's really fortunate to have a companion like you. The responding female ninja was very surprised, her face filled with a naive clarity unique to graduates. Her attitude toward Kazekage Takeya, extremely warm. The adult ninja dog she carried also came over to sniff and barked. Lucky to have repelled the enemy. But this is all I could do. It's a pity that one companion sacrificed. Kazekage Takeya sighed. I think I've seen your photo on the outer wall of the ninja school. Your name is Inuzuka Kiba, right? An excellent graduate from 2 years ago. Inuzuka Kiba, the mother of Inuzuka Hana and Inuzuka Kiba, would eventually become the squad leader of the Konoha patrol team. Unlike other members of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Kiba chose an adult Inuzuka ninja dog as her partner, a large dog named Kuro, who was blind in one eye but possessed great power. At the very least, Kazekage Takeya felt he couldn't beat this one-eyed dog. Before long, Kazekage Takeya saw the severely injured Kazekage Takeya and Kaze no Taka at the village entrance. Really? You were rescued by the patrol team of Namikaze Minato and Akimichi Choza? That's great. This means that all our efforts were effective, and we returned alive from a life-and-death situation. Kazekage Takeya revealed a relieved expression in front of the ninjas. As for trying to make friends with young Minato Namikaze, that's simply impossible because Minato doesn't even see Kakashi. Minato Namikaze is a rising super genius, well known even among the higher-ups. Although he is called the Little Sun, he can't possibly remember the names of every mediocre ninja in the village. There are over 10,000 permanent ninjas in Konoha, and the number of ninjas scattered throughout the Fire Country's various towns is even greater. Moreover, as the highest military organization in the Fire Country, Konoha has the authority to issue mandatory conscription orders to the nobles and lords within the country, which means that the number of ninjas directly controlled by Konoha will continue to increase dramatically. Not to mention 50 or 60,000. There are definitely at least 30,000 ninjas. This is the result of over 20 years of prolonged peace that Konoha has cultivated since the First Great Ninja War. Of course, after several years of the Second Great Ninja War, the total military strength has certainly decreased significantly, and losing over 10,000 people is normal. With so many ninjas, no matter how knowledgeable and sunny Minato is, how could he possibly remember every single one? Furthermore, at just 12 years old, Minato is tasked with patrolling, and the number of ninjas he encounters is simply too many to remember. Chapter 7. The Art of the Dead Soul. I used the Art of the Dead Soul, and it indeed turned out to be so. Minato Namikaze comforted Takeya Kazumaki and Feiju Qingting with heartfelt words in front of the supporting ninjas, ultimately revealing a convincing smile. As if a large warm light was hanging above his head, the powerful yellow warmth making it hard to resist. After completing the handover, Minato quickly moved out again, never once glancing at Kazumaki in the crowd, nor giving him a chance to approach for conversation. This was the treatment that a super genius, the focus of the entire village, deserved. The basic point being that someone like Kazumaki, who was insignificant, had no chance to curry favor. Kazumaki remained very calm inside, without any turmoil. In fact, upon closer examination of Minato and Naruto, one would find that Minato was far colder than Naruto. He never got carried away with emotions, always calm, always rational, and would always choose the option that was most likely to be the correct answer under limited objective conditions. Dealing with someone like Minato, who was so highly regarded yet extremely composed, was not easy for Kazumaki in his current status. Everyone was admiring Minato, excitedly discussing the young man's charisma and visibly immense talent. But Takeya Kazumaki was different. The thing you mentioned, is it really the Art of the Dead Soul? Takeya, lying on a stretcher, turned his head and looked at Kazumaki with one eye open, revealing a sense of inquiry. Kazumaki nodded calmly. That's right. The technique I've been diligently practicing is indeed the Art of the Dead Soul. You, being an experienced medical ninja, must have heard of it. Although I lack talent, I've been working hard to practice techniques that suit me. However, the Art of the Dead Soul. Takeya sighed, unsure of what to say, a worried expression on his face. The Art of the Dead Soul was originally a specialty of Kabuto Yakushi, capable of disguising corpses as other people and controlling them for a short time. Although the combat power of the corpse was extremely poor, its actions and speech were indistinguishable from ordinary people, serving the purpose of ambushing enemies or covering one's escape. Historically, Kabuto had transformed a body of an Umbu into his own likeness, controlling it to approach the unconscious Sasuke, leading to a confrontation with Kakashi, who was protecting Sasuke, while he disguised himself as a fallen Umbu ninja, ultimately escaping through a broken window unexpectedly. Takeya, also a medical ninja, understood the village's training model for war orphans. But he truly did not expect Kazumaki to learn such a technique that could spark great controversy. It was fine during wartime, but once peace was established, if Kazumaki's reputation grew, the Art of the Dead Soul, which manipulates corpses, would become a flaw that subjected him to public attack. Takeya said quietly, even Yakushi no Nayu doesn't use this technique. You should use it sparingly. If the village asks me, I will do my best to explain. In any case, you saved our lives, and that is a solid achievement. Without your Art of the Dead Soul, none of us would have survived. In fact, he had many more questions he hadn't asked, such as why the mist ninja controlled by the Art of the Dead Soul was in such a strange state. Why could it maintain its aggression even after suffering so many attacks from AO, despite having limbs severed. Most importantly, the duration of Kazumaki's art of the dead soul was too long, and it could still endure high-intensity taijutsu combat. There were too many questions. The normal art of the dead soul certainly did not involve controlling a body to launch endless attacks. But Takeya did not voice these questions. Hearing Kazumaki admit to using the art of the dead soul was already helping him cover up. A person who risks their life to save their comrades is always trustworthy. Suddenly, using some special ninjutsu can be fully understood. Takeya felt it was necessary to smooth over some risks for Kazumaki. After all, the only ones who knew the situation on site, apart from Ao and himself, were dead. Kazumaki watched as Takeya was carried away, both of them tacitly understanding each other. As for Feiju Qingting, he had already fainted. Had it not been for Minato's timely arrival, this guy would have been killed long ago. Normally, he would have been one of the invigilators during the written exam when Naruto and Sasuke participated in the Chunin exam. Of course, due to Kazumaki's arrival in this world, the so-called concept of death might change. Perhaps death would become another form of life. 2 hours later, Kazumaki had regained some stamina and arrived at the mission office to hand over the mission process. And unsurprisingly, he was evaluated as a mission failure. The reason was that although he had killed the enemy, he ultimately did not strictly follow the orders of Oil Girl Ryoma to head to the northern border. Not completing the mission was a major failure. As for what happened during the mission process, unless it was a huge achievement, it could not cover up the result of failure. As expected, he received another record of failure. His Chunin resume must be a sight to behold. And by the time Naruto and Sasuke's era arrived, those kids would probably mock him fiercely with his data card. Kazumaki was completely unconcerned. In this era, the idea of task supremacy was the most prevalent. The notion of prioritizing the protection of comrades would only become mainstream in Naruto and Sasuke's era, requiring many people to make efforts in numerous wars to gradually change people's thinking. He planned to leave when a masked man blocked his path. Chunin Kazumaki. Lord Ryoma wants to see you. Lord Ryoma. I understand. Kazumaki nodded seriously and replied. The other hurried ninjas all cast their attention towards this scene, surprised at what was happening. That was a mask. Was it Numbu? But the shape and pattern of the mask seemed somewhat different. Why would Umbu members convey orders to a Chunin? Soon, people lost interest and hurriedly focused on their own tasks, quickly heading to the front line after finishing their preparations. The route is nominally part of Umbu, but in reality, it has an independent system. Oil Girl Ryoma summoned Kazumaki, not in the capacity of the deputy head of route, but as the deputy commander of the medical unit. I received Takeya's oral report. He said you unexpectedly killed the enemy using the art of the dead soul. Oil Girl Ryoma was enveloped in a wide robe, his cold gaze falling on Kazumaki through his sunglasses. That walking witch actually taught you such a technique. You were merely a mediocre person I filtered out back then. Why would she be willing to teach you this ninjutsu? Chapter 8. New work pharmacist Nanayu was originally a ninja from Root, having just recently escaped from it. She was also the only ninja who managed to leave Root alive while Danzo was still living. From the perspectives of Danzo and Otanashi, while it might not be considered a disgrace, losing a nearly perfect top spy like pharmacist Nanoyu was undoubtedly a loss. There were hardly any spies as perfect as pharmacist Nanoyu in all of Konoha. FK Kanji said, Lord Otanashi, you should understand that as a war orphan with no special talents, I must cherish every moment and work my hardest. My health has always been poor, and I owe my survival to everyone's care. I must do something through my own efforts and never wish to be a burden to others. Otanashi Yuhi stared intently at the young man in front of him, but in reality, he wasn't teasing FK Kanji at all. His mind was filled with analyzing pharmacist Nanoyu's various motives. As Danzo's right-hand man, he unconsciously thought about things in a dark way. As for FK Kanji himself, he was completely disregarded by Otanashi Yuhi, merely a low-ranking ninja who had mastered the Dead Soul technique, a defective product that he had eliminated himself back in the day. Lacking any talent, he was more focused on the emotional bond between pharmacist Nanoyu and FK Kanji, casually flipping through FK Kanji's intel while tagging him with labels. For example, lacking potential, a sign of short life. Reclusive, actually afraid of being infected by others' germs. Placing excessive importance on the lives of companions, always ready to turn companions into expendable resources. And now, he added a label for pharmacist Nanayu and drew a question mark. You have already established bonds with the village, which is good, but it is not enough. You need to do more to repay the village for its kindness to you. As for your controversial training with the priestess, I can choose not to pursue it. Otanashi Yuhi said coldly, I need you to regularly relay information about the priestess to me. Why should I do such a thing? Is this the task assigned to me by the vice captain of the medical unit? You can refuse. But I will immediately cut off the village's support for war orphans and send all the accomplished war orphans to the front lines, Otanashi Yuhi said coldly. Although the intensity of the war has decreased, battlefields are still lacking manpower. Resources and manpower should be utilized to the fullest. The establishment of the medical unit during the war has already consumed a large amount of the village's resources, and Otanashi Yuhi has every reason to cut off the financial assistance to the war orphans. Otanashi Yuhi observed Fka Kanji's constantly changing expressions and nodded secretly, concluding that this guy's temperament was similar to pharmacist Nanoyu's, making him suitable for moral coercion. Otanashi Yuhi said coldly, "If you refuse, your few acquaintances will bear more risks because of it. You wouldn't want that to happen." Fka Kanji frowned and said, as vice captain, "How can you say such things? Do the companions of the village mean nothing to you? In the face of a mission, companions are secondary. It seems that the orphanage's training for you war orphans needs a complete overhaul, at least to abandon that childish teaching philosophy. Ultimately, ninjas are weapons that serve missions. Apart from that, ninjas are nothing." Otanashi Yuhi did not hide his cold-heartedness. This was just how he was. In his eyes, ninjas from Konoha could be discarded when necessary. And as for war orphans, they were merely expendable tools for thought. The current atmosphere was completely different from that during the Naruto and Sasuke era, which was also the root of why Tsukumo Hatake was vilified 6 years later, ultimately leading him to commit suicide in shame after failing a mission due to saving his companions. Soon after, Fka Kanji walked out of the medical unit's office with a blank expression, looking heavy-hearted. However, inside he felt no turmoil. In fact, he even wanted to laugh. Otanashi Yuhi seemed to have classified me and pharmacist Nanoyu as the same type of person. But the problem is, my technique is not the Dead Soul technique at all, and I have never received true teachings from pharmacist Nanoyu. In her eyes, I am merely an unremarkable individual. She had only taken over the task of training war orphans for half a year by the time I left the orphanage to start executing village missions. Historically, Danzo would take Otanashi Yuhi and Orochimaru to the orphanage to threaten pharmacist Nanu, demanding her to rejoin Root and carry out espionage missions in various ninja villages, using Kabuto's life to force pharmacist Nanoyu to comply. At that time, Otanashi Yuhi had already used the condition of not cutting off financial support for the orphanage. Root's way of operating always carried an oppressive nature, liking to coerce targets into giving up what they were supposed to receive, minimizing operational costs. It wasn't until pharmacist Nanoyu died during a mission that Root had completely exhausted her last bit of value. No one could leave Root casually after joining. Danzo silently announced this to everyone in this manner. Otanashi Yuhi was unwilling to part with pharmacist Nanoyu, the top intelligence gathering tool, and planned to start breaking the deadlock through Fka Kanji. Root could not place its hopes of controlling pharmacist Nanoyu on me. Their intelligence gathering work was comprehensive, and when necessary, they would reveal all their cards to force pharmacist Nanoyu to comply. But what does that have to do with me? The one who looked after me with kindness was the previous head of the orphanage, who had long since died on the battlefield, which led to pharmacist Nanoyu taking over. However, Otanashi Yuhi at least was willing to spend money to get things done. Would he transfer me to the corpse disposal unit? From a transporter to a terminal handler. It seemed I could have some free time. Otanashi Yuhi was deliberately handing me some worthless corpses to handle, providing me with an opportunity to practice my techniques. For this reason alone, Fka Kanji had a very good impression of Otanashi Yuhi. He was willing to sincerely praise him as the second in command of Root and the medical ninjas. Regardless of how Otanashi Yuhi's coercion methods were, at least he provided benefits. It wasn't until Sasuke killed Danzo and Root disbanded that Otanashi Yuhi officially lost his power and status, disappearing without a trace. Perhaps he was eliminated as well. After all, over these decades, Otanashi Yuhi had done countless underhanded things for Danzo, and many people hated him to the bone. Once I could not produce value that satisfied Otanashi Yuhi, I would be ruthlessly discarded. This brief interlude was a rare opportunity for me. Fka Kanji returned to his dilapidated dwelling to rest, making the most of his time to recover his strength. The news of him killing a mist ninja and saving 3 companions had indeed not caused any stir. Apart from Otanashi Yuhi, no one would specifically summon him. Chapter 9. The Body of the Thousand Hands. Don't be fooled by everyone shouting about the will of fire. It's precisely because the will of fire is not thoroughly implemented that the gang led by the 3rd Hokage keeps talking about it. The place for handling corpses is extremely sensitive and requires the most adherence to the will of fire. If even one person wavers in their resolve and defects, the losses would be incalculable. The next day, Keed Kanashi arrived at the eastern hillside of Training Ground 44 in Kanahagakure. It resembled a large graveyard perpetually filled with fragrant ashes, surrounded by blank memorial stones, with wilted flowers scattered on the ground. Keed pushed open the door to the body processing area, startling a few crows that scattered dust from the eaves. How should I put it? The first impression this place gave Keed was quite poor. A department dedicated to handling corpses should meet high hygiene standards, almost like a large hospital. Instead, it felt more like a crematorium at the root village. Indeed, the dissected bodies belonged to ninjas from other villages. At least they wouldn't let someone like me enter the experimental area for examining our own village's ninjas. Keed submitted his transfer documents and followed a staff member to meet the person in charge of this newly established department, while also observing the setup. The village hadn't even figured out how to systematically cultivate medical ninjas, let alone spare enough high-quality medical ninjas to participate in research on enemy corpses. It had been a while since any newcomers had arrived, especially not someone of Lord Ryoma's stature. With a soft sound, a middle-aged ninja, showing signs of aging, used a scalpel to open the chest of a Sunagakure ninja, watching as dark red blood dripped into a container. Listening to the dripping sound like some cold whisper, Keed slightly bowed his head. "You must be Lord Mornai-Zook. For now on, I am your subordinate. It seems our department lacks sufficient manpower. Counting you, we already have 5 people, which is quite enough. Any more would be a waste. They should either be sent to the battlefield or work in the hospital," Mornai replied. "Your workstation is in the special cell recording room. Your first task is to polish the head that was sent yesterday, especially the one from Sunagakure. They tend to cover their terrible hair with cloth," Mornai instructed. Keed's fingertips brushed over the cold metal nameplate on the mortuary table, where 3 corpses were neatly covered with white cloth. The toes of the last one poked out from the cloth seam, with sand unique to the land of wind still stuck in the nail crevices. "I understand, Lord Mornai. Since serving the village, I have often dealt with corpses." This was a familiar field for him, feeling like returning home. Gently lifting a piece of white cloth, the Sunagakure ninja's gray-blue expression was forever frozen in the moment of fear, with his right arm charred like coal from fire release burns. Perfect material for developing corpse techniques. Once in work mode, Keed displayed impressive skills. He could always deliver excellent results as long as it didn't consume chakra. There was enough material and ample space here, providing a platform for him to showcase his talents. Occasionally, Keed would issue commands to the moving zombies to perform different actions, which didn't surprise his colleagues much. Everyone knew Keed was practicing the soul technique again. There were hardly a few in the entire Kanahagakure who could perform such ninjutsu. However, it should be noted that those who worked in the corpse handling department were not exactly paragons of virtue. Which righteous person wouldn't shine on the battlefield instead of coming here to dissect enemy corpses? Occasionally, there were upper ninja materials, but he still hadn't seen any bloodline corpses. After finishing with one corpse, Keed reluctantly removed his mask. Mornai coldly remarked, "Our people on the battlefield will keep an eye on enemies with bloodline limits, and the enemies do the same. No village can tolerate the leakage of bloodline secrets. They would rather destroy the bodies on sight than let the other side obtain them. Have you ever seen an enemy with Sharingan or Byakugan appear on the battlefield?" Keed shrugged, thinking about how in the future, the young might battle against Konohan ninjas with Byakugan, but he kept this thought to himself. Mornai seemed to suddenly remember something and muttered, "I recall that last year on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, several Uchiha clansmen went missing after a brutal battle. At that time, Lord Orochimaru and the others were eager to turn the battlefield upside down. Perhaps the Rain Village obtained Sharingan. The 3 Sannin did end the war with the Rain Village, didn't they? They must have negotiated to get the eyes back after the war," Keed said. But he knew this was impossible. Well, they could also possibly be from Uchiha Madara. Last year, Jiraiya stayed in the Land of Rain to teach Nagato, meaning Nagato would have obtained the Rinnegan earlier. Without the Rinnegan, Madara would need some Sharingan as substitutes. War indeed. The truth that people believe in is vastly different from the evolution of reality. Whenever Keed thought of Uchiha Kagaya and the descendants of Otsutsuki on the moon secretly observing the changes in the ninja world, he couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of this world. However, these figures were too far removed from him. He was just a lowly genin, preoccupied with thoughts of changing his own body. As time passed, the few people in the corpse handling department seemed to be forgotten. Besides the occasional corpses of some value sent in, no one paid them any attention. Perhaps only when they periodically reported their research results, providing a bit of support for the current era's biotechnology could they prove their worth. Keed still hadn't seen any bloodline ninja corpses, even though he had been attentive to all the corpses sent here. So, there must be a higher, more secretive department studying the most precious bloodline corpses? He was not surprised by this. Ever since Senju Hashirama died, right under Orochimaru's nose, the stimulated Orochimaru had officially embarked on the path of seeking immortality. Considering the series of shady events that occurred during the brief peace period between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, Keed could basically confirm that at this time, Orochimaru and Danzo had already teamed up. After the Second War, the village officially launched experiments on the first Hokage's cells to enhance combat strength for the upcoming round of Ninja World Wars, conducting human experiments on Konoha ninjas and villagers, leading to significant casualties. Since they could directly conduct human experiments, it meant that the village had already mastered the preliminary research results for such experiments. The work they were doing with corpse processing, along with the various materials submitted, would ultimately become the bricks and tiles supporting large-scale human experiments in a few years. The first Hokage's cells, just thinking about this made a look of yearning appear on Keed's face. No one understood better than Keed how torturous it was to use a frail body, nor was anyone more eager to obtain a vigorous body. Ordinary Konoha natives had 130 trillion cells. How many cells would a ninja who had trained chakra and exercised their body have? How about the Senju and Uzumaki clans renowned for their bodies? And Senju Hashirama? Absolute quantity equates to absolute power. Without sufficient vitality, everything is in vain. Chapter 10, The First Barang Mission. Lord Sanhua. I have completed today's autopsy work, and the report has been classified and packaged. If there is nothing else, I will go find a place near the memorial stone to bury the body. Keed Kanji took an umbrella and stepped out. The late night sky drizzled with fine rain as Keed Kanji walked through the grove of memorial stones, stopping at an empty plot at the edge. He raised his chisel and engraved a strange name on the tombstone, casually adding a lie about killing a rock village ninja. The sound of the blades scraping against the stone was like nails dragging across a coffin lid. Today, he had personally stitched up this corpse, and the fatal injury on the skull clearly came from a kunai of Konoha. This was one of the routine tasks carried out by the corpse handling department. The intelligence interrogation department would issue orders, and subordinate departments like the corpse handling department, intelligence summarization department, and prison management department would act to bury the unrecognizable remains. For every name added to the casualty list, the compensation paid by the Fire Country daimyo would increase, and this extra funding would ultimately be used to advance human experimentation projects. Towards the end of the war, the economic pressure was immense. It was impossible to rely solely on Konoha's economy to sustain the war. Konoha was essentially a massive military district of the Fire Country. If a long war were to be fought, it required the support of many nobles and lords from the entire Fire Country, leading all towns to provide blood to Konoha. In such circumstances, extracting additional research funds from the Fire Country's finances was a challenging endeavor, especially for projects that didn't yield direct benefits from the war, requiring special means. This was the will of the village, and it had to be executed. The soil in the graveyard swelled from the rain, and after finishing his work, Keed Kanji dragged the body of a Cloud Village ninja into his personal office. In this small institution of only 5 people, having fewer staff had its advantages. Keed Kanji always had ample space to conduct his developments, and his colleagues wouldn't say much. After all, they all dealt with corpses and were engaged in many unsavory tasks that were contrary to the great will of the fire. There was a higher tolerance for the particular hobbies of certain colleagues. On October 25th, Keed Kanji practiced the soul extraction technique again, and temporarily found no contact with the priestess. Sanhua raised his head for a glance, silently noting it down, and continued to focus on the corpse in his hands. Although he disliked this work, as a ninja he had no right to choose. He only had the qualification to accept and execute missions. The azure chakra seeped from Keed Kanji's fingertips into the corpse's meridians, causing the dead person's eyeballs to bulge in the darkness, and the rotting throat emitted a hissing roar. This was the 37th comparative experiment of the month. A dead genin for more than 48 hours could only endure 15 minutes of intense physical activity before suffering a spinal fracture. While a rock village ninja dead for less than 48 hours could use most of the ninjutsu they mastered in life, although their finger bones would shatter during hand signs. What intrigued Keed Kanji the most was the corpse of 8 Jane Nin from the Sand Village, a zombie puppet master whose fingers could even produce chakra threads. Based on my accumulated experience in the corpse transport team and the corpse handling department, The 10 minutes before brain death is the optimal transformation window. Such a zombie almost perfectly replicated the strength of its living self and could, for a certain period, unleash even greater power than in life, but required an exorbitant extraction of chakra, meaning the body would deteriorate at an astonishing rate, essentially becoming unusable after a single battle. This wasn't considered wasteful. Before being rendered useless, it could execute a decay explosion, creating additional damage, thus maximizing utility. Kanji sketched a curve on the experimental log. As the lung lobes of the sand village zombie revealed a web-like pattern, he casually sliced open the zombie's throat, and at the moment black blood gushed out. The rotting vocal cords trembled and completely snapped, unable to produce any instinctive roar. This corpse had been 8 J-Nin level puppet master in life, and still retained 40% of its strength. The only regret Kanji felt was that the first J-Nin he controlled was a puppet master, and he didn't have enough puppets to supply this zombie. Perhaps he could use some cheap Jinin or Chunin zombies as puppets for this J-Nin zombie. Using zombies to fight as a form of ninjutsu, he developed. Kanji mused. The door burst open. A unique scent of blood interrupted his thoughts. 2 root ninjas crashed through the door into the corpse handling department. With a young ninja covered in purple-black hues convulsing on a stretcher, black blood oozing from all 7 orifices, pooling into a thick puddle on the metal surface. Kanji glanced over. He recognized this person. Flying bamboo dragonfly. He was beyond saving. Senwa simply checked him and shook his head. We have already ended the war with the rain village, so this must be the poison from the sand village, right? His organs have already been eroded. It's better to dispose of someone like this early. Why was he sent to me while still alive? One of the root ninjas tore off the bloodstained gloves and tossed them on the ground, eliminating any possibility of contamination. The medical ninjas at the hospital tried for 2 days but couldn't save him. To conserve medical resources, treatment has effectively been abandoned. Lady Tsunade is out on a mission with Lord Kato, and we can't analyze the poison. Lord Ogro Ryoma ordered us to bring him here. I can't save him either. I didn't ask you to save him. You need to dissect his body while he is still alive and observe the changes in his organs, writing a detailed analysis report on this poison. This report will ultimately be presented to Lady Tsunade as one of her references for cracking the sand village's poison. Another root ninja spoke coldly, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation behind a mask, filled with cold blood. This is a B-rank mission. If successful, your records will gain an entry. But if this mission leaks, you will become the task we need to complete. Senwa frowned but nodded. I am well aware of this. Those who enter the corpse handling department aren't fools, nor are there any foolish chatterboxes. Everyone present knows their fate. Moreover, dissecting and analyzing a living comrade is bound to cause an uproar if exposed, severely damaging the morale of the frontline ninjas. Senwa looked at the 2 root ninjas before him, then down at the young ninja who was struggling in pain, ultimately severing his dwindling empathy and ordered the diagnosis to begin. Chapter 11. Welcome to the real Konoha. No Kanji calmly began to assist Morinai Izumi, placing one hand on the forehead of the flying bamboo dragonfly, as a faint blue chakra started to emerge from his palm. It's you. The flying bamboo dragonfly muttered in a daze. Do you know him? Morinai Izumi asked seriously while putting on gloves. Yes, I know him. I partnered with him 2 months ago. Then you should know what to do. He might have heard part of the conversation just now. You must not hesitate when it's time to make a decision. This is a quality that a qualified ninja should possess. Morinai Izumi meticulously put on protective gear. The flying bamboo dragonfly wanted to struggle, but found he could do nothing, immediately showing a look of despair. It wasn't just the pain of facing death, but also a sense of destruction of his worldview. Is this Konoha village? Is this what Konoha ninjas are supposed to do? Is this the result of the life and death battles he fought on the battlefield? Yes, everything is real. Flying bamboo dragonfly. Welcome to the shadows beneath the lush trees, in a place where sunlight struggles to reach. This is the true Konoha village. Moreover, it is Konoha during a period of relatively gentle conduct. After all, it is the late stage of the Second Great Ninja War, and extreme incidents can still be understood amidst the hardships of war. After the Second War ended, during the peaceful period before the Third War broke out, many crazy operations conducted with a tacit approval or even personal nod from the Third Hokage would truly shatter one's worldview. It was only during the Naruto and Sasuke era that Konoha's atmosphere would show significant improvement as sunlight once again spread to every corner, reflecting the distorted will of fire into the hearts of everyone. No Kanji said, your fate has already been decided. This is an order from above. I do not have the right to resist now. If I do not do it, someone else will. If I do it, perhaps I can lessen your suffering. The dust of the times weighing down on people is like a mountain, and in the world of Hokage, it is presented in an even more brutal manner, just through the living material of the flying bamboo dragonfly. Understanding the toxins from Sunagakure to provide some reference for Tsunade has already been classified as a B-rank mission, serving as a puzzle piece for Tsunade's tasks. This means that Tsunade's act of developing an antidote for this toxin is at least an A-rank task, possibly even an S-rank task. An S-rank task typically involves facing multiple Jonin or even engaging in ultra-high difficulty missions against shadow-level strong opponents. Sunagakure, I've heard, is a village that excels in the use of poison, especially those puppet masters, Ki no Kanjia suddenly said. Morinai Izumi replied, you wouldn't want to engage with the ninjas from Sunagakure. The Land of Wind is the weakest among the 5 great nations in terms of overall national strength, and Sunagakure is one of the most financially strained villages. However, they're very good at using various troublesome poisons to compensate for their lack of manpower. Each new poison means that many ninjas will die without timely access to an antidote. Breaking the poison and developing an antidote requires time, and some Konoha ninjas risking their lives. How can one confirm a new highly toxic substance without sacrificing lives? Without sacrificing some Konoha ninjas to determine the basic characteristics of the toxin, how can we help those developing the antidote to reduce the development time? Is it really feasible to rely solely on a medical ninja of Tsunade's caliber to constantly be on the front lines, observing each poison used by Sunagakure up close? That is simply impossible. There's only one Tsunade in all of Konoha. For instance, right now, if the life of a mediocre ninja, like the flying bamboo dragonfly, can save Tsunade even a little time from the perspective of Konoha's upper echelons, it is absolutely worth it because Tsunade will be able to distribute the antidote to frontline ninjas faster, thereby saving more lives. Perhaps, a seemingly mundane action taken by the upper ninjas contains the desperate efforts made by low-ranking ninjas like Ki no Kanjia. The countless achievements developed by lower departments converge and stack up layer by layer, ultimately having the value to catch the attention of a big figure like Tsunade for a moment longer, leading to a trivial sentence in a decision that affects many. Then I'll begin. Ki no Kanjia directed his chakra into the dying brain of the flying bamboo dragonfly, watching as this former comrade, with whom he once fought side by side, gradually lost the light in his eyes and slowly closed them. Not long after, the corpse's eyelids twitched slightly, letting out a dying swan-like wail. A colleague was startled. Is this also one of the effects of the toxin? It actually has a stimulating effect on the human nervous system. I thought it was supposed to numb the nerves. Morinai Izumi's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Ki no Kanjia. At this moment, don't use your soul reanimation technique to modify the corpse. Even if you have the ability to improve and further develop this technique, this corpse is of great importance. Ki no Kanjia's face remained calm. It may be that some nerves have not yet been completely eroded by the toxin and are now reacting to the stimulus. I said I would lessen his pain. This is one of the few things I can do. Mercy is truly a luxurious word in our department. He diligently engaged in his work, consuming precious chakra, threading the needle as if genuinely preparing for the soul reanimation technique, an act to fool Morinai Izumi and the root ninjas, before he completely sliced open the chest cavity. Others began to act as well, with one person specifically responsible for recording and compiling a neat, readable, and understandable report. The shadowless lamp cast a cold light on the flying bamboo dragonfly's bluish-purple face, as Ki no Kanjia's rubber gloves glided over the purple-black hole in the corpse's neck, with viscous toxic blood dripping into a glass dish from the incision, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. This poison perfectly combined different chemical substances. It should have been developed by a ninja of the level of the 3rd Kazekage, Chiyo, or Kuratsuchi. Morinai Izumi used tweezers to pick up a piece of rotten liver, the tissue liquid corroding the metal tweezers to form imperceptible dents. This toxin primarily destroys glands, causing the salivary glands to swell while the tear glands dry up like a snake's skin left out in the sun for 3 days. Ki no Kanjia's scalpel pried opened the chest cavity, and clumps of cotton-like black substances surged from the lungs. This was not ordinary tissue necrosis. The toxin was transforming the organs into some kind of fibrous cocoon. He dipped the toxic blood onto a slide under the microscope. The cells looked like pupae strangled by spider silk, with chakra meridians displaying a strange hue. Mainly, it was a neurotoxin mixed with extremely fine mineral sand crystals. Ki no Kanjia cut off a piece of blackened heart tissue, and the nearby ninja quickly recorded the findings. Everyone present was experienced, and they soon completed all the recordings. The entire process was extraordinarily efficient. Before long, this analysis report was transmitted by the root ninjas to the corresponding department, and it would soon appear in Tsunade's hands. Chapter 12. The ninjas carrying out the mission. Yunyu Ryoma's fingertips stroked the toxin analysis report paper, and occasionally, parasitic insects crawled across his body, making faint rustling sounds. However, his thoughts were not on this report. Such reports were not only being prepared by the corpse disposal department, but also by the Konoha Hospital and the medical ninjas on the front lines, who were reporting fragmented analysis results. Yunyu Ryoma needed to ensure that the department he controlled could participate in the research and development process, so he wouldn't be completely in the dark about it. After all, when it came to developing antidotes, he was far inferior to Tsunade. Moreover, the death of a batch of ordinary ninjas could not cause Yunyu Ryoma to hesitate in the slightest. What piqued his interest instead was the content reported by Marino Ibiki, which was recorded in tiny letters on the scroll, detailing the suspected modified dead soul technique by Kamizuki, Kansas. Furthermore, there was rough progress. Compared to the ordinary dead soul technique, this version could control corpses for a longer time, sounding somewhat like a puppeteer, but without the need for chakra threads. Did Kamizuki can actually possess the talent to develop ninjutsu? This aligned with the questionable parts in the content narrated by Kazukage Taikuki. Yunyu Ryoma had this thought pop into his mind, but it was fleeting. He could not regret it. When he initially took the initiative to select personnel from that batch of war orphans, he had not considered Kamizuki, Kansas. He had been unimpressed then, and he was even less impressed now. The dead soul technique was not an exceedingly difficult ninjutsu, even if it could be further developed and perfected. It would not be enough for Kamizuki Kan to become a significantly powerful ninja. Such war orphans were already incredibly fortunate to live on as Konoha ninjas, and they must risk their lives to contribute to the village. Besides, the modified dead soul technique might not even have been developed by Kamizuki Kan. Perhaps he was just trying to learn and master it. Don't you think so, priestess? No, you should be called by your new name now. Yakushi Nanoyu. A swarm of parasitic insect crawled across Yunyu Ryoma's cheek. If Tsunade knew you were doing such things, she wouldn't agree. The will of fire and the ideology of the root are in conflict. Yakushi Nanoyu emerged from the shadows, pushing up her glasses, the lenses reflecting the light. Returning to such a place, I have no nostalgia at all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Yunyu Ryoma's swarm of insects lunged toward Yakushi Nanoyu's throat, but froze half an inch from her skin. Her fingertips pinched a tube of light red liquid, casually dropping a drop. This is the toxin I've meticulously prepared for you, which has a special affinity for the ganglia of parasitic insects. So it's still poison. I thought you would directly use the modified dead soul technique to respond, like making the corpses self-destruct. Yunyu Ryoma replied coldly. Teaching such evil ninjutsu to war orphans is not your style. The more special talents these war orphans have, the longer they may not necessarily live. Instead, they have to undertake more dangerous tasks and die faster. Yakushi Nanoyu pondered. She actually had some impression of Kamizuki Kan, who was in very poor health, emaciated, and had a deep-seated look of misery, rarely approaching others. After she took over the orphanage, Kamizuki Kan chose to leave within less than half a year, and they had little interaction afterward. Yet Yunyu Ryoma actually thought she had taught Kamizuki Kan the dead soul technique. Logically speaking, she indeed was the only one capable of doing so. Yakushi Nanoyu did not refute this and said, "It is my duty to protect every child who survived the war. Anyway, ordinary genin find it hard to survive on the battlefield. This war is more brutal and bloody than the first Shinobi World War over 20 years ago. No one dares to say they are sure to survive. However, this is not a reason for you to threaten me with the funds from the orphanage. So you are here to negotiate with me? No, I am here to warn you. To keep me away from those children you love? The priestess, who makes countries tremble in fear, is actually an emotional person. You will be disappointed. More children will soon step onto the battlefield." Yunyu Ryoma said indifferently. "With the unfavorable situation in the war with Tsunade, we need more ninjas to head to the front lines. Especially medical ninjas with some ability to counteract poisons. The wars involving Amigakure and Tsunade consume medical ninjas the most. Which also means that those children in the orphanage who have only half-baked medical ninjutsu will also have to go to the front lines. This is the will of the village. Everything is for victory," Yunyu Ryoma said. "I can ensure the safety of 2 or 3 younger children while ensuring that the orphanage's financial assistance arrives on time. What do you want me to do? Infiltrate Tsunade to obtain toxin intelligence. That's difficult. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law were killed by Hitaki Tsukumo, and she is now solely focused on seeking revenge on Konoha. She won't leave any loopholes for her trump card. No, she has a loophole. Chiyo still has a grandson. Yunyu Ryoma tossed a long-prepared mission statement to Yakushi Nanoyu. Kidnap, deceive, disguise, whatever means necessary, obtain as much intelligence as possible, and if possible, prioritize acquiring the defense maps and financial reserves of Sunagakure. As for how to be a spy, Yunyu Ryoma believed he did not need to instruct Yakushi Nanoyu on what to do. He only needed to set the desired results. And the process would be completed by Yakushi Nanoyu, the Red Sand Scorpion. Yakushi Nanoyu looked at the intelligence scroll in her hand, memorizing this name. Not long after, a mission order to head to the front lines appeared in Kamizuki-Kan's hands. Although Kamizuki-Kan had long been psychologically prepared, knowing he would inevitably return to the battlefield, he did not expect it to come so soon. The opponent was Sunagakure. It seems our efforts have borne fruit. Compared to others, we medical ninjas can endure longer after being poisoned. Marino Ibiki's expression quickly returned to calm as he ordered the temporary closure of the corpse disposal department. This was probably the follow-up content of a B-rank mission. Kamizuki-Kan said calmly, "Once the war is over, perhaps some of us will return alive and continue working in this department." Marino Ibiki said, "We depart in 3 hours. Everyone prepare." No one spoke. Everyone was silently organizing their gear. For someone like Kamizuki-Kan, who had no clan or descendants to care for, it was natural to spend all his money on various ninja tools for emergencies. Many Chunin and Jinin had died in the war, and aside from Marino Ibiki, who was a special Jounin and had a slightly higher survival rate, no one else dared to say they could return alive. Since we have come this far, it wouldn't hurt to make more preparations. Kamizuki-Kan headed straight to the memorial stone outside, where many nameless corpses had been buried by him. Now, it was time to dig them up. The new grave in the southeast corner slightly moved, and an Amigakure zombie crawled out of the coffin and staggered toward Kamizuki, Kansas. There were more movements from under more tombstones. Unfortunately, in these 2 months, I only obtained 2 Jounin zombies. That should be enough in an emergency, as I'm just a genin. There were also some Jounin corpses sent to the corpse disposal department, but Kamizuki could only get his hands on 2. At this time, Sunagakure was at its most frantic. As long as Konoha endured this period, it could use its strong village power to drag the impoverished Sunagakure to death. However, the enemy's crazy counterattack before their defeat required people like Kamizuki-Kan to step up and buy some time. Swish! Feng Jianzi opened the sealing scroll and began to seal one zombie after another into it. With each zombie sealed inside, a character for corpse appeared on the scroll. Of course, he wouldn't inscribe the sealing technique. He was using a ready-made ninja tool scroll, which only required sealing specific objects inside. In the early morning, a group of 5 gathered and set off westward, heading towards the Land of Wind. Chapter 13, I only need a little scratch on the way. Kid no Kanji occasionally summoned a zombie to carry him, saving his stamina. This method of travel had wasted several corpses. Summoning ninja tools from the scroll consumed very little chakra, not to mention that the summoned consumables were just worthless lower ninjas. Senai Aizu watched as Kid no Kanji resealed the discarded zombies and couldn't help but complain, "I never thought the soul reanimation technique could be used like this." You can actually make corpses move for a long time. Controlling a corpse's actions must consume a lot of chakra, right? Even if you use the stamina saved to create new chakra, can you really keep up with that level of consumption? Kid no Kanji carefully placed the sealing scroll at his waist and said calmly, "Lord Sunai, you should know that I've modified the soul reanimation technique. It's perfectly reasonable for the technique's effects to change a little. As for the specifics, I can't explain that to you." He was very cautious. If he accidentally left behind a discarded zombie with remnants of the Sunagakure or any other ninja village's insignia, it would be enough for the Konoha patrol team to produce 3 contradictory investigation reports. Senai Aizu was left speechless, and the expressions of the other colleagues were somewhat strange. This was indeed the first time they had seen Kid no Kanji use the soul reanimation technique up close. This was bound to happen sooner or later, especially since Takeya Kazumitsuri had seen how special Kid no Kanji's technique was over 2 months ago. Kid no Kanji himself was already aware that this battle was completely different from the previous 2 fights against the Rain Village and the battle with the Mist Village's AO. It was bound to be the most dangerous one yet. This time, it was truly a large-scale military operation, with a unified scale of action and execution of tactics raised by a level. The worst-case scenario was that he would die on the battlefield as an unnamed foot soldier. If he was really pushed to that point, he could only turn himself into a zombie. He just didn't know if he could succeed and how much self-awareness he would retain afterward. Kiid no Kanji quickly calculated the success rate in his mind, but the result was incalculable. The zombies he controlled had no self-awareness. Even if they could use their jutsu from when they were alive and exhibited instinctive reactions during combat, these were essentially realized through established links formed by countless neurons, lacking the self-awareness they had in life. Kiid no Kanji had also considered whether a carefully nurtured and maintained zombie could give birth to a brand new, naive consciousness within its body. Perhaps there was a possibility, but further development of the body reanimation technique would be necessary. If he was truly pushed to a dead end, he could only walk that path. If luck was on his side, maybe after several years or decades, he would regain self-awareness and truly awaken. He just didn't know if that self would still be himself. The 5-person group fell silent, each lost in their thoughts as they arrived at the frontline camp. Upon entering the camp, everyone's expressions grew serious. It was simply too tragic. There were signs of battle everywhere, and occasionally, ninjas returning from the front lines lay on stretchers, wounded but alive, emitting painful cries. I see some injured showing signs of poisoning. It seems the battle is not in our favor, Kiid no Kanji pondered. They were dressed in medical ninja attire, and as soon as they entered the camp, they attracted some attention. Some people's eyes lit up at first, but they quickly sighed and shook their heads. Ordinary toxins were easy to deal with. With a ninja's physical condition and chakra, they could hold on until they reached the site to prepare an antidote. However, the highly toxic substances developed by Chiyo left them helpless. The flying bamboo dragonfly was abandoned for this very reason. The only fortunate thing was that ninjas had a relatively high resistance to toxins, often able to endure for several hours or even days. Holding on meant there was hope. Everyone was waiting for Tsunade to return. As for what task Tsunade was executing, no one knew. Before Tsunade returned, it was necessary for Kiid no Kanji, a medical ninja proficient in human anatomy, to maintain the lives of the injured as much as possible. Gradually, other medical ninjas arrived, and Kiid no Kanji even saw some war orphans sweating as they used chakra to heal wounds. Even the children from the orphanage had been sent over. That pharmacist Nanoyu must have acted as well, but he didn't know where she was. Perhaps she had already infiltrated Sunagakure. Kiid no Kanji withdrew his gaze and focused on his work. Before long, Kiid no Kanji was dispatched to the frontline battlefield, moving alongside some ninjas. A military-style operation could not be compared to a small team infiltration. An ordinary ninja technique, if used by hundreds of people together, could change the terrain and increase uncertainty on the battlefield, making the war more complex and variable. A moment's inattention could lead to a gruesome death. Kiid no Kanji moved cautiously across the battlefield. It was good news that medical ninjas were not responsible for directly attacking. But the bad news was that the enemy specifically targeted medical ninjas. Kiid, watch your back, Sunai Isa called out. Without raising his head, Kiid no Kanji reached for the scroll at his waist, quickly pulling it open in less than a second. Bang! A character for corpse on the scroll activated. And with a puff of white smoke, a zombie appeared behind Kiid no Kanji to fend off the attack. PSH. A Sunagakure ninja strike pierced the zombie's chest, the kunai disappearing entirely inside. Oh, what kind of summoning technique is this? Whatever it is, it won't survive in front of me, especially since my kunai is coated in poison. Just a little scratch is enough to take you down. The cruel grin on the Sunagakure ninja's face was filled with delight. Although the person in front of him was strange, with a pale complexion and unusual flesh color, that didn't matter. He and his companions had often used poison to eliminate Konoha ninjas. Even just a small scratch was an unbearable pain for them. But his expression quickly froze as he saw his wrist being grabbed by the enemy. However, the Sunagakure ninja did not panic. His other hand immediately pulled out another kunai, launching a second attack, stabbing from below into the chin. It's over. Now it's your turn. The Sunagakure ninja killed the enemy and rushed towards Kiid no Kanji, wanting to deal with him before other Konoha ninjas could come to support. He really only needed a scratch. You're already dead. To deal with you, I only need a scratch. Kiid no Kanji formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, "Ha!" Chapter 14. The stir caused by Kiid's method, the rotting flesh of the zombie suddenly exploded. Splattering pus mixed with dark green substances that wrapped around the enemy's arm like a living creature. The Sunagakure ninja realized in horror that his skin was rotting at a visibly rapid pace. Poison does not affect the dead. Kiid's fingertips still retained the chakra used to detonate the zombie. The zombie, with its head pierced, showcased its last bit of value on the battlefield, transforming into a human bomb, exploding in close proximity to the attacker. The Sunagakure ninja wanted to retreat as soon as he heard the sizzling sound, but one of his hands was firmly grasped. With a sudden force, the outer layer of skin was torn open, yet he still couldn't escape. Helplessly watching the explosive firelight approaching, his body becoming akin to charred remains or a twig burned by flames. Marino Abiki's kunai delivered the final blow, killing this enemy. He stood beside Keed, wary of other enemies from different directions, glancing at the curled-up charred corpse of the Sunagakure ninja, then turned to look at the sealing scroll at Keed's waist. Did you inject poison into these corpses? I only store the extracted venom from the flying bamboo dragonfly in the corpse's gallbladders. I don't believe that every ordinary ninja from Sunagakure carries an antidote for this poison. If they can use this poison against us, then it's reasonable for me to extract some and use it against them, Keed said softly, summoning another zombie to shield himself. On this battlefield, besides launching attacks in specific directions according to the commands of the commanders and advisors, one must also deal with various chaotic situations. Perhaps one of the corpses on the ground was just pretending to be dead, waiting for someone to approach. Without strength and still hiding, it was simply asking for death. Keed could only summon new zombies to prioritize his own safety. If the enemy saw two figures, they would naturally disperse their attack intensity, thus indirectly increasing Keed's safety coefficient. Genin are the group least qualified to ensure their own survival, but if they have a unique skill, unless they are exceptionally unlucky, they can generally hold on a bit longer. Bang! As the third round of Sunagakure's poison smoke bombs exploded in the air above the battlefield, the personal tactics Keed employed were continuously overturning many Konoha ninjas' perceptions. New zombies appeared, forming a humanoid mobile barrier, with pus and toxic mist circulating among the corpses, resembling a walking biochemical fortress. Anyone who approached would face misfortune, with the best outcome being a self-explosion that scared them away. The appearance of a frightened reaction, followed by forced evasive actions, meant revealing vulnerabilities, which other approaching Konoha ninjas would seize to launch a strong attack, often resulting in unexpected gains and harvesting heads. During the war, lasting less than an hour, every time this similar situation occurred around Keed, the Konoha ninjas naturally began to notice this. On a battlefield filled with dilemmas, it seemed that getting close to this medical team always yielded unexpected surprises. With a loud bang, a zombie kicked an enemy away with such force that the leg used for the kick burst apart. Just as kick had already caved in the enemy's chest, and the blood spewing from their mouth was mixed with pieces of internal organs, with their expression forever frozen in a moment of terror. This zombie was basically done for. I didn't stick an explosive tag on it, what a pity. Keed kept one hand in a hand sign position, ready to summon new zombies at any moment, occasionally changing seals to detonate zombies. He said with some regret, "This is still because I haven't fully unleashed the zombies' power." The truly astonishing aspect of zombies lies in their troublesome infectiousness. If Keed were to unleash his full power without regard for any consequences, each detonation of a zombie would spray blood and flesh, triggering a small-scale zombie crisis, allowing the infected enemies to return to camp and become zombies, continuing to infect healthy enemies. It would expand like a snowball, creating unimaginable destruction before the higher-ups of the enemy could react and establish a quarantine system. However, Keed wouldn't do that. He was just a genin, and due to physical reasons, his upper limit was locked, until he obtained a body he was satisfied with. Keed wouldn't unleash his full firepower. The true terror of the corpse escape technique should not be openly displayed under the sun. The Second Great Ninja War was the stage for Konoha's White Fang, the Three Ninjas, and Minato Namikaze, certainly not for him Keed. His true moment to shine would not be now. If all went well, it should be in a few years during the Third Great Ninja War. Keed needed to ensure he could survive well until the end of the war and showcase his talents in specific fields. You call this technique the soul of the dead? It can be used like this? The accompanying medical ninja was increasingly astonished as they learned more. A medical ninja, following other Konoha ninjas, was positioned towards the back. After using healing palm technique to heal a wounded comrade who had retreated rapidly, he turned to see them charging again, only to spot Keed with one hand forming seals and the other pointing. A CH-9 zombie was sprinting at high speed, its legs showing signs of shattering. Upon approaching the enemy, it exchanged injuries, frantically stabbing with a kunai, and after exhausting its combat power, it decisively self-exploded. This method resembled a suicide technique of shadow clones. But a sane ninja would never be extravagant enough to casually send shadow clones to self-explode. This painful way of dying would completely feed back to the original body, placing a heavy burden on the brain, and their chakra was not abundant enough to dare to play this way. As people spread rumors that this was the soul of the dead technique, all medical ninjas who knew of this technique were stunned. Those ninjas who understood how this technique was supposed to work from the medical ninjas were also dumbfounded. Marino Ibiki, taking advantage of the gap created by a subordinate being killed, used his chakra surgical knife to slice through the throat of a stealthily attacking Sunagakure ninja, retreating behind other companions to catch his breath. This kid has played with corpses to this extent. It's simply unheard of. The ninja who created the soul of the dead technique probably never imagined it could be used this way. The medical ninjas were the most deeply impacted. They discovered that this technique seemed not as useless as they had thought and could introduce unpredictability for medical ninjas, meaning a higher survival rate. Ninja battles were inherently intelligence wars. Any practical and unexpected technique was useful. Well, it seems that when Naruto used the harem technique on Kagaya Otsutsuki, he thought the same way. But in the end, everyone just thought about it in their heads. The soul of the dead technique was not a proper ninja technique. Just the act of manipulating corpses made many people hesitate and deemed it unsuitable to be widely disseminated among too many Konoha ninjas. Chapter 15. Kakashi Hatake does not agree with the philosophy of the third Hokage. Feng Jian's chakra is depleting rapidly. Since the battle began on the battlefield, he has already consumed 6 zombies, and his chakra has dropped to more than half. If this continues, it will be dangerous. Feng Jian has noticed that more and more enemies are paying attention to him, either intentionally or unintentionally, looking for opportunities to break through the defenses of the Leaf Village ninjas and directly attack him. Medical ninjas are already a primary target for the Sunagakure ninjas, especially someone like Feng Jian, who possesses unique medical techniques, making him an even higher priority for elimination. When Sunagakure deployed a special unit to detonate the 4th wave of toxic smoke on the battlefield, Feng Jian finally decided it was time to retreat. In a battlefield with tens of thousands of combatants on both sides, it is impossible to determine a winner in just one battle. Many battles are required. Considering the duration of the conflict, the chakra levels of the participating ninjas, and the intensity of the war, Feng Jian felt that one side would soon have to temporarily withdraw. He deduced that the Leaf Village would not retreat voluntarily, despite many ninjas being poisoned and struggling. Suffering heavy losses, they would never take a step back. In the war against Sunagakure, Sunagakure is the invader. These sand-eating guys covet the fertile land of the Land of Fire and have the strongest motivation to fight against the Leaf Village. Originally, the Land of Rain was situated between the 3 countries of Fire, Earth, and Wind, serving as the default battlefield for the Leaf, Rock, and Sand villages. Deploying troops to the Land of Rain to fight a chaotic battle, even if it meant devastating the economy and environment of the Land of Rain, would be more cost-effective than fighting within the borders of the 3 countries. Not to mention, the Second Great Ninja War was instigated by Hanzo, the salamander of the Rain Village. However, since last year, after Hanzo defeated the legendary 3 ninjas and announced his withdrawal from the war, the 3 sides have reluctantly accepted the situation, fearing to push Hanzo too far, as he is known as a demigod and one of the top ninjas in the ninja world. Unable to wage large-scale war in the Land of Rain, they had no choice but to engage in close combat, and Sunagakure deployed troops to the border of the Land of Fire to engage in combat with the forces led by Kakashi Hatake. Is it true that 47 ninjas died from poisoning in one day? In the rear camp, Kakashi Hatake sat solemnly, wanting to take action but knowing it was not the right time. He had to wait for the commander of Sunagakure's army to take the lead. Kakashi Hatake was undoubtedly a crucial force for the Leaf Village during the Second Great Ninja War, achieving countless military exploits. And the name Konoha White Fang resonated throughout the ninja world. Most importantly, Kakashi's main achievements were against Sunagakure. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, 2 top puppet masters in their prime, were supposed to become star ninjas of Sunagakure, and perhaps in a few years, one of them would become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. Facing such top puppet masters, Kakashi personally took action with his short blade, launching a surprise attack on the battlefield, killing both of them in just one battle. This astonishing achievement shocked all nations, severely undermining the morale and living force of Sunagakure, and even directly altered the progress of the war between the Leaf Village and Sunagakure. This was also another significant achievement for the Leaf Village after the legendary 3 ninjas ended the war with the Rain Village. However, Kakashi Hatake was not happy. He sat in the camp, feeling the booming sounds of ninjutsu from the front lines and listening to the screams from the wounded camp in the rear, his heart aching. He did not agree with the notion of prioritizing missions above all else and preferred to exert himself to help more comrades as much as possible. He was the strongest on the Leaf side, with a high efficiency in killing, so logically he could kill a large number of Sunagakure ninjas in a short time, indirectly helping more comrades. However, as the highest commander, he could not do that. He had to execute the third Hokage's cautious and conservative grand strategy, watching many comrades die while waiting for Chiyo to take action. It was already the fourth round of toxic smoke, but they had prepared enough gas masks and organized wind-style ninjas to perform great breakthrough, which could minimize the harm from the toxic smoke in the shortest time possible. The medical team had also delivered a new batch of antidotes to the frontline ninjas, which could have some effect. Kakashi listened to various reports, handling a large amount of information in his hands. He couldn't even create a few shadow clones to help share the workload, all to conserve chakra and ensure he was in peak condition, ready to strike at any moment. But Chiyo still showed no signs of action. That woman, Chiyo, was going crazy. She couldn't hold out much longer. Kakashi said he did not fully agree with the third Hokage's orders, as they were too conservative in their approach. According to the third Hokage's thinking, even if the casualty rate with the enemy was 1, or even 1, the Leaf Village would still win. This was because the Leaf Village had the largest number of ninjas, the most top-tier bloodline and secret technique families, and the richest finances in the Land of Fire, making it unnecessary to take risks. Additionally, the Leaf Village had no interest in the wasteland of other countries, did not need to expand its territory, and especially against Sunagakure. Expansion was the most meaningless endeavor. What use would it be to seize a bunch of sand that could not produce grain or herbs? Would it have to train a group of magnet-release ninjas to spend all day in the desert panning for gold? All that was needed was to outlast the enemy. With the foundation of the Leaf Village, their recovery ability was the fastest, and not losing was equivalent to winning. Even if they suffered some losses, it would still result in a great victory, so there was even less reason to take risks. To the east, the Kumogakure and Kirigakure had not yet deployed large armies to participate in the Second Great Ninja War. To the west, the war with the Rain Village ended last year, leaving only Sunagakure and Iwagakure. And Sunagakure was also engaged in battle with Iwagakure, with the third Kazekage even leading a legion into the territory of the Land of Earth. They just needed to continue dragging things out. They could achieve victory without taking any risks. The third Hokage loved this kind of war, preferring to give up some small losses proactively while finding ways to drag the enemy into this rhythm of war. Kakashi Hatake knew, even with his eyes closed, how the third Hokage would seek benefits from other countries after the victory of the war. Demanding reparations was one aspect, but more importantly, demanding more task quotas. That is, the villages that did not win on the battlefield would have to sign a contract with the Leaf Village, ceding a percentage of their domestic task numbers to the Leaf Village to complete. Ninja villages in peacetime primarily earn money by completing tasks issued by employers to secure funding and train new ninjas. A large volume of tasks allows ninjas within the village to gain more training opportunities, grow their strength faster. The village becomes wealthier, and with wealth, they have the capability to develop new ninjutsu, quickly popularize compulsory education, and mass-produce more ninjas, ultimately solidifying the situation with greater military strength, forming an unbreakable virtuous cycle. Once the Leaf Village wins the Second Great Ninja War, their prestige will soar, and wealthy individuals from all over the world will be more willing to issue tasks to the Leaf Village, which means a sharp decrease in the number of tasks other ninja villages can receive. On this basis, each ninja village would also have to sign a humiliating contract, ceding a portion of the already scarce task numbers to the Leaf Village. It can only be said that the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War is inevitable. During the Third Great Ninja War, the Leaf Village fought against all four major ninja villages, and even at the time of least pressure, it was still 1 against 2, and there are reasons for that. No major ninja village could tolerate such a situation to continue permanently. Once they recover some strength, they would definitely launch another war against the Leaf Village to seize more task quotas and resolve the grudges accumulated during the Second Great Ninja War. Kakashi Hatake suppressed his inner frustration, processing the various intelligence reports coming from the front. Chapter 16. More skills for lasting intelligence advantage. Inuzuka, Sum from the Inuzuka clan, along with her companion Kuro, has killed 2 elite ninjas. That's impressive. This should be the first time since the founding of the village that someone from this family chose a mature dog who lost its partner over raising a puppy together. Hitaki Sakomo nodded to himself. Konoha village has such rich traditions and abundant human resources. There will always be seemingly ordinary ninjas who unexpectedly pull off a remarkable skill, causing unexpected losses to the enemy. The third Hokage loves these young people. Unexpected young talents create unexpected losses for the enemy, which means Konoha is exhausting more of the enemy's resources with the same resources. Doesn't that mean Konoha has won a small victory again? Won a few more times, and the overall advantage accumulate bit by bit? Anyway, Konoha's foundation is the most solid. They're the most fond of and least afraid of hard attrition. The battles between ninjas are first and foremost battles of intelligence. Using new methods to deal with the enemy already gives one side an intelligence advantage. Hitaki Sakomo felt very gratified as he looked at this younger generation, and then he saw a piece of intelligence. The Dead Soul technique? There are actually people who delve deeply into this ninjutsu and have achieved stunning results. Kamizuki Tsubaki, a low-ranking ninja from the medical team, has directly killed 3 enemies and indirectly helped comrades kill 5 enemies. Sakomo doesn't think this intelligence is exaggerated because the observers responsible for recording frontline battles must not make mistakes in counting achievements. In building the merit system, no village dares to be careless. It must be rigorous and meticulous. Although the medical unit was only recently established, talents that catch the eye have already emerged. For a low-ranking or even mid-ranking ninja, having a remarkable skill like Kamizuki Tsubaki is already noteworthy. Among Tsunade's subordinates, there will surely be more talented individuals who stand out. Hopefully, someone will become the next Namikaze Minato. Sakomo couldn't help but sigh, but he also knew that this was just a meaningless wish. If one were to make a comparison, all the young people displaying remarkable skills now, combined, wouldn't be able to match the already 13-year-old Namikaze Minato. The reason is simple. Minato has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique left by the second Hokage, becoming the second person in Konoha's history to proficiently use space-time ninjutsu. It is said that shortly after entering the battlefield against IWA Shinobi, Minato made a huge name for himself at the age of 13, killing several elite ninjas and bringing back valuable intelligence, providing great strategic and tactical assistance to Konoha. This is astonishing. Even Hitaki Sakomo is shocked by Minato's displayed talent and wisdom. Visible talent, boundless potential, and the key is that he is difficult to kill. Even if he faces defeat, Minato can instantly escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. At just 13, what will he become in another 2 years? In front of Minato, no matter how one boasts of being a genius, they would feel ashamed. Lord Sakomo, their movement from the enemy's command center. Chiyo is leading the puppet army onto the battlefield. A ninja came in to report. Finally, it has come. If this continues, Sunagakure won't be able to withstand it. They couldn't hold back any longer. Hitaki Sakomo suddenly stood up, leading his personal guard straight into the battlefield. The top fighters from both sides have already made their entrance. Chiyo is in the most tormenting position. If she had any choice, she wouldn't do it this way. Konoha is truly a place full of talent. Senju Hashirama and Uchihamadara left too much wealth for this village. I can't keep up. I simply can't keep up. Even if Chiyo cultivates poison, it only creates greater losses for Konoha, but we still can't keep up. In a major battle, Sunagakure has no assurance of victory, so they can only periodically launch large-scale operations to see if there are any opportunities. Hitaki Sakomo is just too outstanding, and the lethality against puppet masters is simply too great, forcing Chiyo's puppet army into a corner with no way out. Stop lamenting. You're just boosting the enemy's morale. No matter how strong Konoha is, they're still our mortal enemies. Chiyo shouted angrily, leading a group of puppet masters quickly onto the battlefield, rapidly harvesting the lives of Konoha ninjas. This is also a tactic, suddenly appearing, killing a batch of Konoha's living forces, and then quickly retreating, continuously weakening Konoha. But unfortunately, the opponent is Konoha's White Fang, so this tactic cannot work multiple times. Moreover, Konoha's White Fang can use the same method against Sunagakure ninjas. No matter how they fight, Konoha only needs to respond in the same way. Even if the casualties are higher and resource losses are greater, in a protracted battle, Sunagakure will always be the side that cannot keep up, which leaves Chiyo with a belly full of anger. What does it matter how many geniuses Konoha has? Whether it's the White Fang, the legendary 3 ninjas, or Kato Dan, or even that Namikaze Minato, killing one means one less. If my son and daughter-in-law were still alive, Sunagakure would have its own geniuses. When my grandson grows up, he will only be stronger than these people. Taking advantage of the brief moment before Hitaki Tsukumo arrived, Chiyo immediately opened the summoning scroll and summoned several puppets to charge at the Konoha ninjas. The third Kazekage took the one-tail Jinchuriki to fight against IWA Shinobi, and she could only deal with Konoha's attacks alongside her brother, Eyes. Thanks to the special toxin she cultivated, Sunagakure gained a considerable advantage. Otherwise, the situation would only be more difficult, and the losses would be greater. At this moment, Kamizuki Tsubaki was mixed in with the crowd, feeling a severe headache. There were too many people, and he couldn't casually use the fallen Konoha ninjas to fight, which further limited his performance. His chakra was also running low. Tsubaki felt that he was still best suited for squad-style combat, where he didn't have to worry about teammates. This would allow him to better showcase his strength. More importantly, he felt it necessary to develop a new corpse technique. He must continuously enrich his arsenal of methods. Always using the same set of tactics leaves a traceable pattern. As the number of battles increases, the more intelligence leaks out, and the more the enemy can devise targeted tactics, putting Tsubaki in a more dangerous situation. Only by continuously improving and updating his ninjutsu library, ensuring that the new intelligence the enemy acquires is always lagging behind, will Tsubaki feel at ease. As for self-preservation, without consuming too much chakra, it would be the special substitution technique he has been conceptualizing in his mind. The simulated training process in his mind has no issues. The next step is to practice it in reality. Tsubaki's thoughts were interrupted when he heard a series of gasps and screams ahead, followed by chaos, with limbs and severed arms flying everywhere. He looked up and saw a puppet dressed in white charging toward him, swinging a large axe down upon him. Chapter 17. You want puppets? Not human. Chiyo looked at these young Konoha ninjas, growing angrier the more she observed them, wishing she could kill them all. But that was unrealistic. Instead, she decided to target the young ones with special skills. Just like Konoha, Sunagakure also had its battlefield observers, who recorded achievements while also documenting intelligence on noteworthy enemies in detail. Chiyo was already aware of some of the more outstanding individuals from Konoha. If she couldn't kill Minato Namikaze, could she not take down other lesser characters? Chiyo began with a powerful technique. White secret technique. Chikamatsu 10 puppets. 10 white-robed puppets launched attacks in all directions, and countless Konoha ninjas fell like wheat being cut down. Other puppet masters quickly followed suit, controlling their own puppets to join the battle. If Sasori were here to see this scene, he might feel a sense of comfort, but it was too dangerous. She couldn't let the white fang appear in his line of sight before killing him. Chiyo's anger found some relief as she recalled her genius grandson, who was already 6 years old. 6 was still a bit early to be exposed to war, but it was coming soon. The Senju rope tree of Konoha died at just 12, and 13-year-old Minato was already capable of killing several Iwagakure Jonin. But Chiyo feared that her grandson might also die at the hands of the White Fang, so she preferred a more cautious approach, attempting to take out the more remarkable new generation from Konoha first. Thus, and Kanji found himself in trouble. He watched helplessly as a white puppet charged toward him, followed by several puppets controlled by puppet masters, instantly killing the ninja in front of him and tearing open a gap. Medical ninjas, retreat. Leave it to us. Damn it. Why is the enemy leader here? This is the white secret technique, the pinnacle of Sunagakure's puppet arts. Everyone, attack together, don't get separated. Immediately, 7 or 8 Konoha ninjas rushed in from all sides. But the 2 in the front were instantly turned into sieves by a barrage of ninja tools thrown by a Chikamatsu puppet. The next ninja was scratched and poisoned, and death was only a matter of time. The 3 Konoha ninjas charging forward only saw a white shadow flash by before being cut in half. And all of this was merely the result of a single puppet controlled remotely by Chiyo with just a finger, while the other 9 puppets attacked in different directions, displaying equally astonishing killing efficiency. Swish, swish, swish. An unending stream of ninja tools was launched from each of the 10 puppets, all coated with deadly poison, catching many Konoha ninjas off guard. Without the special antidote, they fell one after another. I'm just a genin, and I've caught Chiyo's attention. One honor. And Kanji took a deep breath. One misstep could lead to death here. He immediately threw out a scroll, and with a puff of white mist, 2 figures appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Clang! A metallic sound rang out as a rain ninja zombie blocked the puppet in front of him with a scythe. But that wasn't the end. As and Kanji brought his index and middle fingers together and made a slight gesture, the puppet master zombie suddenly spread its arms, extending 10 chakra threads that connected to the rain ninja zombie. In the next second, The rain ninja zombie and the white puppet moved rapidly in the air, exchanging dozens of blows at lightning speed, so fast that even a middle ninja with decent taijutsu could barely keep up, only seeing a series of afterimages and hearing the unique, piercing sound of metal colliding. In this way, my life was somewhat secured. F in kanji quickly retreated, maintaining the hand signs as if he were truly controlling the zombies. In reality, this was a disguise, unless he forced the zombies to perform specific high-difficulty actions, such as using ninjutsu they hadn't mastered in life, relying entirely on F in kanji's strong control to complete the technique. The consumption would be enormous. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to worry about the zombies' actions. They would instinctively attack the enemies in front of them. As F in kanji's chakra began to run low, and he needed to find an opportunity to generate more chakra, he could only give his zombies commands on which ninjutsu to use and who to prioritize attacking. The advantage of zombies was that they had autonomous action capabilities. They were not truly dead puppets and could use the ninjutsu they had learned in life. F in kanji sighed in relief for having saved his life. But those around him were astonished, hardly believing their eyes. The two figures summoned by the medical ninja could actually contend with a Chikamatsu 10 puppet. So many comrades had died in an instant, yet he could resist a puppet. The soul reanimation technique. Is this really the soul reanimation technique? This technique has such immense potential and can utilize corpses like this, controlling one corpse to make it use chakra threads to control another corpse. But where did these two corpses come from? As long as they weren't from fallen comrades, it wouldn't matter. Being able to block one of Chiyo's puppets was the best outcome. It meant many people would survive. Chiyo also noticed this side and showed a shocked expression. Several Sunagakure puppet masters were also controlling their puppets to try to destroy the two zombies. But the surrounding Konoha ninjas couldn't stand by idly and continued to rush in for a melee, plunging this part of the battlefield into a stalemate. More and more Konoha ninjas reacted, with the higher-ranked ninjas leading the charge against the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. But compared to the changes happening on F in Kanji's side, it lacked some visual impact. All of this happened within a few seconds. That kid over there seems to be using our village's corpses against us. How wicked. Chiyo's face showed anger. She hated everything outstanding related to Konoha, and the more she hated, the more she wanted to seize every opportunity to destroy it. However, this method of controlling corpses seemed to allow the corpses to exert some of their pre-death strength, resembling an absolute forbidden technique of the Sunagakure puppet masters. Human puppets. Chiyo certainly didn't believe that a kid of F in Kanji's age could possess outstanding puppet skills. Konoha didn't have ninjas skilled in puppet techniques. This person must be captured, preferably alive, so I can interrogate him about his technique. Chiyo's eyes sparkled with malice as the other Chikamatsu 10 puppets began to move, dazzling the onlookers. While other puppet masters' puppets launched a barrage of ninja tools, disrupting the actions of the Konoha ninjas. Earth style, earth flow wall. Wind style, great breakthrough. These ninja tools are poisoned. Counter with ninjutsu, don't get hurt. Another wave of chaos ensued. Excellent puppet masters usually prepare a dedicated puppet for launching ninja tools, with an astonishing firing frequency, making them extremely troublesome. Feng Jianzi swallowed a military supply pill, stimulating his body and allowing the stinging sensation to explode in his veins. Recovering some chakra, he glanced casually at the numerous corpses lying on the ground, their eyes filled with a mix of despair and fear, which at this moment overlapped with the murky pupils of the zombies. Perhaps in this vast graveyard of war, the boundary between the living and the dead was inherently blurred. Given a choice, he certainly did not want to become a corpse. Die, little ghost. Everyone from Konoha should die. The Chikamatsu puppet pierced a zombie's chest with a sharp sword, then used the momentum to thrust again at another zombie, ultimately managing to string the two zombies together. Of course, this could not kill the zombies. The implanted toxin was a laughable thing, at most damaging certain neural structures. Unless the brain was directly destroyed, it was impossible to make the already dead zombies die again. However, the two zombies could no longer withstand it, as the high-intensity chakra consumption and the excessive deterioration of their decayed bodies led to them being torn to pieces amidst the assault of the puppets. The smell of rotten flesh filled the air, but it was enough to buy 2 seconds of escape time. While continuously retreating, Feng Jianzi summoned another zombie, which self-destructed the moment the Chikamatsu puppet drew near. This series of actions was completed in an extremely short time, catching Chiyo off guard. The delayed moment was enough for Feng Jianzi to wait for a turning point. Whoosh! A flash of blade light cut the approaching Chikamatsu puppet in half. You've worked hard. The figure of Hitaki Sakomo stood in front of Feng Jianzi, his voice carrying a rare gentleness. That old hag always likes to use these crude and unrefined tactics. You did very well and changed my view on the soul transfer technique. The next part is up to me. Chapter 18. Wanted Kamizuki Sui must obtain his jutsu. Konoha's White Fang is undoubtedly a very reliable leader, and most importantly, he values his companions, which is good news for Kamizuki Sui. If it were Orochimaru or some other guy, they might take advantage of their companion's danger and directly attack the enemy without hesitation. Kamizuki Sui awkwardly retreated to the camp, despite appearing to have a good performance. The whole process lasted only a few dozen seconds. Don't expect two zombies with less than half their original strength to really have the combat power to turn the tide of battle. Just being able to withstand one of Chiyo's 10 puppets was already an extraordinary performance. But others didn't see it that way. Just looking at the Konoha ninjas lying around Kamizuki Sui, it was only he who, in such a critical moment, used a surprising jutsu to prevent more companions from dying. Medical ninjas always receive respect and attention. And if this medical ninja has a unique ninjutsu and has also achieved war merits, he will be even more sought after. By the campfire in the southeast corner of Konoha's camp, Kamizuki Sui looked exhausted. He just wanted to grab some charcoal to make the flames burn a bit brighter, but soon realized it was unnecessary as other ninjas had already done what he wanted to do. Details reveal status. Thank you. So Lord Sakomo defeated the enemy leader in battle and even severed one of her arms? That's right. Lord Sakomo's moves look ordinary, but every strike can shatter all obstacles in front of him, whether they are puppets or people. The enemy leader covering her severed arm and fleeing was truly a sight to behold. Too bad you didn't see it. Others chattered away, surrounding Kamizuki Sui, their faces showing admiration, with occasional glances towards him that also held a hint of fear. It wasn't fear of Kamizuki Sui's strength. He hadn't reached the level of using absolute power to intimidate everyone. It was purely a natural panic when facing a medical ninja who manipulates corpses. Kamizuki Sui's abilities displayed during the day were too outrageous, breaking everyone's understanding. It was as if he used the dead as puppets and could even use the ninjutsu of those corpses in life. This was in any sense forbidden jutsu. Inuzuka Zaku scratched his cheek and mumbled, "Right, Karamaru? You surely can't forget that smell from back then. This guy keeps claiming it's a type of medical ninjutsu, which makes it even scarier. I need to reassess the medical ninjas in white clothes." Beside him, Karamaru barked loudly. Terrifying, but effective. Marino Ibiki walked over. Bandaged. Because of this jutsu, we killed a few more enemies and saved some companions under the enemy leader's surprise attack. This balance of gains and losses is significant. He intended to give Kamizuki Sui a full-body checkup, but was refused. "Lord Marino, you may have forgotten, I'm also a medical ninja," Kamizuki Sui said. A hint of regret flashed in Marino Ibiki's eyes. He actually wanted to take the opportunity to touch the scroll at Kamizuki Sui's waist, as all the corpses of the soul reanimation technique, whether usable or not, had ultimately been collected into the scroll by Kamizuki Sui. Very cautious, Marino Ibiki commented. He should have focused on this unusual soul reanimation technique sooner. Perhaps Yamanaka Ryuma would be interested. No, not just Yamanaka Ryuma. The legendary Shimura Danzo might also be interested. I've heard that Lord Danzo gathers all the dark forces, and if he could present this new soul reanimation technique, maybe he could get summoned by Lord Danzo. Marino Ibiki felt even more regretful, but the opportunity was lost. A cautious guy like Kamizuki Sui would unlikely give him a chance to pry deeper. Kamizuki Sui sat among the crowd, conversing like a normal person, not displaying the cold aura that many Konoha ninjas speculated would keep others at bay. This behavior of mingling with the crowd was extremely rare for Kamizuki Sui. In the past, if he had done this, he would have caught a bunch of germs from so many people and collapsed. From now on, I could be considered somewhat famous. Although I'm still far from the level where people would call me a genius, I have at least shown my specific talents, which will facilitate future actions. Being able to reach this level on the battlefield against Suna is truly wonderful. For Kamizuki Sui, no opponent was more suitable than Sunagakure. This involved his plan to change bodies, and he had envisioned many theoretically feasible schemes, but to achieve the perfect body, it undoubtedly needed to start with Sunagakure. This was the important second step. The first step, of course, was to reveal his corpse manipulation ability in the right circumstances and gain fame. At least not to be labeled as a dark practitioner, to avoid being targeted or forcibly recruited by some ill-intentioned individuals. Kamizuki Sui did not want to plant any curses on his own tongue. At this time, Sunagakure should have started the research on the forbidden technique of human puppetry, which would have to be halted a few years later, but still provided crucial assistance to the human puppet master, Sasori of the Red Sand. The trigger for the Second Great Ninja War was Hanzo of the Salamander from Amage Cure declaring war on the three great nations. The trigger for the Third Great Ninja War, of course, was Sasori assassinating the third Kazekage. Having lost his parents at a young age, Sasori deeply felt the fragility and transience of the flesh, and, disregarding everything, embarked on the path of human puppetry, even betraying his village. My soul reanimation should have caught the attention of the higher-ups in Sunagakure by now. This is dangerous. But it is indeed my opportunity. The flames flickered in Kamizuki Sue's eyes. An Umbu ninja appeared in front of Kamizuki Sue, Jinin Kamizuki Sue. According to Lord Tsukumo's orders, due to your outstanding performance on the battlefield, you are promoted to Chunin without following the usual protocol. Please proceed to the main camp immediately. Chiyo looked down at her severed arm, silent. Sister, it's just an arm. With the village's technology, we can completely install a prosthetic that is more functional than your original arm, Ebz said to comfort her. Chiyo frowned, forcefully throwing a handkerchief into the medicinal liquid in front of her, the bloodstains slowly spreading in the porcelain basin. I'm not concerned about my arm. I led the development of human puppetry. Of course, I know I can create a puppet arm for myself. I've even designed what kind of mechanisms to install in the new arm and what type of ninjutsu to match it. Chiyo suddenly waved her sleeve, overturning the medicinal liquid in front of her. I only regret not taking the opportunity to poison Tsukumo. If I had injected poison into my blood in advance, just a few drops on that guy would have changed everything, and I would have had the chance for revenge. She was frustrated, hating herself for not being ruthless enough. She clearly had the opportunity. Failure could also be a form of victory, yet she didn't seize it. Ebz remained silent, unsure how to deal with his increasingly grim sister, and instead took out a report. Here, look at something you might be interested in. Kamizuki Sue, 16 years old. A war orphan, Jinin, medical ninja. On the paper Ebz unfolded, there were many question marks. No bloodline limit, no famous masters, but he can fully utilize corpses. And there have even been instances of using corpses as explosive devices. It is said this technique is called the soul reanimation technique. Soul réanimation technique? Where is there such a technique as the dead soul technique? He is still a Jinin. Perhaps he spent many years perfecting the dead soul technique? Chiyo suddenly fell silent, furrowing her brows in deep thought. She certainly knew what the true dead soul technique was like, but how could this be possible? How did that Kankuro manage to do it? There was no sign of using chakra strings to control those corpses from a distance. Jinjutsu? No, that couldn't be right. How could you use Jinjutsu on the dead and make the corpses move? Such an outrageous Jinjutsu couldn't possibly exist. Hiriko said, the puppet master he summoned has also been identified. Based on the limited physical characteristics, it should be someone from our village, defeated and killed in a battle a month ago. When our people retreated, they did not destroy the corpses in time, allowing the Konoha people to take them as trophies. The puppet masters of Sunagakure are a high-level profession. Without exceptional talent, they wouldn't even qualify to enter and can only honestly be traditional ninjas. This also means that there are only a few puppet masters in the entire ninja world, and they must reach the level of Jonin, making them even rarer. A careful investigation will reveal clues. Send the word down to classify this Kankuro as an A-rank mission target, either alive or if we can obtain his dead soul technique. That works too, Chiyo said sternly. I need to acquire his technique. It is crucial for the village. Chapter 19. The scorpion of the red sand in action. The images in Chiyo's mind overlapped with the zombie she had glimpsed from a distance, as she pondered deeply, eventually merging with the secret puppet technique sketches she had secretly shown to her grandson. That night, 5-year-old Scorpion had clutched the freshly made puppets of father and mother and asked her grandma, is there a technique that can make dad and mom really move? If the human puppets could be fused with that level of the soul reanimation technique, a brand new technique could be developed. A true human puppet would surely be born, no longer needing chakra threads for remote control, allowing the puppeteer to command the corpses from a safer distance to execute tasks. At that time, installing various mechanisms to enhance the combat power of the corpses and equipping them with various poisonous ninja tools, combined with their emotionless and fearless nature towards death, would inevitably turn them into killing machines. The puppeteer would then become the most perfect system, with no weaknesses. Sunagakure would truly emerge from the barren desert, surviving on the fertile land of the Land of Fire, perhaps even breaking free from the clutches of the damned wind country aristocracy. Due to financial strains, The Wind Country always sought opportunities to cut the military funding allocated to Sunagakure, which was no secret in the ninja world, and indeed left many radicals in Sunagakure dissatisfied. The village's situation was already extremely passive, and further cuts to funding made it impossible to compete with other villages. In fact, under normal circumstances, after a few more years, especially post-Third Great Ninja War, the Wind Country would become increasingly excessive, actively outsourcing a large number of domestic missions to Konohagakure. After all, the ninjas from Konoha were cost-effective and could handle tasks beautifully for less money, making it impossible for the Wind Country to refuse. As a result, Sunagakure could no longer tolerate it, and in a desperate move, allied with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha Collapse Plan, attempting to prove to the Wind Country aristocrats that Sunagakure was not merely a burden on the national finances, but possessed genuine skills, and that Konoha was not that strong, unworthy of receiving so much money from the Wind Country. If they could obtain the technique from Kid Kamasaki, it would be best to bring him over to further develop this technique. Chiyo was completely fixated on Kid Kamasaki. If the newly combined technique could be applied to father and mother, along with the forbidden technique she had secretly developed, her son and daughter-in-law would come back to life in another form, and Scorpion would once again have parents, preventing him from becoming increasingly cold and reclusive. Soon, the name Kid Kamasaki began to spread among the ninjas of Sunagakure, and those with a bit of knowledge realized his value. Many had already begun to seriously study the information related to him and formulate plans to hunt him down. With the loss of the intelligence advantage, Kid Kamasaki's deterrent power was significantly reduced. As for the fact that Kid Kamasaki was a genin, many people directly overlooked it. It was absurd. Anyone who could develop the soul reanimation technique and use corpses to withstand attacks from a near-S Seiki-level puppet would never be evaluated by the standard of a mere genin. He might have even been promoted to CH Nin by now. A few days later, in a 3-story building in the southwestern area of Sunagakure, Scorpion stood expressionless at the window, staring at the swirling sand outside. After a while, he walked down the steps and entered the basement directly. Scorpion was piecing together the skull of a puppet. The chakra scalpel precisely removed the rotten flesh, revealing the synaptic interface for the puppet's integration. As he embedded the last zygomatic bone into the puppet's face, the puppet, soaked in preservative fluid, suddenly twitched a finger. This level of human puppet was far from enough. The technology was lacking, and the experimental materials were insufficient. Scorpion's pupils contracted in the eerie blue liquid as he frantically revised his experimental logs. The images of his parents' deaths replaying in his mind. Tsukumo Hataki's short blade cutting into his father's chest, his mother exposing a flaw while protecting him. If they had been human puppets, such a result would not have occurred. Even if Konoha's white fang attacked them many times, it would not have inflicted fatal wounds. Scorpion's voice held no emotional fluctuation. His world had only the human puppets before him. If he could obtain that Konoha ninja's soul reanimation technique, perhaps it would greatly advance the development of human puppets, bringing him one step closer to eternity. Scorpion thought silently. Recently, the frontline battle reports that had come back only piqued his interest in Kid Kamasaki. Chiyo did not want him to come into contact with human puppets too early, but it was useless. Scorpion's mastery of puppetry was too high, and the village needed him to showcase his talents in this area. What? You ask if this will corrupt Scorpion's character? There is no need to worry at all. The ninja world is not short of twisted and deranged individuals. There are far too many ninjas whose parents, children, and friends have been killed, and counting them is impossible. Instead of worrying about such trivial matters, it is better to exploit the full value of talented individuals early on to avoid the loss of the village should one of them suddenly die. At that moment, the door to the secret chamber suddenly slid open, and the maid's glasses reflected a cold light. Master Scorpion, I have come to bring you tea. Scorpion's puppet threads instantly wrapped around her throat, and he coldly asked, where did my original attendant go? Has she been discovered? Impressive. The medic ninja, Nanaka Yano, disguised as a Sunagakure medical ninja, sighed and held the scroll depicting Sunagakure's defense map, where a real maid lay at the entrance of the first floor, her throat's incision cleverly concealed, posed as if lazily dozing off. Your infiltration technique is good, but your disguise is too rough. The heartbeat and smell are all wrong. My attendant would never enter the basement, Scorpion said coldly. Is that so? It seems I can't treat you as an ordinary child. I apologize for the disguise. I am short on time and may be ambushed by your village's ninjas at any moment, so I lack the energy to handle the details carefully. Nanaka Yano sighed, looking at the numerous puppets around. a few corpses and several half-finished human puppets blocking Scorpion's path. It seems the mission to take you away has failed. I can't defeat you in an instant, nor can I quietly take you away. However, I didn't expect Sunagakure to have researched human puppets to this degree, possessing certain practical combat value. I will relay this important information back to the village. Nanaka Yano felt a bit regretful, but having made these gains was already enough. If she delayed any longer, she might not be able to escape herself. She couldn't die yet. Those war orphans still needed her protection. Wait, I haven't allowed you to leave. The scorpion of the red sand suddenly tightened the chakra threads in his hand, but the next moment, his expression changed as Nanaka Yano used the chakra scalpel to cut all the chakra threads wrapped around herself. Medical ninja? Nanaka Yano replied. So you should know that many of your techniques are ineffective against me. It's better to let me leave quietly, otherwise I will have to take you hostage. I don't like using force against children. The scorpion of the red sand replied coldly. Since you are a spy from Konoha, there's even less reason for you to leave. There is something I need to clarify with you. Do you know the guy who is proficient in the soul reanimation technique? I am very interested in him and can exchange information with you. Chapter 20. Alternative Space-Time Techniques War is a systemic endeavor, exceptionally intricate, and rejects any notion of luck. This means that every detail must be thoroughly understood. For someone like Feng Jianzi, whose physical fitness is not particularly outstanding, being on the battlefield for an extended period is a heavy burden due to the enormous drain on stamina and energy. There can be no further delays. The life-saving technique I have simulated countless times in my mind must be mastered as soon as possible. My intelligence has already leaked a considerable amount. Many Sunagakure ninjas are likely aware of my abilities, making it difficult for me to gain an intelligence advantage in the next battle. Feng Jianzi sat among numerous corpses, some still oozing blood that had not fully congealed, tracing the lingering warmth of life on the ground. Some corpse transporters looked at Feng Jianzi with reverence. Lord Feng Jianzi, are you selecting suitable bodies? It must be so. After such a perilous battle, the bodies he had stored in hand were likely nearly exhausted, and he urgently needed replenishment. I remember Lord Feng Jianzi previously participated in the war against the Rain Village, also engaged in the work we're doing now. This can be considered a return to his duties, right? Hey, even the dead can be used as weapons against the enemy. This is truly wonderful. Fools, don't overthink it. Aren't we essentially analyzing and deciphering the intelligence on Feng Jianzi? This is quite disrespectful. The corpse transport personnel belong to the logistics department of the frontline troops, and personnel are regularly rotated. Very few have had previous contact with Feng Jianzi and find it utterly fantastical that he has become a person who deals exclusively with corpses. Feng Jianzi heard the fragmented whispers and turned to glance at these adorable colleagues, a thin smile appearing on his gaunt face, one that others might find horrifying. This immediately triggered terrified screams. Some even felt they were about to become corpses under Feng Jianzi's control. It won't be long before I become the protagonist of a widely circulated horror story. But it's nothing serious. Feng Jianzi felt that, no matter what, he could never become a bright sun like Minato Namikaze. No, more accurately, he was inherently insulated from the sunshine and warmth of someone like Naruto, and instead shared commonalities with the temperament of Indra. Now, taking advantage of the lack of tasks, I want to test a new ninjutsu, a corpse substitute that combines the principles of summoning and substitution techniques. The substitution technique is one of the most basic D-rank ninjutsu. Even students who are not even Genin can learn it. The highest form of substitution technique, of course, is Madara's Rinnegan. But that unreasonable technique that substitutes the body with a shadow to take damage is also considered a space-time technique. Feng Jianzi, of course, knew the ordinary substitution technique. But to replace the wooden stake used in this technique with a zombie he controls, combining the principles of summoning, would take some time to develop. Ideally, using the connection between him and the zombie, he could instantly complete the swap, and both he and the zombie would possess combat capabilities, allowing him to launch a surprise attack on the enemy after the switch. For me, zombies are essentially a type of ninja tool, living dead that can be sealed into scrolls, theoretically allowing me to treat my zombies as stakes for substitution summoning. The only difficulty lies in the fact that stakes are stationary, while zombies possess mobility, meaning there's chakra flow within the zombies, constantly in flux, which greatly increases the difficulty of the swap for Feng Jianzi. If anyone else tried to do this, it would surely fail, but for me, who has mastered the corpse technique and has spent many years wishing to split a single chakra into two, accurately sensing the chakra state of a zombie feels like controlling my limbs the difference being how much effort it consumes. Feng Jianzi took this technique very seriously. Once realized, it would mean he had mastered another space-time technique besides summoning, which in some ways could be considered a castrated version of the heavenly hand power. Heavenly hand power allows for direct exchanges with space. In simple terms, it means being able to teleport to any location seen, making close-range combat more potent than the flying thunder god technique. If he could continuously perfect the corpse substitution and simultaneously obtain a native body with sufficient chakra, perhaps I could be considered a ninja proficient in space-time techniques, burying numerous zombies and coffins across the ninja world, using them as spatial coordinates similar to the flying thunder god technique. Feng Jianzi continued to ponder, his mind constantly bursting with inspiration, efficiently utilizing the chakra within him, striving to use every bit perfectly for developing ninjutsu. He confirmed once again that the potential of the corpse technique is immense. It is just currently hindered by too many restrictions, preventing it from being fully realized. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, neither Konoha nor Sunagakure had erupted into new large-scale battles. Aside from the routine skirmishes between patrol teams, both sides appeared very quiet, seemingly waiting for something. Konoha was waiting for Tsunade. What was Sunagakure waiting for? Feng Jianzi did not believe the other side was merely watching him. Perhaps they were brewing some dangerous offensive. On the 6th day, Feng Jianzi received orders to leave the camp. This classified mission was actually issued by oil woman Ryuma and had reached air rank. Has he also come to this battlefield? As Feng Jianzi stepped out of the main camp, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After being promoted to Chunin, the only change was that he could undertake some squad-based missions, enduring greater risks on this perilous battlefield. If he were still a genin, he would mainly be mixed in with the large troops, treating the wounded returning from the front lines. His medical ninjutsu was merely half-baked. Oil woman Ryuma could not possibly be unaware of this, but since he designated me to participate, it must be either to observe me or that this mission had some relevance to me. Could it be Yakushi Nanoyu? Feng Jianzi was all too familiar with the Root's troublesome style and immediately scrutinized his teammates. The squad consisted of 5 members, with a captain named Terai, an elite jounin. Upon hearing this name, Feng Jianzi instantly recognized who this person was, the Root ninja who assassinated the 3rd Hokage in the original story. Besides him and Marino Abiki, the last 2 team members presented an unfriendly demeanor. It was clear they were also products of the Root. This mission would be very troublesome. If it weren't troublesome, the Root members would not be involved. Feng Jianzi shook his head, not hiding his inner thoughts. The mission's content was to escort our ninja, yet no characteristics of the target were provided. Was the captain planning to elaborate during the mission? Terai's expression was cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Your mind is quite agile. No wonder Lord Ryuma specifically requested your participation. We must ensure our companion, carrying precious intelligence, returns safely. Feng Jianzi could actually be certain of one thing. If the battle situation turned unfavorable and the squad found itself in danger, Terai would undoubtedly sacrifice all team members without hesitation, even at the cost of his own life, to relay the intelligence back. This is the style of the Root. Chapter 21, Flying Thunder God. The forehead protector of the medical ninja, Yakushi Nanoyu, was already soaked with blood. She trudged forward against the wind and sand, 3 shurikens deeply embedded in her left shoulder, while the pursuing troops from Sunagakure relentlessly chased her. It was just a little bit. The conversation with Sasori of the Red Sand had cost me extra time. Yakushi Nanoyu felt like she was about to die, but she was not the least bit flustered. This was the most basic quality of a top spy, as long as she brought this intelligence back to the frontline troops. She believed it could hasten the end of the war with Sunagakure. Even if it was just a day earlier, it could prevent many deaths, and that was enough. Suddenly, a massive amount of sand and dust surged up from nowhere, erupting into a small-scale sandstorm. Countless grains of sand bombarded Yakushi Nanoyu like a storm, further obscuring her vision. 2 puppets silently approached through the swirling yellow sand, their mouths spewing corrosive mist in an attempt to dissolve Yakushi Nanoyu into a honeycomb. It was difficult for her to even open her eyes, and as she instinctively rolled to avoid them, a tail-like puppet part pierced up from the sand beneath her feet, stabbing through her side and worsening her already dire condition. An exposed spy wouldn't really think she had a chance to escape, would she? The captain of the Sunagakure pursuit team stood on a rocky wall, sneering coldly. He maintained a hand seal, indicating that the sudden sandstorm was clearly his doing. Hand over the intelligence you took from the village, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse. That is the greatest mercy I can offer you. Who told you to be bold enough to approach Sasori of the Red Sand, our village's genius ninja? I want to give you anything. Yakushi Nanu lifted her gaze to the dozen or so people surrounding her, finally focusing on the captain manipulating the sandstorm. She recalled the intelligence on this dangerous character, Erashur. The sandstorm, a man skilled at creating sandstorms, possessing exceptional combat abilities in a place like the Land of Wind. Sunagakure had also produced many talents and mastered unique ninjutsu. Yakushi Nanoyu thought silently, suddenly crushing a glass bottle in her sleeve, covering her mouth and nose as she quickly retreated. The purple smoke erupted explosively, rapidly spreading amidst the sandstorm. Erashur coldly said, "Do you think I would be unprepared? You're a medical ninja too, right? I've already analyzed the intelligence on you Konoha medical ninjas." He immediately formed seals again, abruptly changing the direction of the swirling sand and dust, sweeping the purple poisonous mist toward a specific direction. This is the poison of the salamander I obtained in the Land of Rain. Although it's not from the salamander controlled by Hanzo, it can still catch you off guard. Yakushi Nanoyu held her breath, which would reduce her body's absorption of the salamander's poison. Her pores would also absorb the poison. I didn't release the poisonous mist to deal with you, but to wait for reinforcements. Those I've sent will not let me down before I lose my value. Swish! 3 zombies rushed forward swiftly each time they charged. Large amounts of blood and flesh burst apart, seemingly pushing their bodily functions to overload. The Sunagakure ninjas quickly assessed the situation upon seeing these zombies, excitement spreading across their faces. Yes, this is the dead soul technique of that Konoha ninja. I originally planned to use this Konoha spy to see if I could lure some Konoha ninjas over, but unexpectedly, there's a pleasant surprise. Erashur was pleasantly surprised. Who doesn't he know how much Chiyo values Kankuro? As a veteran elite Nin of Sunagakure, he was also considered part of the upper echelon, holding many village secrets and vaguely sensing hints about the human puppet experiments. Just a bit more thought, and Erashur understood the necessity of acquiring the dead soul technique. Attack. Destroy those 3 corpses from a distance first. Those 3 corpses probably have explosive tags attached. Erashur shouted sharply, suddenly changing the direction of his palm. Magnet release. Sandstorm rain. A large amount of sand gathered into sharp blades, piercing through the 3 zombies, instantly turning them into a sieve. Indeed, destroying the head can truly eliminate the activity of the corpse. Taking the opportunity, Erashur experimented a bit. Ultimately, only the zombie with a large hole in its waist and a broken spine still retained some mobility, but could only flail its arms in place. The other 2 zombies were completely still. However, what puzzled him was that these 3 zombies did not have explosive tags on them. Weren't they meant for self-detonation? It seems that Kankuro has grown, understanding how to adjust his usual tactics, though it's of no use. Erashur snorted coldly and commanded his troops to launch an assault on Kankuro and his team. 2 puppets charged ahead, emitting a series of clattering sounds as they swiftly pounced on Kankuro and the others. The good news was that the comrades we were to rescue were still alive. The bad news was that the enemy outnumbered us. Kankuro opened his eyes. The failure of those 3 zombies was not enough to warrant his concern. He still carried a summoning scroll, capable of summoning new zombies at any time, and had specifically ordered 2 zombies to burrow into the sand and lie in wait. One 50 meters away and the other 150 meters away. Terui observed Kankuro's abilities closely. It seems your dead soul technique also allows you to maintain a certain level of perception. You have mastered a ninjutsu with considerable tactical value, and you deserve such a grand welcome from Sunagakure. Under Terui's command, the Konoha ninjas moved quickly, their only goal being to rendezvous with Yakushi Nanoyu and obtain the intelligence on her. As an elite Nin, Terui was the strongest in this rescue team, naturally taking the lead against Erashur. Kankuro unfurled the scroll, summoning 2 zombies to act in conjunction with his teammates, while he followed closely behind the zombies, always under the protection of his allies. In terms of tactics, this was reasonable. Medical ninjas and sensory ninjas should indeed receive the highest priority protection from their teammates. Unfortunately, the enemy would also prioritize their attacks on Kankuro. Various ninjutsu began a long-range exchange, flames and lightning clashing, storms and sand roaring. Seizing the moment when the enemy's puppet master was entangled by Marino Ibiki and others, Kankuro ordered the zombies to approach the enemy, then suddenly detonated them. He was no longer as short on funds as before. Having built up achievements to promote to a Nin, his permissions had increased, making it easier to obtain explosive tags and other ninja tools from the camp. He wished he could stick explosive tags on every bone inside each zombie's body. Boom! An explosion of a scale several times larger than before erupted, creating a brief vacuum of silence in the terrible environment of the sandstorm, blowing one Sunagekure ninja into pieces, with large amounts of blood and flesh splattering everywhere, staining both sides. No one paid attention to these details. Both sides, with red eyes, were intent on killing each other, caring little whether they were splattered with bits of flesh. Be careful, the enemy's main target isn't me, it's you. Yakushi Nanoyu shouted loudly. Kankaro's expression remained unchanged. He had already mentally prepared for this. Several Sunagekure ninjas charged forward. Erasure fully exploited the geographical advantage, unhesitatingly consuming a large amount of chakra, using thick sand and dust to interfere with Terui. Honestly, Terui was similar to Kakashi Hitaki, both being lone fighters. While they could easily protect themselves against enemies who frequently used large area attacks, it fell short when it came to completely restraining the enemy throughout the battle. In an instant, Ki no Kanji found himself in an absolute predicament, making it difficult to escape no matter how he looked at it. He was positioned a bit too far forward. If he took 2 steps back, he would have a bit more room to maneuver. Got it. Sandstorm Araki manipulated the sand to interfere with Terui and created small sand whirlpools in an attempt to trap Ki no Kanji, creating opportunities for the other sand-hidden ninjas. However, there was no panic on Ki no Kanji's face. Instead, he calmly formed hand seals. Before the numerous enemies could subdue him with their taijutsu, his figure suddenly vanished from spot. Whoosh! Replacing him at his original position was the zombie whose spine had been broken, rendering it unable to move its legs. This zombie was also forming hand seals. Meanwhile, Ki no Kanji appeared in the original position of the zombie, about 10 meters away from Sandstorm Araki, and both could see each other's eyes. Flying Thunder God. Sandstorm Araki was utterly horrified, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 22. Precious intelligence guarded by me. Kazama crouched on the ground, his eyes scanning the changing environment around him. It was the first time he used this technique in actual combat, needing to perform it in conjunction with the zombies, linking chakra and virus, and following the sensations from the zombies, which he considered a success. Although theoretically, I could reduce the difficulty and cost of the technique to a very low level. No matter how low it was still a form of alternative space-time transportation. With the limited amount of chakra I had left, it was best not to exceed 2 uses. Kazama quickly assessed the situation and sighed inwardly. The issue was still the lack of chakra. Fortunately, the main consumption process of the corpse technique was in accelerating the transformation of the zombies. If I wanted to save chakra, I could let the zombies fight on their own instincts while I watched from a distance. Though this would not maximize the potential of the zombie ninja, it was still a good way to conserve chakra. However, the corpse substitute technique was different. Instantaneous transfer was real, and the consumption was substantial. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. The straight line distance for swapping positions should not exceed 50 meters. Beyond that would affect my body. Kazama couldn't use all his chakra on this technique, as he still needed to utilize other techniques of the corpse technique, further limiting the effectiveness of the corpse substitute technique. But it was indeed useful for saving one's life at critical moments. Flying Thunder God. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? The ninjas on both sides looked over simultaneously, incredulously watching Kazama, who appeared to maintain a relaxed half-crouch as he stood up, falling into momentary silence. Sandstorm Araki was horrified but quickly steadied his mindset. No, it's impossible. The difficulty of learning space-time ninjutsu is extremely high. In the same era, it's impossible for 2 young people in Konoha to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Is that so? You'd better think carefully before drawing conclusions. What if what you don't want to see is actually true? Kazama stood up, holding a shuriken in his hand, ready to act. The other Suna ninjas were briefly delayed by this scene, allowing Konoha's side to seize the opportunity to kill a Genin and a Chunin. Sandstorm Araki didn't care about the deaths of his subordinates and coldly said, "Every ninja village is studying Namikaze Minato and his Flying Thunder God technique. Try to completely eliminate this Konoha genius, but they have never found a good method. The ninjutsu talent and combatability of Namikaze Minato are visibly powerful. What about you? I don't believe you can master both the Soul technique and the Flying Thunder God technique at the same time." His reasoning was very simple. If you, Kazama, had such talent, how could you only be making your mark at the age of 16? Namikaze Minato was already in the spotlight at 13. dazzling IWA Shinobi with his flying thunder god technique, while IWA Shinobi tried every means to eliminate him, but couldn't he find a good way? What is Kazama? In a world filled with madness and war like the ninja world, talented individuals are discovered early on, not to mention coming from a major ninja village like Konoha, where he can enjoy a relatively complete training system and talent selection mechanism. If it weren't for Kazama's soul technique being too unique, perfectly aligning with Suna's puppet route, Suna wouldn't pay much attention to him at all. The puppet route was the only method Suna found to bridge the gap with Konoha. After all, Suna had no bloodline clans that shook the ninja world, and the occasional magnet and scorch release ninjas were also patched together from later acquired chakra natures, unable to achieve stable bloodline inheritance. Since you've already drawn your conclusion, then there's nothing more to say. Kazama suddenly threw the shuriken in his hand. To be honest, this throwing technique barely reached a Genin-S normal level. After all, his muscle mass, explosive power, and nerve control were subpar, and relying on throwing ninja tools could at most create a bit of distraction. Sandstorm Araki sneered, further confirming his judgment. Even if it was really the flying thunder god technique, so what? I heard that Namake's Minato could accurately pierce the enemy's skull with a kunai at the moment of position change, and his enemies couldn't even defend in advance. What about you? Your poor body technique and nerve reflexes are simply not enough to achieve that. The flying thunder god, combined with perfect reaction ability and adequate body technique, also requires terrifying intuition and instinct to truly maximize combat power. Even the current Namake's Minato cannot achieve this, only showing matching potential, far from reaching his peak. And Kazama? He did change his position, but he lacked the ability to launch a surprise attack at the moment of position change. However, if he performed the technique simultaneously with that corpse, he could swap positions. The Flying Thunder God technique requires throwing a special kunai as a spatial coordinate. But what about this kid? No, his technique is more like a mutual spirit substitution. The intelligence analysis ability of an elite J-Nin is top-notch in the ninja world. Sandstorm Araki's brain was racing, and the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. How could there be such an outrageous technique? Moreover, this kid is not very old. He has perfected the soul technique and can further develop supporting ninjutsu for it. Still space-time related supporting ninjutsu? Does the soul technique have such incredible potential? I've never heard of it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This defies common sense. There must be something overlooked. Perhaps it's a flawed version of the Flying Thunder God technique. It could also be some unknown, simplified version of space-time ninjutsu, but the possibility is low. My preliminary judgment is that his movement distance is very short. I have too little information. I need to probe out more content. Boom! A violent gale erupted from Sandstorm Araki's hand, sweeping up countless grains of sand and sending a large number of shurikens flying toward Kazama. Sandstorm Araki had a strong premonition that if he didn't take down Kazama during this opportunity, it would be even harder in the future. Focusing on attacking Kazama came at the cost of giving the elite J-Nin Teru a chance to seize the opportunity. Don't think that only you can use wind techniques. Failing to stop me from getting close in time is your mistake. Teru suddenly swung his kunai. Wind release, wind cutter. A large amount of wind attribute chakra was released through the kunai, transforming into blades of wind that tore through the sandstorm, sealing off Sandstorm Araki's path of movement. In an instant, the battlefield situation changed drastically. The fewer Konoha ninjas seemed to have the upper hand and had already inflicted casualties on the enemy. But everyone knew this was only temporary. Fighting on enemy territory without troop advantages would undoubtedly lead to defeat if it continued. Kazama summoned a zombie, directing it to withstand the wind and sand in front of him, while he kicked the zombie hard, using the recoil to suddenly turn and fall onto the sand, carving out a trench as he joined the severely injured Yakushi Nanoyu. Director, are you okay? But I no longer have chakra to heal you. You'll have to rely on yourself. Kazama gasped rapidly, looking at the shocked expression on the witch's face. Please pass the intelligence to me. I will risk my life to bring it back to Konoha. Chapter 23. Lost Fingers Kenzaki Shure stood beside the pharmacist Yanoyu, his eyes not once glancing at her, only extending his hand to demand information. Yanoyu did not hesitate and immediately handed over the bloodstained scroll to Kenzaki Shure. The guys from Konoha, bring me the information. No need to deliberately pursue intel. Just kill all these guys directly. Ninja from Sunagakure kept rushing in, and Mori no Aizu and the other two constantly retreated, giving up space in succession to try to block the enemy's attack frequency, while their wounds gradually increased. To put it bluntly, The weakest in this small team was the newly promoted Chunin Kanzaki Shur. The others, including the medical ninja, Mori no Aizu, all had special Jonin levels of ability. You've obtained the information. You will also become the primary target for all enemies. You know that, right? Yano, you instinctively reached out to place a hand on Kanzaki Shur to heal him, but immediately stopped this action. Kanzaki Shur had almost no injuries. The weakest person was instead relatively unscathed, which in a way was a form of ability. Kanzaki Shur summoned 3 Chunin zombies and stuffed the intel into one of their mouths, making it swallow before quickly saying, "Even if I don't do this, I will still be the primary target of the enemies." There was something else Kanzaki Shur didn't say after obtaining the intel. He would also become a primary protection target for Terai and the others, which could actually enhance his survival rate. Never overestimate the moral standards of the root ninjas. They have no such luxury. Retreat. Terai issued the command, casting a cold glance at Kanzaki Shur with no emotional expression, numb like an iceberg, covering Kanzaki Shur's escape. One root ninja stayed behind, throwing a large number of smoke bombs, which would at most provide a few seconds of cover in the swirling sand, while he himself stayed to fight to the death against the Sunagakure ninjas. All others began to center around Kanzaki Shur, covering his escape. This process was not easy. The ninjas from Sunagakure unleashed various ninjutsu, and even with limited visibility, they still launched fierce attacks. Kanzaki Shur became the focus of these attacks. Even though he sent 2 zombies for a suicide attack that self-destructed, amidst the explosion, there were still fearless Sunagakure ninjas closing in, throwing kunai straight for Kanzaki Shur's neck. You aren't afraid of the dead body, but what about yourself? What would happen if you became a corpse? Or are you going to use space-time ninjutsu to escape again? The Sunagakure ninja's face was filled with cruelty. He no longer cared about capturing Kanzaki Shur alive, preferring to kill him and take the corpse back for the village's intel ninjas to study. Perhaps they could obtain some precious information. Anyone could see that Kanzaki Shur's physical condition was off. His heavy breathing indicated a rapid decline in stamina, with little chakra left. Using space-time ninjutsu would undoubtedly be a heavy burden. Be careful. Yano Yu's expression changed, exclaiming in alarm. Kanzaki Shur calmly raised his hand. In that fleeting moment, there was very little he could do, and he would inevitably be attacked, with his companions unable to support him in time. Then, let it be an attack. Biafich. A small part of his palm was cut off on the spot, moving through the air with inertia stained with a lot of sand, accompanied by dazzling blood falling to the ground. But he successfully avoided the critical area of his neck. That was enough. Terai immediately killed the Sunagakure ninja, providing protection for Kanzaki Shur's back. With the help of the zombie that had swallowed the intel scroll, Kanzaki Shur began to escape quickly. Can you use that movement technique to escape again? If not, it indicates your body cannot support such a long-term retreat. You might as well give me the intel. Another root ninja, Tiger, who was already covered in blood, said bluntly. Kanzaki Shur looked at his left hand, which had lost a small portion and only had 3 fingers left, and replied gravely, "You don't need to worry about that. I've done the thing of using zombies to assist me in fleeing more than once or twice. Do you think I was preparing for something before?" Tiger fell silent, looking at the enemies closing in and immediately glanced back with his katana. Tiger stopped them, Terai ordered, his condition being the best. If he didn't engage in a life-and-death battle with the sandstorm, his chances of escaping were the highest. Tiger acted without hesitation, willing to risk his life for this. Likely to buy more time. Constantly, the wind and sand swept in, attempting to obstruct their vision and disrupt their sense of direction. This is haunting. We still need to find a way to deal with the sandstorm Araki. His ability to create area attacks is too detrimental to us. Mori no Aizu said in a low voice, feeling anxious. If another person sacrificed themselves to buy time, Mori no Aizu felt it would soon be his turn. Until the last moment, the strongest Terai would not allow Kanzaki Shur, who held the intel, to leave his sight. Terai glanced at Mori no Aizu, about to speak. But Kanzaki Shur interrupted. "I have a way." "You have a way?" "Yes, you don't need to sacrifice yourself, Captain. Stay behind and risk your life to fight the enemy. I won't abandon you," Kanzaki Shur said seriously, being carried by a zombie ninja. Terai fell silent for a moment. He actually didn't think that way. This sly guy was deliberately using simple words to trap him. Kanzaki Shur pulled out a scroll from his waist, and at the moment he let go, his right hand slapped down. A puff of white smoke dissipated. The zombies stored in the summoning scroll were exhausted, and the scroll itself was abandoned, with several differently shaped zombies already following behind Kanzaki Shur. "You may have forgotten, I am a medical ninja who has mastered the dead soul technique. Changing the appearance of corpses to disguise them as living people to attract the enemy's attention is the original use of the dead soul technique. Kanzaki sure said, "We lost 2 companions, so the bodies prepared for them will not be used. For the rest of us, I have prepared corresponding modified corpses." Mori no eyes showed a look of shock. Yano Yu hesitated to speak, finally letting out a long sigh. Terai fell silent again, recalling those 2 subordinates he had sent to their deaths and looking at the lively version of himself following behind Kanzaki sure. The sacrifices of tiger and sheep were necessary. Without them blocking the enemies, we wouldn't be able to distance ourselves from the enemies, and we wouldn't be able to avoid their sight to use the dead soul technique. Terai said this, feeling he had made a significant mistake. He had made an absolute separation between Kanzaki sure's dead soul technique and the original dead soul technique, neglecting the escape tactic of using corpses for disguise. Chapter 24. The Fallen Prodigy? Sometimes, battles should avoid grand narratives and instead rely on a multitude of details, gradually shifting the situation in one's favor. This was one such moment, with 2 root ninjas sacrificing themselves, even if each only bought a few seconds to a few minutes, or merely caused some delays for the pursuing enemy. It was immensely valuable. When Sandstorm Araki killed Tiger and watched as Tiger ignited the explosive tags on his body, the sudden explosion sent his blood pressure soaring. The 2 dead guys should have been Konoha's Umbu ninjas. I remember that Konoha's Umbu didn't have such combat habits before. Why are they now so quick to self-destruct with explosive tags? Sandstorm Araki was extremely angry. That explosion wasted several precious seconds. What use is it to have 2 ordinary Umbu J-Nin leave behind complete corpses? At most, they would become research materials for Suna's puppet studies, yielding no other valuable findings. Yet they chose to self-destruct while still barely alive. Sandstorm Araki suspected that this was not only to prevent Sunagakure from obtaining their bodies, but also to keep that kamikaze from getting them. When Sandstorm Araki caught up with Konoha's people again and easily completed the encirclement, he realized something was wrong. Be careful. Prevent these guys from having explosive tags inside them. A puppet master threw out chakra threads, remotely controlling the corpses. When they saw the stitched wounds on the corpses' necks, they realized they had been deceived, transforming the corpses into the likeness of specific individuals and controlling them. This was the original effect of Konoha's dead soul technique. So, we were played again? I think so. We aren't sure how many batches of such corpses Kamikaze has modified. If they're SA second or third batch, we might not have another chance. It's less than 3 kilometers to the land of fire, and it's already too late. Sandstorm Araki frowned. Neither retrieving the intel nor capturing Kamikaze was accomplished. At this moment, several corpses emitted a series of sizzling sounds, and under the expectant gazes of the Sunagakure ninjas, they exploded. A large amount of flesh and blood fell like fine rain, making a dense pattering sound as it landed on the Sunagakure ninjas. Some of the Sunagakure ninjas showed expressions of disgust, irritably brushing off the bits of flesh from their bodies. Sandstorm Araki, being more cautious, noticed some of the bits had fallen onto his wounds. Frowning as he flicked them away, commanding, "Do not touch these remains to avoid the enemy poisoning them in advance. Everyone continue the pursuit. We must not give up until the last moment." This is what a ninja of Sunagakure should do. The group began to track again, but they were distracted by a batch of altered appearance zombies, and it became impossible to stop Konoha's people. In the end, they could only watch as Terui led his team into the Konoha forest. Continuing the pursuit would increase the likelihood of being surrounded by Konoha ninjas, leading to more losses. Kamikaze seemed to hear the howling sand, but was too lazy to look back, patiently waiting for Medic Yano to heal the injuries on his hands. Losing 2 fingers would affect your hand seals. Medic Yano wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her already dwindling chakra was completely depleted, and her expression was complex. For a young ninja who had just gained a reputation, not being able to perform hand seals was undoubtedly a heavy blow. It meant his potential was locked, and many ninjutsu would be out of reach. As for using his feet or eyes for hand seals, well, that was a skill reserved for shadow-level powerhouses and far too obscure. No one believed Kamikaze could achieve that, so no one even considered it. Terui and Marino Izumi were observing Kamikaze's expression. Kamikaze looked calm. Exchanging 2 fingers for the director's life and the precious intel you obtained is truly worth it. If I could choose again, I would prefer to lose all my fingers to provide more help to the village. This statement was flawless, especially in the context of having genuinely lost fingers and a significant drop in potential showing no frustration or emotional breakdown, but rather speaking moving words with remarkable calmness. At the very least, Mediciano believed him. She came for the roots, but had abundant emotions, making her an anomaly. Terui's tone softened as he said, "When we submit the mission, I will report your performance truthfully to the village. Your contributions were the greatest in successfully completing the task. No, it was all Lord Terui and everyone. Your modesty or arrogance makes no difference to me. I am simply doing what I need to do, not negotiating with you." Terui interrupted Kamikaze. Kamikaze nodded, raised his hand, and cut open the belly of the nearby zombie, retrieving the intel. After all, this zombie, severely damaged during the long trek, had no other use besides being a decoy to explode and kill the enemy. The advantage of zombies was that they could work beyond their limits, briefly performing at or even exceeding their living capabilities until they were completely out of commission. Terui took the intel and immediately performed hand seals to use the body flicker technique to leave. Marino Izumi looked at Kamikaze. "If we all survive this war, you might have a chance to become the head of the corpse disposal department." "No, I'm just a CH Neen. There's no difference between a CH Neen and a Special J Neen in most places." You know that Marino Izumi shook his head. "Besides, I've also achieved a lot of military merit and will continue to gain more. When I return to the village, I can't possibly be allowed to keep my original position. The corpse disposal department, while only a third-rate department, could only handle worthless corpses and couldn't even obtain bloodline corpses. However, if Kamikaze were to lead this department, leveraging his unique dead soul technique, he could maximize the department's value." Everyone knew that if this A-rank mission was successfully completed, Kamikaze would receive significant recognition from the village. The team then disbanded. Mediciano did not leave immediately. She kept scrutinizing the frail young man before her, who looked as if a gust of wind could knock him over. To be honest, she had really paid attention to Kamikaze before. After she took over the orphan work 6 months ago, Kamikaze had left the orphanage to carry out village missions. And during that time, they had exchanged no more than 10 sentences. Kamikaze always actively avoided others, giving an impression of extreme introversion and social awkwardness, appearing sickly and giving off a vibe of do not approach. But I must remind you, your technique ultimately deals with corpses. You cannot become a war hero that everyone cheers for. Mediciano felt a twinge of pity, finding it too cruel. It seems you have also developed a space-time technique for position replacement with your dead soul technique. That's remarkable. You are already on your own path, continuously building your ninjutsu system. Her words trailed off as she looked at Kamikaze's hand, now missing 2 fingers, unable to articulate, perhaps before losing his fingers. Kamikaze truly had the chance to progress further and continuously enrich the ninjutsu system of the dead soul technique. But now it was very difficult. The sealing techniques are limited, and some seals may never be successfully completed. So how can new supporting ninjutsu be developed? Chapter 25, the most powerful person Feng Jianzi remained remarkably calm. Even when he became the object of pity, his heart was always undisturbed. Even when part of his palm was severed, causing him to lose a considerable amount of blood. The wound made it easier for him to become infected with more bacteria, and if luck was against him, he might fall ill again. Instead, Feng Jianzi's mind was occupied with these thoughts. As for being unable to perform hand seals, that was a joke. To him, it wasn't even a matter of concern. Corpse Escape, in essence, was applying the zombie virus to the target using his chakra as a medium. Even if he couldn't form intricate seals, it didn't affect his ability to continuously exert his power. If anything were to be said about influence, it might affect his development of other chakra attributes and mastering corresponding ninjutsu. But the question was, why would he go through the trouble of learning ninjutsu of different attributes? He could simply seal different chakra attribute zombies and have specific zombies perform specific ninjutsu when needed. The most important point was that Feng Jianzi had long prepared to switch to an indigenous body, and the ultimate fate of his current human body was to be permanently sealed away. Losing 2 fingers? Losing the ability to develop more ninjutsu? Becoming a pitiable figure in the eyes of others? None of these mattered. Unknowingly, he had also qualified to be cared for by a ninja of Yakushi Nanoyu's caliber. This was a remarkable progress, Feng Jianzi silently thought, then said to Yakushi Nanoyu, "Director, your injuries are more severe than mine. It's best to take the time to rest. To obtain valuable intelligence from a major ninja village like Sunagakure, you must have endured a lot of hardships. A person like you, who has contributed so much, truly deserves better treatment." Yakushi Nanoyu said, "The village also has some human experiment projects. Root is one of the leading departments. I can go to Danzo. Director, this is not something I can hear about. And you don't need to go that far. As an excellent ninja, I am already mentally prepared to face my fate and do not feel frustrated or hopeless. I have always been an ordinary person and have not shown any talent for many years. Feng Jianzi interrupted. Yakushi Nanoyu paused for a moment, then firmly said, you may choose not to, but Root cannot afford to ignore it. This mission was originally assigned by Oil Girl Ryoma and should have been a Root mission, but you were drawn into it. What a person overflowing with compassion. Who would have thought that such a person would be a top spy? But it does bring unexpected joy. At this time, in Konoha, many human experiment projects were just beginning. After the Second Great Ninja War, when various villages prepared for the Third Great Ninja War, various dangerous experimental projects would be launched on a large scale. Sunagekyu's puppets, Konoha's first-generation cell transplantation experiments, and Kumogakure's heavenly sending technique were all given unprecedented attention during the peace period between the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, all to quickly enhance the village's combat power. Feng Jianzi did not expect to achieve first-generation cells all at once, but at least it was a breakthrough. Based on his revealed special talents and dealing with corpses, he was destined not to become a little son like Namikaze's Minato, praised and worshipped by the whole village. Perhaps after the Second Great Ninja War, his characteristics would make it easier for him to be selected for various forbidden experiments. As long as he didn't end up as a disposable material on the experimental table, it would be fine. The most perfect body would naturally be one cultivated from first-generation cells. But it was impossible for him to obtain first-generation cells and cultivate a compatible body on his own. He needed to plan carefully. Feng Jianzi intended to go back and rest. His favorite activity was sleeping. There was another matter, which was also the reason he wanted to stay and talk to her alone. Chiyo's grandson, the genius boy known as Sasori of the Red Sand, seemed very interested in you, willing to sell secrets of Sunagekure in exchange for some ordinary information about you. He probably has some ideas. You should be cautious. Yakushi Nanoyu carefully advised, then swayed her weakened body to leave. Sasori of the Red Sand. That's only natural. A person pursuing eternal art would get along with me, as my skills can help him accelerate the perfection of the human puppet secret technique. Feng Jianzi nodded. He also had a crucial matter that needed to start with Sasori, and currently, only Sasori could help him with it. Not long after, the various details of this mission gradually fell into the hands of the high-ranking officials. After all, the results were stunning. The defense maps of Sunagekure were brought back, along with a large amount of material intelligence. If utilized well by Konoha, it would be enough to establish a greater strategic advantage. Sunagekure was nearly stripped bare, and the reason it was nearly was due to Chiyo's unparalleled poison holding it together. However, it wouldn't last much longer. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. At this moment, two of the most powerful men in Konoha, who controlled the vast majority of the military power of the Land of Fire, were discussing matters. Generally speaking, someone like Feng Jianzi, without any special achievements, even as a chunin, wouldn't have the qualification to even glance at these two. Chunin? Huh. They controlled tens of thousands of ninjas across the country. There were at least 8,000 chunin. How could they manage? Only those with pure lineage or exceptional talents had the qualification to have their names seen by them. And that was just seeing their names. Having them remember your name was another insurmountable threshold. As for being singled out by these two, even being reassigned and trained, that would be a tremendous honor, enough to stir excitement throughout the entire clan and receive congratulations from countless relatives and friends. To be received by these two? No need to say it. The ancestors' graves were probably on fire. The third Hokage did not go to the front lines, but sat in his office smoking, carefully reading the documents in his hand. Indeed, an excellent ninja. Yakushi Nanoyu has never disappointed. However, Danzo, your methods of controlling her are too rough. You always prefer to use threats. The third Hokage was very satisfied, and he wasn't truly dissatisfied with Danzo's approach. This was how he and Danzo governed Konoha. All the virtuous and righteous matters were shouldered by the sacred and inviolable third Hokage alone, while all the dark and ugly things were borne by the even uglier Shimura Danzo. Everyone praised the third Hokage as wise and powerful, free from political stains, while Danzo was met with various suspicions and curses. The third Hokage enjoyed this governance model. Although sometimes he would have headaches due to Danzo's minor actions, it was fine. It wouldn't affect the big picture. Danzo opened his eyes and coldly said, "Ninjas should execute missions. The village hasn't withheld her labor compensation. Getting paid for work is the ninja's duty. The shrine maiden withdrawing from Root and refusing to execute my tasks without threats is the real problem." Someone like her should be treated with the harshest methods. She is an unqualified ninja. Being able to complete a mission is already qualified. But I won't argue with you about this. As for the war orphans, don't interfere. Let Yakushi Nanoyu handle it, and ensure that the corresponding financial support arrives on time. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. Danzo snorted coldly, secretly cursing. However, a talent had emerged among the war orphans, which I completely did not expect. The third Hokage pulled out a data card from the documents. Chapter 26. Corpse Transference, the Technique of the Void. Not only did the third Hokage not expect it, but Danzo also did not anticipate it. Who would have thought that among the war orphans adopted from various towns in the Land of Fire, there would emerge such a unique talent? The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, looked at the data card in his hand with great interest. It listed various ability assessments of keyed kanji, ranging from D to B rank, and the written introduction detailed kanji's growth experience. Born as a war orphan, his background was clear, and his loyalty was also very high. Unexpectedly, completely unexpectedly, this was a delightful surprise. However, his physical condition was too poor. His taijutsu and chakra levels were both at the lowest D rank. Danzo glanced at it and said, "Don't be too harsh on the young man. He is only 16 years old." From a certain perspective, the fact that someone with such a body could develop a technique that resembles space-time ninjutsu through the corpse soul technique only demonstrates his potential even more. Who would have thought that he would showcase his talents at such a young age? No one had noticed his potential before. The third Hokage was pleased. Yet another talent not in the plans, and this talent had caused extra losses to Sunagakure, effectively expanding Konoha's advantage. This kind of mutual depletion was quite in line with the third Hokage's psychological rhythm. Danzo slowly closed his eyes, remembering the name keyed kanji deep in his heart. Ryoma had made a mistake. He actually did not select him from that batch of war orphans back then. Recently, while reviewing the intelligence from Root, he had seen something about keyed kanji in Ryoma's report, but it was merely that he was a pawn to coerce Yakushi Nanoyu, with only a brief mention of kanji. A war orphan who played with corpses, logically speaking, should not be given too much attention. But who would have thought that, in such a short time, keyed kanji would display such stunning performance? For a newly promoted Chunin to participate in A-rank missions and achieve remarkable results, ensuring the team completed the task was indeed rare. According to Terui's report, Yakushi Nanoyu seemed not to have mastered this special corpse soul technique, which meant that keyed kanji had exceptional research abilities regarding corpses, especially the technique of forming hand seals with corpses and then swapping positions. It was simply a groundbreaking operation. Danzo had encountered many ninjutsu, but had never thought it could be done this way. Mutual summoning? It might indeed be interesting, but apart from keyed kanji, who else could swap positions with their summoning in such a way? No one, absolutely no one, since records began in the shinobi world. Only keyed kanji had achieved this. Chakra resonance? Mental link? Special devices embedded in the corpses? Danzo considered several possibilities, searching for ways to extract benefits from keyed kanji. He believed that someone who excelled in researching corpses would significantly aid his various taboo studies. If Ryoma had not made a mistake and had brought keyed kanji into Root early on, at the very least, keyed kanji's strength was definitely not just as he currently was. With better training, his increasingly refined corpse soul technique system would only grow stronger. The third Hokage sighed. It's a pity that such a talent has lost 2 fingers. It will affect his development of ninjutsu. That is not a problem, Danzo replied. He can still make the corpses exert some of their former strength. As long as we give him corpses that have no research value to repurpose, it will be fine. I just don't know what the upper limit of his technique is. If Root could acquire this technique, we could conduct further development. Danzo, you must not use coercive means on the village's companions. Coveting your subordinates' ninjutsu behavior should not appear in Konoha, the third Hokage warned, giving Danzo a glance. He is Ryoma's subordinate, and I will promote him to the head of the corpse handling department, a Chunin position. He has been dealing with corpses since serving Konoha. Such a person is very suitable. Let us talk about it after we finish the war with Sunagakure. His strength is not strong. The enemy will definitely notice him. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I know how to maximize his talents. The two discussed briefly and settled on arrangements for keyed kanji. Danzo began to contemplate another matter. If keyed kanji's corpse soul technique truly had the potential for further development, allowing more corpses to exert their former strength, then the value of this technique would be immense, somewhat akin to that forbidden technique. Orochimaru had gained a lot of merit from the war. He had always been interested in the reanimation technique. If Danzo's heart burned with ambition, Tsunade had already arrived at the front lines. It wouldn't be long before we could end the war against Sunagakure. The third Hokage said, feeling very satisfied. He had led the village to win one battle, and now he would gradually win the second battle. Under his leadership, Konoha would continue to achieve victory. Danzo coldly remarked, "Aren't you going to ask her what she is doing?" Orochimaru had been active on the battlefield in Iwagakure for quite some time. Yet Tsunade and Jiraiya were both so carefree, completely disregarding the village's orders. Tsunade's rebellious behavior was somewhat understandable. After all, she had lost her most beloved younger brother. During a time when the war had not fully escalated, it was still tolerable that Tsunade undertook some ambiguous actions without the village's permission. At the very least, she had established the medical corps, indirectly saving countless shinobi lives. Such merit could not be erased, and even if Tsunade rarely went to the front lines, it was entirely understandable. But Jiraiya was truly absurd. Staying in the land of rain, teaching children? It was too abstract, simply insane. I wonder if his brain got damaged by Hanzo. Many Konoha shinobi saw Tsunade walk into the main camp. Perhaps this was Tsunade's intention, to announce her return to everyone. Hey, is that Lady Tsunade? The one beside her must be Lord Catdan. Hiss, did they come back from mission? That's great. With them here, the Sunagakure guys won't be so arrogant anymore. We definitely won. Every Konoha shinobi was extremely excited. Many rushed over to surround Tsunade, cheering. Who didn't he know that Lady Tsunade was Konoha's strongest medical ninja? With such a person coming to oversee, Sunagakure's poison was no longer a problem. Tsunade is back. She's at her peak in every aspect right now. Kid Kanji also stepped out, blending into the crowd, watching Tsunade. He saw a smile appear at the corner of her mouth. It was confidence in the imminent victory. If all went well, the grand battle against Sunagakure was about to commence, and Konoha would ultimately achieve victory. However, he couldn't understand why Tsunade had only just returned at this moment. But no one truly stepped forward to criticize anything. Kid Kanji withdrew his gaze, even just standing in the crowd. There were occasionally people who recognized him and came over to talk to him. Hey, why are you wearing a mask? Ah, it's nothing. I executed a mission recently, and it was too exhausting. I heard you brought back valuable intelligence about Sunagakure, and with Lady Tsunade coming to the front lines, we should be able to return to the village soon, right? We need to make those Sunagakure guys pay dearly. Kid Kanji's reputation began to spread gradually. After all, this corpse soul technique had pioneered a new path. Before this, no one had ever thought it could be done this way. The corpse soul technique had become Kid Kanji's signature ninjutsu. While Feng Jianzi was conversing with these familiar yet unfamiliar people, he was also contemplating his next actions. With the technique of using a corpse substitute, his life safety was greatly enhanced. As long as he didn't continuously encounter dangerous situations, he could instantly swap positions to areas with more Konoha ninjas, relying on his companion strength to protect his safety. Unknowingly, this technique of his had a bit of the shadow of Izanagi. Uchiha Madara's Izanagi was definitely not as simple as a so-called godly technique for bullying weaklings. The multiple shadows he created essentially meant he had many copies of himself, vastly enhancing his strength. Moreover, the perfect instantaneous replacement between the main body and the shadows belonged to the top-tier space-time substitution technique, making it nearly flawless. Being held back by Naruto's several shadow clones not only had to consider the protagonist's halo, but also because Naruto had received too many boosts. Sasuke was relatively pure. He only needed to think about how to use the Rinnegan given to him by the Sage of Six Paths. If I could break free from the shackles of having too little chakra and could use this technique multiple times, I could barely be considered a ninja who mastered space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, this systematic new technique should have a brand new name, and let's call it Corpse Escape, Corpse Transformation, Space Realm Technique. Chapter 27. The raid of Sandstorm Araki. The great battle has erupted once again. This time, it is the decisive fight. A total of 16,000 people from both sides stepped onto the battlefield, forming different units under the command of various captains, using specific ninjutsu to execute designated tasks. Kid Kanji was not involved in the assault team, which he considered fortunate. He was still nominally a medical ninja in the medical unit. After Tsunade's return, the command of the medical unit automatically transferred to her, and Oil Girl Ryoma had no authority to intervene. Recently, the military actions of Sunagakure had been rather conservative, and Kid sensed that a conspiracy was brewing within. Tsunade was poised and decisive in her voice. Kato Dan displayed a gentle smile. Leave it to me. I will investigate the matters you want to clarify. My abilities are well suited for this environment. Spiritisation technique. Kato Dan's soul left his body. quickly flying towards the direction of the Sunagakure forces. Indeed, Sunagakure had been prepared, having invited an elderly yet powerful ninja. A light was flying towards them. Chiyo looked up at the sky, her expression changing. Could this be Konoha's spiritization technique? How arrogant! The spiritization technique. Konoha possesses an abundance of precious ninjutsu, and considering their large number of ninja, they're never afraid that geniuses won't be able to learn suitable ninjutsu. They only fear that there are too few geniuses. It's truly enviable. A slow-moving old man gradually lifted his head. In front of him, Chiyo and I stepped back half a step. Lord Bunzaman, Sunagakure is at its most dangerous point since its founding. We need you to take action, Eyes whispered. Most dangerous point? As far as I know, the third Kazekage, and you are fiercely advocating the invasion of the Land of Fire. Konoha has only been defending against you thus far. Can this really be called the most dangerous point? Let's talk about that when Konoha's people have breached the borders of the Land of Wind, Bunzaman said slowly. I'm old, but my mind is still sharp. Chiyo and Eyes maintained their composure, feeling no shame. The war of invasion had always been a war of attrition fought on the territory of the Land of Fire. Not long after, Kato Dan informed Tsunade of the old man's appearance. This old guy is still alive. Bunzaman, the first puppeteer of Sunagakure, developed the Jinpu 10 soldiers as well. Tsunade frowned. Although he was old and his various abilities were declining, as long as he stood there, he was an undeniable strong enemy. I will handle this side with Kakashi, and the logistics department has urgently produced 3,000 doses of antidote based on the formula I provided, which is enough to cope with this war, Tsunade said. Dan, don't forget the task I assigned you. She was a genius. Through various reports collected and her first-hand observations of surviving poison ninjas, she could quickly adjust the antidote formula. Chiyo could not equip all Sunagakure ninjas with her developed toxins, mainly supplying the puppet troops and Jonin. Kato Dan smiled. Understood, I will protect the comrades in the village. After I handle my side, I will hurry over to help you. Then I will solve Chiyo even faster. I might go support you. Tsunade was very confident in her own strength. As the various units advanced in an orderly manner, the frontline ninjas from both sides had already engaged in battle. Of course, it wasn't a chaotic melee right from the start. They didn't even engage in taijutsu, but began a long-range ninjutsu exchange. Each type of ninjutsu was common, allowing as many people as possible to cast it together, amplifying its power. Flames, gales, thunder, and earthen walls surged, drastically altering the geographical landscape. After several rounds of ninjutsu exchanges, subsequent forces arrived one after another, advancing from different directions. Soon, the two sides' troops came into close contact, starting a brutal slaughter. It was truly horrific in such a battlefield. Someone like me was hardly worth mentioning, but the silver lining was that no one should be specifically targeting me. This was Kid Kanji's first time witnessing such a war, and he sighed sincerely. He had an impulse to send a few zombies into the crowd to self-destruct and then undergo mass transformation, converting all these lively ninjas on the battlefield and the corpses on the ground into zombies. But unfortunately, he could not do that. Once he did, the result would be death. His scarce chakra was insufficient to support reckless rapid transformation and control of zombies. Kid needed to restrain himself until he had enough strength. Finally, when Tsunade's orders reached the medical unit, Kid immediately took action. In the place where Tsunade appeared, there was no sign of Oil Girl Ryoma. Kazumitsuri Takuya appeared beside Kid. For this decisive battle against Sunagakure, Tsunade had mobilized medical ninjas from various places, dedicated to ending the war as quickly as possible. He recalled the scene when Tsunade summoned him, and it seemed she had other arrangements. Kid smiled. Isn't that normal? The two of them have fundamentally different working styles. It's perfectly normal not to interfere with each other's actions. I'm curious about something. With your excellent performance, haven't you been summoned by Lord Kakashi or Lady Tsunade? Your secret technique is so powerful. In our level, it's just strong. They have a lot to deal with and can't pay attention to a small character like me, Kid replied. Kazumitsuri Takuya didn't believe it. Soon, the medical ninjas received orders and began to act, splitting into various teams to follow different units. Kid originally thought he wouldn't be targeted. In the battlefield of the great decisive battle, with more than 10,000 people scattered in the chaotic fight, how would the enemy organize an elite unit specifically to hunt him down? But he quickly realized he was wrong. In the sky, a large number of eagles circled, observing the battlefield situation and delivering intelligence. Then Sunagakure indeed dispatched specialized ninjas to deal with him. A gust of sand suddenly swirled up on the wasteland. Sandstorm Araki had arrived. His subordinates helped him tear through Konoha's blocking forces, while he himself headed directly toward the medical unit where Keed was. As if this elite Jonin didn't care about the outcome of the war, only needing to deal with Keed. Is my value placed above the war? Sandstorm Araki. You really move me. If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. If it's you, it's worth my expenditure of a large amount of chakra to transform you into my servant. Keed clearly sensed his chakra virus from Sandstorm Araki. Perhaps it was during the last pursuit operation when his wound touched the flesh and blood of a zombie, planting a hidden danger for himself. Without my subjective control, relying solely on the zombie virus brought to this world to act, turning an elite Jonin into a zombie would indeed be incredibly difficult. It might take months or even years to achieve this, and one must ensure the other party does not make any moves to eradicate the virus. Keed formed hand seals with one hand. He might soon obtain a zombie of elite Jonin level, but this process needed to be concealed. Otherwise, it would be too shocking. Chapter 28. You are strong. Become my ace when an elite Jonin completely disregards the battlefield and leads an elite team to ambush a Chunin with single-minded determination. The impact displayed is astonishing. No one expected such a powerful warrior to suddenly appear and adopt such an aggressive combat style for the assault. In just a few seconds, the dozens of Konoha ninjas at the front fell into chaos, panic evident on their faces. Those who reacted quickly used various ninjutsu to bombard the sandstorm. Although they were unsure if the sandstorm posed any additional risks beyond obstructing their vision, those who were slower fared worse, being slaughtered on the spot by the team led by Sandstorm Araki, crying out as they fell. Sandstorm Araki was like a dagger piercing through the sand and wind, showcasing the terrifying strength of an elite Jonin to the fullest. Get out of my way. Keep your distance if you want to survive. In Araki's eyes, there was only Keed Kanji. This was not merely about washing away the shame of the last encounter, but would also affect the future development path of Sunagakure. He was certainly aware of the human puppets. An elite Jonin may not be part of the village's high command, but they were definitely a backbone, and there were not many elite Jonin to be found in a large ninja village. As the war dragged on, Sunagakure could no longer hold on. Even if they won, it was impossible to seize the rich lands of the Land of Fire, and as for war reparations, they wouldn't be able to get any money. In summary, after fighting for several years, it was a complete loss. They had shattered the economy of the Land of Wind and lost a large number of excellent ninjas. Sunagakure had to find a way to quickly enhance its strength to catch up with other ninja villages. Human puppets were the most economical development route, which meant Keed Kanji's value would rise even further. It seemed that Konoha's higher-ups had completely failed to anticipate this, still viewing him as a decent medical ninja. Sandstorm Araki targeted a very small number of Jonin, while the majority of the force consisted of Chunin and Jinin, and with his team as ambush. Chaos erupted among Konoha's ranks. His gaze passed through numerous heads until it landed on Keed Kanji, wanting to see fear on his face. But apart from initial surprise, all he saw was extreme calmness. When I capture you and bring you back to Sunagakure, you'll get a taste of our village's tortures. Don't cry when it happens. Sandstorm Araki sneered, creating an even larger sandstorm that reduced visibility to less than 5 meters, howling and drowning out all the noise. It's here. The momentum is truly terrifying. Is this an attempt to create an opportunity to capture me without regard for his team's casualties? Keed Kanji raised his head, looking at the scene that seemed to change the very weather, which was indeed quite intimidating. He also saw the opponent using magnet release to control hundreds of shurikens, each tip glimmering with a special hemolytic toxin. The ground leading to Keed Kanji surged like a living creature, turning the grass within 100 meters into quicksand. This was meticulously prepared for him. While Sandstorm Araki may not have strong assault capabilities, he excelled in area combat, able to entangle a large number of ninjas by himself to create the desired battlefield opportunity. Keed Kanji summoned 6 zombies all at once, positioning them around him to firmly protect his center. Is the enemy's target you? No matter what his purpose is, stop him. Maki Takuya showed a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't know what was happening, but whatever the enemy aimed to achieve, he would do his utmost to prevent it, as that would at least be the right approach. After a number of comrades had fallen, the surrounding Konoha ninjas also reacted quickly, gathering together in an attempt to surround Sandstorm Araki and his team. Opportunities to kill an elite Jonin were rare. Your soul reanimation technique is not at this level. What? Do you think these low-quality puppets can contend with me? Sandstorm Araki scoffed. Magnet release. Quicksand whirlpool. Countless grains of sand suddenly began to gather, forming a terrifying vortex from above that aimed to envelop Kid Kanji in its center. This time, I want to give you a chance to escape. I've seen through all your tricks. Kid Kanji said nothing, merely retreating. As a medical ninja, his primary task on a battlefield was to preserve his own life. This was advice given by Tsunade to every medical ninja. No Konoha ninja thought this was wrong. They rushed forward one after another, trying to create an opportunity for their medical ninja to escape. But Kid Kanji was not just fleeing. The 6 zombies moving with him dispersed and began forming hand seals simultaneously, using different ninjutsu. Various water, fire, and wind techniques erupted from the mouths of these zombies. Although they were all very ordinary techniques, Kid Kanji did not expect these zombies to defeat Sandstorm Araki. He was merely stalling for time. The constant falling of comrades could not shake his resolve. Defeating Sandstorm Araki was Kid Kanji's true goal. Kanji, I suggest you retreat. Maki Takuya blocked in front of Kid Kanji, realizing he could no longer stop Sandstorm Araki, who was acting recklessly, pushing forward towards Kid Kanji. Then I can only sacrifice my life, too. The zombie grabbed him and threw him to the side. Leave it to me. I'll take this guy down here. Kid Kanji said calmly, determined not to let his village comrades sacrifice for him. Maki Takuya steadied himself, stunned by this explosive statement, his eyes wide. In fact, it was incorrect for Kid Kanji, as a medical ninja, to say such a thing. Ordinary ninjas on the battlefield were supposed to prioritize the protection of medical ninjas. As Sandstorm Araki drew closer, the resistance he faced grew stronger. After finally breaking through to Kid Kanji's front and blocking a series of ninjutsu attacks with magnet release, he decapitated a zombie. There was no surprise on Kid Kanji's face. He formed hand seals with one hand. Corps transformation, void realm technique. Kid Kanji's body blurred, and he switched places with a zombie. This was the first time he used the void realm technique in front of so many people, creating an explosive visual effect. Many thought Kid Kanji was doomed, but the next second, they saw Sandstorm Araki kill a zombie, while Kid Kanji suddenly appeared in the location of the zombie, causing them to question their own eyes. What technique is this? It couldn't be wrong. He had just been transferred from a Wagakure and had seen the scene of Minato Namikaze using the Flying Thunder God technique from afar, which was very similar, allowing one to change their position in an instant. However, he hadn't seen this medical ninja throw special kunai in advance. This kid. No wonder he became the enemy's target. Being able to summon several physical bodies to use ninjutsu was akin to conjuring many low-level ninjas out of thin air. And he could use a space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God. Many were actually partnering with Kid Kanji for the first time and were seeing his casting scene up close for the first time. Initially puzzled about why the enemy's elite team was focused on such an apparently unremarkable medical ninja, all became clear upon witnessing this strange and visually striking ninjutsu. Boom! Once again, a zombie self-destructed, failing to harm Sandstorm Araki in the slightest. At this distance, it was nearly time. From now on, become my ace. Chapter 29. The racing heartbeat infecting the native inhabitants of the Naruto world with the zombie virus without any external interference requires a significant amount of time. If we say that an ordinary Earth person can turn into a zombie within 10 minutes after being scratched and infected with a small amount of the virus, then the natives of the Naruto world can hold out for at least several hours. It's important to note that this is still referring to ordinary people in the Naruto world who have no chakra in their bodies, enduring the virus with a physical quality 3 times that of Earthlings. The difference in physical quality means that the difference in immunity is not just 3-fold, but at least 10-fold. If we were to consider ninjas who can produce chakra, the situation becomes even more terrifying as their physical quality increases geometrically. If Feng Jianzi does not intervene, it would take several days to infect a ninja with just a minor scratch. It's not that the zombie virus brought by Feng Jianzi is ineffective. The virus that can turn an ordinary Earth person into a zombie in just 10 minutes is already quite frightening. If bitten, Earthlings would turn into zombies in less than a minute. Newly turned zombies would then go on to bite and scratch others, exponentially increasing the number of zombies and creating a terrifying zombie crisis, leaving the infected with no chance to react. However, in the Naruto world, such a virus falls a bit short due to the natives' abnormal physical qualities. If they mastered some special techniques, it would be even more astonishing. For example, during the Nin exams, Sasuke learned from Kakashi how to stimulate his body cells with chakra, allowing him to catch up to Rock Lee's Taijutsu level in just a month. There are also the lightning armor techniques of the 3rd and 4th Raikage, and Orochimaru's body modification techniques. If it were the Senju Uzumaki, or Kagaya, ninjas known for their physical prowess. Their cellular count far exceeds 130 trillion. Combined with cell stimulation techniques and cell division techniques, their immunity becomes immeasurable. Feng Jianzi once suspected that if he were to use the current zombie virus to infect the first Hokage, the first Hokage would probably sneeze and metabolize all the viruses away. This is also why Feng Jianzi insists on continually developing the corpse escape technique. He needs to express his abilities in a way that aligns with chakra, adapting to the survival methods of this world. If he were to rely solely on the zombie virus, he wouldn't be able to create any significant impact. So, I truly look forward to the opportunity to convert an elite J-nin into my subordinate. This is too rare. I originally thought that after successfully changing to a satisfactory body, I would only have this opportunity during the Third Ninja World War. Everyone witnessed Feng Jianzi displaying talents that broke through common understanding, and those familiar with him knew that he made visible progress every few months, surpassing many ninjas in terms of technique development. Now they see Feng Jianzi in a life-threatening situation like a rising star, not to mention a genius. At least a promising young man about to die under everyone's protection. But no one could see how excited Feng Jianzi was inside. This was an elite J-nin, already at a superhuman level, with many at the level of Kage and possessing Otsutsuki bloodlines. Therefore, one could basically view Sandstorm Araki as the quasi-ceiling of the natives on this planet. Come on, let me see. Feng Jianzi continuously retreated, finally forming hand seals with both hands. Although he was missing 2 fingers, it did not hinder his ability to perform techniques now. Feng Jianzi was excited, and the nearby Konoha ninjas, seeing his actions, became even more exhilarated. What happened to his hands? I heard he seemed to have executed a very important mission recently, providing tremendous help to the village. Damn it, the aggressive Sand Shinobi have ruined a young ninja on our side. Losing fingers is like sealing away many of his techniques. We absolutely won't let you harm our comrades. The genius of Konoha will be protected by us mediocre ones. The nearby Konoha ninjas seemed to activate a collective buff called the Will of Fire, originally constantly attacking Sandstorm Araki, but now they surged even more frantically, causing significant trouble for Sandstorm Araki. Some J-nin even rushed over to attack Sandstorm Araki, trying to buy time for Feng Jianzi to escape. What else with these weaklings? Are they all under a Jinjutsu? Sandstorm Araki became increasingly impatient, no matter how arrogant he was. He didn't think he could take down a complete army with just a small team. He initially intended to launch a surprise attack and retreat immediately after capturing Feng Jianzi, not caring about the lives of other Sand Shinobi. But now it was difficult. Even if he captured Feng Jianzi, it would be nearly impossible to retreat unscathed. For the first time, Sandstorm Araki felt that Konoha's persistent promotion of valuing comrades had some effect, at least cultivating a group of fools who would inexplicably get worked up. Protecting Feng Jianzi was not the task of these Konoha ninjas. Why suddenly do something unrelated to their mission? Sandstorm Araki was very irritated, and whether it was just his illusion or not, he felt his blood pressure soaring, his heart racing, while his body felt terrifyingly cold. Fear? No, definitely not. He was an experienced elite J-nin who had gone through countless life and death situations and wouldn't feel such emotions. Was it just frustration? Sandstorm Araki continued to kill one Konoha ninja after another, and the agitation in his heart did not ease, but instead intensified over time, fueled by the blood splattering around him. Whoosh! He raised a sandstorm, sending the 3 Konoha ninjas in front of him flying, and dodged an attack from a Konoha J-nin, taking out 2 zombies with one move. He looked up at Feng Jianzi's position, just over 10 meters away, locking eyes with him. Buzz! His brain seemed to emit a clear buzzing sound. His breathing quickened, and his heart began to slow down, while the flow of chakra in his body's meridians was undergoing unprecedented changes. It was as if his body suddenly began to feel less like it belonged to him. In that moment, Sandstorm Araki seemed to understand something, his eyes widening as they began to turn grayish-white. The guy could not only alter corpses, but also cast techniques on living beings. This thought echoed in Sandstorm Araki's mind. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. The increasing wounds on his body gradually lost sensation, becoming numb. Almost there, the enemy's movement seemed to slow down. It was strange. He clearly hadn't suffered a fatal injury, but this was a good thing. He should exert more effort to take him down. Kazaki Takuya was panting heavily, constantly healing the injured, consuming a lot of energy. At this moment, he looked at Sandstorm Araki's strange behavior and suddenly turned to look at Feng Jianzi. Feng Jianzi's face had become pale from expending too much chakra. But his lips were clearly curled up, revealing a smile. I really have to thank these comrades for their help. Without their cover, it would have been impossible for me to take down an elite Jainin in this way. No, not just an elite Jainin. Chapter 30. Not letting the genius die here, Feng Jianzi's heart was quite excited, a feeling he hadn't experienced in many years, allowing him to feel a long-lost passion from this body ravaged by illness. He looked around the battlefield, where the invading Sunagakure team had already fallen into heavy encirclement, blocked by the frenzied Konoha ninjas. This brief delay had allowed more Konoha ninjas to continue gathering. The state of Shabao Araki was visibly deteriorating. Everyone could be certain of one thing. This elite team from Sunagakure would surely be annihilated here. This would be a rare achievement that could be boasted about for many years to come. At the same time, it was a heavy blow to the morale of Sunagakure. Just thinking about what it meant to participate in the encirclement of an elite Jainin was an immense honor. Shabao Araki wanted to say something, but found his throat in excruciating pain, a familiar feeling. Oh, it was reminiscent of the swollen throat he had when he was a child. Sick with a fever. But why was he feeling this way? What method had that Feng Jianzi used, and when had he cast the technique on him? Why did the sensation feel like this? Perhaps Shabao Araki unleashed his last ounce of strength, his face twisted, exerting all his power to launch one final attack on Feng Jianzi. If he couldn't complete the task of capturing Feng Jianzi, at least he could kill him. At this moment, in the entire shinobi world, only Shabao Araki realized how terrifying Feng Jianzi truly was. Only he understood when on the brink of death what Feng Jianzi's jutsu was all about. The soul manipulation technique? Nonsense. Everyone had been deceived. Just because he could manipulate corpses didn't mean it was the soul manipulation technique of the medical ninjutsu system. It was far too naive. Feng Jianzi's medium for casting techniques, especially on a living person like him, was likely the flesh and blood, or even the cells, of the corpse. Yes, Shabao Araki had only suspected it at the cellular level now. Although he knew about the existence of pathogens, he really didn't dare to think about them. In the current shinobi world, biological technology had only advanced to the cellular level. Deeper DNA research would still require years of study from Orochimaru, resulting in the creation of Yamato, who possessed would-release abilities. Shabao Araki's dying struggle also spurred the other Sunagakure ninjas, who attacked recklessly, trying to kill as many Konoha ninjas as they could before dying. Meanwhile, the main forces of Sunagakure had already arrived and were about to engage this Konoha team. But it was clear they would have no chance to rescue Shabao Araki. It seemed they had discovered that the efficiency of casting techniques on living people was still too low, easily exposing troublesome information. However, it was also because his body was too weak and the efficiency of chakra production was very low. Feng Jianzi quickly thought, his eyes reflecting the blood-soaked figure of Shabao Araki, who was charging recklessly. That desperate attack, like a dying beast, completely ignored all pain, solely to kill Feng Jianzi. This mere ch-nin. Feng Jianzi's face grew paler, with hardly any chakra left in his body. He watched as the many ninjas blocking his path were overturned by the rising sandstorm. And he saw Shabao Araki's twisted face filled with a sense of triumph so close at hand. It seemed things were indeed troublesome. To accelerate the transformation of Shabao Araki, Feng Jianzi had recklessly consumed too much chakra, and now he had to risk exhausting his chakra to cast the void technique one last time. This was the first time he had been pushed to such an extent, and he had witnessed the terror of elite Jainin. Kazumitsuri Takuya wanted to intervene, but everyone knew that as a legitimate medical ninja, he couldn't do much, so he had to gamble with his life. Although he had already gambled many times in the past, struggling back from the brink of death each time, this time, there were many instances where a ninja had died from exhausting their chakra. A typical example was when Pain attacked Konoha. Kakashi used his last bit of chakra to cast Kimui, successfully redirecting the tracking missile of the Azura path and helping Akimichi Choji escape. But after casting the technique, Kakashi died, meeting his father, Tsukumo Hatake, at the boundary between life and death, and they talked for a long time. The term falsely exhausting chakra is an adjective, meaning the body is at its limit, with no extra strength left. True exhaustion of chakra means squeezing every single cell in the body, pushing both spirit and body to their limits, forcibly creating new chakra. Once this chakra is used up, the body's functions fail, leading to death. Just as Feng Jianzi formed the necessary seal to forcibly create chakra for the void technique, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him. raising their right hand. Not yet. I won't let my companions, who are not to be noticed by Tsunade and Tsukumo, die in front of me. Feng Jianzi's eyelids twitched, astonished. You are spirit transformation technique. A white light surged from Kato Daku's body, and an ethereal spirit rushed towards Shabao Araki. The real and the ethereal collided head-on. In the moment of intersection, the ethereal spirit entered Shabao Araki's body, and immediately, Shabao Araki's already weak state was no match for the invading soul, leading to an instant mental collapse and death. The spirit transformation technique is an S-rank secret technique, even more advanced than the mind-turn technique, allowing high-speed movement in soul form. It can possess a target, control their actions, engage in spiritual dialogue, or directly cause their mental collapse and death. Of course, it also possesses the ability to perceive other souls from a great distance. This technique is exceedingly overpowered, even terrifyingly strong during the Fourth Shinobi War, let alone appearing at the end of the Second War. Shabao Araki became a soul that died under this technique, further solidifying Kato Daku's formidable reputation as an elite Genin. Kazumitsuri Takuya's face also revealed deep surprise. Lord Kato Daku, could it be that Lady Tsunade arranged for you to join our team? That's right. Your team is primarily responsible for supporting the front lines. The enemy, in an attempt to expand their achievements before retreating, might make some special moves. And this team also has a genius like Feng Jianzi, making Sunagakure uneasy. As the spirit returned, Kato Daku's smile was very approachable. His long hair flowed with the wind, his tall figure sleek, and his tone was light and caring for his companions. As if killing an enemy of Shabao Araki's level was not something he needed to concern himself with too much. Chapter 31. Konoha has a new secret technique, System Genius. This is the first time someone has publicly referred to Kid Kanashi with such a luxurious term. The one who said this was Kato Dan, an elite jonin who mastered a unique ninjutsu. You flatter me too much. I'm just an ordinary Konoha ninja, unworthy of the title of genius. I'm just doing what I should do. Without the protection of my companions, I would have long since died in some unknown corner, Kid Kanashi said, calming his breath before continuing. The fact that you further developed the soul technique, prompting Sunagakure to dispatch elite teams to capture you, speaks volumes. The folks from Sunagakure think we don't value you and haven't realized your worth, but in reality, it's the opposite. Lord Shikumo and Tsunade sent me to protect you and to lure Sunagakure into making aggressive moves. Everyone can see that the result was very successful. The death of Sandstorm Araki is an astonishing achievement, regardless of the time period. In terms of strength, status, achievements, and fame, an elite jonin is a potential future high-ranking official, even a Kage. Killing one significantly reduces the enemy village's potential. I'm sorry, I ended up killing Sandstorm Araki. Seemingly stealing your credit? I will explain the situation to Lord Shikumo. The village is not stingy when it comes to rewarding contributors. Kato Dan suddenly remembered, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. No one would have thought that this humble and kind long-haired man was a god of death who mastered the spirit transformation technique. No, I truly cannot take credit. This is your achievement. Everyone helped me fend off many enemies. Without the collective effort, I wouldn't be who I am today. Kid Kanashi insisted on his viewpoint. This made Kato Dan's impression of him even better. I saw you casting techniques on the living Sandstorm Araki and know you influenced him through unknown means. You don't need to worry about that. Kato Dan patted Kid Kanashi's shoulder. He had been observing the whole process, not just to protect Kid Kanashi, but also to assess his temperament closely. After all, Kid Kanashi was a war orphan who had not received a formal education at the Konoha Ninja School, and his ninjutsu was still about dealing with corpses. Kato Dan wasn't doubting Kid Kanashi's loyalty or thinking he might defect. He merely wanted to conduct a close-range, systematic evaluation. If his disposition was poor, he would need to consider carefully how to interact with Kid Kanashi. The assessment results made Kato Dan very satisfied, and several objectives were perfectly achieved, adding some extra flair to this battlefield. Humble, cautious, or perhaps a bit insecure. This was normal, especially since his physical condition was poor, and he seemed to have suffered from illness in the past. Was he healed now? There was too little information in this regard, and he could learn more in the future. Even with the soul technique as his core ninjutsu, he had not fallen into the darkness of a malevolent spirit. He continued to develop other ninjutsu based on the soul technique, even creating time-space ninjutsu. His sensitivity to techniques and development ability exceeded expectations, truly remarkable. Kid Kanashi had already surpassed most Konoha ninjas. The more Kato Dan observed, the more surprised he was. especially with this soul technique as Tsunade's lover. Upon receiving the mission to protect Kid Kanashi and eliminate strong figures from Sunagakure, he naturally needed to understand Kid Kanashi's information and asked Tsunade about the status of the soul technique. Kato Dan remembered Tsunade's conclusion. This should not simply be the soul technique. At the very least, it had undergone significant development and could be the core secret technique of an entirely new system. Yes, it was a secret technique within a completely new system, with an emphasis on the new system, similar to Nara clan's shadow manipulation or Yamanaka clan's mind control. These were all systematic techniques where every ninja learning the system only needed to follow the steps to improve themselves and learn the secret techniques within the system at different stages. Regardless of how strong the abilities were, such secret technique ninjas were at least special types of ninjas, indispensable in any level of team. And a ninja like Kid Kanashi, who seemed to have developed an entirely new system, even if it was indeed based on the soul technique, it was fully worthy of high regard. No matter how mindless Shikomo and Tsunade were, they would pay extra attention. Not to mention, he had also developed new time-space ninjutsu. That is why it was Kato Dan and not someone else who came. Even if a Kaga-level powerhouse targeted Kid Kanashi with Kato Dan's abilities, he could definitely ensure Kid Kanashi's safe retreat, and perhaps even catch the incoming Kaga-level powerhouse off guard and kill them. Kato Dan patted Kid Kanashi's shoulder and whispered, "I can see that your technique has already diverged from the original soul technique. However, you claim this is the soul technique for a reason. But you need to plan ahead to derive time-space ninjutsu and to influence a living elite jonin through unknown means. This entirely new system has enormous potential and value. I just wonder if Kid Kanashi has developed it to its fullest. Currently, it seems not. At least that technique similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, which can instantly change one's position, has significant development potential. Right now, the only limitation is the short distance of movement, which might relate to Kid Kanashi's poor physical condition, creating too little chakra. What if in the future, Kid Kanashi improves his health? What if he learns chakra stimulation cell techniques? Or if Tsunade teaches him valuable medical ninjutsu to enhance his physical condition? Can a movement distance be extended, and can the number of movements be increased? Controlling more corpses, disguising as normal ninjas to lurk around, and then using time-space ninjutsu to move at high speed. Don't forget, the special kunai of the Flying Thunder God cannot move on its own, but Kid Kanashi's corpses can. Not only can they move, but they can also use various ninjutsu to kill enemies. If worst comes to worst, they could drag enemies down with them. A Flying Thunder God technique that continuously changes its own time-space coordinates? Just thinking about it makes the scene too beautiful. Even though there will definitely be various limitations in reality, it won't be that perfect, but it's enough. This at least proves that this technique has a greater and more astonishing development prospect. Be a bit more confident. You are very important. No matter what you were like before, you have changed your fate through your efforts and will change the fate of many others. Chunin Kid Kanashi, I can see that it won't be long before you become a significant figure, and the village and your companions will need your strength. Kato Dan's words were inspiring, and Kid Kanashi smiled slightly, non-committal. He certainly knew the vast potential of his corpse manipulation. He had only scratched the surface. Kid Kanashi was actually interested in another matter. How great of an achievement would it take to view the Book of Seals? Chapter 32 Contact from a Scorpion of the Red Sand. The enemy is charging in, and I might not be able to focus all my attention on you. So be careful. Cat D and raised his head, his expression serious. The battles in other places should have already begun. Every skirmish is crucial, and we cannot give up no matter what. With Lord Cat Dian's protection, our survival rate as medical ninjas can be significantly increased. Kazumitsuri Takuya approached Kid Kanji's side while the entire squad was lining up and whispered with a tone of respect. Those who were unaware might think he was in awe of Cat Dian, but in reality, he was in awe of Kid Kanji. Kid Kanji said he would take down the Sandstorm Araki, and he really did it. Although Kazumitsuri Takuya didn't understand many details, he could deduce reasons from the results. Recalling Kid Kanji's various actions and combining them with the scene where Cat Dian and Kid Kanji whispered to each other, he could roughly understand something. Unknowingly, that initially weak lower ninja had quickly grown and reached a level that drew the attention of the village's bigwigs, even leading to the formulation of tactics and arrangements for strong protectors. Kid Kanji nodded. I understand. I've exhausted my chakra. Not burdening my companions is already the greatest help I can provide, and I will be mindful of that. In other words, it's about survival. Everyone was worried that Kid Kanji's involvement in the hunt for Sandstorm Araki would make him reckless. But in reality, Kid Kanji was clear about his situation. He had taken a soldier's food pill, further pushing his body to the limit, always ready to escape. At the same time, he stood before Sandstorm Araki's body and sealed it into his scroll. People watched in silence, some even showing appreciative glances, wondering if Kid Kanji could turn the body into combat power on the spot. But seeing Kid Kanji's pale face, no one dared to ask. No one thought there was any problem with handing the body over to Kid Kanji. Among the 300 people present, only he mastered the ability to utilize corpses. Without Kid Kanji as bait, they wouldn't even have been able to smoothly eliminate this entire elite team. The other corpses had to wait. They could be collected after the war, as retrieving them now would be useless. Kid Kanji thought silently. Sandstorm Araki's body was filled with his virus, and he had been deeply influenced by Kid Kanji while alive, which meant Sandstorm Araki could retain his strength from when he was alive to the maximum extent, which was of great value to Kid Kanji. After the battle began, if things went wrong and Kid Kanji couldn't escape using the void technique, he could release Sandstorm Araki. However, he preferred not to do so unless absolutely necessary. It would have too great an impact to release him to fight for me right after the enemy just died. Kid Kanji thought silently. The sounds of battle had already erupted ahead. Haha, the fools of Sunagakure have arrived. I can't wait any longer. Just now we were warming up, and we killed that guy Sandstorm Araki from your side. What? Lord Sandstorm Araki is an elite Jainin. How could he possibly die? He was leading the most elite team. Who knows? He suddenly charged over and was killed on the spot by our companions. At the start of the conflict, the morale of the Sunagakure forces suffered a huge blow, and many people showed expressions of disbelief. A few in the know understood the original plan. Once Sandstorm Araki had kidnapped an important figure, they could join the battle without restraint, using various ninjutsu to attack the chaotic Konoha forces. If they charged in directly and Sandstorm Araki entered afterward, it might cause the important figure to die in the chaos, rendering everything meaningless. Surely they wouldn't fight over the corpse? To obtain complete intel on ninjutsu from a corpse. Even the Imashiro clan of Konoha wouldn't dare say they had absolute confidence, let alone Sunagakure. But now, the plan was in disarray. Sandstorm Araki didn't even complete his mission, let alone escape. How could this be possible? Just a moment ago, they could still observe the Konoha forces engaging in battle from a distance, and it ended so abruptly. Whoosh! A white spirit was wandering around the battlefield. Wherever it went, endangered Konoha ninjas were saved, while terrified Sunagakure ninjas froze in place, collapsing to the ground. Some Sunagakure ninjas were even possessed by Cat Dian, suddenly starting to crazily kill surrounding Sunagakure ninjas. Some Sunagakure ninjas attempted to attack Cat Dian, but it was difficult to inflict effective damage on the spirit. Clearly, they had the numerical advantage and should have crushed this Konoha unit quickly to assist other battlefields. Yet they ended up in this dire state. The Sunagakure offensive was hindered, and signs of a retreat began to emerge. It seemed to be working. Kid Kanji followed the main force at the back, throwing 1 or 2 shurikens casually. No one blamed him. Some Konoha ninjas even intentionally stood in front of him, blocking the enemy's line of sight and concealing Kid Kanji's figure. With his rising fame and established achievements, having an astonishing skill would be beneficial. People around him would help out whenever they had the energy. The only downside was that Kid Kanji wasn't sure how these people truly viewed him. He thought it should be all right, even though he was the one who manipulated corpses. However, in times of war, playing with corpses was a trivial matter in the face of life and death. Helping everyone deal with the enemy and establishing achievements was what truly made him popular. After the war ended, it would be hard to say. Even heroes like Hataki Sakomo were driven to their deaths. Ordinary villagers, accustomed to peace, would surely keep their distance from him. There might even be outrageous rumors to tarnish his reputation. For this, Kid Kanji had long been psychologically prepared. As the battle situation became increasingly favorable and the front lines slowly advanced, Sunagakure began to retreat step by step. Total defeat was only a matter of time, and the people of Konoha saw the dawn of victory. Kid Kanji also slowly advanced with the main force, occasionally looking up at Cat Dian's position. Finally, the Sunagakure forces collapsed. The remaining ninjas began to turn and flee, and the Konoha ninjas launched a large-scale pursuit, completely shattering the original formation and forming numerous small squads. Kid Kanji did not pursue, but stayed behind to clean up the battlefield, waiting for over a day. Even so, he was extremely cautious, using zombies to finish off enemies. Not only did he finish off the living enemies, but he also dealt a blow to the dead ones. What if they were just pretending to be dead? What a careful guy. Despite having developed the ability to control corpses, he was still so cautious. Though this way, he could live longer. It ultimately meant nothing as long as he continued to rely on his mediocre flesh and blood. He would eventually rot. At the edge of the battlefield, a common corpse that had been lying there for an unknown amount of time suddenly moved, its joints creaking, clearly a modified puppet. And an electronic voice came from its mouth. Scorpion of the Red Sand, right? I heard about you from the medic Yakushinon. However, I didn't expect you to be so bold, coming here so eagerly. Kid Kanji said slowly. Chapter 33. Self-rebirth puzzle. The Scorpion of the Red Sand would find a way to contact him, and Feng Jianzi had long anticipated this. Even Chiyo was envious of his secret technique, specifically arranging for the sandstorm Araki to abduct him. It goes without saying that the Scorpion, who highly revered human puppetry, will be even more eager. You could survive, and then I will contact you. If you're captured by Sandstorm Araki and taken back to the village, there will be no need for me to contact you, because what you possess will eventually fall into my hands. The puppet's mouth opened and closed, making intermittent sounds. Feng Jianzi looked around. The only scattered Konoha ninjas nearby were cleaning up the battlefield. He immediately said, "What exactly do you want to say? I don't have time to waste on you. Let's make a deal. You give me your technique, and in return, I will give you the secret technique of human puppetry from a village." The Scorpion said, "The flesh and blood body will eventually decay. You will wake up sooner or later and walk the same path as me. We are not enemies." So confident? Feng Jianzi responded, "I want to be mistaken. Essentially, there is no difference between you and me. We have both embarked on the path of controlling corpses, merely differing in our methods of transforming them." The Scorpion continued, "You can make the corpse use the ninjutsu it had in life, and my human puppetry technique can also transform the corpse, allowing it to use its former ninjutsu. Any puppet master who knows about human puppetry cannot ignore your existence. Obtaining your technique would mean completely filling the most critical part of human puppetry." The Scorpion added, "I have researched your information. You have not been using the soul resurrection technique for long, so you have not realized its greatest flaw. The corpse itself will continue to decay. But my human puppetry is different. As long as I keep replacing parts, the human puppet can last forever. What if I ask you for the complete human puppetry technique?" Feng Jianzi inquired. "That is fine, but you must give me all the techniques you have on hand. I am very interested in the space-time technique you use through corpses. If applied to my puppets, it would cover the puppet master's weaknesses. What do puppet masters fear the most? It's simply being ambushed by enemies like Konoha's White Fang, who excel at one-hit kills. Even puppet masters controlling human puppets have their flesh and blood bodies as weaknesses. Unless they completely transform their bodies into puppets, they still need a flesh and blood core to produce chakra. However, if one can master space-time ninjutsu, even if it only allows for teleportation over a short distance, it would be a pivotal technique that could change a puppet master's fate. The battle is ever-changing. For experts, often it only takes a brief moment of delay to completely turn the tide. What a troublesome little child. The pharmacist, Nanoyu, never told me you would be so difficult. Are you really only 6 years old? I'm 7 now. In the Warring States period, I would have already been on the battlefield killing many people at this age." The Scorpion replied coldly. Feng Jianzi nodded secretly. Indeed, even in the era of ninja villages, figures like Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha had seen blood on the battlefield at this age. There was no helping it. This was ultimately a world with extraordinary powers, where even young children capable of producing and using chakra could kill ordinary people as easily as chopping vegetables, far surpassing normal individuals in combat ability. Then, have we reached a consensus? That's good. You and I are fellow travelers, without enmity, and on the path to eternity, I no longer feel lonely. The Scorpion's voice showed a rare emotional fluctuation. Even his grandmother would likely not understand his thoughts. Yet he was about to join forces with someone from a rival village to walk this path. As for selling the human puppetry technique, which could be seen as betraying the village, the Scorpion paid it no mind. The people of Sunagakure were ultimately a group destined to perish. Feng Jianzi still did not approach the puppet, but instead walked a few meters to the side and squatted down as if to collect the spoils left by the enemy, saying, "The human puppetry can wait. I'm interested in another technique. If you can help me obtain it, we can proceed with the transaction immediately." "Oof, so cunning. It turns out you were already prepared to contact me," the Scorpion remarked. "I agree with one point you made. It's always better for two people to walk together in the unknown than for one to flail around like a headless fly. So what do you want?" "The forbidden technique of Chiyo, the self-rebirth technique. I've never heard of it. How do you know about information even I am unaware of? The scorpion seemed somewhat surprised. Self-rebirth? What is that? Does the old lady Chio know this technique? Right now, Chio probably hasn't fully developed it yet. But even if only part of it is developed, that doesn't matter. There's no point in hiding it from you with your intelligence. You will surely understand that what I truly want is this. Therefore, I want Tini to disguise this purpose with multiple transactions. Feng Jianzi was extremely eager for this technique. As long as he could obtain the self-rebirth technique, even if it was not fully developed and had many flaws, that was fine, as long as it could be successfully cast. At this stage, even if Konoha village threw the ceiling book at him and let him choose any ninjutsu he wanted from it, it would be compared to Chio's self-rebirth technique. For Feng Jianzi, the importance of the self-rebirth technique surpassed even that of the impure world reincarnation. The self-rebirth technique, what is it used for? From the name, it seems to be a resurrection technique, a complementary ninjutsu for human puppetry. The scorpion naturally thought of this. Chio's most powerful techniques were, after all, human puppetry and the 10 puppet jutsu. The human puppetry was currently not complete and was not suitable for open deployment on the battlefield at this time. Once revealed, it would become as notorious as Feng Jianzi's soul resurrection technique among the enemies. No one could tolerate the enemy mastering such techniques. The ethical and public opinion risks were one aspect, but they were more concerned about their own people dying and becoming combat forces for the enemy. The trend of Tsunagekyu's defeat was becoming increasingly obvious, and bringing out human puppetry at this time would be foolish. Once Konoha won the war, how could they tolerate Tsunagekyu continuing to master such techniques? Then the self-rebirth technique, which had never been heard of, should also be complementary to human puppetry. Feng Jianzi nodded. You could say that this technique was developed for human puppetry. That pharmacist, Nanoyu, seems to be quite skilled to have obtained such a level of secret from the village. I will find an opportunity to kill her in the future. I hope you want to stop me, as I do not wish to eliminate you. That is a matter for the future, Feng Jianzi said non-committally. I will soon give you a reply. This is the codebook between you and me. I will find you as soon as possible. The chakra stored in the puppet was about to be exhausted, and a switch on its chest opened, rolling out a scroll. The puppet itself then transformed into white smoke and disappeared from the spot. Feng Jianzi contemplated, summoning technique, this scorpion of the red sand. Chapter 34, Infinite Chakra. The impure world reincarnation is powerful, but as of now, even if Kid no Kanji obtains and learns this technique, he cannot use it at all. He doesn't have enough chakra. Even if he forcibly summons the impure world ninjas, how would he control them? Orochimaru has further perfected the impure world reincarnation technique, developing methods to enhance control using talismans. What method would Kid no Kanji use to control the impure world ninjas? More importantly, the difficulty of learning this technique is astonishing. Only Orochimaru and Kabuto have mastered it. However, the self-resurrection technique is different. This is a forbidden technique developed by Chio, capable of granting life to puppets. Originally, in the timeline, Chio used this technique to transfer her life force into Gaara, trading her life for his. Chio's original intention in developing this technique was to sacrifice herself to revive the puppet's father and mother, allowing Sasori to have parents again. Therefore, when Kid no Kanji says the self-resurrection technique is a complementary ninjutsu for human puppets, it's not entirely false. The reason Kid no Kanji desires this technique is not to grant life to puppets. As for granting life to zombies, well, that might be a very creative use, but it is definitely not his true goal. He wants the zombies to use the self-resurrection technique to cast the technique on himself. If zombies can use chakra and the ninjutsu they had in life, then transferring the remaining life force from their fleshly bodies to Kid no Kanji is also feasible. With a continuous supply of life force, Kid no Kanji can quickly make up for his greatest shortcoming: poor physical condition and sparse chakra. Carrying a large number of zombies as consumables, once his chakra is exhausted, he can immediately summon the zombies to replenish his life force, using the temporarily obtained life force to create more chakra. As long as the number of zombies doesn't run out, Kid no Kanji's chakra will keep flowing. As for how many zombies there can be, isn't it a matter of how many there are? How many wars happen each year? How many people die in each war? How many ordinary ninjas without bloodline limits have their bodies hastily cremated or buried? They are inexhaustible, absolutely inexhaustible. If Kid no Kanji can have a vast amount of life force as a supplement, where can't he go in the ninja world? Wouldn't he have a better chance of obtaining more and better zombies? This would create a perfect positive cycle. And Ki no Kanji would break free from his current predicament. While it might be an exaggeration to say he could rise to the level of a Kage, at the very least, it is entirely possible for him to advance to Jonin level and retreat safely in front of elite Jonin. With this unique corpse manipulation system, he would become an extremely troublesome and bizarrely powerful ninja. The premise of all this is obtaining the self-resurrection technique. This is the key to breaking the situation. Ki no Kanji glanced at the dense forest in the distance. Perhaps Sasori of the Red Sand was hiding behind a tree there? No, it shouldn't be. Sasori probably put on his puppet exterior and sent a sand clone over. It's impossible for his main body to get close. After learning about the effects of this technique, Sasori would probably understand what Ki no Kanji wanted to do. Speaking of which, turning corpses into zombies. Then zombies back into living people, returning to peak power, and then having Sasori take them away and transform them into human puppets. It truly is a good industrial chain. Those ninjas who have been dead for a while could also be utilized. Sasori wouldn't have to focus solely on killing the living. He would surely be very pleased to see this. Talking about ideals with an artist is more effective than just discussing interests. The war is progressing at the pace that Konoha expected. One troop after another has defeated the enemy and then assisted other units, with Konoha's advantage continuously expanding with each battle. The advantages accumulated over the past few years of fighting, through countless small victories, are finally bearing fruit at this moment, resulting from the numerous corpses of the two countries' ninjas. The Sand-Hidden Army has finally collapsed. Chiyo's poison was dispelled by Tsunade, and the first-generation puppet master, Bunzaman, was killed by Kakashi. The mountains are filled with fleeing sand ninjas, and the Konoha ninjas, in the posture of victors, are declaring yet another significant victory. What a pity. The old man doesn't allow us to attack the land of wind. This kind of victory is essentially just driving the invaders away. And our absolute losses are not any less than those of the Sand-Hidden Village. Tsunade stands high above, looking down at the scene of Konoha ninjas chasing sand ninjas, observing the chaotic scene as if herding sheep, feeling a bit irritable. Cat Dan stands beside her, gently saying, "If we invade the land of wind, it would mean escalating the war between the two countries, allowing the enemy to mobilize more forces to resist desperately, causing us even more losses. However, even if the losses are equal, the Sand-Hidden Village is the one suffering more. If we're to make them suffer, we should strike them hard. They can come and go as they please." Tsunade shakes her head, feeling frustrated at the thought. At the beginning of the war, Konoha, IWA, and Suna mainly fought in the Land of Rain, before splitting part of their forces to directly invade each other's territories. Once Hanzo announced his withdrawal from the war, and the Land of Rain stopped participating in the Second Great Ninja War, these three countries began to concentrate all their forces to wage offensive and counteroffensive wars, intensifying the brutality of the conflict. The Sand-Hidden Village was the most aggressive in attacking Konoha, and now that they have collapsed, Konoha has no intention of counter-invading. Tsunade, being strong-willed, finds this extremely frustrating. Or rather, she has grown tired of this war. Her beloved younger brother has died. Fortunately, she still has a lover. Tsunade looks at her lover, and her heart is somewhat comforted. She asks, "So, what about that kid named Ki no Kanji?" "Quite good, whether in terms of secret techniques or temperament. He is quite reliable. From my observation, the space-time technique he developed is also very interesting and has strong practical value." Cat Dan does not hold back his praise. He has always been generous and fond of his companions. After a moment's thought, Cat Dan adds, "It's just that his body is too weak. Plus, he lost 2 fingers during the mission to assist Yakushi Nan, which has diminished his potential. The body can be improved. As long as he doesn't have a bloodline disease, there are several techniques in the village that can help him enhance his physical strength. But fingers?" Tsunade frowns. "There's nothing that can be done about that. Installing prosthetic fingers? Konoha doesn't have that kind of technology. Missing 2 fingers means he can't perform certain hand seals smoothly. The only good news is that he can control corpses to cast techniques. The Sand-Hidden Village can no longer pose a threat to us. Let him return to the village to rest for a while." "I'm also very interested in his situation," Tsunade says. Chapter 35. Tsunade's Amazement in War. Only a very few shine brightly. Hide Kanashi felt that he did not belong to this elite group, but others thought differently. After defeating the Sand Village, many Leaf ninjas cheered and returned to the main camp, bringing with them the spoils of war and captured prisoners to designated locations. These items would become bargaining chips for the Leaf Village in post-war negotiations. Many were covered in wounds and dirt, but their spirits were incredibly high as they boasted about their performance on the battlefield. Especially at the medical unit, it was the busiest, as many ninjas returned immediately to tend to their injuries, making it a densely populated area. Hey, did you hear? Sandstorm Araki is dead. He was an elite jonin of a sand village. I heard that Lord Kato Danto is incredibly powerful, maybe even at Hokage level. Not only that, I heard Lord Kato Danto mention that it was Kid Kanashi who interfered with Sandstorm Araki and created the opportunity. The person who uses the soul manipulation technique. Kid Kanashi's performance brought unprecedented attention to the soul manipulation technique, as the ability to control corpses to move freely was too unique. On this battlefield littered with dead bodies, just hearing about this technique made people realize how terrifying it was, especially when Kid Kanashi developed new space-time ninjutsu through the soul manipulation technique. It caused quite a stir. It couldn't be hidden. The battle against Sandstorm Araki was already eye-catching, and many witnesses saw Kid Kanashi's space-time technique, which gained even wider promotion. Space-time ninjutsu. Who wouldn't like it? Who wouldn't want to learn it? Just hearing the name of Minato Namikaze, even if one had never seen him in action, one could imagine how dazzling the scene of instantaneous movement would be. As soon as the Flying Thunder God technique spread, a young ninja capable of space-time ninjutsu emerged here. Is this a complementary ninjutsu developed from the soul manipulation technique? Does the soul manipulation technique have such potential? Almost everyone, out of curiosity, learned about Kid Kanashi's various performances, and looks of astonishment appeared on their faces, especially the medical ninjas, who felt their minds were overwhelmed. If it were just controlling corpses in battle, it might provoke some comrades' aversion, but if it could further activate space-time ninjutsu, then people's reviews of Kid Kanashi's version of the soul manipulation technique would completely change. This is the charm of space-time ninjutsu. The medical ninjas were almost frantic, trying to learn the soul manipulation technique through various channels, even exchanging military achievements for it from the village. However, once they got their hands on it, no matter how they studied, they confirmed it was just a temporary ability to control corpses. No matter how much they practiced, it could only allow the corpse to move for a few dozen seconds and could not handle high-intensity combat tasks. How did Kid Kanashi solve the shortcomings of this technique? How could he allow the corpses to move freely for such a long time and still use the ninjutsu they had in life? Not to mention that Kid Kanashi could simultaneously control multiple corpses, demonstrating impressive combat power, and even use space-time ninjutsu through these corpses. Under this intense curiosity and astonishment, Kid Kanashi's name spread at an astonishing speed. To be honest, he hadn't yet established enough merit to change the course of the battle, nor had he become a hero of the leaf. But the waves he stirred temporarily overshadowed others. Kato Danto's casual comment that Kid Kanashi is a genius began to spread rapidly, whether or not it was intended to open a conversation with him. More and more people began to reassess Kid Kanashi and increasingly felt that he was indeed a genius. In a battlefield against the Rock Village, it was quite normal for them to have a Kid Kanashi just as they had a Minato Namikaze, right? My talent is far from being comparable to Minato Namikaze. The rumors among my comrades are too exaggerated, Kid Kanashi said helplessly as he reported to Tsunade. A genius? Maybe in the near future, but not now. Don't underestimate yourself. Everyone sees your capabilities. Your main shortcomings can also be compensated for. Tsunade's style was exceptionally decisive. She summoned Kid Kanashi amidst her busy schedule, not to really hear his work report. Kato Danto had already informed her of the specifics. It was mainly to observe Kid Kanashi closely, as he was a ninja from the medical unit she directly commanded. But upon closer inspection, Kid Kanashi's physical condition still surprised Tsunade. She reached out and placed her finger on Kid Kanashi's shoulder, quickly circulating her chakra. With your physical condition, how have you survived until now? No wonder you were overlooked during the selection process by the root. It was shocking. Tsunade felt that the skinny young man before her looked like a paper doll. The extremely low cell count could not be hidden from a top medical ninja like Tsunade. I can't help it. I was born this way. That's why I say I owe my survival to the village's care, Kid Kanashi replied. Tsunade had never seen such a body. It appeared normal, but upon closer examination, it resembled a paper-thin person with a horrifying internal deficiency. This kind of body, logically speaking, could potentially perish from an ordinary cold. Yet Kid Kanashi had lived to 16 and had become an excellent chunin. No wonder your profile says you have an introverted personality. But some teammates didn't mention this. I understand roughly. With such a body, it should indeed be a bit introverted. If you randomly approach people, you might not have survived to now. Driven by her research instincts, she was very eager to study this never-before-seen body closely. But it was only a thought in her mind. I will teach you the technique to stimulate your body with chakra. With your learning ability, mastering this technique won't be difficult. It can alleviate some of your chakra deficiency, but I can't help you with your fingers. However, it seems you don't mind that. Tsunade said. Kid Kanashi immediately summoned a zombie. Lady Tsunade, the technique I want to perform can be done through the zombie, which can effectively compensate for my shortcomings. A zombie? Indeed, your technique has deviated from the original soul manipulation technique and taken another path. Yes, I've named my secret technique Corpse Escape. Corpse Escape. The name sounds like a forbidden technique. However, it was fine. She judged that Kid Kanashi was a cautious and intelligent person who wouldn't recklessly tread the forbidden path of using his comrades' corpses. As for using enemy corpses, this was wartime, which made it more acceptable. Chapter 36. The village needs talents like Feng Jianzi. Tsunade did not really study zombies in detail. She understood well enough and did not try to pry into Feng Jianzi's secret techniques. This left a very good impression on Feng Jianzi regarding Tsunade. Of course, it may also be related to his sufficiently open demeanor as he actively summoned the zombies. You have the body of Shabao Araki, right? How long do you think it will take to turn him into a combat-ready zombie? How much of his original strength can be retained? It's hard to say. This is my first time dealing with a body of this level. Just the transformation time alone will take a few days at least. As for the strength, conservatively estimating, I can retain over 50%. In fact, it should be over 80%. After all, Shabao Araki was not captured long after his death. He was infected while alive and had already undergone partial transformation before he died. This can maximize the retention of his strength from when he was alive, which is the kind of zombie Feng Jianzi likes the most. The reason he cannot fully exhibit his original strength is that Feng Jianzi needs to spend some time completely transforming him into a zombie, during which the body's vitality will inevitably decline. This is unavoidable. Feng Jianzi doesn't have enough chakra to speed up the transformation process and can only advance little by little. I see. Your secret technique is even better than I expected. You can even utilize the body of an elite Jainin. Tsunade was very moved. If you can utilize an elite Jainin now, with further development, wouldn't you be able to use a body at the level of a Kage directly, coupled with space-time ninjutsu? Indeed, this brand new secret technique system is extremely frightening and has immense potential. Luckily, Feng Jianzi is a ninja from Konoha. The only regret is that Feng Jianzi's body is seriously lacking. The amount of cells is too small. Even if he masters chakra stimulation techniques to stimulate cell vitality and produce more chakra, the upper limit is extremely limited. At this point, Feng Jianzi suddenly said, Lady Tsunade, I also hope to learn the technique to accelerate cell division. You must have it, right? I wish to exchange it for military merit. Of course, I have it. It's on the B rank medical ninjutsu, but the village rarely passes this technique to you. Do you know why? Tsunade's expression was serious. I can roughly guess. Accelerating cell division can indeed quickly heal injuries and produce more chakra, but it will also shorten one's lifespan. Feng Jianzi smiled and said, but as you can see, I have good secret techniques, but not enough chakra to exert my strength. Who knows, I might die on the battlefield one day without even a future. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, summoned a pile of scrolls, and after picking through them, finally took one out. She released the sealing technique on it and handed it to Feng Jianzi. Since you have already made your decision, I won't say much. I hope this technique can help you go further. Tsunade understood that Feng Jianzi was right. Shortening one's lifespan? This is hardly a flaw. In this crazy world, who can guarantee they will live to a natural death? Feng Jianzi walked out of Tsunade's tent, feeling satisfied, and took a deep breath. Another good supplementary method in hand, whether used on zombies or himself, is very valuable. However, that said, this is ultimately just a supplement. Even if Feng Jianzi learns this technique, his physical strength is still limited and can never compare to that of Kabuto. Kabuto can withstand Naruto's Rasengan with his body, even without hand seals or techniques. His abdominal injuries can heal at a visibly rapid rate. Kabuto can constantly accelerate cell division. The active medical ninjutsu that Feng Jianzi practices is merely a passive buff in Kabuto's case. This is still Kabuto. If it were the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan, it would be even more so. Their abundant vitality allows them to have astonishing self-healing abilities, even without doing anything. It still relies on the self-body rebirth technique. I hope Sasori doesn't let me down. Feng Jianzi has high hopes for Sasori. If even Sasori can't do it, then his plans will take a much more complicated turn, and he'll have to find other means to achieve his goals. He might even abandon the self-body rebirth route temporarily and use the cell division acceleration technique and chakra stimulation techniques as a stopgap. Another half-month passed, and the situation stabilized completely, with people becoming increasingly relaxed. Some ninjas would operate in small teams, either to capture scattered sand ninjas hiding or to transport supplies. There was also a special situation where they discovered and protected the sand teams heading to Konoha for negotiations. Feng Jianzi had not executed any tasks lately, to outsiders. He appeared to be diligently training, either selecting corpses or studying the ninjutsu obtained from Tsunade. Occasionally, Feng Jianzi would leave the tent to practice in less populated areas. This behavior was quite normal. The sand village had already been defeated, and negotiations with Konoha were in process. So no one would strictly restrict every ninja's personal actions as before. Feng Jianzi continuously sent out zombies to wander in the vast Konoha forest, carving seemingly normal marks on tree trunks and rocks. Each mark was meticulously carved based on the content from the codebook left by Sasori, conveying different messages. After 6 consecutive days, when Feng Jianzi discovered new special marks on the back of a rock, he immediately knew that Sasori had arrived. How cautious! Another puppet? Feng Jianzi assessed the puppet before him, mobilizing the scattered zombies around to try to locate Sasori's true body. You're not bad either. It seems your strength has improved during this time. Every corpse is your spy, Sasori said. Don't waste your efforts. My true body is not nearby at all. The one using this puppet is merely a clone. Be careful not to be discovered by the patrols. Konoha has many excellent sensory ninjas. If they find out, it doesn't matter. The war is over, and peace negotiations are still ongoing. Both sides are supposed to stop hostilities in principle. This is also a way to protect the scattered personnel. Sasori said coldly, even if I am really discovered, at most, I would just be expelled. No one besides you can know my true identity. Compared to me, you are bolder. So, are you ready to betray the village? Conducting private transactions with sand ninjas and trading extremely sensitive ninjutsu. This behavior, even in Konoha, is considered an unforgivable sensitive act. Sasori did not take the sand village seriously. He felt that as companions on the eternal road, Feng Jianzi surely felt the same way about Konoha. I can use space-time ninjutsu and can retreat at any time. You don't need to worry about that. Stop wasting time. Do you have a self-body rebirth technique? Feng Jianzi placed the scroll in his hand on the ground. Let's trade a portion first. I will use my space-time ninjutsu, the void technique, as a bargaining chip. You are very sincere. Sasori's puppet also took out a scroll. Although his intuition told him that things shouldn't be going this smoothly, he didn't know where the problem lay. Chapter 37, this is not the end, but the beginning your empty realm technique. It can't be a bloodline limit, right? The scorpion of the red sand suddenly said this. It can't be, it's undoubtedly a secret technique. Theoretically, anyone can practice it. Feng Jianzi emphasized the word theoretically. The scorpion of the red sand understood what Feng Jianzi meant. He simply didn't believe he wouldn't be able to learn Feng Jianzi's secret technique. So, if it wasn't an issue with the threshold for training, then it must be a problem with the conditions for training. He also placed a scroll on the ground. That old hag hasn't perfected this technique yet. Humph. A forbidden technique that transfers one's life force. I roughly know what she wants to do. It's really boring. Does she think she can change my mind this way? I'm not interested in the conflict between you and your grandmother. Feng Jianzi slowly stepped back and summoned a zombie to retrieve the scroll of the reincarnation technique. And the scorpion of the red sand did the same. There was no sneak attack, no poisoning. After repeatedly confirming there were no issues, both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Feng Jianzi directed the zombie to open the scroll, looking at the densely packed text, nodding in satisfaction. The scorpion of the red sand's clone directly controlled the puppet to leave, after some twists and turns, meeting with the main body at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind. It went surprisingly smoothly. My assessment of that guy has improved a bit. Perhaps he is indeed a genuine companion. The scorpion of the red sand felt a tension in his heart. He ultimately hadn't grown to his peak, and taking such a risk in this transaction would be troublesome if exposed. Conflicts with Feng Jianzi or other Konoha ninjas would also be a hassle. Whoosh! The scorpion of the red sand opened the scroll and carefully read the empty realm technique from beginning to end, expressionless as he closed it. To learn the corpse transformation empty realm technique, one must first master the prerequisite secret technique of corpse transformation. The scorpion of the red sand snorted coldly. Not believing this nonsense, This empty realm technique essentially uses a corpse to perform space-time ninjutsu. If a technique can be performed using a corpse, why can't he use a puppet to perform it? Aren't corpses and human puppets fundamentally different? Moreover, the remodeling potential of a corpse is far inferior to that of a human puppet. Just wait. It won't be long before I can learn it. The scorpion of the red sand put away the scroll, turned, and stepped into the sandstorm, but soon had to stop, expressionless as he looked ahead. I thought you would focus your main energy on negotiating with Konoha or the war with Awagakure. The scorpion of the red sand scrutinized Chiyo. The war has already ended. The village suffered too much loss, and continuing would be meaningless. A truce has been reached with Awagakure, and the Kazekage is negotiating with Itsuchikage. The third Kazekage ultimately chose to compromise. He, who was called the strongest Kazekage, gained nothing in this war, but that has nothing to do with me. The scorpion of the red sand said coldly. Chiyo's expression was complex. Scorpion, what have you done? As you can see, I reach a good deal with that guy. I exchanged your useless reincarnation technique for his space-time technique. The scorpion of the red sand said, you should be happy about this. That guy's technique is much more useful than yours. Our village will unprecedentedly master a space-time ninjutsu. Chiyo sighed. I felt something was off when I discovered new traces in the secret room. It was indeed you, this behavior. Why would Feng Jianzi know that I was developing the reincarnation technique? She truly didn't know what to do. Should she arrest the scorpion of the red sand for the crime of betraying the village? Don't joke. She valued Scorpion's life more than her own, otherwise. She wouldn't have developed the forbidden technique to transfer life force. Who knows, it was probably that priestess who did it. It shows our village has already been infiltrated by Konoha like a sieve. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time tracking me down in places like this. Chiyo thought this was ridiculous. She had never told anyone about secretly developing the reincarnation technique, and only Scorpion had the ability to enter her secret room. So she concluded that Scorpion had leaked it to Feng Jianzi. She said in a deep voice, you are still too young and do not know how cunning those guys from Konoha are. He gave you the space-time ninjutsu, which indicates he gained benefits far exceeding the space-time ninjutsu from you. To use the reincarnation technique to resurrect zombies? No. Chiyo thought it over and immediately guessed Feng Jianzi's intentions, feeling even more disappointed and helpless. No wonder he targeted the reincarnation technique. From now on, Feng Jianzi will break free from constraints and truly become powerful. The village will have a powerful new enemy, perhaps even more troublesome than Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Sakumo doesn't possess space-time ninjutsu. Chiyo let out a deep sigh, feeling unprecedented fatigue. She desperately wanted to capture Feng Jianzi. Not only did she fail, but the reincarnation technique she had painstakingly researched also fell into Feng Jianzi's hands, becoming the greatest aid on his path to strength. Yes, the greatest aid, no less. Chiyo could hardly imagine how troublesome it would be if Feng Jianzi mastered the means to transfer life force from zombies, alleviating physical limitations, utilizing battlefield corpses anytime and anywhere, and being able to perform space-time movement. He would ultimately take the route of human puppets. I originally intended to pass on the technology of human puppets to him. This is just the beginning. Your reincarnation technique is still incomplete, and there are many flaws in its application, making it very difficult to learn. In the future, he will seek me out for a more perfected reincarnation technique, and by then, it will be time for us to obtain the complete corpse escape secret technique from him. The scorpion of the red sand slowly walked to Chiyo's side, brushed past her, and headed towards Sunagakure. I thought of what you thought. Whatever he wants to do, he must achieve one thing: controlling corpses with entirely different physical characteristics to perform this S-class forbidden technique. Is that possible? According to Chiyo and Scorpion's estimates, Feng Jianzi would exhaust everything, at most allowing 1 or 2 zombies to master the reincarnation technique, never thinking that Feng Jianzi wanted all the zombies to learn it. Corpses are ultimately not puppets. While corpse escape has many unknown secrets, logically, it should not be so outrageous. It's not like if Feng Jianzi learned it, all the corpses he controlled would learn it too. The principles of the reincarnation technique are entirely different from those of the empty realm technique. Chiyo watched the back of the scorpion of the red sand, feeling that her grandson was so unfamiliar, having completely changed into a different person. It's all that damned Hatake Sakumo's fault. If it weren't for you, this is definitely not the end, just the beginning. Chiyo gritted her teeth. This war has ended, but there will be new wars in the future, and she will always have the opportunity to kill Hatake Sakumo. Perhaps Scorpion's trade with Feng Jianzi is not a bad thing. Using the techniques obtained from Konoha to improve human puppets will make it easier to kill Hatake Sakumo in the future. As for Feng Jianzi becoming stronger, I can't care about that much anymore. Feng Jianzi returned to the camp nonchalantly, greeting both familiar and unfamiliar ninjas along the way. Everyone was relatively relaxed now. Once he avoided the crowd, he took a deep breath and opened the scroll. Finally, the crucial first step has been achieved. This is the most important and hardest piece of the puzzle in all future plans, and it turned out to be even smoother than expected. Feng Jianzi began to gradually tackle this forbidden technique. It was not easy. The reincarnation technique absolutely reached the level of S-class ninjutsu and fully qualified to enter the Book of Seals, with an extremely high difficulty of learning. Fortunately, Maple's chakra may not be abundant, but their learning ability is very strong. Chapter 38. Returned and stationed after 10 more days. The troops from Konoha began to withdraw in succession. Kamikaze was among the first batch of evacuees, and he was very satisfied with this arrangement. What he needed most now was time to train in the village, which was far better than being restrained in the camp. The reason for not allowing everyone to return to the village all at once was to guard against the enemy launching a surprise attack again. After all, the opponent was Sunagakure. Compared to other ninja villages, Sunagakure was clearly in a state of turmoil, always looking for an opportunity to wage war to prove its worth to the Land of Wind. However, throughout the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagakure gained nothing. They invaded the Land of Fire, but faced with Kakashi and Tsunade, they failed to occupy any rich territory, seize valuable jutsu, or effectively take down Konoha's geniuses, resulting in a complete loss. On another front, they were invaded by a Wagakure, and the two sides fought to a standstill. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest in history, along with the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, had the capability to withstand the third Tsuchikage's offensive. After all, most of Wagakure's main forces were dealing with Konoha. Facing the troops led by Orochimaru, the Senju clan, Uchiha clan, and Hyuga clan, the three major bloodline clans, gathered under Orochimaru's command along with many smaller secret technique families. This showed that Konoha's response to the aggressions from Sunagakure and Wagakure was clearly different. This does not even take into account the Uzumaki clan. 5 years ago, at the start of the Second Great Ninja War, the land of Whirlpool was devastated by attacks from Kirigakure, Kyomogakure, and rogue ninja groups, leading to its destruction. Kirigakure used massive water techniques to flood the land of Whirlpool. Kyomogakure destroyed the land of Whirlpool's large barrier with lightning techniques. And rogue ninja groups kidnapped members of the Uzumaki clan to sell in the black market. After returning to the village, I need to quickly learn the rebirth jutsu to enhance my strength. If given the choice, I would prefer not to participate in the war against Wagakure. Kamikaze pondered. The pressure Wagakure exerted on Konoha was far beyond that of Sunagakure. With no major moves from Kyomogakure in the northeast and Kirigakure in the southeast, Wagakure was actually Konoha's strongest opponent. Sunagakure was already impoverished, and their painstakingly cultivated puppet troops and poisons were completely defeated by Kakashi and Tsunade, meaning Konoha did not have to expend too many resources to deal with Sunagakure's offensive. But Wagakure was troublesome. They had two Jinchuriki, the Four Tails and the Five Tails, both of whom participated in the war against Konoha. In Konoha, the 75-year-old Uzumaki Mido did not go to battle. Otherwise, this woman, who scolded the Nine Tails like she was reprimanding her son, might have accelerated the war's end if she had appeared on the battlefield. It is worth mentioning that Uzumaki Mido, like Uzumaki Naruto, possessed the ability to sense the goodness and evil in people's hearts, a terrifying capability that rendered all surprise attacks, ambushes, and flanking tactics useless. This was also why Uzumaki Mido, being old and with little time left, might have been affected by the near extermination of the Uzumaki clan, and was now fully focused on training Uzumaki Kushina, teaching her various sealing techniques. If we also consider the presence of the third Hokage and Danzo in Konoha, at this time, Konoha was truly filled with talent. I remember that the third Hokage's son and daughter-in-law, who were also Konohamaru's parents, were still alive and serving in the Umbu. Kamikaze couldn't help but sigh at the configuration of Konoha. It was simply too luxurious: bloodline limits, secret techniques, total military strength, and a number of Kaga-level ninjas. A comprehensive advantage. In a way, it was quite remarkable that the third Hokage would eventually squander nearly all of this luxurious configuration. I must be cautious with anything related to a Wagakure. The mortality rate will be very high. By next year, at the end of the 40th year, the war would reach its most brutal stage. Even after the Second Great Ninja War officially ended, conflicts between the villages continued until the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War. Kamikaze recalled the content from the tale of Minato deep in thought. To be honest, I completely do not wish to participate in these dangerous battles before mastering the rebirth jutsu. Ultimately, I need to quickly master this imperfect rebirth jutsu. Normally, it could take a few years for a regular person to learn an S-class forbidden technique. I must find a way to compress this time. Ideally, it should not exceed 1 year. By the end of next year, a great battle between Konoha and Iwagakure will undoubtedly break out. And as a newly promoted secret technique ninja, I will most likely be sent to the battlefield. At that time, I wonder if I can evade the blast radius of the tailed beast bomb with the space-time technique. Kamikaze returned to the village with the troops and was warmly welcomed by a large number of villagers. Cheers and flowers were everywhere, as if the war had completely ended. However, having driven out Sunagakure had already given the villagers a glimpse of victory, and everyone believed the war would soon come to an end. We lost many companions, yet the survivors were enjoying the applause. Such things. Takuya Kazumitsuri let out a deep sigh, looking at the faces around him. He didn't know why he couldn't feel happy. He remembered that he should have died in the land of rain, and it was thanks to Kamikaze pulling him out at a critical moment that he avoided the poisonous mist trap. How many of these cheers were for him? Don't think too much about it. Can't you see Lady Tsunade waving at everyone? But I feel Lady Tsunade's smile is a bit forced. Of course, it is somewhat forced. Senju Ropetree died on the battlefield, and the key point is that he died so carelessly and casually. Even though the war with Sunagakure has ended, Tsunade still cannot feel happy. Fortunately, Kato Dan is fine, but without Kamikaze's influence, he would have normally died in 2 years. It would be then that Tsunade would break down and develop psychological issues. Who can predict the future? What we need to do is seize the moment, follow the will of fire, and do our utmost to protect this village. Kamikaze also waved at the people around him, mimicking the other ninjas. This welcoming ceremony was mainly to inspire morale. Kamikaze just wanted to quickly end all this and enter training mode. But soon, he received a new appointment. What? Lady Tsunade actually appointed me as the head of the corpse disposal department? Kamikaze feigned surprise. How could this be? I'm just a System Mori no Aizu. Chapter 39, Let me see the limits of the technique. The village has new arrangements for Senju Izumi, and he has also gained quite a few military achievements, enough to warrant a change in his position. Tsunade signed her name on the transfer document. Since she was present, it was naturally not up to Oil Girl Ryoma to interfere. With the signatures of the Hokage and myself, anyone must accept it. I see. Then I will work hard and try my best to showcase my talents. Kid Kanji feels that Konoha Village is truly a good place. With the endorsement of the top leadership and direct supervisors, he can act boldly and confidently. In the entire Konoha Village, there is no place more suitable for him than the corpse disposal department, especially since he had already worked there for a while before heading to the battlefield, gaining several decent corpses that greatly helped him. Tsunade threw a scroll to Kid Kanji, which recorded a technique to stimulate the body with chakra, something she had promised him before. Are you familiar with Oil Girl Ryoma? Tsunade asked casually while handling documents on the desk. I have indeed received summons from Lord Ryoma. Stay away from that guy. As far as I know, Yakushi Nanoyu has been active with Oil Girl Ryoma, seemingly trying to transfer you to another department, which I vetoed. Tsunade said without looking up. Those guys are all related to Root. I don't know how much you understand about Root, but it's best to keep your distance from them. They will definitely be interested in your secret techniques. Kid Kanji looked startled. So unbeknownst to him, a round of games had already begun between Root and Tsunade. Kid Kanji immediately recalled what Yakushi Nanoyu had mentioned about trying to find a way through Root to restore his 2 fingers from the village's human experimentation projects. At the time, Kid Kanji didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed Yakushi Nanoyu was serious. Understood, Lady Tsunade. However, I am just an ordinary CH Nin, and often I cannot decide my own whereabouts. I will obey the village's arrangements. Yes, just take care of yourself. I can't keep an eye on you forever. Also, use your secret techniques less in the village, and absolutely do not use them on your companions. Otherwise, I can't protect you either. Of course, my techniques are meant to protect the village and my companions. Kid Kanji readily agreed. He wasn't insane enough to trigger a zombie crisis within Konoha Village. For now, Konoha Village was indeed the safest harbor for him. In fact, Kid Kanji was very eager to participate in the village's forbidden experiments. Only then could he truly touch the core secrets, such as the cells of Hashirama. Using the body replacement technique to compensate for his shortcomings was the first half of Kid Kanji's plan to change his body, while the second half would be more complicated. The best choice would be to obtain Hashirama's cells. And to obtain Hashirama's cells, The best way would be to join the village's human experimentation project and assist Orochimaru and Danzo, which would allow him to openly get his hands on the materials. Of course, if he couldn't obtain Hashirama's cells, it wouldn't matter. Kid Kanji still had alternative plans, though they weren't as perfect. However, it seemed there was no opportunity for now, as Tsunade was very worried about someone like him, who specialized in one area, mingling with root personnel. He would need to remain quiet for a while. Kid Kanji did not return to his dilapidated house on the edge of the village. He no longer needed it. With his current achievements, he could easily obtain a better house. Though he didn't care much about his living situation, he went directly to the corpse disposal department. Among those who had gone to the battlefield, aside from Senju Izumi, he was the only one left. The department was already quite small, and now it was just him, but that was normal. The war against the Wagakure had not ended, and the number of corpses transported would temporarily drop to a low point. Moreover, the village might not send many worthless corpses to the disposal department as it had in the past. After all, Kid Kanji was someone who dealt with corpses. If it weren't for the need to use the Death Soul technique to disguise his secret arts during wartime, he would have long been identified as researching forbidden techniques and would definitely be under close surveillance or even absorbed by Root. Therefore, I cannot rely on the higher-ups of the village for my safety. I must prepare my life-saving measures in advance, Kid Kanji pondered. The moral level of Konoha village during this period was far lower than during Naruto and Sasuke's time. The higher-ups probably wouldn't directly kill talents like Kid Kanji who studied corpses. There would definitely be a place for him in various forbidden human experiments. It all depended on when Kid Kanji could gain the village's true trust and have the opportunity to join in. With the arrival of a new batch of corpses, Kid Kanji immediately entered work mode. He worked diligently, as before, treating every corpse's disposal with care. Completely worthless corpses were burned, while valuable ones were kept for himself. His actions were closely observed by the ninja monitoring him, who reported everything to the higher-ups. The third Hokage was watching, and Danzo was certainly keeping an eye on him too. Really? He hasn't made any extra moves? Withholding some corpses privately wouldn't matter in Danzo's eyes. The corpse disposal department was originally a sub-department, and the corpses handled had little value. Even if Kid Kanji kept them all for himself, it wouldn't be a problem. Danzo was primarily analyzing Kid Kanji's secret techniques through this method. In 3 days, he had consumed all 17 corpses that had been sent over. Such a blatant display. It seems his techniques are even better than I expected. Danzo nodded secretly, vaguely assessing Kid Kanji's speed in transforming corpses. In just 3 days, he was capable of handling so many corpses, including a Jainin corpse. This might not even be Kid Kanji's limit. Of course, it could also be a disguise. It was normal for a young person to want to exaggerate some of their abilities to show the village. Lord Danzo, what should we do next? Should we ask him for the corpse escape technique? Oil Girl Ryoma inquired. No need. Before I issue new orders, continue monitoring. If you encounter any Umbu, do not clash with them. Hizashi's son and daughter-in-law won't give me face. Danzo snorted coldly, then said, Kid Kanji is a ninja of the village, and his techniques naturally belong to Konoha. Konoha's techniques are naturally my techniques. What I am really interested in is whether the corpses he has transformed can retain their bloodline limits from their former lives. Shabakazuki is also a magnet release ninja, but Kid Kanji has not yet taken this corpse out. Oil Girl Ryoma immediately understood Danzo's meaning. Could he transform the corpses of the Uchiha clan into loyal zombies? Of course. They must be able to continue using the Sharingan. If he could even accomplish this, it would be enough to make Danzo's heart race. Danzo's hatred for the Uchiha clan and his preference for the Sharingan were not secrets to Oil Girl Ryoma. Orochimaru had sent back the corpse of an explosion release ninja. Orochimaru, that guy who has his hands in everything, even stretching so long while dealing with the Wagakure. Danzo snorted coldly, paused for a moment, and then said, Then give the corpse to Kid Kanji. Let me see where the limits of this secret technique lie. Chapter 40. I need more materials. I'm really anxious. Are you trying to see where my limits are? Feng Jianzi saw the bodies secretly transported by 2 root ninjas and took the documents from them, carefully flipping through the information recorded about this bloodline ninja. Tsukushi Masato, explosion release bloodline limit. Is this Lord Danzo's intention, or is it Lord Ryoma's? Feng Jianzi closed the document in his hand and waved at a seemingly ordinary corpse nearby. The corpse immediately got up, howling as it walked in front of Feng Jianzi. In front of the 2 root ninjas, Feng Jianzi stuffed the document into the zombie's mouth. What a peculiar hobby. I will report truthfully to my superiors. Whether it is Lord Danzo, Lord Ryoma, or some other lord, they are all figures beyond your reach. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. The two root ninjas said in unison. Feng Jianzi smiled and said, "You two don't need to hide it. I'll learn more about the root from Lady Tsunade. Just by looking at the shape of your masks and the special patterns, I can tell you come from the root, not the umbu." The two root ninjas did not respond further, merely watching Feng Jianzi quietly. Feng Jianzi didn't mind and began to carefully examine the bloodline corpse in front of him. This was the second bloodline corpse he had encountered. For him, it was quite a good weapon. Smack! With a hand on the corpse, Feng Jianzi injected a virus, consuming some of his chakra to accelerate the virus's spread. But he quickly stopped this action and let the virus reproduce on its own. His chakra was precious and would not be carelessly consumed on a bloodline ninja. Has it started? One of the root ninjas asked. "It's already finished," Feng Jianzi replied. Transforming a corpse is not a simple matter, especially a bloodline ninja. His body is more complex, and I must ensure that he can use his bloodline jutsu from before his death, which makes it even harder. So can you do it? How long will it take? About 24 hours. Come back tomorrow night, Feng Jianzi answered ambiguously. The two root ninjas pressed him about the handling of the corpse of Sandstorm Araki. But Feng Jianzi did not provide a direct answer. Not giving a direct answer is a form of response. Once the root ninjas left, Feng Jianzi closed the door to the corpse processing area and truly began his work. Explosion release is a postnatal bloodline limit obtained by fusing earth and lightning chakra. Adept at creating various explosions. Explosion release ninjas generally fall into two combat types. One like Deidara, who creates explosives and throws them, and the other like Karyu, who concentrates chakra in their hands and explodes anything they touch. The vast majority of explosion release ninjas are of the Karyu type. The explosive unit of a Wagakure is also a well-known elite force, resonating throughout the ninja world, just like the puppet unit of Sunagakure. If I were to face such an opponent, the best response would be to exhaust their chakra with cheap zombies. Feng Jianzi did not regard this explosion release ninja as a significant threat. After all, he had been dead for several days, and the transformed zombie could not exert the strength it had in life, making it far less valuable than Sandstorm Araki. He still needed to focus on mastering the rebirth technique. I must say, the learning difficulty of the rebirth technique is astounding. Essentially, it involves tearing apart one's life energy with chakra. Just this step is incredibly difficult, not to mention transferring life force to the target. A slight misstep could cost one's own life force, leading to a wasteful loss. Even if one could maximize the transfer of life force, the efficiency of the transfer would still be shockingly low with tremendous loss. This technique is ultimately still not perfected, but it doesn't matter. Feng Jianzi lacks time, but not materials. He can conduct trial and error using a large number of corpses. He simultaneously ordered a dozen zombies to begin tearing at their limited life force, occasionally resulting in some zombies killing themselves, but Feng Jianzi didn't even blink. He didn't care at all. Each zombie has different physical characteristics and meridian differences, but every trial and error result will be summarized and analyzed by Feng Jianzi. In the past 3 days, aside from necessary rest and meal times, Feng Jianzi spent all his time training, and the analysis he wrote had already reached over 300,000 words, highlighting 413 points of caution. This was just the beginning. If this continues, who knows how long it will take to learn this imperfect rebirth technique. The simplest method is to control more zombies. Quantity is power. Feng Jianzi still doesn't know the shadow clone technique, let alone the forbidden technique of multi-shadow clone technique. Even if he learned it, it would be useless. He wouldn't be able to use it effectively. The characteristic of shadow clones is that they evenly distribute chakra, and the more chakra there is, the more shadow clones can be created, and the longer each shadow clone can be maintained. If sent out to train and accumulate experience, the returns would be greater. Feng Jianzi felt that even if he exchanged for and learned the shadow clone technique, managing to create 3 or 4 shadow clones would already be the limit, and that would significantly shorten the duration of the shadow clone's existence. Unknowingly, relying on the corpse transformation technique and summoning technique, I have made some progress, but it's still not enough. Feng Jianzi sighed, knowing he had to do something. Living was the most important thing. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, it would be challenging to gather enough corpses to accelerate his training. Like Naruto practicing the Rasengan, starting with 1,000 shadow clones, and each shadow clone would have enough chakra to study the properties of chakra changes? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The chosen one is a supermodel of numerical prowess, not something Feng Jianzi can compare to. Creak, Feng Jianzi opened the door again, looking at the silent graveyard outside. Behind him, the explosion-release zombie faithfully followed. If it wore a straw hat and a cloak, it would look just like a normal ninja. The transformation is complete. From now on, the explosion-release ninja from a Wagakure will become Konoha's most loyal weapon. I think my technique still holds some practical value for you. As soon as Feng Jianzi's voice fell, a root ninja appeared in front of him. The root ninja carefully examined the explosion-release ninja and then drew a blade to stab at it, which the explosion-release ninja dodged precisely. Smack! The explosion-release ninja reached out, revealing its brown palm. The hemoglobin in the blood had long since decomposed, with mottled necrosis, ultimately decaying into its current state. The zombie's hand rested on the blade, chakras surged, and then there was a loud explosion. This ultra-close-range explosion directed all its impact towards the root ninja. The root ninja skillfully retreated several meters, silent. Its reaction speed was not as good as in life, considering its explosion-release bloodline. It could be considered a special J-nin at best, at least stronger than an average shunin. Feng Jianzi said, I can already prove my abilities, can't I? Chapter 41. It's time to consider digging up the Uchiha ancestors. A sound of movement came from nearby. Several root ninjas surrounded a figure. Kai and Sato's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise as he watched the figure in the middle, whose right half of the face was wrapped in bandages, slowly approach. At this time, Danzo had already tampered with one of his eyes, but his body remained normal. It seems I have disturbed a certain big shot. I wonder who you are? Perhaps I have heard your name before. I am Shimura Danzo. To think it's Lord Danzo. The infamous shadow of the ninja actually came to find a small fry like me. Kai and Saito looked astonished. One of the root ninjas said, as a chunin of Konoha, you must maintain etiquette when meeting Lord Danzo. No need for that. I am not a nitpicker, especially towards talented young people. Danzo slowly opened his single eye. Although no emotional fluctuations were evident, the natural ferocity and ruthlessness he exuded still gave a tremendous sense of oppression. Kai and Saito, you are no longer a small fry. You can put away your attitude in front of me, unlike with someone like Tsunade. Someone who enjoys playing with corpses and is good at it should not appear too humble. Such tricks won't fool me. Is that so? So this is how Lord Danzo thinks. How straightforward. However, for me to receive a personal audience with Lord Danzo, it seems my technique has pleased you. May I ask what your instructions are? Your secret technique can control the bodies of bloodline ninjas, which is very similar to the Edo Tensei technique. But since no one can learn Edo Tensei at present, your talent is enough to attract my attention. Moreover, your technique includes space-time ninjutsu, which is even superior to Edo Tensei. Danzo spoke directly. Yamanaka Ryoma made a mistake. He did not select you from that group of war orphans, which is a loss for Root, but not for Konoha. Under Konoha's protection, you have successfully grown and are qualified to make greater contributions to the village. Kai and Saito pondered for a moment. I have been promoted to head of the corpse disposal department, allowing me to come into contact with many enemy corpses, which is very useful for further developing my secret technique. Not enough. Though it's called a disposal department, it's essentially a crematorium. If you do not make the right choices, you will never be able to access truly valuable corpses. You just modified the explosive release ninja I sent you. You should be well aware of the difference between bloodline ninjas and ordinary ninjas. Danzo's tone was cold. All bloodline corpses. A small portion are in Tsunade's hands for medical research, but most are with me. Tsunade cannot give you the limited number of bloodline corpses, but I am different. I must admit, the conditions you offer are hard to refuse. However, to increase my strength, I indeed need a large number of corpses for research, which makes it difficult for me to grow in the sunlight. The roots buried deep underground can provide you with shelter, corpses, equipment, and public opinion. I can help you solve all these issues as long as you hand over your secret technique. Several root ninjas quietly moved, subtly surrounding Kai and Saito and blocking all possibilities of his actions. Whether it was directly attacking Danzo or escaping, Kai and Saito would be struck down at the first opportunity. I thought you were here to recruit me. I didn't expect you to come directly to rob me. Truly worthy of the legendary shadow of the ninja. But you seem quite young. Why do you give me such an impatient feeling? Kai and Saito remained motionless, looking at the other party in confusion. If we consider Danzo's seizing of Shirsue's eye and uniting with Uchiha Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan, there was a reason for such actions at that time. He was already over 60, having gone through 3 shinobi world wars, which is considered long-lived in the ninja world. He was old, impatient, and had a strong hatred for the Uchiha, which is very reasonable. But now, Danzo is only in his 50s. and his body has not been messed up by Orochimaru's modifications. Yet he openly robs a ninja's secret technique? But that's fine. Kai and Saito had never placed his safety in Danzo's personal ethics. Orochimaru could collaborate with Danzo primarily because of his top-tier strength, research ability, and life-saving skills, coupled with his complete disinterest in the position of Hokage, leaving Danzo with no way to deal with him. However, when it comes to manipulating someone like Kai and Saito, young, with potential but lacking Kage-level strength, a war orphan, and someone who acknowledges the will of fire, Danzo had plenty of methods and didn't even bother to pretend. Kai and Saito asked, "Is it because of my background as a war orphan?" "No. Even if you received formal education from the school, I would not trust you. Moreover, your secret technique makes it difficult for the world to believe you are a sunny person. The more cheerful you appear, the deeper your thoughts seem to me. So it's better for me to control your secret technique." Danzo thought of himself as very benevolent. If it were not for his concerns about Tsunade and the third Hokage's reactions, he wouldn't be wasting time talking and would have directly acted to seize it. "A deal? What kind of deal? I might as well just kidnap you back to Root and plant a curse mark on your tongue." To control the bodies of bloodline ninjas and only took a day, considering Kai and Saito swallowed over 10 corpses, Danzo suspected it wouldn't even take a day. Such a secret technique was enough to move Danzo. He could easily cultivate more corpse reanimation ninjas and control a greater number of corpses. Danzo was already contemplating when he should dig up the Uchiha clan's ancestral graves. What Uchiha Kagami? Dig them all up? Maybe they can still be used after some maintenance. Orochimaru had always wanted to start transplant experiments with Hashirama cells, and once there was progress, he could transplant and repair these long-decayed corpses. Danzo thought, there are also the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan's ancestral graves that can be utilized. So many renowned ninjas just lying on the ground is such a waste. Hurry up and get moving for me to shine and heat up for the village. Danzo's cold heart felt a surge of heat at the mere thought of this scene. Kai and Sato's technique was simply too useful and too promising. As long as he could break through the constraints of morality, power, and public opinion, its value would be immense. Moreover, this secret technique also had potential for further development. My patience is limited. As an heir to the will of fire, are you not willing to make this small sacrifice? Danzo said sternly. Moral coercion? This style of action is indeed completely unmasked. This is probably the lowest cost way to operate, allowing you to repeatedly succeed. Kai and Saito smiled. But if I have no morals, how would you coerce me? Truly ungrateful attack. Swish. Several root ninjas moved simultaneously. Chapter 42. You made a mistake too. The worst guards around Danzo are still elite Jonin with exceptional skills. Several root ninjas suddenly erupted like wind and thunder, launching an ambush on Kid Kanji from multiple directions. A regular person would have been taken down in an instant, but Kid Kanji was not a regular person. Clouds of white smoke rose simultaneously, and several figures appeared out of thin air around Kid Kanji. Leading them was Sandstorm Araki, who raised both hands and instantly created a small-scale sandstorm. The ground trembled as layers of dust were forcefully lifted, becoming part of the storm. In the fierce winds, grains of sand coalesced into stone bullets, suddenly bursting forth, disrupting the movements of the root ninjas. This is an elite Jonin from Sunagakure. This guy can actually control such a level of ninja? One root ninja said. It wasn't just simple manipulation, from summoning to successfully casting the technique. Even if it had been prepared in advance, the speed was astonishing. This meant one thing. Sandstorm Araki had retained a significant portion of his strength from his living days, perhaps 70 to 80%, or even more. In contrast, Kid Kanji's decisive choice to confront was nothing in the face of Sandstorm Araki's impressive display. Danzo watched the sandstorm erupting before him, his eyes shining with brilliance. So it is true. This guy, Kid Kanji, has concealed the true power of this secret technique from everyone. To restore an elite Jonin's power to this level, no. It might be infinitely close to his peak strength in life, indicating that this secret technique could even work on the bodies of Kage. Perfect too perfect. Danzo looked at Sandstorm Araki and the other zombies, thinking that there was no technique more perfect than this. However, he wondered how the difficulty of learning this secret technique system, which could develop numerous complementary ninjutsu, compared to the still unlearnable Edo Tensei. The fact that Kid Kanji could independently develop the corpse technique was beyond Danzo's imagination. The more this was the case, the less he could afford to let Kid Kanji go easily. Continue. We need him alive. Do I have to take action myself? Danzo said coldly. The group of root ninjas spread out and immediately began to cast techniques, using ninjutsu to break through ninjutsu. The sandstorm was naturally torn apart under the impact of so many ninjutsu, clearly revealing Kid Kanji's figure. One root ninja, holding a knife in one hand and forming seals with the other, charged directly at Kid Kanji with astonishing speed. "Are you Captain Terai? I can sense it." Kid Kanji's expression remained unchanged, while the nearby zombie had already taken action, with the explosive zombie stepping sideways to block in front of him. Earth release, earth flow wall. Explosion release, explosive thunder palm. A zombie pressed both hands against the ground using earth release, and at the moment the wall rose. The explosive zombie almost simultaneously extended its palm, striking precisely as the wall halted. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted. Under the destruction of the explosive technique, the wall shattered, and a powerful shock wave surged toward Terai. All of this happened in an instant, seamlessly coordinated, and the zombies never communicated with each other, as if they had rehearsed countless times. The combination of different elemental ninjutsu flowed like water, and because of his smoothness, it was even more intimidating. This gap was enough for Sandstorm Araki to use a brand new ninjutsu. Magnet release, Sandhail bullet. This guy was indeed more suited for combat in the desert. The terrain advantage greatly enhanced the power of his ninjutsu. Kid Kanji stood still having the energy to assess the situation. But Terai was, after all, Terai. With the strength of an elite J-nin and the assistance of other root ninjas, lightning burst forth from the blade, precisely cutting the trajectory of the sand's movement, quickly swinging the knife and deflecting countless sand bullets. The blade, accompanied by a sharp chakra hum, drew a bright blue arc in the air. Sandstorm Araki was pierced through the chest, leaving a hollow in the left side, yet no blood flowed out, and he nonchalantly created a larger sandstorm. This corpse was quite powerful and had the characteristic of being unafraid of injury, making him even more troublesome in battle. Terai glanced at his forearm, the hairs standing on end, a primal warning. He instinctively adjusted his blade, which had originally aimed for the throat, to a diagonal slash, aiming to behead Sandstorm Araki. At that moment, a regular zombie stepped forward, producing a sizzling sound from within, then exploded. The blast sent half of the blade flying, and the scattering metal fragments grazed Kid Kanji's ear, leaving honeycomb-like holes in the ground several meters away. Simultaneously, 3 figures suddenly erupted from the ground, surrounding the explosive zombie in the center. But Sandstorm Araki's giant hand of sand also emerged from the ground, enveloped in magnetic chakra, turning the ground within a 20-meter radius into shifting quicksand. This series of actions successfully dismantled the defense system in front of Kid Kanji, leaving no other zombies. Be careful. He might use the summoning technique again. One of his hands remained in a seal position. As the group rapidly exchanged information, they formed seals with their hands. Fire release, sealing flame of ash. A series of explosive tags surged forth, building a chain reaction of explosive tags that detonated, turning everything within the formation into dust. Lord Danzo, he can't be dead, right? Terai, covered in dust, held the broken blade in his hand, expressionless as he removed his damaged mask. He had once served as your subordinate, and you witnessed him using time-space ninjutsu. Danzo's sinister face watched the rising smoke, calculating the time. 47 seconds. That's a bit long, but still within manageable limits. However, the commotion created is too great. Even if this place is remote, it will undoubtedly attract the village's attention. Many ninjas will likely be coming. Terai said his main issue is that his body is too weak. Controlling so many corpses to use techniques must have consumed most of his chakra. After such intense combat, I'm not sure if he has the strength left to use time-space ninjutsu to escape. Even if he successfully casts it, the distance of movement is a problem. Within a few dozen meters, it has already been blown to a white ground. The soil is overturned, and the solid walls have collapsed. The longer the distance, the more chakra consumed, and the higher the cost of casting techniques. Judging from the characteristics of the Flying Thunder God technique, Kid Kanji's technique should be the same. But after waiting a few seconds, as the dust settled, Kid Kanji emerged from a hidden chamber, completely unscathed, showing no signs of exhaustion, everything appearing utterly normal. The downed Sandstorm Araki moved again, but did not attack. Instead, he stood quietly in place. So he has already moved, using the corpse to take the explosion for him? Terai, it seems you also made a mistake with this guy. His consumption of controlling corpses is far lower than you imagined. Danzo revealed a satisfied expression. The battle ends here, Kid Kanji. I have seen all of your talents. Chapter 43. Zhishui should give me a knock if this continued. Feng Jianzi felt that his situation would become very dangerous. He began to sense the nearby zombies, preparing to use the technique of the empty realm for a long-distance transfer and then defect. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. It could be avoided. But when the time came, he couldn't be unprepared. There was no other choice. The root ninjas were too well equipped. The few who had already engaged him were already making him feel strained. And there was one root ninja who hadn't acted from the beginning, but had already formed seals, ready to cast a technique at any moment. Feng Jianzi recognized that it was the heart-turning technique, and the opponent was always ready to take over his mind, but had yet to use it. This was enough for Feng Jianzi to deduce some useful information. Lord-Dan, this test is really too dangerous. I almost disregarded everything and used the empty realm technique to escape to the Hokage building to report this matter. Feng Jianzi sighed helplessly, raised his hand, and summoned the sandstorm Araki back. Going to the Hokage building would be useless. The village was full of people willing to serve the old man. If I wanted to, you wouldn't have any chance. Danzo would never think that Feng Jianzi would have thoughts of defection, nor would he know that Feng Jianzi's loyalty to Konoha was extremely unreliable. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is I want to escape far away and then blow everything here up clean and tidy. The art of self-detonation, although it only lasts a moment, does have a unique charm when used well. Feng Jianzi pressed one hand on the ground, and the fragmented sounds continued to come from the surrounding graveyard. Under the night sky, it seemed exceptionally eerie and sinister. This was far more unsettling than the visible battle. A ripple appeared in Terai's eyes. You guy, unexpectedly, without realizing it, has turned so many corpses into. When did this happen? Did you anticipate tonight's events and prepare in advance? He didn't blame Feng Jianzi for being too bold. Although controlling so many buried corpses at once was a blatant violation of the village's will, their joint attack on Feng Jianzi severely violated the will of fire, which was actually more serious in nature. Captain Terai, I don't possess the art of prophecy. It's just a means of self-preservation out of necessity. Who would have thought you would follow Lord Danzo to act against me? Feng Jianzi stood up, and all the movements beneath the surrounding tombstones instantly fell silent, saying, "Speaking of which, I was also surprised when I sensed you had arrived just now." He indirectly admitted the fact that he could sense ninjutsu, though he was sensing the negligible virus content in Terai. Terai turned to Danzo and said, "Lord Danzo, you can continue to act. His financial resources are insufficient to purchase enough explosive tags, and he may not have really implanted all his limited explosive tags into so many corpses. Making such a large operation couldn't possibly be without commotion." "No need." Danzo spoke. Feng Jianzi appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. "So it seems I've gained an opportunity from you. Your secret technique does have potential. It can exert the power of this sand-hidden ninja to such an extent, exceeding my expectations." Danzo, not wanting to waste any more time since he couldn't capture Feng Jianzi in time, decided to turn the capture into an attempt to win him over. Yes, if he could control Feng Jianzi by coercive means, Danzo wouldn't consider persuading him with words. He was recruiting a tool to expand his own faction's overall strength, not to take on a disciple, so he wouldn't waste time on troublesome matters. "Starting tomorrow, you will receive the corpses you want, both in quantity and quality. I will ensure your satisfaction. No matter who asks you about tonight's events, just say you were conducting a normal ninjutsu experiment. The route will also help cover for you. You are a war orphan, and if you lack brains, you wouldn't have made it this far, so you definitely know what to do. This is of course no problem. But, Lord Danzo, my instincts tell me that if I don't do something to repay your kindness soon, I will inevitably pay a much more painful price in the future. Are you teaching me how to do things?" Danzo snorted coldly and then said, "When I have use for you, I will give you orders to carry out tasks. In this village, it is only under my command that you can truly unleash your abilities. If you want to go about like other ninjas, you will never have the opportunity to come into contact with the remains of great ninjas in your life." Danzo left with his people, leaving only destruction behind. Feng Jianzi stood in place, waiting for the village's people to come and investigate the situation. This is really dangerous. That guy Danzo initially definitely intended to control me. It was not a so-called recruitment at all. If I hadn't prepared in advance, my situation would have been very passive. In fact, Feng Jianzi had considered that if he were captured by Danzo and had the tongue curse seal planted on his tongue, he would have to serve Danzo afterward. He would gain higher authority to access various forbidden experiments and would find it easier to obtain a powerful body that is highly compatible with himself. As long as he could replace his current body and use a new one, he could naturally break free from the sealing techniques. But it would be difficult to accomplish these things right under Danzo's nose. He couldn't possibly pin his hopes on Orochimaru helping him. That was too far-fetched since Orochimaru was even more dangerous than Danzo. After thinking it over, Feng Jianzi still tried to ensure his own freedom, but this time, using the self-detonating corpse explosion technique and the empty realm technique to make Danzo retreat Woon-T work every time. In the end, he still needed a greater number of corpses to speed up his training efficiency. This is a particularly tough period. Once it's over, the sky will truly be vast and boundless. Even if Danzo wants to do something later, who will strike against whom at that time is uncertain. At least he wouldn't become a second Uchiha Shursui. No, it should be said that I will ensure Uchiha Shursui does not become a second me. In the future, I must make sure Uchiha Shursui properly repays his immense kindness. Not long after, the first to arrive were the Umbun ninjas, followed by members of the Uchiha Guard, and then the Konoha patrol team, who came to seal off the area, intending to take the only suspicious person, Feng Jianzi, away. But soon, Root ninjas stepped forward, forcefully blocking everyone, declaring that this was Lord Danzo's order, that the handling of the corpses belonged to the Intelligence Interrogation Department, and that they were carrying out tasks for the Root and Medical departments, and no non-direct departments were allowed to interfere. What a joke. It's obvious that a battle just broke out here. What experiment could cause such a commotion? You can't just say whatever you want, the Konoha Guard. Won't he accept that? Then go report to Lord Danzo and see what he has to say. The Root ninja said coldly, Uchiha 8th Division Leader. Your reach is too long. Chapter 44. 5 months throughout the entire Konoha village. Conflicts are everywhere. But if we were to identify the two departments that are the most incompatible, it would undoubtedly be Root and the Konoha Military Police Force. These powerful departments possess their own armed forces and have many elite ninjas, making them very formidable. They have power, money, and strength, and can operate relatively independently, making it easy for them to act on their own terms. Therefore, in theory, unless the Hokage intervenes directly, these departments will not give face to anyone in matters they decide. Even the stray dogs on the streets need to be cautious to escape unscathed. However, there is one exception when these two departments confront each other directly. Can I interpret this as Shimura Danzo's intention? First, there was the medical department, and now the intelligence interrogation department. Root's reach is so extensive. You've promoted Oil Girl Ryoma to the position of deputy captain of the medical unit. So are you planning to take the leadership of the intelligence interrogation department from the Inoshikacho trio next? Uchiha Hakadai gritted his teeth, feeling a bit cornered in front of many watching ninjas. His temper flared up, and he decided to be bold. Whether or not they take away Kamikaze Tsukasa is not important. The commotion caused by the experimental ninjutsu is quite common, though this commotion is unusually loud and clearly abnormal. But since Root has shown up, there might be Danzo's influence at play, making it difficult for the military police force to handle the situation lightly. Uchiha Hakadai felt anxious. The main force of the Uchiha clan was on the battlefield against Iwagakure, leaving very few to guard the village, and facing nearly a full-strength Root. But he had no choice. He had to take a firm stance. If he retreated without saying a word, when those clansmen returned, Hakadai would have no explanation to give, and he might even be accused of weakness by the radical clansmen, bringing shame to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hakadai, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Every word you say represents the stance of the Uchiha clan. The voice of the Root ninja remained as cold as ever. Uchiha Hakadai glanced at the many ninjas surrounding him. Their expressions of amusement and silence made him quite dissatisfied, and then he looked at Kamikaze Tsukasa. Captain, the corpse handling department is indeed conducting a secret technique experiment, and Lord Tsunade knows a bit about it. However, since it involves my personal secret technique, I cannot report to you in more detail. Kamikaze Tsukasa said helplessly. You're that Kamikaze Tsukasa who can control corpses over at the Suna front. Uchiha Hakadai frowned, but did not directly insult him. He was proud of his Uchiha lineage, but was not foolish enough to attack a fellow village ninja with no animosity in front of so many people. During this period, although the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzo was sharp, it still managed to separate Danzo's Root from the village, and thus there was no conflict with the village itself. Therefore, many things would not be done excessively. I don't know what Tsunade and Danzo are plotting, but since you're caught between these two, it's best to maintain clear boundaries and not let the people from Root take advantage of you. Uchiha Hakadai reminded Kamikaze Tsukasa. Your secret technique should be excellent, but it also puts you in a dangerous position. After a stalemate for a while, Uchiha Hakadai reluctantly retreated, ending the dispute of the night. The others examined the small corpse handling department. In the past, they hadn't paid much attention to this marginal department. But from this moment on, they remembered it. Along with that, they also remembered the head of the corpse handling department, Kamikaze Tsukasa, who was skilled in controlling corpses and could make them use the ninjutsu they had before death. Occasionally, when someone asked a question, Kamikaze Tsukasa replied politely. Indeed, some people's expressions changed, probably worried about their ancestors' graves. In the end, Kamikaze Tsukasa watched as these people left one after another and shrugged. He wasn't desperate enough to dig up the graves of his fellow clansmen. At most, he would dig up the enemies. What these people were really worried about was that Danzo had control over Kamikaze Tsukasa or had simply seized his secret technique, leading to such actions. The infamous reputation of the darkness of the ninja world was too stinky. Anyone would worry about that. If it weren't for Kamikaze Tsukasa proactively mentioning Tsunade, revealing the fact that he belonged to the medical unit and was Tsunade's subordinate, Uchiha Hakadai might not have easily retreated without a way out. After everyone left, Kamikaze Tsukasa quietly sat until dawn, waiting for the new batch of corpses to be delivered. This batch contained a total of 53 bodies. The escort personnel said nothing, and Kamikaze Tsukasa didn't ask, directing these people through the damaged outer wall of the corpse handling department to transport the bodies to the deeper laboratory. It was about to begin. My technique is too sensitive. The training time I initially estimated needs to be further compressed. At the very least, I must make some progress before Danzo gives me orders through various means. Kamikaze Tsukasa no longer hesitated to use his chakra, transforming all the corpses at once. Of course, this inevitably led to a decrease in the transformation speed of each body, but with the quantity piling up, it still steadily increased Kamikaze Tsukasa's training speed overall. A day later, another 40 corpses were delivered, but there were still no bloodline corpses. Each bloodline ninja's corpse was extremely precious. It was already rare to kill one, let alone retrieve the body. The most famous bloodline limit of a Wagakure was nothing more than the explosive release of the explosive unit and the melting release of Old Purple. Occasionally, there would be steel release ninjas, but their numbers were too few to possibly fall into Kamikaze Tsukasa's hands, so it wasn't worth considering. All things considered, I still only have this one explosive release zombie. But that's fine. It can completely be replaced by a zombie filled with explosive tags to mimic the effects of explosive release. After so many years of war, Orochimaru and Danzo surely have more than one explosive release corpse, and these are precious research materials. It would already be extremely rare for them to share one with him. Time flew by, and 5 months had passed in a flash. During this time, the trivial disturbances caused by Kamikaze Tsukasa had long since settled down. As Kamikaze Tsukasa faded from people's sight, many who had treated his matters as gossip gradually forgot about this once famous ninja. Various latest news related to the war continuously came from the front lines. The villagers of Konoha had anticipated that the Second Shinobi World War would soon end. But not only did it not stop, it became increasingly brutal as the casualties on the front lines intensified. The intensity of a Wagakure's attacks was continually rising, with more and more troops mobilized, seemingly intent on fighting Konoha to the last soldier. This surprised the vast majority of people. Normally, in the entire ninja world, only Iwagakure and Konoha were still dueling. Other villages had stopped engaging in military wars, so the Second Shinobi World War should have ended. Yet, the fierce stance displayed by Iwagakure gave the impression that a true war had just begun. What a nightmare. Meanwhile, Kamikaze Tsukasa finally emerged from the corpse handling department he managed. Chapter 45. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki 5 months is truly not a short time. It feels like a different era. Feng Jianzi once again stood under the sunlight, arms wide open, feeling the warmth as if he had escaped the icy chill created by countless piles of corpses. This feeling is indeed strange, as if the whole world had changed. How to describe it? The breath of freedom? Feng Jianzi took a deep breath. In these 5 months, he seized every second, practicing crazily without regard for anything, paving his path forward with countless corpses. The energy expended during this process is simply incalculable. It was precisely because he had endured many years of illness, accustomed to walking on the edge of life and death, that his temperament had been honed to be as solid as a rock, allowing him to truly endure and survive this endless period of training. Not knowing when he would see the dawn, but in the end, he saw the light and could bask in its brightness. It felt like a long time had passed. Feng Jianzi's complexion had returned to calm. The long period of darkness had left his skin pale, but his physique had somewhat recovered. At least he was no longer as emaciated as before. Lord Feng Jianzi, are you going out? The three assistants from the corpse handling department looked up in surprise. Disbelief written all over their faces. Since they were assigned here, they had never seen Feng Jianzi leave, even when the ruins had been restored. Feng Jianzi only stayed in the deepest laboratory, accompanied by numerous corpses. That was a place the three assistants dared not approach, always hearing the wails of the corpses. Yes, I'm going out for a stroll. Otherwise, I feel like I might turn into a quiet corpse. You all work well, and if there's anything special, just call me. Feng Jianzi left this remark, picked up his coat, and walked towards the village. He knew that not all three assistants were clean. Some must have informed certain people, but it didn't matter. Feng Jianzi didn't care about such a level of information leakage. That he was hoarding corpses, Shimurat Danzo knew. And Tsunade probably knew too, but no one said anything, all waiting to see what level Feng Jianzi would reach after his training. Feng Jianzi was the first ninja to need to consume a large number of corpses to enhance his strength. A unique case since the founding of Konoha, using enemy corpses for this kind of clandestine special training, within the tolerance range. Feng Jianzi couldn't help but once again thank the atmosphere of the village during this period. If it were during the Naruto and Sasuke era, daring to play like this would have resulted in him being mercilessly criticized by the entire village, making his existence a painful mistake. Along the way, Feng Jianzi occasionally paused, as if he were visiting this bustling village for the first time, observing all kinds of things, sometimes taking out some coins to buy items in various shops. If one ignored the forehead protector he used as a belt, he resembled a tourist. Yes, although Konoha is a super large military district of the Land of Fire, also acting as the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Public Security, etc. The very fact that it has the power to earn military expenses for itself destined Konoha to become a mixed military-civilian area. Although the war continued, the Iwagakure did not possess the ability to completely defeat Konoha. With its strong self-sustaining ability, Konoha was rapidly recovering, and with each passing day, Konoha's advantage over Iwagakure was increasing. Now, commerce was gradually prospering. Although there were occasional signs of gloom on the villagers' faces, overall they could enjoy relative peace and engage in various consumption. Hey, have you heard? We destroyed 2 enemy strongholds and killed over 60 ninjas. Really? That's indeed a great progress. If we can have dozens more victories like this, the Iwagakure definitely won't be able to hold on. Damn Iwagakure. Why are they really so stubborn and tough as rocks? Why are they still fighting? They might as well surrender to us sooner. Sunagakure has signed a surrender agreement, handing over 31 of their annual mission load to Konoha, and the compensation has reportedly been paid. Why is Iwagakure still holding on? As he strolled, Feng Jianzi listened to the villagers' discussions, noticing that many people were somewhat on edge, even frustrated. As a formal resident of the world's strongest ninja village, facing a formidable enemy with sufficient strength and stature that refused all compromise, even a slight relaxation of emotions would tighten back up, inevitably leading to feelings of pain and discomfort. Feng Jianzi nodded secretly, roughly grasping the current public opinion direction. Of course, he actually didn't care about the thoughts of ordinary villagers. He was just looking for opportunities to understand the current Konoha. He was well aware that a major decisive battle would erupt this year, either after Konoha accumulated enough advantages, or when Iwagakure realized that if they didn't take the risk for a decisive battle soon, they would completely lose their opportunity. Let us not forget, Kumogakure and Kirigakure had always been playing tricks with small team infiltration operations, not only disturbing Konoha, but also finding trouble for Iwagakure, looking for opportunities to bleed the enemy villages dry. Every enemy ninja killed equated to weakening their strength and potential, and anyway, these 2 ninja villages were just idling around. Moreover, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were also archenemies, with their enmity being even greater than the hatred between Konoha and Sunagakure. While Feng Jianzi pondered, he also tried to integrate into the current atmosphere. The icy chill that naturally emanated from him, the aura that kept people at bay, was gradually melting away. For several consecutive days, Feng Jianzi strolled around, not working, not executing missions, not visiting anyone, and not being visited by anyone. He treated himself as an ordinary villager, enjoying this rare leisure and relaxation. Until this day, Feng Jianzi walked out of a barbecue shop, suddenly stopped, furrowed his brow. and looked at the two women entering from the opposite direction. One old, one young, both with red hair, appeared quite ordinary from a normal person's perspective. A typical grandmother and granddaughter combination. As for their hair, there was nothing particularly noteworthy, as everyone's hair was colorful, of all shades. But Feng Jianzi clearly felt a chill run through him. Instinctively, every muscle in his body tensed. He recognized them. These two were Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Mito. Feng Jianzi did not expect that after being a street wanderer for so many days, feeling a relaxation he hadn't experienced in over 10 years, he would encounter these two special figures. Meeting Feng Jianzi's gaze, Uzumaki Kushina showed no reaction. She was just a 14-year-old girl, lacking even proper combat experience since she had never left Konoha since entering. Kushina enjoyed the top-tier protection of Konoha, but was also restricted in her personal freedom. However, Uzumaki Mito was much more intimidating. This 76-year-old, kind-looking lady, the wife of the first Hokage and the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, with no change in expression, just a casual glance in Feng Jianzi's direction, made him feel an overwhelming pressure like a mountain. Chapter 46. A-Rank Mission. Finding Jiraiya strange. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki should live in a specific barrier area. So why can they go out freely? I haven't sensed any traces of the barrier in this area for so many days. Moreover, who would set a barrier to limit the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the commercial street? Feng Jianzi's first reaction was that something was off, but then he realized the necessity of operating within a special barrier was something Kushina experienced in the first few years after becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. But now, Uzumaki Mito is just too fierce. There's absolutely no need for any barriers for protection. Feng Jianzi felt that the strongest person in Konoha village right now is undoubtedly Uzumaki Mito, and no one dares to provoke this old lady. Having mastered the Shiki Fuin, she can forcibly take the Nine Tails chakra, perceive the goodness and evil in people's hearts. And at 76 years old, relying solely on the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, she can still maintain high-pressure control over the Nine Tails at this age. With such an existence, anyone who provokes her is asking for death. The best outcome would be to perish together with Uzumaki Mito. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito can move around freely with her successor, and there isn't even anyone monitoring them. Any observer would not be able to hide from Mito's perception. You are very chaotic, both in mind and chakra, Uzumaki Mito said hoarsely, looking at Feng Jianzi, who was about to pass by nonchalantly. Even in Shimura Danzo's case, it wasn't as complicated as you. Feng Jianzi paused. Is that so? It seems you know a lot about Lord Danzo, but you might have misunderstood. I am not his direct subordinate. I didn't say that, but your minds are somewhat similar in many ways. One could say that every deep-minded person has similar traits in their hearts, Uzumaki Mito replied. Kushina looked at Feng Jianzi in astonishment, then raised her head to look at Uzumaki Mito, her face full of disbelief. Why would the grandmother, who usually doesn't talk to strangers, suddenly bring up such a strange topic with a young ninja? Complicated? It's easy to understand a complex mind, but what does a complex chakra mean? Feng Jianzi understood what Uzumaki Mito was saying and knew what she meant by bringing up Danzo, because Danzo must have already implanted a Sharingan in himself. Adding an organ that doesn't belong to him, and the chakra flowing through that organ is incompatible with his own body, which naturally wouldn't escape Uzumaki Mito's perception. Implanting an organ isn't anything special, as Feng Jianzi's own physical condition is countless times more complicated than Danzo's. Is that so? It seems you have an impressive perception ability. Then, was it intentional for me to appear before you? No, it's not like that. It's purely coincidental. Compared to others, you are very special, Uzumaki Mito said, losing interest after looking at Feng Jianzi for 2 seconds, and then she took Kushina into the barbecue restaurant. Kushina remained obedient and didn't say another word. Feng Jianzi pondered for a moment, suspecting that Uzumaki Mito was referring to his body, non-native to the ninja world. Even though chakra has covered it, it's hard to conceal the true situation in front of a master of perception like Uzumaki Mito. However, it didn't matter. Feng Jianzi didn't take it to heart. At his current level, he was still a distance away from Uzumaki Mito's tier. Before he had enough strength, it was better to stay away from the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. While Minato wanted to get closer to Uzumaki Kushina, Feng Jianzi had no interest in that, as their figures faded into the distance. The two inside the barbecue restaurant were in conversation. Grandma, why did you talk to that person just now? Stay away from that person in the future. He is different from ordinary people in every way, whether in heart or technique. Then why not report him to the village? Someone like that must have problems, right? The Hokage won't ignore it. He definitely knows how special your perception ability is. Kushina couldn't understand Uzumaki Mito's actions. Problems? Why not just report it? Those adults in the village who practice the will of fire will surely find a way to eliminate the darkness. Right? Uzumaki Mito stroked Kushina's hair and, after a while, slowly said, "Your hair is beautiful. Remember to take care of it well. It symbolizes your identity and strength. So can I also have your perception ability? To perceive the goodness and evil in people's hearts? That's difficult, but not without hope. It depends on how you interact with that big fox." This kind of interruption was something Feng Jianzi truly didn't want. He found it very troublesome. It also made him lose interest in continuing to wander around the village, so he turned back to the corpse processing area. For so many days, the three assistants were still methodically handling various corpses, which caused the external cemetery to add some new memorial tablets. Since Feng Jianzi swallowed all the corpses for his own training, this cemetery hadn't added any new corpses for a long time, let alone disguised as Konoha ninjas to fraudulently obtain generous compensation from the Land of Fire. It wasn't until he finished his training that this profitable business would resume. "Lord Feng Jianzi, here is the list of additions from the past week." An assistant handed over a document. Feng Jianzi opened it and glanced through it, signing his name at the end. Another 3.52 million Ryo for the village. Not bad. Is there anything else? There's one more thing. Lord Danzo has assigned you an A-rank mission, the assistant said respectfully. Feng Jianzi didn't lift his head, casually tossing the document back, his face showing no surprise, as if he had already anticipated it. In the future, if there are such matters, you should first mention the important ones, rather than the other way around. Feng Jianzi said, "Aren't you surprised? Should I be surprised? There must be someone from the root among the three of you. Such an obvious matter doesn't need to be mentioned deliberately, because whether it's exposed or not, it has no impact on the actual situation." Feng Jianzi said, "Give me the mission scroll." The assistant handed over a scroll. Feng Jianzi pressed his palm on it, dispelling the sealing technique, and opened the scroll to check the contents. "Is this really it? Is the situation at the front line already so dire that they need to send me to do this?" Feng Jianzi's eyes revealed a look of astonishment, because the mission scroll clearly stated that he was to go to the Land of Rain to find Jiraiya, who had been missing for more than 2 years. This A-rank mission is far more than just infiltrating the Land of Rain. The real difficulty doesn't lie in how to find Jiraiya. The assistant removed the emotional facade and said sternly, "The situation at the front line seems to have become even more complicated. Lord Orochimaru's offensive has not made the expected progress, and even with Lady Tsunade leading a team to support, they still haven't achieved significant results." Chapter 47. 1,000-mile dash to the Land of Rain. Lord Danzo once said that Lord Fengjian's secret technique can control a large number of corpses, making it very suitable for search missions in a complex country like the Land of Rain, the assistant said. Fengjian took the mission scroll and replied, "Lord Danzo must have said more than just this. What else?" The assistant respectfully responded. Lord Danzo also mentioned that he is very eager to take this opportunity to see the results of your training over the past 6 months. In the past 5 months, you have consumed a total of 216 ninja corpses. Even with the resources from the root, it has become a bit difficult to supply, as we cannot use the corpses of our own village's ninjas and have to transport them from other places. I can feel that. From the initial 4 to 50 corpses a day, it has gradually decreased to only a dozen or so. Some corpses have even rotted for a long time and are covered in dirt, clearly just dug out of the ground. I've seen all of this. Since Lord Danzo has issued the order, I will definitely carry it out. In fact, if I didn't carry it out, it wouldn't matter. With his current strength, if he wanted to leave, Danzo wouldn't be able to stop him, but there is no need for that. Danzo is a troublesome guy. He represents the village to a large extent. Anyone who goes against Danzo is equivalent to betraying the village. However, if Danzo moves against someone, it would mostly just involve ceding some interest and then getting scolded by the third Hokage. Fengjian had no intention of betraying the village. As long as Danzo doesn't go too far, he wouldn't turn against him. They just need to take what they need from each other. He wants to use this mission to test my capabilities. The Land of Rain is indeed a good place. Hanzo, the salamander of Amage Cure, is one of the top figures in the ninja world today. If I'm not careful, I might not return. "You yist, Lord Fengjian," the assistant said without a hint of a smile. "Although you have been diligently training for the past 5 months, rumors about the Keikai technique have been circulating in the village. Everyone is waiting for your next move to see the full power of this space-time ninjutsu." Fengjian did not respond further and turned to pack his gear, though there was not much to pack. He changed into combat-appropriate clothing and sealed his hat and spare clothes into a special scroll to carry with him. Most importantly, he placed a summoning scroll at his waist. The assistant's gaze followed the movement of the summoning scroll. He knew that what was sealed inside determined how much combat power Feng Jianzi could unleash. Are you curious? Feng Jianzi asked. No, I hardly feel curiosity. Right now, I'm just following Lord Danzo's orders, gathering as much information as possible, and information often exists in various details. The assistant replied. Feng Jianzi chuckled. He liked this guy's honesty. This must be the social style chosen by this root ninja. After a simple tidying up, he pushed open the door to the corpse processing area and set off without any delay. A gentle breeze blew, which was quite comfortable, as they were about to enter the hot summer. This season is the best time for travel. I want to experience the continuous rain of a land of rain up close. Feng Jianzi turned back and looked at the three assistants. The three of them had unknowingly put down their work and equipped themselves, quietly following behind Feng Jianzi. I remember your name is Komatsu Fuji, right? I hope I'm not mistaken. I thought only you were from Naruto. It turns out all three of you are? Lord Danzo really values me. Not even giving me a proper assistant, Feng Jianzi shook his head. Komatsu Fuji replied, you should have anticipated this. It shouldn't matter to you. You've never trusted us. Otherwise you wouldn't be calling my name for the first time now. Feng Jianzi smiled. That's true. It seems we get along well. I've heard that root ninjas strictly carry out their superiors' orders without hesitation, even if it means death. I hope you can show this excellent quality. Let me give you some good news in advance. Even if you die, your corpses will continue to fight with me. Isn't that touching? The three root ninjas did not respond, waiting for Feng Jianzi's next command. To be fair, if Feng Jianzi really ordered them to commit suicide, they certainly would not comply, as observing and analyzing Feng Jianzi's strength and secret techniques was also their mission. In some ways, this task could be more important than finding Jiraiya. The four of them set off immediately, passing through the gates of Konoha and quickly heading northwest, moving with great speed. Hey, whose squad is this? Can't they stop to say hello before leaving? If I didn't know better, I'd think they were spies from another village, discovered while fleeing. More than 10 ninjas stationed on the city wall looked at the four rapidly disappearing shadows while chatting. This was the kind of scene that only occurred during wartime, as normally there wouldn't be so many ninjas at the gate. One of them stroked his chin, a look of suspicion on his face. The one in the lead. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Wasn't he during last year's battle against Sunagakure? That young man who used the Soul Reaper technique made quite an impression. That's right, it's him. I remember Lord Cat Dan praised him as the village's genius. I've been waiting for him to achieve even greater feats and become someone like Minato Namikaze. But I didn't expect to have not heard any news about him for a long time. Those who participated in the battle against Sunagakure gradually began to head to the battlefield against Iwagakure. Perhaps Feng Jianzi was also waiting for an opportunity like this. With this deployment, Feng Jianzi wouldn't directly head to the front lines, would he? After all, he is very skilled at using corpses for techniques. Only the front lines would be suitable for him to exert his strength. It's hard to say. The direction is wrong. Many ninjas quickly stopped discussing Feng Jianzi and started talking about the situation in Iwagakure. The combat power of that village exceeded their expectations, and the fighting showed no signs of ending. Instead, it became increasingly brutal. The entire ninja world was watching the one-on-one battle between Konoha and Iwagakure, with various ninja villages occasionally sending teams to invade and harass, further annoying both Konoha and Iwagakure. Feng Jianzi led his team day and night, and, after just 57 hours, they arrived at the border of the Land of Rain. As soon as they arrived, the weather changed. Dark clouds seemed ready to press down at any moment. Feng Jianzi stretched out his palm, casually feeling the heavy humidity in the wind. Behind him, the three root ninjas were breathing heavily, clearly struggling, in this high-intensity long-distance dash. Their stamina was already falling behind. His stamina is off. Komatsu Fuji had already noticed this. Chapter 48 Teacher. A stranger is approaching. Anyone who knows about Feng Jianzi is aware of his poor health, especially after the war with the Sand-Hidden Village. When an elite team from the Sand-Hidden Village attempted to capture him, the news that Kato praised Feng Jianzi as a genius in front of many ninjas has quietly spread. Those who have not fought alongside Feng Jianzi are very curious and want to find out what kind of person this new genius, who rose during the Second World War, truly is. Upon learning that he excels at manipulating the bodies of enemies in battle, this explosive secret technique leaves a deep impression, one that cannot be forgotten. If Feng Jianzi hadn't spent 5 months in seclusion training intensely, his fame would definitely be at a much higher level than it is now. But now, Komatsu Fuji, who is on a mission with Feng Jianzi, has discovered something. Feng Jianzi's physical abilities are explosively strong. But how is this possible? Why has he suddenly become like this? Komatsu Fuji, positioned slightly behind, observes Feng Jianzi closely, and it's clear that he is not pretending. He is not even out of breath and seems relaxed. However, the three root ninjas, who have undergone harsh training for years, are already exhausted. If they don't take a moment to rest, it will be hard for them to exert satisfactory combat power. Lord Feng Jianzi, it seems you have changed, Komatsu Fuji. Your health has improved? What I mean is that you are no longer deliberately hiding your talents. Haha, that's true. Feng Jianzi replied non-committally, leading the way as he officially entered the land of rain. From now on, they must be cautious. If they are discovered by the rain-hidden ninjas, things could become troublesome. They would have to kill the rain-hidden ninjas, or else they would be waiting for reinforcements from the enemy. Lord Feng Jianzi, although the land of rain is a small country, it is still a formidable opponent for the four of us. Which direction do you plan to search from? Komatsu Fuji asked. Which direction? Searching like this would be too inefficient. I plan to complete the mission as soon as possible and then return to training. Feng Jianzi slid his arm, and the summoning scroll at his waist began to spin rapidly. He caught it in his hand and threw it into the air where it automatically unfurled, revealing a dense array of corpses written on it. Of course, we need to cover all directions. Summoning technique. Bang 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 bang. The characters inscribed on the scroll bulged out one after another, accompanied by bursts of white smoke as 20 figures emerged in succession, silently standing before Feng Jianzi. Each of them wore plastic masks. It looks pretty good. I've actually bought a lot of decorative masks in the village these past few days, and it's not too bad to put them on these servants. At least we don't have to face their faces directly, Feng Jianzi said with a smile. 20. Komatsu Fuji memorized this number. He knew that Feng Jianzi's strength had clearly increased. In the past, he had never been able to control 20 corpses at once. But in the next second, he was even more astonished because Feng Jianzi summoned another 20 corpses. 40? It's only been 5 months. For most ninjas, this 5-month period isn't even enough to learn a new powerful ninjutsu, and the chakra produced cannot be much higher than before. But Feng Jianzi has already reached a higher level, and his secret technique is finally starting to show signs. The fangs of the corpse escape technique are first revealed in the land of rain. Scatter. As soon as Feng Jianzi finished speaking, the 40 corpses acted simultaneously, moving at high speed in all directions. Each corpse clearly knew which area it should explore. Yet, Feng Jianzi had never issued detailed commands, which greatly impacted the three root ninjas, who strained their minds trying to think of various possibilities but could not understand how Feng Jianzi accomplished all of this. The value of the corpse escape technique is truly immeasurable. Even Lord Danzo probably never anticipated this, Komatsu Fuji thought. He also noticed that Feng Jianzi could now send corpses to execute commands over extremely long distances, indicating that unimaginable changes were happening within Feng Jianzi. And this system of secret techniques was becoming more complete and difficult to fathom. Meanwhile, 9 kilometers away from Feng Jianzi, in a certain wilderness, a house stood beneath the rain. Jiraiya had just finished a day of teaching. Compared to Konin and Yahiko, he undoubtedly paid more attention to Nagato, always looking for opportunities to give Nagato special guidance. And the talent Nagato displayed always surprised him. Being proficient in all 5 elemental natures and quickly mastering any attribute ninjutsu is something ordinary ninjas would not know how long it would take to achieve. They might even struggle their entire lives without success. The passive buff of the Rinnegan alone is a ceiling that ordinary ninjas would find difficult to touch throughout their lives. The gap in talent is displayed so cruelly, further convincing Jiraiya that Nagato is indeed the child of prophecy spoken of by the great sage Toad. Teacher. When Yahiko went out to buy ingredients, he heard people say that the war is still ongoing and Konoha and Iwagakure are at a stalemate. Nagato walked with his head down, his raincoat failing to completely shield him from the pouring rain. Just the surging moisture and splashing raindrops were enough to soak the clothes inside the raincoat. However, no one cared about this, no matter how terrible the weather. Training must never be interrupted, as it is their guarantee for survival. Nagato vaguely felt that Jiraiya would not be around for long, as one of the legendary Sannin could not hide in the land of rain forever to teach them. The war, although Konoha has many problems, has the strongest foundation. As long as we don't make major mistakes, we can patiently wait for others to make mistakes. Jiraiya's expression was complex. Although this would lead to more people becoming pawns in the trial and error process and dying on the battlefield, it was an inevitable result in this cruel world. Jiraiya knew that withdrawing midway, without saying a word during the middle of the Second World War, was a terrible decision. But compared to teaching the child of prophecy, the war really didn't matter anymore. He firmly believed he was not wrong. This was not an act of evasion or retreat. Participating in the war did not prove his responsibility. Choosing to teach Nagato required even greater courage. This meant that without him, who had the strength of a Kage, more companions would die on the battlefield. But the current pain was for the sake of ensuring that more people would not suffer in the future. You can definitely do it, Nagato. If it's you, in the future, definitely. Jiraiya looked at Nagato's figure, his heart filled with great hope. Teacher, Nagato suddenly spoke, pointing in a direction. Something's not right over there. I sense several special chakras moving towards us. They shouldn't be ninjas from the rain-hidden village. Hanzo the Salamander has chosen to close off the country and not participate in any form of war. They might be wandering ninjas. Jiraiya felt a bit helpless, just as he was planning to rush over to deal with it. Nagato let out a surprised exclamation. Strange, a few more. People have appeared out of nowhere. They have very strange chakras and are confronting those few individuals. Chapter 49, of course, there's Uchiha Madara. The Land of Iron, a permanently neutral country, is located in the northern part of the continent and is a coastal peninsula nation. To the west, it faces the land of earth across the sea, while to the southwest lies the land of waterfalls. To the east, it faces the land of lightning across the sea, and to the southeast is the land of fields. In the original timeline, Orochimaru would have established the Sound Village in this country. In this era where ninjas prevail, this samurai nation still adheres to ancient traditions and hardly participates in the conflicts of the ninja world. However, this does not mean that the country is truly isolated from the world. A man capable of influencing the history of the ninja world is currently living in seclusion in the mountainous burial grounds of the northern region of the Land of Iron. Uchiha Madara. At the present time, 40 years after the founding of Konoha, this man, who once shook the ninja world, is nearly 70 years old and shows clear signs of aging. But his spirit is still fairly good as he sits alone, leaning on a scythe amidst a group of dilapidated tombstones that have long been abandoned. Don't get me wrong, none of his friends or family are buried here. He simply came up here to get some fresh air out of boredom, enjoying whatever time his body is left. Yes, at this point, Madara has already formulated his subsequent plans, and all that remains is to find a suitable heir to inherit his will. Unfortunately, he has not found anyone. None of the Uchiha clan members who appeared on the battlefield have caught his eye. Suddenly, Madara, who appeared to be drowsy, felt his eyelids twitch. He slowly raised his head and looked at the ground ahead. Lord Madara, I have discovered something interesting. Shut up, White Zetsu. What you call interesting is nothing like what normal humans would understand as interesting. But I won't blame you. After all, you are just a poor imitation of Hashirama, so it's normal for you to have problems with your brain. Hashirama's brain is problematic, and White Zetsu's issues are even more severe. He practically has no brain, which can be considered a unique inheritance. White Zetsu chuckled. The White Zetsus of the Land of Rain have discovered an invader. The opponent's secret technique is very interesting. Who? Madara asked in a low voice. Konoha's Kankuro, who can control many corpses to serve him. And the corpses can even use the ninjutsu they had in life. They're looking for something, probably Nagato, White Zetsu said, enjoying the excitement. Madara, accustomed to White Zetsu's mindlessness, did not get angry, but instead showed a look of indifference. Controlling corpses, what kind of third-rate ninjutsu is that? I've never heard of it. Since it's a technique for manipulating corpses, the person using it is probably not someone worth noting. Otherwise, there would be no need to rely on corpses to assist themselves. Madara recalled the impure world reincarnation technique, which seemed somewhat similar to Tobirama's impure world reincarnation, as both are extremely unique forbidden techniques. However, compared to it, he finds Tobirama even more irritating. Lord Madara, aren't you worried? You look like you're about to die at any moment. If that Kankuro picks up your corpse, it would be a big deal. The people of Konoha would probably go crazy with joy. White Zetsu exaggerated. What if Kankuro used your body and many of your powerful ninjutsu? What kind of scene would that be? It would really scare people. If you say something stupid again, I will kill you. After all, someone like you, I can produce at any time. Madara finally showed some interest, but just a little. Among all the resurrection techniques in the ninja world, besides his Rinnegan's technique, Outer Path, Samsara, they're not worth mentioning. Whether it's impure world reincarnation or this technique of manipulating corpses, It's merely utilizing the deceased, which is completely different from resurrecting them. Tobarama's impure world reincarnation technique is not worth mentioning. It has too many flaws. And the impure, reincarnated ninjas summoned back to the living world are laughably weak, unable to exert even 1/10 of their former strength. Madara felt that Kankuro's technique was probably the same. Those who play with corpses indicate their own lack of ability, which is why they have to rely on external forces. No, at least they can exert most of their strength from before. This is related to the freshness of the corpse. Isn't that still worthless? Even if they can exert most of their strength. The stronger the strength of the corpse in life, the lower the proportion of strength they can exert after acquiring the corpse. A red light flashed in Madara's single eye, and 3 Tomo slowly rotated. Then, White Zetsu, that guy's up to you. You must not let the puppet he controls get close to Nagato. We need to create a good growth environment for Nagato. Jiraiya is a decent ninja, a good passerby on Nagato's natural growth path. Madara will not interfere too much in this regard. White Zetsu chuckled and slowly merged into the ground, quickly heading south into the Land of Rain. Gathering the scattered White Zetsus in the Land of Rain, planning to launch an ambush against Kankuro. No, or should it be called annihilation? It's so complicated. Anyway, just kill them all. White Zetsu locked onto Kankuro's location. Kankuro found an abandoned house, standing under the eaves, quietly listening to the sound of the heavy rain, enjoying the rare tranquility. Behind him, 3 root ninjas were busy recovering and regaining their strength, while also remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Relax in this environment. Unless the enemy sneaks up right in front of you, it's hard for you, who are not sensory ninjas, to notice anything, Kankuro said. But you're a sensory ninja. We need to ensure that we can act immediately when you give the order, Komatsu said cautiously, still looking around. Looking around, the world seemed to have turned into a marshland, with the dense raindrops obscuring visibility and drowning out all noise. To be honest, when Kankuro heard Komatsu say he was a sensory ninja, he did feel a bit strained for a moment. All ninjas capable of detecting the enemy's position are classified as sensory ninjas. Even the Inuzuka clan members, with their keen noses and a dog as their partner, are all sensory ninjas. The Hyuga clan doesn't need mentioning. The Hyuga clan can sense in this environment, which is truly an advantage. Their Byakugan has long-range capabilities. Kankuro genuinely thinks that this eye is really useful. No wonder all the ninja villages covet the Byakugan and are not as enthusiastic about the Sharingan. However, while there are occasional examples of the Sharingan upgrading to the Manjiki Sharingan, and there is currently one case of the Eternal Manjiki upgrading to the Rinnegan, examples of the Byakugan upgrading to the Tenseigan are extremely rare. At least, there are none in the ninja world. The 4 of them did not speak again and patiently waited, until Kankuro spoke again. I think I have roughly determined Jiraiya-sama's position. The 3 root ninjas stood up, ready to follow Kankuro into action. Roughly? Well, the reason it's not certain is not that my subordinates can't do it, but because they were stopped by a few strange things. Kankuro revealed an interested expression. As expected, this task of finding someone is not about locating Jiraiya, but about how to approach Jiraiya. Approaching Jiraiya equates to approaching the still weak Nagato. The fact that White Zetsu has moved means that Uchiha Madara has set his sights here. No, it should be said that Uchiha Madara has been closely monitoring Nagato all along. He is afraid that this manipulator of corpses, will get close to Nagato. Afraid that I will take the opportunity to kill Nagato and take his corpse? Chapter 50. Zombie vs. White Zetsu. Kaguya's guess was quite accurate. If anyone else approached Nagato, Madara wouldn't interfere, but it was Kaguya who came. What would someone who can control corpses, allowing them to exert their pre-death abilities and use their living ninjutsu, think upon seeing Nagato with the Rinnegan? Of course, perhaps it was also due to Kaguya's technique that Madara recalled the extremely disgusting Senju Tobarama, which stirred his killing intent. In any case, Madara had instructed White Zetsu to do similar things many times before. Speaking of which, Nagato hadn't truly matured yet. After studying under Jiraiya for over 2 years, he was at most capable of self-defense, not enough to become a powerful figure, and he was in a period that required careful protection. Kaguya moved quickly with 3 subordinates, his vision already focused on White Zetsu through the few zombies. Initially, he was planning how to slip into Danzo and Orochimaru's human experimentation project to access the Hashirama cells. However, there was no need to worry now. White Zetsu cells were at least inferior versions of Hashirama cells, possessing many of their characteristics and could be safely used. This was truly an excellent opportunity. Although it attracted Madara's attention and created unnecessary risks, it was worth it. Kaguya's body was drenched in the cold rain, yet he felt no discomfort, with a fiery heart. His muscles tightened instinctively, and the heat radiating from him visibly dissipated. The main body of White Zetsu arrived, accompanied by a group of subordinates. Focusing on the several zombies before them, they could move, execute commands, and upon noticing him, they immediately stopped and prepared for battle. Could this really be controlled from a distance? Or was this spontaneous action from the corpses? No matter how erratic White Zetsu's thoughts were, he realized something was off with these corpses. If they truly had some instinct, were these corpses truly corpses? Were they alive or dead? Can you still defecate? Why aren't you speaking? White Zetsu extended a hand, fingers moving as if he were truly controlling puppets. Once I catch you, I'll ask you one by one, and I will surely find out. If I kill the deceased you, will you still die? Will you continue to resurrect if you die? Several White Zetsus accelerated and charged towards the zombies. The silence among the zombies broke as they moved in unison, charging head-on towards White Zetsu. To some extent, this was a battle between two entirely different puppets, with neither side fearing death and both determined to complete their tasks at any cost. In an instant, amidst the rain curtain, dozens of figures collided, all sounds of battle being swallowed by the terrifying sound of rain, the extremely brutal and bloody slaughter. The horrific scene of flesh and blood flying, all washed away by the rainwater. During the battle, several zombies teamed up to use water release, taking advantage of the weather to maximize their effect, washing away several White Zetsus. Oh, although I had heard of such things from other White Zetsus, seeing it with my own eyes still startled me. They could really use their living ninjutsu? No wonder Lord Madara wants to kill Kaguya. White Zetsu muttered to himself. At the same time, in a distant puddle, a shadowy figure was quietly writhing, also surprisingly observing this unique battle. It was too familiar with White Zetsu. It was merely a combat weapon modified from the indigenous humans of this planet by its mother. But what was up with these corpses? Controlling corpses in battle. This technique is really interesting, but the user is about to die. Black Zetsu cared more about Nagato's safety than anyone. Madara could die, but Nagato could not. If Nagato had to die, at the very least, he must take the Rinnegan with him. As long as there was the Rinnegan and the 10 tails, there was a chance to free his mother. It had waited for over 1,000 years for this opportunity and absolutely would not allow any accidents to happen. Just wait. Now is not the time for me to appear. I need to find a suitable opportunity. Black Zetsu shrank back into the puddle, playing dead. As time passed, the number of figures dwindled, with both sides falling one after another. White Zetsu personally intervened, stabbing through a zombie's chest, then using his forearm to decapitate the zombie's head, stomping down to crush it. Really troublesome. Without destroying the head, it's impossible to stop these corpses. This technique is impressive. White Zetsu looked around, intending to pick up a zombie that had lost its ability to move but still had a complete head, planning to take it back. You're in this state, and you still plan to bite me? White Zetsu looked at the zombie baring its teeth, as if discovering a special toy, instantly feeling delighted. But he soon had to stop his actions upon realizing that more zombies had arrived. The last thing White Zetsu feared was a numbers game, so he immediately summoned more than 10 White Zetsus. A larger-scale battle erupted, and the intensity of the fight escalated. White Zetsu's vitality was extremely vigorous. Some injuries were nothing to them, and the zombies also didn't care about injuries, often trading wounds for wounds. Various ninjutsu erupted continuously, causing slight tremors on the ground, with figures continually falling. Yet new figures kept joining the fray. Finally, after losing 27 White Zetsus and attempting to disguise as a zombie amidst the chaos, only to be killed by the zombies immediately, White Zetsu couldn't hold on anymore. Madara had just created White Zetsu not long ago, and there were still fewer than 100 in total, which had to be spread across the ninja world to gather intelligence. They couldn't waste them recklessly. To be able to discern my disguise technique, this level of perception is too excessive. If this continues, the losses will be too great, and I will be killed by Lord Madara. How many corpses does this guy have in reserve? White Zetsu held his head, disbelief written all over his face. Rather than you killing me, I'd rather kill you. I took the initiative to come. I really want to see how you identical things can manage to fight my zombies like this. Kaguya appeared on the battlefield with 3 root ninjas. The 3 root ninjas quickly surveyed the numerous figures lying all over the place, especially focusing on the identical White Zetsus, filled with confusion. What are these white things? Some kind of ninjutsu? Why are they obstructing us from finding Lord Jiraiya? Perhaps it's similar to the second Tsuchikage's splitting technique, splitting many of themselves from a single body. The root ninjas, possessing good intelligence analysis abilities, immediately attempted to decipher the enemy's technique. Komatsu asked, Lord Kaguya, you've already fought with these guys. What are they? For you, this is not important at all. You may not realize one thing. When you see these things, the next step is that you must die here. This is a sacrifice you must make for the future, Kaguya said slowly. Chapter 51. Corpse Escape. Exhausting Blue? Let me open it. These 3 root ninjas must die. Not only will Baiju not spare these 3 guys, but Feng Jianzi must also deal with them now. Lord Feng Jianzi, what do you mean by this? Komatsu Fuji raised his weapon. It means literally, you must die. Is it just because of these white things? It seems you know their origins very well. And there is information here that I absolutely cannot know. Even those who have seen these guys must be silenced by you. Komatsu Fuji did not feel shock or fear. He had no such emotions, purely gathering intelligence. These white objects that resembled split bodies, upon observing the dead lying on the ground, had no blood at their wounds, nor any internal organs, as if they were entirely made of white flesh. Feng Jianzi formed hand seals with one hand and slowly said, Sorry, 3 of you. I have no hatred towards you. It's purely because you were really unlucky. In fact, I also dislike it when people casually leak my information. What you see now has indeed exceeded my tolerance limit. The 3 root ninjas certainly would not sit back and wait for death. They were just following Feng Jianzi's orders, but when it came to the moment he wanted them dead, they would not obey. You 2 stay behind and fight to the death to block him. I will find an opportunity to break out and report this precious information to Lord Danzo. Komatsu Fuji said coldly, his gaze starting to scan the ground, planning to see some fragments of the dead Baiju's corpse. The fact that Feng Jianzi suddenly turned on them to silence them indicated that these white things must have significant value. The other 2 root ninjas did not hesitate at all, immediately blocking in front of Komatsu Fuji, preparing to launch an attack. The tactics had already been planned, using a large number of ninja tools to confuse Feng Jianzi's line of sight, while simultaneously launching ninjutsu to kill several nearby zombies. They only needed to create a brief moment of opportunity. Komatsu Fuji would use this environmental condition to quickly hide and escape back to Konoha. Too naive. Did you really think that what I said to you before setting off was just idle talk? Corpse escape, corpse transformation technique. In an instant, the 3 root ninjas felt their bodies stiffen, their internal organs undergoing dramatic changes, their muscles beginning to ache and numb, every nerve in their bodies buzzing. They were losing control over their bodies, clearly feeling their life force rapidly fading, their once vibrant flesh turning cold and lifeless. What have you done? When did this happen? Komatsu Fuji felt the changes in himself and could not understand when they had been caught in the trap. Feng Jianzi said, No need to dwell on that. If what is happening now had not occurred, you would probably never discover that you were under my technique. The 3 root ninjas thus fell into despair. As under Feng Jianzi's reckless consumption of chakra, the zombie virus they had stored within them rapidly accelerated conversion, exponentially eroding healthy cells. This was also the first time Feng Jianzi recklessly consumed chakra to forcibly transform multiple living people into complete zombies. It must be said that at this moment, he finally understood the powerful contagiousness of the zombie virus. There was no way. It wasn't that the zombie virus he brought was ineffective. Normally, a scratch could turn a human into a zombie within 10 minutes. Undoubtedly a super invincible virus. However, in the world of ninjas where everyone had superhuman physiques, this level of virus would undoubtedly fall short in terms of spontaneous transmission. Fortunately, this was a world with extraordinary powers, and using chakra, this supernatural energy, to stimulate the potential of the zombie virus was enough to greatly enhance the virus's power. Logically speaking, as long as I don't run into those with special bloodlines, I can secretly cast techniques on ordinary ninjas in advance, covertly spreading the virus throughout their bodies, and when necessary, I can trigger a massive proliferation of the virus, using it as a surprise attack method. But unfortunately, this method may not work on everyone. It requires covert action, which takes time. And if I encounter someone with special perception abilities, I might be discovered. The most critical issue is that it consumes too much chakra. The high-intensity travel, then controlling numerous zombies from a distance, followed by battling Baiju, and finally transforming these 3 guys, had nearly depleted Feng Jianzi's store vitality, causing him to start gasping for breath. Oh dear, I seem to see you gasping for air. Are you tired? Transforming these 3 subordinates into bodies you control consumes so much chakra? Although Baiju found this secret technique interesting, he had now lost interest. Accumulating these dozens of zombies must have taken Feng Jianzi a long time to build up, right? Now, after one battle, more than half was lost, and he had to expend chakra to deal with 3 living people. Bai Ju naturally believed that Feng Jianzi was out of options. But with your chakra exhausted, how much room do you have left to resist my attack? Relying solely on these corpses to protect you? Bai Ju smiled, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. I'm no longer interested in you, nor in your corpses. Swish! Before Bai Ju launched an attack on Feng Jianzi, while others attacked the surrounding zombies, creating opportunities to kill Feng Jianzi. Some Bai Ju even pressed against the zombies, absorbing their chakra, preparing to use the ninjutsu employed by the zombies. This was one of Bai Ju's attack methods, very effective against normal ninjas. Feng Jianzi remained unfazed, slamming his hand on the ground. Summoning technique. A total of 5 coffins emerged from the ground in front of Feng Jianzi, blocking Bai Ju's attack route. Coffins? Haven't you always used summoning scrolls to summon corpses? Bai Ju's main body stood at a distance, not personally taking action, but smilingly spoke. Feng Jianzi replied, using the lowest quality summoning scrolls as containers is ultimately just a basic storage method. For some usable zombies, I still prefer this ritualistic storage method. One by one, the coffin lids were lifted, and 5 zombies led by Sandstorm Deadwood emerged. But this was just the beginning. Feng Jianzi once again threw away the summoning scroll. More corpse characters protruding, and swoosh, 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 30 zombies drilled out, neatly lining up beside Feng Jianzi, surrounding him completely. Also, I actually dislike your behavior of absorbing chakra, because the chakra you take away essentially belongs to me. Feng Jianzi spread his arms, letting these 30 zombies simultaneously begin to form hand seals. He finally reached the point where he had to use that forbidden technique again. Forbidden technique, self-resurrection technique. Chapter 52. Mass reincarnation. White Zetsu's curiosity was greatly satisfied today. He had just been created by Madara not long ago and was usually cautious, avoiding various conflicts and never revealing himself to the world. This time, it was his first opportunity to engage in battle. As a mass-produced soldier of the God Tree, fighting was also White Zetsu's instinct. With so many corpses, even though they looked to be out of chakra, how could they summon so many at once? White Zetsu thought with his limited brain and found it strange. Didn't controlling zombies to use taijutsu and ninjutsu require chakra? Why could they summon more zombies as their chakra decreased? Then, White Zetsu saw numerous zombies forming hand seals simultaneously, and he was taken aback. Each White Zetsu felt astonished. Watching these corpses move as if they had practiced countless times, regardless of their height or shape, their actions were perfectly synchronized. What kind of large-scale ninjutsu was this? This guy was strange. He controlled these corpses to perform super-large ninjutsu. Didn't that consume his own chakra? Instead, was it consuming the chakra of the corpses themselves? White Zetsu was highly sensitive to chakra and immediately noticed this terrifying situation. The corpses were dead, yet they were moving and could use ninjutsu, consuming their own chakra. What kind of hellish secret technique was this? White Zetsu knew many secret techniques, especially the newly emerged powerful ones, and he wanted to report this information to Madara. But he had never seen such a technique before. So, the chakra consumed by Feng Jianzi was mainly used to transform living people into zombies? The reincarnation of life technique. The first wave of zombies transferred their life force to Feng Jianzi. As visible glimmers emerged, the already decayed bodies of the zombies began to disintegrate even faster. Their flesh started to wither, and their bodies shrank, as if they were forcibly drained of nutrients, slowly turning into mummies. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds echoed as the zombies, having exhausted all their life force, immediately died completely, collapsing to the ground. Many parts of their withered bodies shattered and turned to dust. This was a true and complete death. Even their brains and nerves were entirely depleted, contributing all their power to Feng Jianzi. They would feel honored. When alive, they had no right to serve him, and some were even his enemies, but in death, they could make an extraordinary contribution, which truly moved him. Feng Jianzi opened his arms, the green light shimmering on his body, radiating an intoxicating glow. As one zombie after another fell and turned to ash, the vitality on Feng Jianzi grew even more vigorous. The rain pelted down on him, instantly evaporating due to the surging life force. This was simply the most wonderful spectacle in the world, and no living being could resist the charm of such pure vitality. White Zetsu was even more affected. He wasn't even a complete life form, but he, who was originally rich in life force, gaped in shock. What is this? What have you done? Is this also one of the ninjutsu in your corpse escape secret technique? Every white zetsu widened their eyes, even unable to resist, lifting their feet, instinctively wanting to reach for that abundant life force. But they quickly restrained themselves. You could say this was not a complimentary ninjutsu in the past, but now it might be. This technique had many flaws. The conversion efficiency was too low. The consumption was too great, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it couldn't be delivered remotely. All these were areas that Feng Jianzi saw as needing improvement. Feng Jianzi looked down at his hands. With zombies continuously falling around him, feeling the pure life energy pulsating, he let out an extremely comfortable sigh. In the future, when I improve this secret technique, it will naturally become my complementary ninjutsu. Unconsciously, the corpse escape secret technique was further perfected on its original basis. And in terms of potential and value, it skyrocketed again, transforming living and dead people into zombies, then commanding the corpses to fight, and after their bodies collapse, recycling them to replenish chakra for Feng Jianzi, the practitioner. Theoretically, as long as there are enough corpses, Feng Jianzi would be a perpetual motion machine. But that was just in theory. The pinnacle of the reincarnation of life technique was Chio reviving Gaara, using an aging body to revive a young body, which was a level higher than a life for a life, with an explosive cost-effectiveness. After all, Chio's original intention was to use her life to turn the two puppets, father and mother, into living beings, and merely a life for a life was absolutely insufficient. But now, it was far from reaching the pinnacle. The loss in transferring life force was far too great. Feng Jianzi speculated that, at the current level, to revive a young Jinchuriki like Gaara would require the sacrifice of thousands of zombies. This was still an optimistic estimate. If one were to be pessimistic, the number of zombies needed as sacrifices would be astronomical. Zombies were already dead. Their life force could not compare to when they were alive. And bearing such exaggerated losses to revive a Jinchuriki was incredibly difficult and impossible to calculate precisely. Therefore, Feng Jianzi now only regarded those weak zombies with little fighting power as consumables for quickly replenishing chakra. But even so, it was enough to leave white Zetsu in shock. He had never seen such a method before. You really won't spare even the dead bodies of the dead, squeezing out the last drop of oil, right? In comparison, the white Zetsus felt that Lord Madara was truly the kindest master in the world. As the zombies, serving as consumables, fell one after another, a large number of withered bodies turned to dust, washed away by the heavy rain, and the vigorous vitality on Feng Jianzi began to slowly recede. Yes, that green haze only existed for a few seconds before disappearing. This was already all that dozens of zombies could offer. Feng Jianzi's pale complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. His depleted stamina once again became full, and he was invigorated. With a casual exertion, an endless stream of chakra erupted from his body. Originally, he planned to absorb these three subordinates of mine, as they were three fresh top-quality bodies, but he suddenly changed his mind. Since they are my subordinates, regardless of their intentions, they should give their all for me. Let them deal with you first, and when they're almost used up, I will draw the life force from their bodies. Feng Jianzi formed hand seals with one hand, and although he made no sound or movement, all the remaining zombies simultaneously lifted their heads and began to run, accurately locking onto their respective opponents and lunging at the white Zetsus. Numerous white Zetsus were in shock, cursing various words as they immediately charged forward. The two sides erupted into an even more brutal melee, and amidst the intertwining figures, the main body of white Zetsu quietly concealed itself underground, transmitting information. A white Zetsu received the information transmitted by the main body. Lord Madara, something seems off. You will definitely be interested. Chapter 53. Young man, you have successfully captured my attention. What kind of jutsu is this? I've never seen anything like it. Black Zetsu couldn't help but peek out, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Even after living for over 1,000 years, he found it hard to comprehend. He had witnessed the era of ninjas, walked the edges of history, influenced the feuds among the descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, and watched this world evolve step by step. Yet he had never seen a technique like this. Transferring life force in large quantities? To transfer the life force from a deceased body to oneself for combat consumption? Black Zetsu keenly realized that this technique had great value. When combined with the corpse escape secret technique, it could unleash extraordinary power, maximizing the value of each individual to the extreme. The question was whether this life force transfer technique had to be used in conjunction with that guy's corpse control technique, and to what extent. Did only the caster need to absorb the life force from the corpses? Could it be that Kamizuki could perform the technique while others access the life force of the corpses? If the living could acquire it, what about the dead? If a deceased person received such an influx of life force, could they come back to life? Based on his own experience, Black Zetsu judged that it was indeed possible. As long as there was enough life force to invigorate the body, even if the soul had gone to the Pure Land, it could be pulled back through the body as a coordinate. Moreover, this technique could control dozens or even hundreds of corpses at once, which involved an enormous amount of work. After all, each corpse had different conditions, genetic lineage, chakra pathways, and so on. But Kamizuki could precisely control so many corpses simultaneously to perform the technique, suggesting countless challenges. This precise control technique was likely already a highly difficult forbidden jutsu to learn. Black Zetsu assessed that although Kamizuki seemed to use just one technique, it actually involved many techniques, and if any detail was not executed properly, there would be no such effect. This was practically an alternative resurrection technique, perhaps even more practical than the rebirth of the samsara technique. The more Black Zetsu thought about it, the more astonished and thrilled he became. Look at the rebirth of the samsara technique. It required the Rinnegan to be successfully executed. Such stringent conditions forced Uchiha Madara to go to great lengths, even sacrificing his own eyes to secretly implant them in a Nagato, hoping that when Nagato grew up, he would be so disillusioned with the world that he would use the rebirth of the samsara technique to resurrect him. But what if it were Kamizuki's technique, which only required a large number of corpses as a condition? What kind of condition is that? Corpses, which have little value, are everywhere in the ninja world, right? The key point is that it does not require corpses of noble lineage. Even the bodies of ordinary ninjas can be used. With such favorable casting conditions and incredibly powerful effects, to Black Zetsu, this was simply the perfect technique capable of greatly advancing his plan to resurrect his mother. The reincarnation of Indra in this generation would utilize this secret technique, which would be a crucial complement. Unexpectedly, not only had the Rinnegan appeared in this era, but such an astonishing resurrection technique had also emerged. In Black Zetsu's eyes, the people in the ninja world were not even considered human. It didn't matter how many died. With this resurrection technique, if the life characteristics of specific individuals could be maintained in a constant state, it would be akin to possessing eternal life, allowing for countless possibilities. Especially since the reincarnation of Indra in this generation had acquired the Rinnegan and was already on the path to becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. I must do something first. I need to ensure that this guy's actions are under my surveillance. Under Black Zetsu's watchful gaze, figures continued to fall on both sides of the battle. The zombies fell. As long as they had heads and hands, they would ultimately become sacrifices for Kamizuki to extract life force. Meanwhile, when White Zetsu fell, zombies rushed in, disregarding their injuries to forcibly claim him. The White Zetsu cells could not be overlooked. They would be my greatest gain in this mission. Kamizuki stood in place, arms crossed, bathing in the pouring rain, appearing extremely relaxed as he watched this extraordinary battle. He also noticed that White Zetsu's main body had gone somewhere. Though it was called the main body, it was merely the first White Zetsu. Even if it died, it would affect the others. Led by the sandstorm Araki, numerous zombies continued to encircle and reinforce the White Zetsu team. As time passed, the rain began to lighten, and the dark clouds gradually dispersed, with the last White Zetsu falling under the assault. At this point, the number of zombies directly participating in the battle had reached 70. Kamizuki continually replenished more zombies. After all, in the past 5 months, he had used up over 1,000 corpses, and there were still a few left that he had sealed away. The White Zetsu, known for their numbers, continued to fall, with some still barely alive, cursing, "Damn ninjas. You won't have a good end. Soon you'll know what true terror looks like." Just as the words left his mouth, Kamizuki squatted down in front of him, saying, "You're right, but you won't get the chance to see what I look like when I experience terror. Rest in peace. I won't waste you. I will make full use of you." Crack. Kamizuki twisted this guy's neck, instructing the zombies to gather the bodies of the fallen White Zetsu, leaving no piece of scattered flesh behind. After arranging them neatly, he took out a brand new scroll, planning to seal them all away. It would be of great use in the future. On this chaotic battlefield, Kamizuki slowly stood up and under the silent crowd of zombies. He turned his head to look at the reappearing main body of White Zetsu. Alongside White Zetsu were two individuals, one with white whirlpool hair and the other, an elderly man. You're back, and you brought 2 helpers? Too bad you were a step too late. Your companions are all dead. Now it's your turn. I'm curious, what exactly are you? Could it be that you're really related to the second Tsuchikage? The splitting technique? Kamizuki said deliberately, making all the zombies shift their attention to the 2 of them. I already knew that. You're quite capable, but it doesn't matter. I don't care about these companions. White Zetsu chuckled incessantly, adding, what happens next is out of my hands. It will be up to him. The old man's white hair obscured his face, making it difficult to discern his appearance. Despite the silence, he emanated a chilling aura, colder than the rain beneath. This must be the one who created you. Kamizuki pretended to be surprised, saying so. This unknown old man, do you have any orders? If not, I'll be taking these things back. Of course, even if you do have orders, it won't matter. I will still take them back. Finally, the old man, Uchihamadara, opened the one remaining eye he had. I heard the general process from White Zetsu on the way here. I didn't expect such a technique to exist in this world. Young man, you have successfully captured my attention. Your talents should have more room for development. Chapter 54. He appreciated Madara's performance. Kageyama, sure, furrowed his brows slightly, but soon relaxed. A troublesome situation had arisen. At this moment, Uchihamadara had emerged, and it seemed that he had not yet reached the point of relying on the outer path Ten-Tails to sustain his life, possessing a certain degree of autonomous action. Beside him was an Akatsuki member, who could be donned if necessary, providing a certain boost to his physical capabilities, though Kageyama sure felt that with Madara's pride, he would definitely not wear Akatsuki's gear to enhance his combat power. It was hard for Kageyama sure to assess what kind of strength the nearly 70-year-old Uchihamadara could display. Comparing him to the over 70-year-old Tsurutobi Hiruzen didn't quite fit either. At this time, Uchihamadara had just managed to elevate his eternal Manjiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan, a process that might impose a heavy burden on his body. Although he had transplanted a piece of Senju Hashirama's flesh into his chest, indirectly gaining a bit of Hashirama's physique, he was ultimately not an Azura descendant renowned for vitality, and the birth of the Rinnegan might have cost him a significant amount of life force. Therefore, after nurturing his eyes for decades, he only gained the Rinnegan in his old age. In contrast, the 70-year-old Tsurutobi Hiruzen could still rampage and could even take down the reanimated Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama summoned by Orochimaru's improved Edo Tensei, sealing away Orochimaru's hands in the process. Meanwhile, the 70-year-old Madara had already shown signs of decline and needed to be accompanied by Akatsuki and White Zetsu. In the decades I have distanced myself from the mainstream of the shinobi world, many talented individuals have indeed emerged, developing techniques that have amazed even me. You're one of them. Madara's expression showed no change as he raised an eyelid, closely examining the zombies. Coupled with the intelligence provided by White Zetsu, he had already grasped the situation. You can utilize numerous corpses to replenish your life force. I can feel the vigorous yet chaotic life force within you, indicating that this technique has potential for further development, particularly in organizing life force to reduce unnecessary losses. Madara spoke slowly, his tone filled with certainty, continuing, and if I'm not mistaken, your technique can at most only supplement extra life force and cannot restore the lost youth of others, making it a flawed resurrection technique. This was indeed an imperfection of the life transfer technique. It could revive the deceased by transferring life force, but it could not allow an elderly person to regain their youth upon resurrection. In other words, an elderly person resurrected would still be elderly, their lifespan unchanged. They would come back as they were at the time of death, with the only difference being that they might have more stored life force, allowing them to prioritize consuming external life force while living, potentially extending their life significantly, but could not turn back time to their younger days. If this technique is treated as a resurrection technique, it certainly has this drawback. You're right, this technique is one that maintains a state, not one that can reverse time. Are you, old man, trying to seize my technique to prolong your life? You can only use it to extend your lifespan. Kageyama sure did not deny it. I do not believe there exists a resurrection technique more perfect than the life transfer technique. If such a technique truly existed, then the first Hokage, a figure who broke the limits of shinobi, would not have died so easily. Died easily. It seems the world cannot accept Hashirama's extremely hasty death. Madara swung the scythe in his hand towards Kageyama. Sure. I do not care about prolonging life. Compared to this trivial matter, I am more interested in you, a person who toys with corpses yet lives in a place like Konoha. People like you are only suited to exist during wartime. Once peace is restored, your situation becomes difficult. People are forgetful and often criticize ugly behavior, usually overlooking the merits you once achieved. Strike first. Kageyama, sure, acted decisively. This old coot was difficult to deal with, so it was best to seize the opportunity and press hard against this old man. Dozens of zombies surrounded Madara, closing in simultaneously. Some rushed in for close combat, while others stood at a distance, forming hand seals, preparing to execute ninjutsu. Compared to this formation, the elderly Madara seemed to have no room to fight back. But he merely stood there, like a giant, casting a massive shadow that reached the sky. At the moment when numerous zombies attacked and were about to close in, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fire, annihilation. Intense flames instantly scorched over 20 zombies, but Kageyama sure did not blink, summoning more zombies in response. One after another, accumulating to 100 zombies, spread across the sky and ground. At the moment of stillness, Kageyama sure formed hand seals once more. Good fire style. But you've been deceived. I never intended to attack you in a conventional manner. Let's see this technique. Corpse technique. 100 corpses exploding sound. Boom, 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 boom. Over 100 zombies began to self-destruct the moment they approached Uchiha Madara. The series of explosions was meticulously calculated for each individual's position and detonation time. At this distance, they formed a massive net, with explosions occurring in layers from the inside out, surrounding Madara. Even if Akatsuki were to take Madara away using their space-time ninjutsu, it would be too late. Such a scale of explosion could even lift the nearby ground. The violent shockwave swept through, threatening to crush Madara. This scale of explosion even caused people several kilometers away to sense it, revealing expressions of astonishment, speculating on what powerful shinobi were engaged in battle. But as the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, the ground had been blasted into a deep pit, yet Madara, along with White Zetsu and Akatsuki, remained unharmed. Kageyama sure's expression remained unchanged as he continued to summon zombies, persistently attacking Madara, determined not to give him a chance to breathe. Faced with a new zombie army, Madara closed his single eye. The moment he reopened it, 3 tomo spun rapidly. Immediately, an exceptionally cold chakra surged from his body. Translucent ribs appeared, enveloping Madara, White Zetsu, and Akatsuki, and skeletal arms rapidly grew, wielding a 10-meter-long greatsword to slash horizontally. The rainwater on the ground began to float again, splitting into 2 parts, solidifying in place. The terrifying chakra erupted like a volcano, carrying the momentum to tear the heavens apart. With one strike, the greatsword and the slash of its blade cleaved dozens of zombies in two. In an instant, a multitude of zombies were dismembered. Many were already decayed. And under this terrifying impact, their blood and flesh splattered like raindrops, their bodies falling apart in fragments. That blade that tore everything apart pointed directly at Kageyama sure himself. Kageyama sure simply formed hand seals with one hand, activating the space-time technique, and his figure vanished instantly, swapping places with a zombie that had been the first to be sliced, but whose one hand remained intact, and was able to form hand seals with one hand. That zombie essentially took 2 strikes, instantly reducing it to nothing. With one move, no hand seals, just a blink of the eye, he cleared the field. The terrifying chakra slowly concealed itself. The translucent ribs, arms, and greatsword gradually dissipated, and Madara remained the same Madara, maintaining the same movements, appearing slow and languid. If I am not mistaken, could this be the legendary Susanoo? You truly astonish me. You can use Susanoo with just 3 tomo in your Sharingan? Then your identity becomes quite suspicious. As far as I know, only one person possesses such ocular power, but that person should have been dead for a long time. Feng Jianzi even clapped his hands in admiration of the opponent's brief, yet astonishing performance. Chapter 55, I, Kurwa, will carry out Lord Feng Jian's will to the end. Combined, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit has a peculiar characteristic. Single-eye techniques cannot be activated after losing an eye, but for double-eye techniques like Susanoo, as long as the ocular power is strong enough, one can use it briefly even after losing both eyes. However, so far, only Uchiha Madara has upgraded both of his eyes to Rinnegan, achieving an epic enhancement of ocular power, allowing him to activate Susanoo without eyes. As for the 3 tomo Sharingan that Madara is using now, Feng Jian knows very well that it's purely for maintaining visibility. Losing it wouldn't affect Madara's power, but he knows he can't say that directly. I'm surprised you know about Susanoo. This technique has been lost in the current ninja world, Madara said. The strongest ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? I have indeed heard of it. Your identity is quite suspicious, and appearing before me makes it even more so. Feng Jianzi said, at your age, with this ambiguous ocular power, being able to activate Susanoo with a 3-tomo Sharingan means you must be Uchiha Madara. But you should have died long ago. I didn't expect you to still be alive. If this news spreads, it would cause a sensation in the ninja world. The major ninja villages would rather cease hostilities than join forces to find and kill you. White Zetsu laughed loudly. Wow, you were figured out in an instant. Lord Madara, after concealing your identity for so many years, your first action turned out like this. Madara wasn't angry at all. He had nothing to be upset about with the inferior version of Hashirama he created. Every time he saw White Zetsu, he thought of that brainless fool Hashirama. Your space-time ninjutsu is quite interesting. It seems to involve a mutual summoning with corpses, but theoretically, that shouldn't be possible. At the same time, using the technique to switch positions means losing the coordinates of the other party in the instant of exchange, yet you have indeed achieved space-time transfer. Both sides using summoning techniques on each other should theoretically be impossible to succeed. There must be something he hasn't figured out yet, which is the core secret of this space-time ninjutsu. If he couldn't understand it in one go, he could just keep trying. Madara's ribs reappeared, and a massive skeletal arm suddenly reached out but always grabbed nothing. Feng Jianzi could always teleport away quickly. If viewed from an ordinary person's perspective, one would see Feng Jianzi's figure flickering like a virtual image with poor network connectivity, appearing in multiple locations at once. Madara stopped because he confirmed that conventional methods couldn't deal with Feng Jianzi, and he still hadn't analyzed the secret of this technique. Even if he killed all the zombies and destroyed the coordinates for Feng Jianzi's teleportation, Feng Jianzi could still move to a farther location. He must have deployed corpses in other directions as well. Your techniques are quite unique. Each accompanying ninjutsu could exist as an S-rank forbidden technique. Madara's gaze lingered on the many zombies on the ground. Many zombies with intact brains were still alive, even if their bodies were shattered into many pieces. Those with hands could even cooperate with Feng Jianzi to perform the void technique. This peculiar space-time ninjutsu indeed made Madara look at him differently. I cannot kill you, and your abilities are somewhat useful to me. It is unusual for a black flower like you to grow in this ugly and filthy world. I will tell you some things about this world, and after hearing them, you can decide. Madara spoke slowly, leaving no room for Feng Jianzi to refuse. If after hearing my words you still decide not to cooperate with me, I won't stop you. As if I have no choice. Feng Jianzi scoffed. I could still kill you here, even if you were the legendary one. Since that white guy threw that strange thing at me, Feng Jianzi said, and immediately a lump of white flesh bulged on his body. Impossible. How could you detect my spore technique? The newly sprouted White Zetsu was very shocked, but don't worry. It won't harm you. It's just to facilitate your transfer to our base. Boring tricks. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Feng Jian's mind moved, and a large amount of virus invaded, causing White Zetsu to scream in agony, and he could take White Zetsu with him at any time. Even shadow-level experts would fall victim to White Zetsu spores without knowing his abilities. Any sensory ability, except for sage techniques, couldn't detect the spores White Zetsu planted. But Feng Jianzi was different. He was filled with viruses. Madara remained calm. Is that so? You have a special sensory ability. Since Hashirama, it's been a long time since anyone has surprised me continuously. Although I'm extremely weakened, I'm not so easy to deal with. Before we continue fighting, why don't we have a serious talk? Perhaps we are fellow travelers. Feng Jianzi pondered for a moment. He should have no way to deal with Madara now. Even if he could take down the current Madara, as long as Madara was willing to lower his pride and don the Akatsuki robe, his combat power would surge instantly. And unleashing Susanoo would be enough to give Feng Jianzi a run for his money. Moreover, Madara indeed had what he needed, such as a clone of Senju Hashirama. Soon after, the figures of Feng Jianzi and Madara disappeared, leaving behind all the White Zetsu corpses. When Jiraiya arrived late, all he saw was a mess, and the remnants, fragmented zombies. Damn, was I a step too late? But what was that commotion from the battle just now? Who was fighting here? What about those guys on the ground? They seem to have lost their self-awareness, leaving only instincts. It's hard to tell which village's ninjas they are. Jiraiya was very uneasy. He didn't want any unexpected factors to appear, as they would affect his teaching of Nagato. He especially didn't want Nagato to be discovered possessing the Rinnegan before he had the ability to protect himself. Land of Iron, Mountain Graveyard. Is this your base? It's quite unexpectedly simple, completely lacking various experimental equipment, precious ninja tools, and such. Feng Jianzi feigned surprise. Madara said, I do have an Uchiha fan. If you don't mind getting into trouble with the Uchiha clan, I can give it to you. Feng Jian looked at Madara. I've heard that Uchiha Madara possesses the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Why do you only have a 3-tomo Sharingan? You can't activate Susanoo with a regular 3-tomo, can you? My eyes were blinded in the battle against Hashirama back then. Everything has its limits. Having this 3-tomo Sharingan is enough for me, Madara said as he slowly sat down, leaning on his scythe. Now, tell me about yourself. I have a plan that should require your forbidden technique to transfer life force. When necessary, I will need you to use this technique on me. Madara began to narrate the ugliness and hopelessness of this world, as well as his attempt to cultivate successors to establish an organization that specializes in collecting the 9-tailed beasts to resurrect the 10 tails and initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Throughout the process, however, he concealed the most critical information about the Rinnegan, such as that the Rinnegan is his eye, that one must have the Rinnegan to control the 10 tails, and that one must have both the Rinnegan and the 10 tails to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. He did not mention any of this. He intended to pass on these core secrets to his chosen successor. This guy, Obito, is treating me as a substitute for Nagato. My rank is still beneath Nagato. Kid's understanding of Obito's lies is crystal clear, because if he refuses, Obito can still use Genjutsu on him. Kid suspects that Obito has already secretly used Genjutsu on him, but it hasn't reached the point where he truly needs him, so there's no need to force it yet. Obito has long been able to control the 4th Mizukage to wreak havoc on the Mist Village for revenge, so there is no reason why Uchiha Madara can't control him for a long time. However, it's fine. Kid has his own means of dealing with Genjutsu. The zombies scattered throughout the Land of Fire are his key to breaking free from the illusion. He may not be able to deal with the level of Tsukuyomi, but at least he has some means of self-protection against other types of Genjutsu. Madara did not show any extra emotional fluctuations. In fact, he doesn't care whether Kid believes him or not. As long as he can ensure Kid performs the jutsu when he needs him, everything is fine. Your space-time ninjutsu is called the Void Realm Technique, right? Relying on the Void Realm Technique and the Rebirth Technique, if you are careful, you should be able to preserve your life in this terrible world. I need someone like you who can survive to the greatest extent. Madara said, so now, tell me your answer. Mastering the unique corpse technique destined you to wander in the shadows, unaccepted by those who live in mediocrity. Will you choose to join my plan to permanently change this desperate world? Or will you stand against me and become an enemy of my heir at some point in the future? A choice of two. I also have a third option, which is to kill you here. Don't think that just because you have a bunch of white things helping you, that you can stop me. Kid was unceremonious and immediately used the corpse technique to corrode Madara's body. However, the progress was not smooth. Madara, as an excellent descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, had an extraordinarily powerful body, and even though he was old, Kid felt immense resistance. More importantly, there were a bunch of white Zetsu assisting him, Madara slowly said. So that's how it is. You can not only cast jutsu on corpses, but can also directly turn living people into your controlled zombies. However, with your remaining life force, it seems insufficient to handle me and so many inferior versions of Hashirama at once. Kid frowned. Indeed, facing Indra's reincarnation for the first time, and one that had Hashirama's flesh transplanted, forcibly turning him into a zombie was extremely difficult, and the amount of chakra required was simply incalculable. The better the physical quality, the more cells, the stronger the spiritual power, the firmer the will, and the more chakra, the more staggering the chakra consumption for Kid would be. Not to mention that a bunch of white Zetsu could drill into Madara's body at any time, and there was also Obito watching nearby. It seems that turning you into my subordinate is more difficult than directly killing you, Kid said. Young people don't always have to kill. You can't do anything to me, and I can hardly stop you from escaping. This is the basis of our cooperation. Madara stared indifferently at Kid, his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. Since that is the case, we might as well cooperate. I will give you many white Zetsu as subordinates to gather intelligence in the ninja world. You assist me in advancing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. In the end, it still requires me to transfer life force to you. Looking at it this way, for a long time in the future, you will be subject to me because I can grant you eternal life in your current state. Although Kid believed he had the ability to deal with non-Sharingan exclusive Genjutsu, he didn't see the need to take that risk. The moment he saw the white Zetsu and had to deal with Madara, he had already envisioned the current scenario. Well then, I might as well join this plan. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, I can use various corpses as I wish and become a respected person. Kid glanced at the outer path golem behind Uchiha Madara. Madara doesn't have Rinnegan, so he should be unable to operate this big thing. Nor could he cast the soul-stealing technique. Is this your wish? It should be fulfilled. Everyone should realize their wishes. Madara said, then it seems you have made a decision. This is good. I have gained a new generation helper on my path forward. I can see that you are still hiding many things from me, Keed said lightly. You are not my heir. I cannot tell you everything. My heir must be a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Once the Eye of Mind's reflection is opened, it will have an extraordinary impact on the plan. I need someone to inherit the name Uchiha Madara and walk the current ninja world again, Madara said expressionlessly. With my help, you can even live for a long time. Why still choose an heir? This aging body is of no use in continuing to survive. I would rather hand over all my techniques and information to the person I choose and let him execute my will. All right, then you better choose your successor wisely. For a plan like Infinite Tsukuyami, if the successor's level is too low, it would be better for me to handle it myself. Keed said, do you need me to cast the rebirth technique for you? You look in pretty bad shape. After using Susanoo, I feel your condition has worsened. Madara summoned the white Zetsu. There's no rush. I can hold on a little longer. Now, I'll teach you a secret technique for separating consciousness. Given your ability to master multiple forbidden techniques, learning this secret technique shouldn't be too difficult. Separating consciousness? Not interested. You can't stay here permanently. I need an individual who can carry out your will. Don't worry, the information in your head won't be obtained by me. This is a technique for separating consciousness, not for copying memories. Keed contemplated for a moment, seemingly understanding what this was for. After carefully studying this secret technique and considering multiple factors, he entered a state of practice. 2 days later, Keed summoned a large number of zombies to accelerate his training and initially mastered this secret technique. Throughout the process, Madara showed no signs of surprise. He remained as steady as a rock, never revealing excessive emotional fluctuations, being able to use shadow clone technique. He was not unfamiliar with this method of accelerating training through external force. It was merely replacing shadow clones with zombies. Madara looked up and said, as expected, you did not disappoint me. You can easily control numerous corpses and use various forbidden techniques on them, which definitely indicates that you have separated your consciousness to some extent, speeding up the training of this secret technique. Madara noticed that Keed seemed a bit off, and when he summoned the main body of the white Zetsu, he felt that Keed was even more off. Yes, Madara no longer urgently needed the main body of the white Zetsu to carry his will. Thanks to Keed's rebirth technique, Madara's aging body could be well maintained, and at the very least, recovering to a decent state was completely feasible, without being limited by his body. Madara had more room for maneuvering in many matters and would no longer need to rely on the outer path golem to sustain his life. Although it was somewhat troublesome that he couldn't forcibly control Keed, there would be opportunities in the future. Madara had been silent for too long and was fortunate to encounter a strange and cunning junior who could be of significant use to him. The moment I extended my consciousness, the main body of the white Zetsu already belonged to me, completely beyond your control. Let me make it clear, from now on, I will be the primary controller of the white Zetsu's main body. My orders will not be overturned, even by you, Keed said. I don't care about these white Zetsus at all. They are just inferior copies of Hashirama. They are only useful for gathering intelligence, so take them if you like, as long as I can continue to use them to obtain information, Madara said indifferently while leaning on his scythe. Kagaya touched the main body of the white Zetsu with a fist, knowing that Madara must be looking for his weaknesses, trying to apply a curse mark to his heart or something. He would also tamper with the white Zetsu's main body in front of him, as a large amount of virus surged in, engaging in a fierce tug-of-war with the remarkably active white Zetsu cells. Madara's style of doing things is very distinct. He allows the people he chooses to carry out various actions, and even finds ways to clean up after his tools. But this person must do the most critical things at the most crucial moments. Unwillingness is not an option. He must ensure that he has strong control means when that moment arrives. As Kagaya moved, the right half of the white Zetsu's body began to change. Ultimately, under Kagaya's silent gaze, it transformed into a pitch-black, ghostly thing, as if charcoal had been smeared on the white Zetsu. With the formation and stabilization of this thing, the white Zetsu's body was split into two. The left half still belonged to the white Zetsu itself, while the right half, the black portion, acted according to Kagaya's will. If necessary, the black Zetsu could also attack the left half of the white Zetsu, forcibly controlling this body. Since it exists within the white Zetsu, it shall be called Black Zetsu, Madara casually remarked. Kagaya. Damn it, it really is you. Chapter 56. Not only the living need to eat. Feng Jianzi took a deep breath. There were just too many points to criticize, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. From the moment he obtained the secret technique, Feng Jianzi had an inkling that something was off. Suspecting that this was the technique that Madara had created to produce Black Zetsu just before his death in the original timeline. But it was just a suspicion. After all, Black Zetsu should prioritize targeting Madara rather than him. However, he never expected that Black Zetsu ultimately chose to disguise himself as Feng Jianzi's will. Why? Was it the technique of reincarnation that could infinitely transfer life force to others? I roughly understand. Black Zetsu should be preparing for the future. If he fails in this era, he can subtly guide me and even directly master my techniques, which would give him a great chance of success in the next era as long as he lives long enough. The longer the lifespan, the higher the success rate. Thinking of this, it was the only explanation for Black Zetsu's actions. Look at Madara now. He has only 70 and has already become like this. It shows how difficult it is to cultivate the Rinnegan. But what if he could receive a continuous supply of life force from Feng Jianzi, keeping his physical condition stable in his prime? No matter how difficult it is to give birth to the Rinnegan, it will eventually appear given enough time. Madara, you should also separate your will into a white Zetsu, Feng Jianzi said. Not now. I will do that when I am about to die. Madara refused. He was proud and unique. It was impossible for him to create a replica of himself when he was certain he could survive. Feng Jianzi asked, then why don't you die now? I can directly deal with the will you leave behind, whether it's finding a successor or pushing forward the infinite Tsukuyami. I will do it. My will is ultimately not me. It cannot compete with you, Madara said coldly. Feng Jianzi looked at Black Zetsu and White Zetsu and shook his head, summoning 3 root ninjas. Since that's the case, don't ask me for life force when you die. Someone like you is wasting my secret technique. However, thanks to you, I'll come up with some interesting results. White Zetsu sneered. You dare talk to Lord Madara like that? Lord Madara, you really want to kill this guy? I never thought your temper would be so good. Shut up, White Zetsu. This is not something you and I can participate in, Black Zetsu reprimanded in a low voice. Feng Jianzi looked at Black Zetsu with interest. Do you know what I'm thinking? I don't know. I'm just a clone of your will, and at most have some of your thought patterns. I'm your assistant. The final decision is still yours, Black Zetsu said. Pretty convincing act, Feng Jianzi thought. A hint of killing intent surged in Madara's single eye, but quickly dissipated. This was the first time he encountered someone like Feng Jianzi, who eagerly agreed with his grand ideals and seemed eager to execute them. Yet was stingy when it came to providing benefits. Your technique is ultimately an illusion and not essential. Even if you cast it on me, my body will still age. It will not restore my youth. The technique to restore youth is definitely one of the forbidden arts. With my current self, I can't do it. But perhaps in the future, you can look forward to it, of course, if you pay me enough reward, Feng Jianzi said. Madara did not respond and did not believe it at all. Feng Jianzi could use the corpse technique to perform the reincarnation technique and master the method to transfer life force, which was already extraordinarily impressive. Yet he wanted to achieve true perfect resurrection? That was simply impossible. It was a realm only the Rinnegan could touch. The moment Madara obtained the Rinnegan, he instinctively knew many of the ocular techniques within it. But even a Rinnegan user had to sacrifice their life to cast the technique of reincarnation. Why would Feng Jianzi be able to achieve this with a secret technique? Any resurrection technique comes with a painful cost. You're offsetting that cost using the corpse technique, which is sufficient for me. Madara never brought up the matter of the Rinnegan with Feng Jianzi. I can have more time to find a successor, and you must help me select suitable candidates from the Uchiha clan. This is a necessary step to achieve world peace. Got it. I will keep an eye on the Uchiha clan's situation, but don't have too high expectations. After all, I only have a slight reputation in the village. And considering my secret technique, the Uchiha clan, as a bloodline family, will naturally be wary of me. Feng Jianzi waved his hand. In Madara's plan, Feng Jianzi was just an unexpected intruder. A low-ranking presence whose only value was to extend his life now and assist his successor in advancing the infinite Tsukuyami plan in the future. White Zetsu, Black Zetsu. I've killed many White Zetsus before. I need their corpses. My zombies also need to eat. Feng Jianzi commanded as he summoned the Sandstorm Araki. Huh? Corpses need to eat? Aren't they consumables? The kind you throw away when they're no longer usable? Can they have other uses? White Zetsu was taken aback. Black Zetsu was moved and coldly said, do whatever Lord Feng Jianzi says. Stop being so verbose. I actually wouldn't mind switching partners. Seriously, you clearly belong to me. At least your body is mine. Just after gaining self-awareness, you already stand on his side, White Zetsu grumbled. Soon, one White Zetsu corpse after another was delivered, under the watchful eyes of Madara and the others. The sandstorm Araki lunged at one White Zetsu and began to tear into it voraciously. With each bite, the energy within was replenished, and its condition visibly improved. Even the wound in its chest caused by Taruki was slowly healing. If it kept eating like this, who knows if it would recover to its peak state or even become stronger. I had been intentionally suppressing the eating instinct of these corpses, causing many long-buried zombies to literally starve to death. After all, if this kind of thing were exposed, I would become an enemy to many. Controlling the corpses was one thing. If they could continuously eat the living to enhance their strength and turn the living into new zombies, that would be quite terrifying and would definitely exceed people's understanding. If this technique was not eradicated soon, then in the future, all living beings in the ninja world would either become zombies or be reduced to food for zombies. Feng Jianzi's strength had not yet reached the 6 paths level and could not single-handedly challenge the ninja world. After devouring 2 White Zetsu corpses, the sandstorm Araki restored its health and wanted to continue eating. Let it eat here. With its condition, it can absorb quite a bit of White Zetsu's nutrients. Feng Jianzi decided. If it keeps eating, won't it burst? White Zetsu asked. If it bursts, then let it burst. If it bursts, it continues to eat. If it eats, it continues to recover, and then it continues to burst, Feng Jianzi casually replied. Wow, but you could transfer the life force of other corpses to it, right? Thanks to you, I don't have many zombies left, and I can't afford to consume this much. Moreover, the Sandstorm Araki is my trump card and should receive better treatment. Isn't satisfying its instincts a form of reward? Feng Jianzi said, also, I was thinking if my zombies eat you, made from the first Hokage's cells, will there be any additional growth? Don't complain, you are my servant now. Just execute what I ask you to do, Feng Jianzi commanded. Chapter 57. Returning to the village? Absolutely no chance. White Zetsu chattered incessantly. Even Ah-Fei occasionally chimed in, making this long quiet stronghold surprisingly lively. Black Zetsu listened quietly, observing and thinking as he had his own ideas. After more than 1,000 years of waiting, patience was something he had in abundance. Very well. It seems everything is going smoothly. Regardless of whether Feng Jianzi trusts me, as long as I am not openly excluded, I will eventually uncover his secret step by step and acquire all his secret techniques. Black Zetsu sensed the large amount of zombie virus within White Zetsu's body and the chakra belonging to Feng Jianzi, but made no additional moves. He had a keen interest in the corpse clone technique. This was a secret technique, not a bloodline limit, which meant he could learn it. No matter how difficult the learning process might be, with his long lifespan and in-release physique, as long as it wasn't a pure yang release secret technique, he could always learn it. As for the possibility of the corpse clone technique being purely yang release, Black Zetsu glanced at the sandstorm Araki gnawing on White Zetsu's body. If this thing was primarily yang release, he could somewhat believe it. After all, Feng Jianzi could extract life force from these ghostly beings. Life force primarily belonged to the realm of yang release. But to say it was purely yang release creation, without a trace of yin release properties, would mean this world was probably insane. Such an underworld thing, analyzed from any aspect, would at least have some yin release properties. Mind control is at least within the scope of yin release. As long as there are yin release techniques, there's hope for him to learn. I never expected that one day I would also have to learn these human ninja techniques, but as long as it helps free my mother, I will do it. Black Zetsu knew his actions were very risky. He should have chosen Madara, but he really didn't want to give up this opportunity. Uchiha Madara worked hard for half his life, and it was so difficult to produce a Rinnegan. With Madara's talent, it only succeeded when he was close to death. If this time resurrecting his mother fails, and he fails to seize the Rinnegan, he would have to consider future plans. But relying on Feng Jianzi would be different. In the future, the reincarnation of Indra would no longer have to worry about lifespan and life force. This meant Black Zetsu would gain many opportunities, with an increased margin for error. This was the permanent foundation that would allow Black Zetsu to stand invincible. I need to carry out the village's mission, find Jiraiya, and call him back to participate in the Ninja World War. Feng Jianzi said, forming a one-handed seal, intending to return to the Land of Rain to continue his mission. That's good. Now betraying the village is not conducive to your plan to approach the Uchiha clan. But be a bit careful when getting close to Jiraiya. Do not harm someone named Nagato, and absolutely do not target him, Madara said. Oh, is Nagato your backup plan? I knew you were hiding many things from me. White Zetsu coming out to stop me is also because of Nagato, right? Feng Jianzi. I will tell you about Nagato later. You just need to know that our goals are aligned. The 10 tails must be resurrected, and infinite Tsukuyami must be realized. For this ultimate goal, all processes are unimportant. Then I will wait for the time you reveal all your secrets to me. And also, I am very interested in that first Hokage replica you created. Wait, according to what I just said, this is a gift for you. Madara casually picked up the Uchiha fan and threw it to Feng Jianzi. Feng Jianzi caught it with one hand, examined it, and then sealed it into a blank scroll, activating the space-time technique, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot, replaced by a half-decayed zombie. As soon as the zombie opened its eyes, it saw the sandstorm Araki gnawing on White Zetsu's body, and it howled, instinctively wanting to crawl over and take a bite. It always feels like this technique is quite sinister with many secrets. Afei lowered his head, looking at this scene through the hollow vortex in his head. Black Zetsu took the initiative to say, regardless, Master Feng Jianzi is a part of the plan, and it seems he is an indispensable member now and in the future. You will need him. Madara slowly closed his eyes, calming the restless life force within him. For him, who had transplanted Hashirama's flesh, he was not unfamiliar with controlling the additional life force flowing into his body. Good. Although you are a will manifestation of that guy, you still represent him to some extent. It's good that you can think this way. However, people can change. The thoughts at the moment of your creation are not completely the same as the current thoughts. You are merely a product living in the past. Don't truly regard yourself as him. Madara stopped speaking, lowering his head as if he had fallen asleep. He had not truly rested for a very long time, his body aging and spirit weary. Now he could take a little time to rest. Feng Jianzi returned to the land of rain, standing in the rain, feeling the humidity in the air. This operation went unexpectedly smoothly. At least he was not forced to escape using the space-time technique. Madara would definitely not let me go. He would find an opportunity to plant a curse mark within me. So, when would he make his move? Would he intervene when I was severely injured and on the brink of death, then make his move? But he has the space-time technique and the rebirth technique, making it difficult to fall into such a desperate situation. However, that is a matter for the future. In the future, his strength would further improve, standing at a higher level. For now, he still needed to continue searching for Jiraiya. Suddenly, Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Under Feng Jianzi's feet, along with those zombies, they all sank into the swamp beneath him, unable to move. This level of Earth release technique is Jiraiya's. It has been over 2 years since we last met, and there was no need to go to such lengths to deliberately welcome me. Feng Jianzi turned to see a white-haired man standing on the back of a toad. I remember you, that medical ninja with poor medical skills, who fought with me in the land of rain. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, revealing a look of surprise, but you didn't show such talent back then. There are too many doubts about you, and I cannot trust you. I can only use this method to restrict you. Jiraiya had been waiting here for 2 days. He had to ensure Nagato's safety and eliminate all risks. Feng Jianzi was not in a hurry. People can grow. I have simply found a path that suits me. Since you've been waiting for some time, you surely know that this technique cannot truly restrict me. I can escape at any time using my space-time ninjutsu. Space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God? But it seems a bit different. You completed the substitution with an active corpse, right? It's not about inscribing spatial coordinates on these corpses. Even if you modified the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be unlikely to change into this form all at once. Jiraiya took out a scroll and sealed part of the corpses. As expected of Master Jiraiya, my space-time technique is uniquely my own, and is not the same as the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. Feng Jianzi said, I have other corpses available in the land of rain. If I want to leave, even you cannot stop me. In the 2 years I was gone, the village actually produced such a special and powerful ninja like you. Jiraiya found it troublesome. To be honest, even if Feng Jianzi was once his subordinate, he found it hard to trust this guy who controlled the dead. He commanded thousands of subordinates and could not recognize every one of them. Moreover, it was clear that Kid Kanji had a fierce battle with a mysterious enemy and seemed to have disappeared along with them, only to reappear alone now. What does this mean? Did he reach a peace agreement with the enemy? Or did he use space-time ninjutsu to transfer and kill the enemy, then return victorious? Who is the enemy? If it comes to a fight, I can only enter Sage mode to expand my perception range. Otherwise, I would be very passive. Jiraiya thought quickly, his expression serious. Kid Kanji took out the mission scroll, removed the seal on it, and threw it to Jiraiya. Well then, my mission is complete. The village hopes you can return to participate in the war against the Wagakure. The front lines are said to be extremely brutal, with too many casualties, Kid Kanji said. Jiraiya read the contents of the mission scroll, checking repeatedly for the format, the coded messages, the sealing techniques. Every detail was flawless. The motive for coming to the Land of Rain also made sense. Then you go back and tell the village that I have things to do and cannot return. As for the war, I can only say I'm sorry, Jiraiya replied resolutely. Chapter 58. The Land of Soup? Is this a trap? Indeed, it seems that this mission has no real significance. If you intended to return to the village, you would have done so long ago and wouldn't have been wandering outside for over 2 years. Kid Kanji threw out a summoning scroll, summoning a zombie to stand outside the Yellow Spring Marsh, then quickly formed a one-handed seal to activate the space technique, escaping the area of the Yellow Spring Marsh. Only that nameless zombie remained floundering in the marsh, soon to be submerged. This peculiar space-time ninjutsu actually uses corpses as spatial coordinates to swap positions. Who were you fighting before? Jiraiya asked. There's no need to tell you that. Reporting my work is not part of my mission. You don't need to look at me with that kind of gaze. These consumables are from the ninja of hostile villages. I wouldn't use the bodies of my comrades to fight. Kid Kanji brushed off the dirt on his clothes, speaking without looking up. That's true. If I had found a familiar face among those corpses, you would already be a traitor, and I would have killed you. Jiraiya said solemnly. Traitor? That word carries too much weight. Compared to my actions of using corpses in battle, Lord Jiraiya, your behavior seems more traitorous, doesn't it? You ran away for over 2 years without a word, unable even to witness countless comrades dying in battle. Do you have the right to accuse me? Kid Kanji said. No matter how poor my techniques may be, they're still contributing to the village and have established some achievements, preventing the deaths of some comrades. What are you, the Hokage's disciple, doing? Jiraiya fell silent. He couldn't refute that, and couldn't tell Kid Kanji that he was trying to train the prophesied child. Your mission is complete. Leave now. I don't want to see you in this country. To correct you, my mission has actually failed because you refuse to return. My record card has added another defeat. It's truly terrible. Kid Kanji shook his head. He never really thought this mission would succeed. In Jiraiya's heart, Nagato's priority was above all else. Saying this was merely to make his words and actions seem more logical. Lastly, Lord Jiraiya, I must remind you that your words make it seem like you have become the master of this country. This is something only Hanzo the Salamander could say. Kid Kanji closed his eyes to feel the coordinates of the other zombies and said, after I return this time, I'll probably head to the front lines. Victory will eventually belong to Konoha, but unfortunately, it has nothing to do with you. He opened his hand, catching the mission scroll that Jiraiya threw back, and left without looking back. Though he was close to Nagato, he didn't have the opportunity to act and didn't need a rush to do so. Kid Kanji was well aware that there was still room for improvement in his strength, and he also needed time. After obtaining the white Zetsu cells, he could start planning the next steps. Of course, it would be even better if he could get his hands on the Hashirama clone in Madara's mouth. Jiraiya watched Kid Kanji's departing figure, waited another day, and confirmed that there was nothing going on here before he let out a breath and dispelled his shadow clone. When all the memories and fatigue instantly returned to his main body, Jiraiya, who had been eating, slightly trembled his fingers, and only Nagato noticed. Teacher Jiraiya, it seems you have made up your mind? Yes, starting tomorrow, we need to find a new place to stay because I want to further increase the training difficulty. You all need to keep up with all your might. Yahiko vaguely sensed something, while Conan cheered enthusiastically, completely unaware of what had happened in the past 3 days. What is the hurry? There are many Konoha patrol teams within the Land of Fire, and many ninjas skilled in sensory ninjutsu may detect your presence. Kid Kanji looked at the pitcher plants growing in the nearby land. White Zetsu said, one of my clones transmitted some interesting intelligence about the movements of a Wagakure. Aren't you going back to fight? You might die, and I'm sure you'd be very interested in this information, right? Black Zetsu. You should change your way of interacting with White Zetsu. For any such intelligence, let him report the key points directly to me instead of speaking in riddles, so you can be a bit harsher when you deal with him. Understood. After I return this time, I'll make him change the way he talks to you, but don't hold out too much hope. Even Madara couldn't change him. Black Zetsu replied. White Zetsu muttered. It seems a Wagakure intends to take action against the Land of Soup. Kato Dan has urgently taken a batch of troops to the Land of Soup, but it seems this should be a trap. The Land of Soup. It must be a trap. Even if they open a second battlefield, they wouldn't invade a vassal state in the northern part of the Land of Fire. The front line is too long. As previously mentioned, The Wagakure and Kimogakure are deadly enemies, and their territories do not directly border each other. Most of their lands are separated by the sea, with some territories adjacent to a few small countries. And the land of soup is located to the north of the land of fire, very close to the land of lightning. The Wagakure dispatching troops to such a place to create a second battlefield? How many troops did a Wagakure send to the land of soup? Only about 1,000, but that 1,000 stopped moving after reaching the border of the land of soup. The one commanding that 1,000 is the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Oh, Old Purple. Kid Kanji pondered for a moment and soon brushed this matter aside, returning to Konoha. There was no need to hurry on the way back, taking nearly 5 days. Unsurprisingly, when Kid Kanji reported the mission and stated that Jiraiya refused to return, it immediately drew the village's attention. On the mission scroll, there was a secret code written by Jiraiya, confirming its authenticity. This did not cause any waves. The higher-ups were aware of this outcome, and it was just that a few people were more dissatisfied. How audacious! Does he still regard the village? Such ugly behavior would have already made someone else a traitor. Hisashi, you are too lenient in disciplining your disciple, Tikaharu said angrily. As the great battle with a Wagakure was approaching, the high-end combat power on their side refused to participate, which was absurd and unbelievable. The third Hokage puffed on a cigarette, watching the smoke rise, slowly shifting his gaze to Kid Kanji, who was kneeling on one knee. Kid Kanji, your mission is complete, and your efficiency is very high. You've worked hard. I didn't expect your speed to be this fast. The third Hokage did not continue discussing Jiraiya, smiling. Mito Gate Yin frowned, about to explode with anger. But Danzo's one eye opened a crack, causing Mito Gate Yin to suppress his rage. In front of Danzo, he couldn't muster that kind of authority. Who didn't know that Danzo was the third Hokage's avatar and his right-hand man? All the dirty work was taken on by Danzo, and he did not show any mercy in his actions. Kid Kanji responded, this is what I should do. Perhaps my techniques are more suitable for the complex environments of the Land of Rain. Plus, I was lucky to have found Lord Jiraiya. Old man, I want to ask you, when you found Jiraiya, what was he doing, and why wouldn't he come back? Danzo said coldly. He actively appeared and blocked my way. Aside from that, I didn't discover anything. Kid Kanji replied. Chapter 59. I have the art of eternal life. This was the first time Kazama Tsukasa reported to the highest leadership. For an ordinary ninja, having such an opportunity would mean standing out among tens of thousands of ninjas, which would absolutely be a cause for celebration for their entire clan. However, for Kazama Tsukasa, his ancestors were not in this world, and as he continued to enhance his strength, the fact that this mission involved the sensitive figure Jiraiya made an in-person report inevitable. He was quite willing to help the ninjas of this world dig up their ancestors' graves to confirm whether their forebears were still at peace, just to ask. Danzo continued. As the captain, you led 3 subordinates to the Land of Rain. Why did only you return in the end? Lord Danzo, I thought you wouldn't ask such a sensitive question. I didn't restrain their actions. They may have been discovered and executed by the Rain Village ninjas. Kazama Tsukasa replied. Danzo, you arranged for root ninjas to carry out additional tasks. I clearly reminded you of this. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. In that case, you will not be responsible for the research on the explosion release, Kekkei Genkai. Hand over those corpses with explosion release to Kazama Tsukasa. The village needs his strength. The third Hokage lightly reprimanded him. In fact, everyone knew that such words held no real power, even if Danzo disregarded it. The third Hokage wouldn't say much. This was more of a reminder and warning. The third Hokage often used the crystal ball technique to monitor Konoha and was certainly aware of the communications between the root and Kazama Tsukasa. The fact that a large number of corpses had entered the corpse processing facility without any results over the past 5 months was very telling. Danzo said nothing. He just preempted the third Hokage's questions about this matter. He didn't care about the lives of the 3 root ninjas. His dissatisfaction was merely because Kazama Tsukasa acted independently. Now, Danzo still couldn't obtain Kazama Tsukasa's secret technique intelligence. He could only speculate that Kazama Tsukasa's strength had surged, but to what extent, he had no idea. The Land of Rain. Jiraiya refused to return. My subordinates were killed by Kazama Tsukasa, and the two had contact and conversation. Perhaps a certain consensus was reached. That country seems to be undergoing some strange changes. It seems I need to secretly contact Hanzo, the salamander. Danzo thought quickly. He had long had such intentions. The third Hokage's prestige was continuously rising, and he found himself increasingly restricted in what he could do. His ambition would not allow him to remain a mere glove for the third Hokage forever. He needed to prepare more means. He couldn't always be at the mercy of Hiruzen. After the war, Orochimaru should be able to obtain plenty of useful corpses, Sharingan. Danzo recalled that miraculous forbidden technique, the eye technique with a fiery heart. As long as he had enough Sharingan, he could completely learn it, gaining numerous resurrection abilities. At that time, what was Kazama Tsukasa's corpse technique? Controlling corpses? It was nothing. Danzo could directly resurrect multiple times, equivalent to carrying resurrection techniques with him. Danzo could at most guess that Kazama Tsukasa had increased in strength, but he couldn't fathom that Kazama Tsukasa would learn the art of self-resurrection, resulting in a surge in power. Therefore, he can no longer assess Kazama Tsukasa's true level. Eventually, the third Hokage ended this summons, encouraged Kazama Tsukasa with a few words, and awarded him 2 million Ryo. Just in time for me to deal with Madara, I used the 100 corpse explosion technique to blow up over 100 zombies, and I urgently need to purchase a new batch of ninja tools. Kazama Tsukasa walked out of the Hokage building. Money during this period had strong purchasing power, and 2 million Ryo could buy quite a few ninja tools. The Uchiha fan he received from Madara was also a divine artifact, but unfortunately, it couldn't be casually used. It would have to stay in a ninja tool scroll collecting dust for now. Kazama Tsukasa didn't hurry to leave, but slowed his pace, waiting for Danzo to come out. Lord Danzo, thank you for helping me out just now. You have been too reckless, allowing my subordinates to die. Is this your way of repaying me? I could easily arrest you on charges of betraying the village, Danzo coldly replied. I don't know how much you've grown in these 5 months, but you must understand that what you have now could be lost at any time. Lord Danzo, it was those 3 guys who were too excessive, attempting to pry into my secret techniques. I shook them off and acted alone. After all, my secret technique system doesn't need them. Hiruzen doesn't punish you because you did indeed make contact with Jiraiya and did what you needed to do. And he also knows you have weakened a root. Danzo sneered. He treated his subordinates as tools, but if someone else took and damaged his tools, that was another matter. The two walked slowly, one in front and one behind, until they had covered some distance. Kazama Tsukasa said, in fact, I have indeed mastered a new forbidden technique that could transfer life force from corpses to living people. Danzo's eyes widened. Even he was stunned for a moment when he first heard of such a forbidden technique. What kind of heaven-defying forbidden technique was this? It sounded even more outrageous than Izanagi. Listen, transferring life force from corpses to living people? Isn't that equivalent to allowing a living person to gain life force out of thin air? Life force represents health, lifespan, chakra, strength, and potential. What is the success rate? What is the transfer efficiency? Danzo didn't ask the foolish question of whether it was true, but directly inquired about the key issues. The success rate is acceptable, but the transfer efficiency is extremely low. The corpse is already dead, and the remaining life force is not much, Kazama Tsukasa said. And for living people, can you directly use living people to perform the technique? Temporarily not possible. I can't perfectly control living people, let alone extract their life force. This process is very difficult, with many details. If I'm not careful, it will fail. Kazama Tsukasa lied with his eyes wide open. Danzo was immensely excited. Is this the bargaining chip you used to trade for those 3 lives? Did you use my 3 subordinates for the technique, and because it failed, you were so certain? It was easy to guess, because during the 5 months Kazama Tsukasa had been training, the only corpses he could manipulate were those he and killed any living person. Only by performing the technique on living people would he know the results. And, combined with the reality of the 3 root ninjas going missing, think what you want. After all, no matter how I explain this matter, you want to believe it. Rather than that, it's better to directly reveal my abilities. For example, I can increase your life force, keeping your body healthy and halting aging, Kazama Tsukasa said. This struck right at Danzo's sore spot. Danzo was already over 50. For a ninja to live past 50, what that implied was self-evident. Even the proud Danzo could not tolerate the reality of constantly weakening due to old age. But if Kazama Tsukasa could perform the technique on him, this situation could change. Kazama Tsukasa continued. The reason I'm telling you about this forbidden technique is that I will eventually use it publicly. This matter will definitely be exposed to others. Rather than being criticized in the future, it's better to clarify it to you now. Of course, Lord Danzo, if you develop any inappropriate thoughts, I can't guarantee what will happen in the future. This was, of course, an excuse. If he really wanted to supplement life force, He could easily fly to an unpopulated area using the void technique, replenish it, and then fly back. His true goal was for the next big objective, to change bodies. This process is very complicated. Having white blood cells and interstitial replicates is actually not enough. Chapter 60. The old man's eyes can distinguish truth from falsehood root base. This was Feng Jianzi's first time entering here. His expression remained calm, showing no signs of alertness despite being in Danzo's stronghold. Such composure, Feng Jianzi. Aside from that hypocritical humility, it seems you still lack genuine awe for me. While Rijan did not notice, I could clearly feel it. Danzo's wooden sandals clacked against the tiled floor, echoing in the dimly lit basement. As they delved deeper into the base, more root ninjas appeared, voluntarily trailing behind the two. With just a command from Danzo, these individuals would pounce and capture Feng Jianzi. There were already 12 of them, all exceptionally skilled ninjas. I also saw Lord Terai, as well as someone from Yamanaka clan who had previously targeted me with the mind-body switch technique. Feng Jianzi turned back to count and said a few words. The footsteps of the group were synchronized, exerting pressure through their actions. Yet Feng Jianzi was completely unfazed. Danzo remarked, "It seems you have your own method of perception, testing these living beings with a concealed corpse jutsu. Is it?" Terai immediately replied, "Lord Danzo, I haven't detected anything unusual. I have already guessed that by the time you notice something amiss, you might have already fallen victim to his technique, just like a special jin jutsu. However, with your strength, he does not yet have the ability to cast a technique on you. You can generate more chakra to cleanse your body," Danzo said. Danzo had been collecting various intelligence on Feng Jianzi and analyzing it, drawing conclusions from many details. A typical example was the battle between Feng Jianzi and Kato Dan, where the strange behavior of the Sandstorm Araki before his death was witnessed by many. Moreover, Feng Jianzi did not forget to perform hand seals and cast techniques while constantly retreating, which already indicated something. Curses? Plagues? Poisonous insects? Barriers? These are merely a few possibilities. As for which one it is, I already have a good idea in my mind. Many corpses you have touched have long left traces. While Danzo spoke, his gaze remained fixed ahead, as if his attention was not on Feng Jianzi. Such confidence. You arranged so many people just for me. If a few of them accidentally died, you would surely feel heartbroken. Feng Jianzi was not surprised, although he rarely showed his hand publicly. Especially after enduring 5 months of intense training, Danzo had not had the opportunity to see his strength firsthand. And the 3 root ninjas who reported to him had already been slain by Feng Jianzi, making it even harder for Danzo to make an accurate judgment. However, the existence of the zombie virus cannot be hidden. With so many corpses, Danzo is not a fool. Even obtaining a bit of flesh and blood would allow him to be informed. Feng Jianzi, don't think you are truly unique. The Oil Woman clan has cultivated nanoinsects, which are more concealed and troublesome than your techniques, with a far more destructive effect on the human body. The village's foundation exceeds your imagination. Do not let your shallow experience as a war orphan limit your perspective on the village. Danzo bluntly stated, among these people, there are several excellent ninjas skilled in sealing techniques. No matter how fast you can summon corpses or use the space-time technique, you won't be able to escape from here. Lord Danzo, your probing is somewhat unnecessary. Indeed, I can sense my zombies from a distance. As long as I wish, I can leave this place at any time without needing to summon zombies on-site and then perform a short-range transfer. Feng Jianzi shook his head, adding that he could also easily kill a few people. The line between confidence and arrogance is often blurred. Yet it is surprising that someone as outstanding as you could emerge from an orphanage. Danzo did not move his head, but his eyes shifted to the edges of his eye sockets, then quickly returned. Feng Jianzi seemed visibly more troublesome, always able to present unexpected means each time they met. Moreover, he was becoming increasingly tougher. This gave Danzo a terrible feeling, one of losing expectations and control. The same feeling was shared by Orochimaru, a sinister individual also dabbling in taboo research, with countless precautions against him. However, Danzo did not believe Feng Jianzi could reach Orochimaru's level. Not now, and certainly not in the future, except in the area of extracting the life force from corpses, which was a field Orochimaru could not yet touch. We have arrived. Danzo stopped and pushed open the door to a laboratory. You are the second outsider to enter here since Orochimaru. Is that so? What an honor. However, I assume this is not your core laboratory? At your current level, you have yet to earn my trust. I will not allow you access to Root's core secrets. Danzo snorted coldly. Casting a glance at the 2 captives in the iron cage, prompting a root ninja to step forward and pull them out. These two individuals were captives from Sunagakure. After the village reached a peace agreement with Sunagakure, a batch of captives was released, but not everyone was qualified to return. These two had killed the village's ninjas on the battlefield, crimes that were unforgivable. Danzo pointed to the one on the left and then to the one on the right. Now, use this person as a sacrifice to cast your forbidden technique on the other. As long as I see with my own eyes that it is real, you will receive my full support. Feng Jianzi knew that even if these two Sunagakure ninjas had not killed any Konoha ninjas, if Danzo caught these unfortunate souls, he would find a way to fabricate their deaths. After all, various taboo human experiments require a large amount of materials for trial and error. It would not be wise to capture ninjas from their own village. Of course, it was not impossible, but that would be too dangerous. Unless it was the critical moment of the experiment, where every second counted, otherwise there was no need to do so. I see. So what you mean by seeing with your own eyes is like this. Feng Jianzi watched as Danzo removed the bandage from his head, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan. He then turned to look at the root ninjas scattered around and the various sealing techniques filling the laboratory. The Yamanaka and Nara clan ninjas were already prepared to launch their secret techniques to restrict Feng Jianzi's movements. Danzo himself was probably ready with the Jinjutsu as well. Even if it only had a momentary effect on Feng Jianzi, it would be sufficient. What a situation! This is truly no pretense. If the forbidden technique Feng Jianzi spoke of is fake, these people would rush forward, intent on keeping him here forever. This level of caution truly reveals more of Root's secrets to me. Especially your eyes. If possible, I'm actually very interested in the bloodline limit of that clan. Feng Jianzi began to use the corpse transformation technique to rapidly convert a Sunagakure ninja. Chapter 61. Orochimaru just wants immortality. What's wrong with that? Kaze no Kishi freed one hand, pressed it down, and twisted the neck of the sand ninja, then inscribed various incomprehensible seals around the corpse, making the root ninjas watch in awe. He then sat down, appearing to exert effort in performing the technique. Immediately, a visible stream of chakra erupted from Kaze no Kishi's body, solemnizing the onlookers. 5 minutes passed, and the already dead sand ninja suddenly opened his eyes, which had turned a ghastly white, and his body began to convulse violently. He then slowly rose, making muffled sounds, his mouth opening and closing unconsciously as if trying to bite. This is the corpse reanimation secret technique. A ninja who has already died has come back to life. And it's the first time I've witnessed such a scene, Taruchi coldly assessed. Danzo's Sharingan, with its 3-tomo, stared intently, unable to comprehend the seals on the ground, and could only try to memorize them. He had a high level of interest in the corpse reanimation secret technique, and if the subsequent events were confirmed to be true, its value would be ranked in his second tier of priorities. The first tier consisted of Hashirama cells, various ocular techniques related to the Sharingan, Izanagi of the 3-tomo, and other special ocular techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan, all of which were Danzo's favorites. A very good technique. The old man has seen it all, but it didn't exceed his expectations. Danzo's Sharingan could already vaguely see some things. But what he saw was not clear because his ocular power had not reached a certain height, and his insight into the microscopic world was still lacking. Next came what Danzo was truly concerned about. Kaze no Kishi controlled the freshly created zombie and began to form seals step by step. Hai Su Yu Shunwei. This sequence of seals had never been seen before, Taruchi remarked. Since it was a forbidden technique, it was not known to the world, so there was no need to get caught up in such details. Danzo knew that he could not learn this technique just by watching. Thus, the zombie activated the self-rebirth technique, its body visibly withering, and green life force transferred to another sand ninja. Watching this made Danzo's heart blaze. The 3-tomo in his eyes unconsciously spun around, allowing him to see clearer than anyone else. The substantial increase in life force was immensely attractive to Danzo, at the cost of one ninja turning into a dry corpse, only to give another this level of vitality. However, corpses were plentiful, and the old man would instruct Orochimaru to capture more prisoners on the front lines. Danzo opened the door to a new world and felt that his future was bright. Having a forbidden technique to maintain bodily condition and prolong lifespan meant many things no longer needed to be rushed. Of course, there were still things to be done, especially involving the Uchiha clan, but Danzo was no longer anxious about his aging. Instead, he was focused on thinking about how to control Kaze no Kishi. What is the name of this technique? The self-rebirth technique. In the entire ninja world, only I can truly unleash the full power of this forbidden technique. No one else, no matter how skilled, can compare to me. Even if the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan learned it, they would be insignificant compared to me, Kaze no Kishi stated. Perhaps among these two clans, known for their physical prowess, the few with the most vitality might not necessarily face death using the self-rebirth technique. But compared to Kaze no Kishi's act of using corpses to perform techniques on the living, there was no comparison. Moreover, who knows how long it would take to learn the self-rebirth technique. Very good, Kaze no Kishi. Your talent pleases me greatly. From now on, you will be an excellent young ninja that I focus on nurturing. You are the future of the village. Danzo's eyelids slowly closed, concealing the blood-red sheen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is pushing his disciple Namikaze Minato, and I choose to promote you. With me backing you, you will become the hero of the village in no time. Konoha's hero? A person who uses this kind of forbidden technique has never thought of aspiring to such a title. Kaze no Kishi replied, dumbfounded. That's because you have no support in the village. A person without backing cannot appear in the villagers' sights as a hero. But with me, it's different, Danzo said. As long as you cooperate with me, I can give you whatever you want. If it's for you to perform the technique, I have no problem. But what you want is definitely not just that. I will never teach this forbidden technique to anyone. Only I can use it freely. Kathe no Kishi Smaid. Maintaining his composure even when surrounded, targeted by various forbidden techniques and seals. Handing the self-rebirth technique over to Danzo? That's impossible. A living person using this technique can trade one life for another. Danzo himself does not use it, but he can have his subordinates use it, extracting the life force of his subordinates to ensure his own bodily condition. Danzo could definitely do such a thing because he genuinely believes that enhancing his strength and securing his status and power is good for the village. Not long after, Kaze no Kishi left the root base. There was no outbreak of fighting. Everything appeared calm. But both Kaze no Kishi and Danzo understood that their cooperation was only temporary. The best scenario was a long-term partnership until one side found a means to restrain the other. Danzo and Orochimaru were like this, always cooperating while being on guard against each other. As soon as one side showed a flaw, the other would strike without hesitation. What a troublesome young man. At his age, Orochimaru might not have been as difficult to deal with. Danzo sat down, carefully observing the dismembered sand ninja, as several medical ninjas conducted research and analyzed the reactions of the body after gaining additional life force. Yes, Danzo did not accept Kaze no Kishi's technique. He could not rashly do such a thing, but it was only a matter of time. The forbidden technique that maintains a constant state can significantly extend his lifespan, increasing his chakra levels and physical quality before the life force runs out, but it is not a restoration of youth. The longer he waits, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. He should be considering this. Danzo snorted coldly. With each year he aged, his strength and potential diminished. The later he acquired the replenishment of life force, the more passive he would become, leading to greater losses in the long run. However, this was only temporary. Karuchi, contact Yamanaka Ryo, let him negotiate with Orochimaru, and inform him of what happened here. Danzo remained silent for a moment, then said, Isn't Orochimaru currently conducting research on the mechanisms of human aging? If he knows someone in the village has mastered the forbidden technique of immortality, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. Kaze no Kishi will become a bargaining chip in my trade with him. If Orochimaru could remain in a youthful state and recklessly use additional life force to generate a large amount of chakra, he would surely be unable to resist. Lock up this corpse and the sand ninja. They are precious experimental materials, Danzo ordered. Immediately, two root ninjas stepped forward to touch them. Just then, the zombie that had turned into a dry corpse emitted a hissing sound from within. Not good. Danzo's eyelids twitched. Then a violent explosion erupted. Chapter 62. You regret. I shadow the sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. Even though the attendees were all elites, the moment Feng Jianzi left, their guard was down. And that was when this incident occurred. The explosion erupted from a lifeless corpse. Within this base, the commotion caused by the explosion was exceptionally evident. That guy Feng Jianzi actually pulled a trick right under our noses. But how did he do it? When did he insert the detonating tag into this corpse? One root ninja was killed instantly, while another, slightly farther away by a meter, sustained minor injuries. Danzo's expression darkened. He really is a guy with a strong sense of revenge. Just now, he compared Feng Jianzi to Orochimaru at 17. But now it seems that Feng Jianzi is even more ruthless than Orochimaru. Orochimaru would use words and actions to threaten and warn, but Feng Jianzi was different. He smiled the entire time, appearing to cooperate fully. And just as he left, he struck. This is no warning, it's outright action. It must be a summoning technique. He prepared so many jutsu just now, so using the corpse to summon a detonating tag is possible. According to intelligence, the jutsu he uses most frequently is actually the unassuming summoning technique, whether it's summoning zombies or ninja tools, Shiraishi analyzed. This indicates that Feng Jianzi's mastery of the summoning technique has reached a certain height. Danzo coldly glanced at the root ninja lying on the ground covered in wounds, and then ordered, clean this place up quickly and disguise what happened here as a result of experimental ninjutsu. Lord Danzo, are we not going to capture Feng Jianzi? He openly attacked the village's upper echelon, showing no discipline and no respect for the village. Such a person is a dangerous element walking on the edge of rebellion. We should either control him or eliminate him promptly, Shiraishi asked. How to capture him? He can escape using space-time ninjutsu. Who knows how many corpses he has buried throughout the land of fire? Danzo's expression returned to calm. There are also space-time ninjas in the village. We might as well summon Minato back. Kushina also masters the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. With their strength, plus the many secret ninjas from the root, solving Feng Jianzi won't be difficult. No need. Minato is a disciple of Hiruzen. If he acts, it means Hiruzen will know, Danzo said coldly. What he feared the most was for the Hokage's faction to get involved. The techniques of Feng Jianzi were too precious. The effects unleashed by the corpse technique combined with the self-rebirth jutsu were irresistible to anyone. Not even Uchiha Madara or Kurizetsu could handle it, let alone Danzo. Throughout the ninja world, there had never been a ninja like Feng Jianzi, who perfectly matched different forbidden techniques while minimizing the cost of using them. Danzo also knew there must be some risks associated with Feng Jianzi's corpse technique. Every jutsu carries risks, it's just a matter of scale, but unfortunately, he didn't understand enough about corpse techniques to identify where the risks lie. As the group exited the laboratory, a root ninja urgently appeared. Lord Danzo, the Hokage, is outside. We can't stop him. The root serves as the foundation of Konoha, existing to supply nutrients to the great tree. Why stop the Hokage? Danzo's expression darkened, his voice stern. In the direction he was looking, a small figure walked in slowly. Danzo, I'm glad to see you think this way. If your actions could align with your words, I would be even more pleased, the third Hokage said, puffing on his pipe and smiling. There's a lot of commotion here. I was worried and came to take a look. The highest leader of the village barged into the domain of the second-in-command, which somewhat disrupted the political understanding. However, since the third Hokage did so, it indicated that he found it worthwhile. Danzo, your bandage has been removed. What happened that required you to take it off? Even if you encountered an enemy, it shouldn't come to this extent. There's no need to report this to you. I won't do anything to harm the village, Danzo said, calmly binding the bandage back on. The third Hokage stared at him, observing Danzo's composed demeanor. He was too familiar with his old friend and his white gloves, that I must have some issue, possibly a forbidden technique applied for discreet use. However, has the young Feng Jianzi already made Danzo go to such lengths? To risk revealing a trump card even the Hokage didn't know about? That young man has given you a hard time, the third Hokage smiled. Not quite, but his performance has indeed surprised me. Everyone has overlooked his talents. Even Tsunade has not truly promoted him. Are you planning to take him as your subordinate and focus on nurturing him? That's quite rare. You usually incorporate outstanding young people from various ninja clans into the root. If that's possible, I would let him join the root, but you wouldn't allow such a thing, Danzo said expressionlessly. He could tell with just one eye what the third Hokage was scheming. You have the Sannin and Minato and Kushina. Isn't that enough? The young generation of the village is thriving. As Hokage, I have the responsibility to pave the way for them to grow better. Isn't that one of the meanings of establishing Konoha? The third Hokage smiled. I, as Hokage, have signed an order promoting him to Special Jonin, leading a team to the front lines. A person who has developed a brand new secret technique system and can skillfully use space-time ninjutsu, who has been described as tricky by Jiraiya on the mission report, is not unworthy of being a Special Jonin. 8 months ago, Feng Jianzi was just promoted to Chunin, and now he is rapidly promoted to Special Jonin again. Even during the Ninja World War, with various ninjas showcasing their unique skills, this kind of promotion speed is still astonishing. Feng Jianzi is not like Minato, who has a clean background, clear lineage, and learned space-time ninjutsu from the Sealing Scrolls. He is merely a war orphan who struggled for many years just to become a genin, no matter how one looks at it. He had no remarkable talents to speak of, yet he has brought forth the unprecedented corpse technique, rapidly filling and perfecting the corresponding ninjutsu, becoming someone not easily killed. This is still because the third Hokage is unaware that Feng Jianzi has mastered the self-rebirth technique, allowing him to replenish his life force at any time, overcoming the shortcomings of his body and chakra. Otherwise, his evaluation would be even higher. Even elite Jonin would find it hard to kill Feng Jianzi. It would require someone of Hokage level to act, and even then, it might not stop Feng Jianzi from escaping. With 2 A-rank mission records, along with various achievements, promoting him to Special Jonin is quite reasonable. He is one of the only 2 in the village who has mastered space-time ninjutsu, and no one would question it. Right, Danzo? The third Hokage smiled. Danzo sneered. He laughed at how the third Hokage didn't understand Feng Jianzi's true nature. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. This matter was thus settled. Chapter 63. Shortcomings. High explosive ninjutsu. When Kazekage Tsukikage received the order to be appointed as a special jonin, he was not too surprised. A special jonin, to put it simply, is someone who possesses a level of skill that exceeds that of an average chunin in a specific area, serving as a transitional phase between chunin and jonin. Of course, many people may find themselves stuck at the special jonin level for their entire lives. While it seems that they are just one step away from becoming jonin, in reality, the distance is far greater. With Tsukikage's current strength, he is more than capable of dealing with the vast majority of ninjas, and appointing him as a jonin would not be an issue, at least in terms of strength. However, not everyone is aware of how strong he is at the moment. Speaking of which, I have currently focused all my techniques on self-preservation. Whether it's the space-time ninjutsu, or the rebirth technique, or some other ninjutsu, none of them have the decisive power I need. Tsukikage knows where his shortcomings lie. At this stage, before the end of the Second Ninja War, he has no opportunity to change his body. After using the rebirth technique to resolve his physical shortcomings, Tsukikage's focus has shifted to combat capability. He lacks a powerful technique like Chidori, Rasengan, or Susanoo that can unleash a violent attack at a moment's notice, forcefully breaking through all barriers ahead. Tsukikage's strongest means of breaking through at the moment is undoubtedly the 100 Bones resonance technique, which he used once against Uchiha Madara, but still feels somewhat lacking. At this time, it seems that Minato Namikaze is about to officially develop the Rasengan, and I should prepare a high-explosive killing technique for myself. Otherwise, when facing those turtle-like enemies, after fighting for a long time without breaking their defenses, I could only prepare a large number of zombies to exhaust chakra, which would be quite troublesome. Tsukikage thought about it, wanting to combine his current combat capabilities with the ninjutsu he has mastered to achieve explosive damage in the shortest time possible. And there is indeed a way, but it has significant drawbacks. He had a vague idea, and with a thought, the zombies scattered in various places began to move quietly, conducting various experiments according to Tsukikage's ideas, completely unconcerned about any injuries. The feeling of not having to worry about chakra is truly wonderful. I need more corpses to recharge myself. Walking down the street, Tsukikage comfortably looked up at the blue sky, feeling the seemingly peaceful flow of clouds. However, there aren't enough corpses. I can't always rely on Root to supply them, and I also took a little from Root. It's just a corpse self-destructing. When it explodes chakra to cast techniques on the corpse, I only secretly placed a detonating tag, so it shouldn't kill anyone. Tsukikage stretched on the street, planning to stroll by the Akimichi family's barbecue shop, which is considered one of the best in Konoha Village. For a ninja clan to establish itself, it cannot rely solely on accepting missions. It must have its own business to earn enough money to train more clan members and ultimately strengthen the clan. Oh, it's Lord Tsukumo. Tsukikage was taken aback, looking at the man across the street in surprise. Hatake Tsukumo was conversing with a strong man in tight clothing. Some villagers recognized Hatake Tsukumo's identity. After all, this type of clothing is only worn by him in the entire village, a white and red short-sleeved shirt on his right arm. Isn't that Tsukikage? It's been a while. I've heard some things about you. Hatake Tsukumo looked over. Many people, after seeing him, would show awe, bowing from a distance and avoiding him, not daring to approach for a chat. Tsukikage had no such concerns and walked straight over without any hesitation. Yes, I have been training a new ninjutsu during this time, and I made some progress. I also completed an A-rank mission. I feel that the village will soon send me to the west to participate in battle. Tsukikage smiled and said, Is Lord Tsukumo leading the team again? It is truly an honor to fight under your command once more. No, my mission is to eliminate the mist and cloud ninjas infiltrating the Land of Fire. These guys are relentless. Many supplies being transported to the front lines in various towns have been destroyed, and we cannot let this go unchecked. Hatake Tsukumo shook his head. He was also very busy. As the great battle approached, vigilance increased, and he couldn't allow the restless cloud and mist ninjas to interfere with the war. Otherwise, the situation would worsen. Hatake Tsukumo said, if more troops are dispatched to the front lines, it will probably be Tsunade leading the team. She is the only one suitable. The two discussed matters regarding the front lines, which did not involve leaking secrets. The man beside them appeared tense and couldn't find a way to participate in the conversation. Who is this person? Tsukikage turned to look at him. Might Guy, a very hard-working individual. He will surely achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Hatake Tsukumo patted Might Guy on the shoulder. Is that so? To receive Lord Tsukumo's acknowledgement. He must be quite an impressive person. Such matters. I will work hard. Thank you for the support. Might Guy bowed at a 90-degree angle to Tsukikage. Tsukikage waved his hand with a smile, about to say something when an Umbu ninja appeared before him. Umbu, Hatake Tsukumo looked surprised. Chunin Tsukikage. The Hokage has issued an appointment order, appointing you as a special jonin to lead a team on a mission. The Umbu ninja first glanced at Might Guy, paused, and then handed the appointment letter and mission document to Tsukikage. Tsukikage's expression turned serious as he dispelled the techniques on the mission document and quickly skimmed through it. I see, it's to lead a team to the land of hot water to support Lord Katdan. It seems that a Wagakure is making moves in the north, planning to send a division to invade the land of fire. Tsukikage didn't mind Might Guy being present and directly stated the mission's content. This approach was somewhat against the rules. There was no problem discussing it with Hatake Tsukumo, as he would never leak information. But with someone like Might Guy, a longtime genin, there would always be whispers in the dark. Might Guy shivered and immediately covered his ears, mumbling something about youth, passion, training, and running 10 laps upside down around the village. There is no need for that. I said before, I trust Lord Tsukumo's judgment. You should too, Tsukikage said, trying to pry Might Guy's hands open. With a little force, they remained unmoved. And it was still Might Guy who moved away. Hatake Tsukumo understood. It seems you already have an idea. Yes, the mission document actually assigned me a few subordinates, all of whom are quite good and not very old. I should get along well with them. However, I feel that it might be better to add an experienced ninja to the team. A group of young people executing a mission often makes me feel uncertain. Tsukikage said with a smile. Chapter 64. He must become a hero. Kakashi gathered his team at the gate of Konoha. Team members stood fully armed in front of him. 24-year-old Special J, Nina Kid Fumiki. 15-year-old Chunin Hinata, Iroha. 16-year-old Special J, Nin Aburame Shibi. 13-year-old Genin Morinai Biki. And 29-year-old Genin Might Guy. Kakashi adjusted the summoning scroll at his waist and looked at the subordinates lined up before him. These individuals were all capable of leaving their names in history, but they had not yet reached their peak. To be honest, Kakashi was surprised by the teammates assigned to him on the mission scroll. The village had truly put in effort and had not mixed in any root ninjas. It seemed that Danzo was having problems. He claimed to support Kakashi, but he couldn't even send in enough manpower. Given Danzo's personality, he might arrange for a team of root ninjas to act in secret. Kakashi understood that this so-called secret operation was not simply about protecting his safety or obeying his orders. To be precise, when Kakashi was in a favorable situation, these root ninjas would be his most loyal subordinates. Once the battle turned unfavorable, especially if Kakashi was severely injured or on the brink of death, these root ninjas would rush in, completely disregarding the lives of other village comrades, and would only take Kakashi away. Then, taking advantage of Kakashi's compromised state, they would apply cursed seals, sealing techniques, and other methods to control him. Of course, they might also be looking for an opportunity to kill Kakashi, as Danzo still held a forbidden technique in his hands, Edo Tensei. Danzo himself could not master it, but Orochimaru, who had embarked on the path of pursuing immortality, would definitely learn this forbidden technique. It was possible that these two were already contemplating the possibility of using Edo Tensei to resurrect Kakashi after killing him. Ultimately, it came down to being strong enough and never showing any weakness. It was truly troublesome. In order to change to the perfect body, Kakashi could not avoid Danzo and Orochimaru. This thought briefly crossed Kakashi's mind before he shifted his focus back to the subordinates in front of him. You are all the elites of the village, and I am honored to be your captain, Kakashi said with a smile. Just as others were about to say something, Might Guy immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle and exclaimed loudly, yes. Thank you for your attention. I will not let you down. I will showcase my youth on the battlefield. Many who did not know Might Guy exchanged glances, especially the younger ones. Looking at Might Guy's age and attire, they felt a chill at his exaggerated expressions about youth. Naturally, they had such thoughts. Could this teammate really be reliable? Wouldn't he get them killed? Might Guy, I've heard of you. You're a famous genin in the village, Morinai Ibiki said coldly. I hope you won't hold us back during the mission. Among us, you're the only one who doesn't use jinjutsu or ninjutsu, right? No, that's not true. Although I only know taijutsu, I will give it my all. I'm not questioning you, just reminding you. Lord Kakashi must have chosen you for a reason. I won't doubt the judgment of my superior. Morinai Ibiki did not intend to waste time on Might Guy and occasionally glanced at the scrolls equipped at Kakashi's waist. Morinai Ibiki possessed decent interrogation and intelligence analysis skills. It seemed that the Hokage had already considered how to extract information from enemies after defeating them. What is your relationship with Morinai Izo? He's my uncle. Our clan may be small, but we will fight for the village in every possible way. Morinai Ibiki's thoughts were somewhat heavy. This was normal. A man who could become the head of the interrogation department in the future could not be simple-minded in his youth. Not to say his heart was dark, but he was definitely not uncomplicated. Kakashi glanced at him. It seems you've learned some things about me from Morinai Izo. I haven't seen him for a while. I heard he's been promoted. Yes, he is said to be a senior researcher in a certain department, but I'm not sure which one. It may involve the village's secrets. Morinai Ibiki said in a low voice. My uncle thinks highly of you. He says your techniques are naturally suited for the battlefield. You must be the one most adapted to the war environment, summoning countless living corpses to fight, skillfully controlling them to use their ninjutsu from when they were alive, and being able to use space-time ninjutsu. Although I haven't witnessed it myself, just hearing about it is astonishing. Kakashi was a unique type of ninja, and there was no second person like him. The other few people present secretly nodded. Indeed, just imagining Kakashi pulling out a zombie army to charge could show how explosive that scene would be. If he could kill enemies while bringing the dead into his fighting force, growing stronger as he fought. In an ideal scenario, this corpse technique could be considered a large-scale forbidden jutsu. However, Lord Kakashi, as far as I know, you seem not to excel in chakra. A kid Fumiki, the uncle of a kid DZA, was also a very steady man, curiously trying to learn more about Kakashi's information. Kakashi smiled faintly. It's natural for you to want to understand my situation. Since we are all team members, we should understand each other's abilities to strive for better performance on the battlefield. In fact, my physical condition has improved somewhat. Lady Tsunade has given me chakra stimulation techniques and cellular division techniques. After completing my training, I no longer have significant problems with chakra. This is one of the reasons why the Hokage appointed me as a special Genin. The few of them immediately showed expressions of realization, followed by strange looks. They then remembered that the person before them, who had gained prominence and was publicly pointed out as a genius by elite Genin Katdan, seemed to be a medical ninja. It was reasonable for medical ninjas to learn techniques like stimulating the body and accelerating cellular division, right? However, how could there be a medical ninja fighting with a bunch of corpses while also utilizing the power of the dead? Kakashi took out a summoning scroll from his waist, opened it in front of the others, and displayed the complex techniques on it, specifically pointing out several characters related to corpses. Lord Hokage has gifted me a few corpses of explosive bloodline users. These individuals were elite figures from Iwagakure when they were alive, and they are our dead enemies, but now that they are dead, they are extremely reliable comrades on our side, and will provide us with great assistance. Ah, indeed, it felt like something was off, but they couldn't pinpoint the problem. Lord Kakashi is right. Several team members had strange expressions, and their inexplicably anxious and restless hearts miraculously calmed down. Being with such a captain, although it was their first time partnering and they were extremely unfamiliar, seemed unexpectedly reassuring. Chapter 65. Kato Danka is dead. Lord Danzo. Kid Kanashi and his group have already set off for the land of hot water. That damned Hizashi must have discovered my connection with Orochimaru and deliberately sent Kid Kanashi to the battlefield. Danzo snorted coldly, gritting his teeth in anger. There's nothing I can do. The Hokage wields absolute power, and I cannot openly modify the Hokage's orders. I must ensure that Kid Kanashi stays alive. As for how the situation in the land of hot water evolves, I need not concern myself with that. Danzo signed a document, sealed it, and handed it to a root ninja. The ninja took the document and immediately set off to gather a team and head to the northern front. Danzo sat quietly. His body, which had already begun to show signs of aging, made his physical strength and energy far inferior to before. The amount of chakra in his body decreased year by year, like ropes constricting his breathing. His heart was full of unwillingness, desperately wanting to make a change. After the war ends, I must persuade Hisashi to begin the experiment of transplanting Hashirama cells. It would be best to encourage many members of the Senju clan to join. Only with enough samples can Danzo obtain reliable data and eventually transplant Hashirama cells into himself. By then, together with the Sharingan, the powers of the Senju and Uchiha will be concentrated in his body, with Kid Kanashi providing him with vitality to maintain his state. Danzo dared not imagine how powerful he would be at that time. Human experimentation, what a wonderful phrase. Iwagakure would not initiate such strategic actions without reason. There must be a conspiracy. Kid Kanashi, you better not die on the battlefield, or I will have to think of other ways to obtain your jutsu. The guard team at the gates of Konoha once again witnessed Kid Kanashi leading a departure, but this time, no one talked about him. Many famous Konoha ninjas were setting off in succession, with many ninjas who had retreated from the Sand Village battlefield starting to head towards the Iwagakure battlefield after resting for several months. There were also severely injured ninjas and the bodies of ninjas being sent back to Konoha, and the guards had long become desensitized. The atmosphere felt much heavier than in previous months. The madness of Iwagakure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Kid Kanashi keenly sensed the change in people's emotions, from the elation after repelling Sunagakure to the anger and shock that followed, and now, too, numbness? But this was still better a few years later. When the Third Great Ninja War breaks out, Konoha's ninjas would truly witness what it meant to be brutal, as all 5 great ninja villages and a bunch of small ninja villages would join in, turning it into a chaotic mess. The group quickly moved through the Konoha forest. Kid Kanashi glanced at Might Guy, who was leading the charge, and said nothing more. Among those present, aside from Kid Kanashi, Might Guy had the most impressive physical abilities. They needed to scout the situation at the front line. They could not just recklessly charge into the land of hot water. Kid Kanashi quietly formed hand seals, which caught the attention of Irika and Shimi, who already possessed sensory abilities like Byakugan and insect control. They were highly perceptive. However, after waiting a few seconds, Kid Kanashi relaxed his hands, and nothing happened. Irika and Shimi exchanged puzzled glances. Lord Kid Kanashi, did you make any special discovery? Is there an enemy from Kumogakure infiltrating this direction? Irika spoke as he activated his Byakugan, quickly extending his vision into the distance, and his expression suddenly froze. He saw that within a radius of several dozen kilometers around them, there were occasionally zombies appearing, moving along with them. But often after moving a distance, they would immediately stop, and then new zombies would appear, doing the same thing, almost as if each corpse had its own territory of activity. Is this also Lord Kid Kanashi's jutsu? When did he summon so many zombies? Or has he already deployed zombies in the Konoha forest before the mission started? Irika was genuinely surprised. Without a sound, Kid Kanashi had already done many things. If they were to encounter enemies, these zombies would be the first to detect and engage in combat, essentially creating a considerable moving safe zone for their team. The key point was that despite the distance, Kid Kanashi could accurately control such a large number and organize them to this extent, which was terrifying. Everything seemed to be within the captain's calculations. Shimi was the calmest. Some insects crawled on his face, clearly indicating that he had also noticed the frequent activities of zombies around the team. Kid Kanashi did not look back. No need to be nervous. This has nothing to do with Kumogakure. I just sent some servants to explore the situation in the land of hot water, so we want to be completely unaware of the circumstances when we enter. We need to grasp the situation before connecting with Lord Kato Danka. From here, exploring the situation in the land of hot water, that's at least 200 kilometers away. The few were startled. They were not surprised that Kid Kanashi could use zombies to scout for information. The scattered zombies around them were already astonishing enough. But that Kid Kanashi could probe the situation in the land of hot water from such a distance? Controlling zombies to infiltrate the land of hot water from hundreds of kilometers away? That was too exaggerated. Although I don't know what you've discovered, it seems I don't need to worry at all. I just need to execute orders. This feeling is great. Akimichi Fujimaki smiled. Kid Kanashi did not explain in detail to his subordinates. Controlling zombies for infiltration from hundreds of kilometers away? It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it was unnecessary. It consumed too much chakra, and Kid Kanashi didn't want to have to replenish vitality multiple times before the battle. He clearly had better tools and no reason to send zombies for such tasks over long distances. 100 kilometers away from the team, under a giant tree that had moved beyond the detection range of Byakugan and insects, a zombie formed hand seals with both hands, and then slapped the ground. Not long after, a pitcher plant grew from ground. Really, it turns out to be a corpse, unwilling to show its true form. White Zetsu complained to the zombie. Can't you at least ask him to create a shadow clone to talk to us? Every time I see a corpse, I think of the scene where the sandstorm devoured my clones. As soon as it appeared, Black Zetsu coldly replied, haven't you also consumed plenty of ninja corpses? There's nothing to complain about. Hurry up and get to work. Moreover, as far as I know, Lord Kid doesn't seem to know the shadow clone technique, nor is there a need for him to learn it. Hey, are you kidding? He doesn't know it? Then how can he control so many zombies? It shouldn't take long for the user to learn the jutsu of the corpses. White Zetsu grumbled, then reported on the situation in the land of hot water. If nothing unexpected happens, Kato Danka is about to die. The Four Tails Jinchuriki exploded the underground volcano in the land of hot water. Chapter 66, Lava Release. Earth Veins Feng Jianzi's figure suddenly paused, and he said sternly, everyone, speed up. Lord Feng Jianzi, what happened? I have a rough idea of the enemy's plan. Our companions are in very dangerous situations, and the worst-case scenario is total annihilation. Total annihilation? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions changing as they quickly began to speed up, following Feng Jianzi's pace, not sparing any effort as they headed north. Such horrifying words should have been far removed from the people of Konoha. 3 more hours passed. Iryubo suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, look, what's going on over there? A bug appeared on Jiwei's finger, and a person was communicating with the bug. Jiwei frowned, his eyelids twitching wildly beneath his sunglasses. Even standing still in this border area between the land of fire and the land of hot water, one could vaguely feel a slight tremor. The deeper they went into the land of hot water, the more intense the tremors became. Not only that, the sky in the distance suddenly changed from blue to blood red, as if soaked in blood, resembling a sunset. This did not signify the end of a Wagakure, but rather that Konoha's forces were about to be finished. The ground was cracking, extending from the northern coastline of the land of hot water all the way into the territory. A large amount of magma was erupting from the cracks. What was going on? Iryubo was stunned. Among all the people present, he was probably the only one who saw the scene most clearly, and only he could distinctly feel the terrifying impact from the natural forces. Is it an earthquake? No, if it were an earthquake, both sides would be affected. But judging from Lord Feng Jianzi's expression, it indicates this is the enemy's plan. What plan could alter the terrain and weather? Unless the discussion stopped abruptly, and a monstrous thought emerged in everyone's minds, a terrifying existence that could indeed create disastrous effects. Tailed beasts. Even Feng Jianzi had never personally witnessed the might of a tailed beast, and no one had experience dealing with them. Iwagakure is really bold, sending a tailed beast to open a second battlefield. Aren't they afraid the tailed beast will be captured by Konoha's forces? Feng Jianzi said in a deep voice. He had learned from White Zetsu that Oenoki had led 1,000 Iwagakure ninjas to the border of the land of hot water. However, even Feng Jianzi did not expect the enemy to go this far. If they were simply using tailed beast bombs to bombard, that would be one thing. But now it seemed they were using the power of the Four Tails to manipulate the earth veins of the land of hot water, the Four Tails lava release, and the underground volcanoes of the land of hot water. So it is this unexpected synergy fully utilizes the power of the earth veins. Feng Jianzi recalled Sasuke's Kirin and Uchiha Madara's Tenpenki-ai, both powerful jutsu capable of manipulating natural phenomena, creating terrifying destruction, each equivalent to an S-rank forbidden technique, even exceeding the assessment range. Thus, this battle would probably be akin to when Kata Dakwon fell in battle. Everyone, speed up further. Let's try to save as many of our comrades as we can. Since we are here, we cannot do nothing. We must show the enemy our strength. Feng Jianzi quickly said. The temperature is rapidly changing, and with the moisture in this area, there could be severe climate changes. This may further hinder our actions. So be mentally prepared. What started as a support plan had suddenly turned into a rescue operation, and everyone present felt dazed and caught off guard. Swish! Feng Jianzi took the lead, swiftly sliding his hands from his waist, 2 scrolls spinning rapidly, appearing in the palms of his hands. He then flung them to both sides, and a large number of zombies surged forth from them. Figures transformed into shadows, spreading out without regard for the physical toll this overexertion would take on their bodies, significantly reducing the lifespan of these zombies. Under Feng Jianzi's will, the 50 zombies clustered around him, moving at high speed, forming a substantial troop formation. Open the gate of life. My guy opened the 8 gates, and amidst the astonished gazes of others, he looked at Feng Jianzi, awaiting his next command. Don't charge too recklessly. Maintain your distance from the others. Feng Jianzi instructed. The enemy's forces probably won't advance deep into the land of hot water at this time, which will reduce the pressure on us. Lord Feng Jianzi, what about you? I must find either.The no matter what. The elite ninjas of the village should not die under the enemy's schemes. Feng Jianzi officially led the team into the land of hot water. The central and southern regions were relatively fine, but the further north they went, the more the terrain changed. His zombies dispersed, exploring in various directions. As long as one zombie found a trace of either.The, Feng Jianzi would know. Eerie closely followed Feng Jianzi, using his Byakugan to search for traces of his fellow village ninjas, and soon discovered something. Is that reinforcements? There are actually dozens of people. Wait, many of them don't seem like normal people. Their bodies are damaged, but they aren't bleeding. Could they be those corpses controlled by Feng Jianzi? Sigh, the reinforcements are too few. Our forces have already been defeated. This little manpower is useless. We can't rely on a bunch of corpses to quell this disaster, right? There aren't that many corpses to utilize here. Some Konoha ninjas were in a sorry state, having narrowly escaped with their lives, but several hundred Konoha ninjas had fallen in the cracks, engulfed by high-temperature steam and magma. On the coastline, waves continuously surged toward the land, which was also a form of disaster. Occasionally, ninjas from the land of hot water would appear, looking mournfully at their once beautiful country turned into this. But whether it was a Wagakure or Konoha, no one cared about the feelings of the land of hot water ninjas. In front of the great ninja villages, unless it was the Rain Village with Hanzo stationed or the Takigakure controlling the Seven Tails. Otherwise, a small village had no voice at all. The only thing the land of hot water ninjas could be grateful for was that only the northern coastline experienced terrain changes, while most of the territory remained normal. Once the war ends and the earth veins stabilize again, the land of hot water might still be the country famous for its hot springs in the ninja world. Feng Jianzi's expression was serious. Regardless of whether the surviving Konoha ninjas were excited or despairing, he did not stop his pace. Those he could save, he would send zombies to pull them out. For those he couldn't save, he wouldn't dwell on it too much. Until a zombie made a discovery that caught Feng Jianzi's attention. Finally found it. The Four Tails Jinchuriki is fighting either.The. Feng Jianzi glanced at the changing weather, hoping that either.The could hold on a bit longer. The spirit transformation secret technique must not be lost like this. Chapter 67. Lone Rescue. Feng Jianzi had never considered himself a savior. He couldn't save everyone. But if he was faced with someone who had a decent appearance and possessed secret techniques that piqued his interest, that was a different story. If possible, he would seize the opportunity to rescue Kato-Dan, and he had an interesting idea that might have some intriguing effects on the future of history. But if he couldn't save him, there was nothing more to say. At most, it would be considered a major failure of a support operation, especially since the highest commander on the battlefield had been taken out. As a support team leader, there wasn't much he could do. TSK, I might end up with another failed high-level mission record on my personal data card. That feeling is really terrible. Feng Jianzi began to spread numerous zombies to rescue the Konoha ninjas who were in danger. The greatest characteristic of zombies was that they were not afraid of death. As long as it was beneficial, they would act recklessly under Feng Jianzi's will, though this would consume more of his chakra, as zombies only had the instinct to bite. Thus, the Konoha ninjas who were struggling amid geological upheavals were immediately met with a fearless team of assistants. In the most extreme cases, zombies even used their bodies as springboards to provide support for the jumping Konoha ninjas, even though they quickly fell into the lava, leaving no trace behind. Similar examples occurred multiple times, greatly shocking people's hearts during this outbreak of disaster. Is this the legendary new secret technique, corpse escape? I remember it. Oh, I never thought of utilizing the enemy's body in this way. Using the enemy's corpse to kill enemies during battle, protecting comrades. Using the enemy's corpse to rescue comrades during rescue operations. There's no better technique than this. Many who instinctively harbored a repulsion towards zombies witnessed this unprecedented rescue operation with their own eyes and immediately shifted their mindsets, casting grateful looks at the serious-faced Feng Jianzi. Feng Jianzi-sama. The situation on the coastline is the most severe and dangerous. As soon as we entered the land of hot water, this disaster suddenly erupted. It seems to be the work of the enemy's Jinchuriki. Kato-Dan-sama stayed behind alone to hold off the enemy, desperately trying to buy us time to retreat. You must be careful. There's an astonishing chakra response over there, Iroha said loudly after using her Byakugan to scan the area, trying to keep up with Feng Jianzi. Several people rapidly traversed the chaotic terrain, dodging the steam and lava that occasionally erupted. Feng Jianzi commanded, Everyone stop. Don't follow me any further. I'll go rescue Kato-Dan alone. What? How can this be? We are not afraid of death. Mato-Dai shouted loudly, preparing to open the 8 gates again. In fact, there was something he hadn't mentioned. His 8 gates technique still had greater potential to tap into. I know. Feng Jianzi interrupted, looking seriously at Mato-Dai. Dai-senpai, I truly believe you have extraordinary talent and can be my best assistant. But the next matter is up to me. If you want me to believe in your strength, then what about you? Don't you believe in my strength? Feng Jianzi-sama, your youth truly makes me. Mato-Dai was moved to tears and, in his excitement, opened 2 more gates. Why, Nishi-Shiwi said softly, my bugs can fly. If used well, they can provide some help. Not being afraid of death is one thing, but sending oneself to death is another. Even I can't guarantee my survival in the face of tailed beasts. What gives you the right to think you can? Who among you has mastered powerful ninjutsu to deal with tailed beasts? Who possesses sealing techniques to suppress tailed beasts? Who has the vast chakra to combat tailed beasts? Feng Jianzi turned to look at them. Follow orders. None of us have combat experience against enemies of this level. It's better for me to go alone. I don't want to be held accountable by the village for having led a team twice and survived alone both times. The last time I had to take out those 3 root ninjas was due to White Zetsu's influence, but this time there's no need to lose all of you. After all, I still have to survive in Konoha. There's no need to burn all bridges unless absolutely necessary. The few of them watched Feng Jianzi's rapidly disappearing figure. Akimichi Tobamaki used a partial multiplication technique to lift 2 Konoha ninjas and said, the kid from the Hyuga clan. Remember to use your Byakugan to constantly observe the battlefield ahead. He is the captain. We should listen to him. But are we just going to watch him go into battle alone? I understand how you feel, but it's precisely because you are young that you seem naive and hesitant. The mission should come first. Our current task is to follow the captain's orders and rescue other comrades as much as possible. Akimichi Tobamaki recalled when he was in his teens, full of vigor, only to later realize that his abilities were not enough to support his ideas, and much of his enthusiasm gradually faded. Why, Nishi-Shiwi whispered, the captain possesses space-time ninjutsu. Even if the enemy has the power of tailed beasts, he should be able to escape smoothly. We should prioritize rescuing other comrades. Iroha was very reluctant. As a proud member of the Hyuga clan, he couldn't bear to watch his superior go to his death, but he felt powerless, causing a crack in his pride. Suddenly, he turned his head. Shiwi-senpai? So you've been here all along? I'm really sorry. I was focused on following Feng Jianzi-sama and didn't realize you were here. I thought you went elsewhere to rescue someone. Why, Nishi-Shiwi remained silent, only tossing out swarms of bugs. Suddenly, Iroha turned his head in another direction, revealing a look of surprise, even retracting his lateral scanning range to extend his vision in a single direction. From the southwest, he faintly saw a small team quickly approaching. Coastline. The ground beneath was mostly transformed into lava, with large amounts of high-temperature steam constantly surging. Just standing here required immense courage. Your body must be nearing its limit. The downside of the spirit transformation technique is that the spiritual body must periodically return to the physical body. Old Purple pressed one hand against the ground, standing on a lava stone created and solidified by melting escape, coldly watching the panting Kato-Dan across from him. Kato-Dan was indeed in very poor condition. As an elite Jainin, he was at a complete disadvantage against Old Purple, who had the advantage of terrain. With chakra nearly depleted and suffering from severe injuries, Kato-Dan saw no possibility of victory. However, the moment he chose to stay behind to prevent Old Purple from further damaging the nearby geological veins and to buy time for the main force to retreat, he had already made up his mind. Once again, he used the spirit transformation technique, clearly dimming as many spiritual bodies flew out of his body, penetrating the mist and charging towards Old Purple. Even if you're a Jinchuriki, this level of consumption is also a heavy burden for you. I will absolutely not allow you to wipe out 2,000 ninjas from Konoha by yourself. Kato-Dan poured all his remaining chakra into one final effort, completely abandoning his fallen body and recklessly flew towards Old Purple. This would be the last strike, and the best outcome would be mutual destruction. But Old Purple was not so easily defeated. Yes, I also feel tired, but the one inside me does not. Old Purple had a blank expression, and the 4 tails inside him was just warming up, now in a frenzied state. His tailed beast transformation intensified, with the number of tails behind him reaching 3, almost turning him into a humanoid 4 tails. The red chakra had almost solidified into a tangible substance clinging to his body. He opened his mouth. Lava release, river of molten rock technique. Chapter 68, Dead. But not completely dead Old Purple was not a perfect Jinchuriki and could not fully control the power of the Four Tails. Injecting a large amount of lava-release chakra into the underground volcano had already caused him immense exhaustion, to the point where clear beads of sweat were visible rolling down his forehead. The Four Tails had also started to act up, sensing his weakness and trying to take control of his body. Old Purple felt the agitation from within, and the pressure was immense. He had to stimulate the chakra while dealing with someone of Kato Dan's caliber, all while remaining vigilant against the Four Tails uprising. A slight misstep would lead to complete collapse. However, from the current perspective, this gamble was worth it. One battle could destroy an entire division of Konoha, which would certainly deliver a heavy blow to their living forces and morale. It would have been even better if Kato Dan hadn't intervened. Perhaps he could have wiped out 2,000 Konoha ninjas in a land of water. Whoosh! With the use of the lava release, scorching river rock technique, fiery magma balls suddenly flew out, leaving scorching trails in the air, adding more heat to the already high temperature and humid environment. Old Purple did not use this technique to attack Kato Dan's spirit, but aimed directly at Kato Dan's physical body. If the body died, the spirit would naturally perish as well. Kato Dan's spirit swiftly darted through the rain of magma, his translucent body distorted and blurred by the scorching air currents. He caught a glimpse of his physical body beneath the trajectory of the magma balls, then turned to see Old Purple's cold face. At this point, the battle was coming to an end. You were the only one in Konoha's forces who was difficult to deal with. Killing you would be the greatest gain from this operation. Old Purple slammed his palms on the ground, and the Four Tails chakra erupted like a volcanic explosion, preparing to counter Kato Dan's spirit invasion. Kato Dan's spirit suddenly accelerated, reaching Old Purple before the magma balls could explode upon his body. "Come on," Old Purple growled, facing the fist enveloped in lava crashing down. Just as the critical moment arrived, Kato Dan's spirit transformed into a streak of light and surged into Old Purple's forehead, initiating the most brutal battle of souls. The spirit transformation secret technique was like a higher-level ninjutsu version of the mind transfer technique. The regular mind transfer technique involved shifting one's consciousness into the opponent's body, suppressing their consciousness to control their body. In contrast, the spirit transformation secret technique allowed the soul to exit the body, enabling control over the enemy's actions while also being able to annihilate the enemy's consciousness. As the two souls battled within Old Purple's body, it was not just a matter of chakra amount. It was a confrontation of release spiritual power. In an instant, countless thoughts clashed violently, and both sides experienced a brief moment of daze. "I failed." Kato Dan sighed deeply within Old Purple's mental space. Not being able to severely injure or even kill Old Purple immediately meant he had failed, as his body would be destroyed by the scorching river rock technique. However, even aside from the body suffering an attack, I probably had no chance of victory. I couldn't deal with two enemies at once. Kato Dan sensed the will of the Four Tails. Although he could tell that the Four Tails had no interest in Old Purple and was even eagerly watching, hoping for Old Purple's downfall to be more tragic, it didn't mean that the Four Tails would side with Kato Dan. If the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast within would also perish. Boom! One magma ball had already struck Kato Dan's body, and the terrifying impact and high temperature instantly obliterated a portion of his body. His mangled form soared like a kite with a broken string before plummeting to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Old Purple staggered to the ground, the lava armor and Four Tails chakra fiercely contending against the attacks from his soul. A deep rumble resounded from beneath the ground. The excessive injection of lava-release chakra had finally triggered a backlash from the Earth's veins, causing sulfurous toxic mist to spew from the cracked ground, dragging the battlefield into a worse state. Earthquakes, volcanoes, magma, and toxic gas seemed to gather all the most perilous elements here. "It's over. Konoha Kato Dan, I have won." Old Purple's head throbbed painfully, and he let out a series of anguish howls. His expression twisted. "Your body is already dead. How long can your soul last in my body?" "Not much longer. The remaining oxygen in my body might give me a few more seconds, but that is already enough. Turning you into a vegetable is also a victory." Kato Dan became increasingly frantic. This was the first time he had lost his cool, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would also be the last. "I'm sorry, Tsunade, and my comrades. I must end it here. But before I die, I can buy you more time. If I can severely damage Old Purple's spirit, forcing him to withdraw from the battle, it would surely be a crucial benefit for the village." Kato Dan tried to use the last of his strength to uphold the will of fire. Braving the instinctual pressure on his soul, He had used the spirit transformation secret technique too many times. Even if his body wasn't being attacked, his spirit should be forced back to his body. Huh? Suddenly, Kato Dan thought he had misseen. Numerous silhouettes were rushing over rapidly. At that moment, just beneath the broken body that was about to fall into the magma, a figure suddenly appeared, cushioning the fall on the magma and catching Kato Dan's remaining form. In the blink of an eye, this zombie hurled Kato Dan's body away, sacrificing itself to be engulfed by the magma. Another figure had already leaped in, catching Kato Dan in midair and completing a one-handed hand sign in an instant. Corpse transformation, void realm technique. Kanzaki sure took Kato Dan's remaining body and completed a time-space exchange with a zombie in a safe zone, the fluttering of clothes stopping as his form stabilized. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even though the situation was urgent, Kanzaki sure had done his utmost, at least retrieving the main parts of Kato Dan's body. As for the missing parts, it was truly horrific. Most of his chest and back were simply gone. Kato Dan, it's not time to give up yet. Your spirit needs to return to your body. Kanzaki sure looked at Old Purple, who was struggling in pain atop a massive lava rock. He immediately assessed the situation. Although he was a bit late, it wasn't the worst moment yet. No, you shouldn't have come. I will attack the enemy with my last strength. Perhaps I can. Kato Dan's spirit was on the brink of collapse, detaching from Old Purple's body and instinctively moving towards his physical form. With each passing second, the already dimmed spirit grew darker, like a rapidly withering sponge. Don't worry about the enemy. We aren't weak enough to need you to bear all the pressure alone. Kanzaki sure lifted the remaining body, ready to receive Kato Dan's returning spirit. Chapter 69. This is the second stage of the Void Realm. Thunder rumbled through the sky, and the rising heat and water vapor ultimately transformed in a heavy rain. I am beyond saving. You shouldn't be doing this unnecessary thing. Kato Danto reopened his eyes, speaking while spitting blood, the light in his eyes growing dimmer. His blood flowed rapidly away with the rainwater. A large amount of shredded flesh washed away completely. Kato Danto actually understood Keed's actions. It was a kind of insistence that would never give up on saving a comrade, even when faced with despair. He respected this idea, but did not agree with it. If he could have these last few seconds to himself, perhaps he could inflict greater damage on Old Purple, forcing them to spend exponentially more time and energy recuperating. Opportunities to harm the Jinchuriki of enemy nations were rare, and if he could manage it, Kato Danto felt his sacrifice would be worthwhile. After all, he was never a match for the Jinchuriki. I said it's not time to give up. The war isn't over. Are you really thinking of ending it here? Dying is easy. Enduring all kinds of pain to survive is what is hard. Lady Tsunade is still waiting for you. Keed pointed, and with his last glimpse, Kato Danto saw Tsunade desperately rushing over, her face filled with extreme terror. Tsunade, I'm truly sorry for you to see me like this, but I can't become Hokage after all. Shut up. Don't say such disheartening things. I'm the strongest medical ninja. Since I'm here, I will definitely save you. Let me see. Your injuries are severe, but they can still be treated. Tsunade knelt on the ground, frantically generating chakra, trying to heal Kato Danto's body, which indeed made his condition slightly better. But everyone knew this was futile. Medical ninjutsu could heal wounds and regenerate flesh, but couldn't make organs and bones grow back in the chest cavity. When Tsunade's chakra was exhausted, and she could no longer prolong Kato Danto's life, that would be the moment his soul completely departed from this world. Save some chakra. Why not take this opportunity to help more comrades retreat? Kato Danto gently looked at Tsunade's terrified face. Unfortunately, he hadn't become Hokage, hadn't publicly married Tsunade, and it was going to end here. What a pity. Roar, roar, roar. A frenzied roar echoed. Oh, that guy's body is expanding. It's even hard to maintain a human shape. I'm not very knowledgeable and don't understand much about Jinchuriki. But could this be the legendary complete-tailed beast transformation? Keed turned to look, frowning. It was clear that Old Purple's spirit had suffered a heavy blow, and their self-awareness was sinking faster, about to be taken over by the Four Tails. Lady Tsunade, the situation is urgent. You need to maintain Kato Danto's life signs while I lead the retreat. Keed said solemnly. Tsunade didn't care about anything else, panicking, all her thoughts on Kato Danto. She had already lost her brother and couldn't afford to lose her lover as well. Keed placed one hand on Tsunade's shoulder and grabbed one of Kato Danto's hands with the other, using the Void Realm technique to transfer them to a rocky area 600 meters away. This distance wasn't too long. If they were lucky, they could temporarily avoid the Four Tails line of sight. You are responsible for maintaining Kato Danto's life signs. I will distract the enemy and try to prevent them from entering complete tailed beast transformation. He'd steadied their positions and said quickly, "You're crazy. This is a death sentence. What strength do you have to deal with a Jinchuriki about to go berserk? With those corpses summoned by you? You don't have enough chakra to control so many corpses at once. I can see that many of them are acting chaotically, relying mostly on instinct." Tsunade was exasperated, but soon fell silent, because she realized something. Even she had no good way to deal with such an enemy. What to use, brute strength, or medical ninjutsu? That would only delay the enemy, not truly defeat them. Could they perform a longer distance space transfer? Danto needed better treatment. If they could return to the village, I could gather all the medical ninjas to set up a large-scale technique. It would definitely work. No, perhaps it can be done in the future, but not now. He replied, completing a super long-distance transfer from the northernmost part of the Land of Water to Konoha in an instant. Merely sensing the zombies located in Konoha would consume a massive amount of chakra, let alone the expenditure of transferring 2 living people. With the current life force within Keed, it might not be enough, and it was not convenient to perform a larger-scale replenishment of life force right now. Moreover, Keed had some more important things to do. First and foremost, the chakra of the Four Tails. The Four Tails Jinchuriki. This was a great opportunity to obtain the Four Tails chakra. Even just a little would be immensely useful in the future. Keed thought to himself, completing a position swap with a zombie and quickly charging toward the expanding Old Purple. Old Purple still had a little bit of consciousness left, and in a daze, saw Keed immediately becoming extremely agitated, letting out a roar. One hand suddenly enlarging into a giant chakra hand, fiercely reaching for Keed. Summoning technique. Keed summoned the Sandstorm Arbor and a group of explosive corpses, along with the last dozen ordinary corpses without bloodline limits. This current force was the strongest zombie army he could summon. Under Keed's command, the zombies surged forward, with the Sandstorm Arbor and explosive corpses launching various ninjutsu attacks on Old Purple. In an instant, violent impacts and explosions erupted continuously. But Keed did not expect to stop Old Purple's complete tailed beast transformation through such a crude method. Next, let us try that technique. Even though it's still far from being perfected, Keed retreated among the ordinary corpses, clapping his hands fiercely. At the moment when Old Purple hurled numerous magma balls and clashed with the Sandstorm Arbor, a dozen zombies, existing as expendables, quickly moved through the gaps torn apart by the sandstorm. Many were shredded by the increasingly frenzied Old Purple, but in the end, one zombie succeeded in getting close to Old Purple. Conventional attacks could no longer inflict damage on Old Purple, but Keed had never placed his hopes on these expendables. The ordinary zombies immediately formed hand seals and activated the summoning technique. A cloud of smoke rose, and the explosive corpses appeared in front of the Four Tails, simultaneously launching close-range explosive attacks, turning themselves into super bombs and detonating completely. The explosion scale far exceeded that of a detonation tag, instantly engulfing Old Purple's form. This is the second stage of the Void Realm. Allowing the summoned zombies to summon other zombies in bulk is indeed a very difficult task, but it did show a glimmer of mutual summoning of zombies. Keed immediately took action, and numerous zombies surged forward, rushing into the aftermath of the explosion, braving the damage to seize the Four Tails chakra. It would be best if they could seize it. If not, and if the opponent completed the complete tailed beast transformation, he would have no choice but to summon my guy over. Chapter 70. Don't mess it up. It can save you this time on a mission. Feng Jianzi actually had a trump card to fall back on. That's right, it's might die. The 8 Gates of Biriaka technique is inherently a powerful technique with high explosive damage. It doesn't matter whether it's self-harm or not. It's just useful. However, the only thing that concerns Feng Jianzi is how many gates the 29-year-old might die can open. It would be best if he could open the Death Gate, fighting the enemy head-on, and then Feng Jianzi could sacrifice a batch of zombies to resurrect them. The Infinite 8 Gates is the strongest offensive ninjutsu that Feng Jianzi can unleash. The only downside is that it would be tough on Might Die. But considering his untrustworthy situation, since only Feng Jianzi is willing to take him on high-difficulty missions, he would probably do everything he can. As feedback came from the zombies, Feng Jianzi nodded repeatedly. The suicide attacks from several explosive zombies indeed caused significant damage to Old Purple, blowing off quite a few body fragments. These are all high-concentration chakra. Feng Jianzi immediately opened the sealing scroll, and quickly sealed the Four Tails chakra brought back by the zombies. This is good news, but there is also bad news. The immense pain caused Old Purple to completely lose consciousness, and the Four Tails officially came into play. Oh. So painful, damn it. Watch me merge you with the stones using lava release. The several dozen-meter-tall Four Tails crouched in place and went berserk, its four tails slamming the ground, creating a new round of earthquakes. Just its size emitted an unfathomable pressure, causing people to tremble from the depths of their hearts. This is a high-intensity chakra life form, a kind of immortal being in some respects. The Four Tails opened its mouth, a large amount of chakra highly compressed, coalescing into a purple-black sphere, which grew larger over time. Starting off with Tail Beast Bomb, Feng Jianzi felt a bit of a headache. It should still be possible to use space-time ninjutsu to transfer Might Die over now, right? Might Die should be able to kick this thing away, right? If he were to use the Void technique to transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb, it would be even more impossible. Although the Void technique has many advantages, it also has a shortcoming. It can only swap positions between Feng Jianzi and the zombies. Unless Feng Jianzi risks his life and actively rushes to touch the Tailed Beast Bomb, then uses the Void technique to transfer it with the bomb to a distant zombie, and then immediately abandons the Tailed Beast Bomb to transfer himself back, the difficulty and danger level would be too exaggerated. Even in a few years, Minato Namikaze wouldn't be able to do this. In 2 years, Jiraiya, along with Minato Namikaze and 2 subordinates on a mission, faced the Tailed Beast Bomb as well. Jiraiya had no solution, and in the end, Minato had to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with the 3 of them in a sorry state. In the face of the Tailed Beast Bomb, even a genius like Minato Namikaze would be dumbfounded, and Jiraiya would be at a loss for options, having to choose to run away. By that time, Minato had already learned most of the sealing techniques left by the Uzumaki clan from Kushina. It still couldn't reach the level of directly transferring the Tailed Beast Bomb away. And most importantly, Minato is clearly not a Jinchuriki, but his chakra amount is a mysterious bottomless pit. Even if Feng Jianzi risked his life to transfer the Tailed Beast Bomb without a prior replenishment of vast life force, he wouldn't have enough chakra to do this. Mainly, there was no need for it. The Four Tails chakra was already in hand, and he was satisfied to fight to the death with the Four Tails. Until he could switch to an ideal body, Feng Jianzi preferred to prioritize ensuring his own safety. The companions in the village had almost escaped. It seemed it was time to flee. The trump card of Might Die should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Shikaka Nara might have slightly sensed Might Die's abilities, but he certainly doesn't understand them as well as I do. Feng Jianzi recovered the precious zombie, Sandstorm Araki, and then extracted most of the life force from all the ordinary zombies present. The vibrant life force surged visibly from him. This was the most powerful life force he had ever accumulated. He then lifted the summoning technique, retrieved the exhausted zombies back into the summoning scroll, and used the Void technique to escape, returning to Tsunade and Kakuzu. Unfortunately, the team of root ninjas responsible for tracking him was a bit far away. It was too late to extract the life force from these living people now, and Feng Jianzi could only painfully give up. Oh, how strange, having so many corpses use the same ninjutsu, and then swapping them out. It's an unseen space-time ninjutsu, but escaping is pointless. Don't think you can confuse me with a dead person. The Four Tails didn't want to care about what this technique was, even ignoring the zombie that had swapped in front of it. It immediately turned its direction and targeted Feng Jianzi and Tsunade and the others, fiercely spitting out the Tailed Beast Bomb. Boom! The Tailed Beast Bomb roared over, tearing the earth apart wherever it passed, creating a deep chasm. And the heavy dark clouds in the sky split apart, briefly dividing into 2. This chapter comes to a temporary end. Once I achieve my true goal, I won't let you go so easily. Feng Jianzi glanced at the Tailed Beast Bomb that nearly obscured his view and proceeded to perform a second transfer with Tsunade and Kakuzu. The position they had just occupied immediately erupted with a terrifying half-circle of light, a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky, and visible ripples sweeping in all directions, as if the world had lost its original color and sound. The distant Konoha ninjas looked on in horror at this scene. It was their first time witnessing the terror of the Tailed Beast Bomb. The Iwagakure ninjas outside the borders of the Land of Water also stood up, gazing into the distance. It must be Lord Purple's technique. With this scale, the Konoha folks must all be dead, right? We have achieved a great victory. Breaking into the Land of Fire from the Land of Water, destroying Konoha's rear, ending this war. The Iwagakure ninjas were all elated, but a few showed worried expressions. being forced into complete tailed beast transformation to unleash the tailed beast bomb. Doesn't that indicate that Lord Purple's situation is not good? The risks of full-tailed beast transformation are far too great. As expected, before these Awagakure ninjas could finish their celebration, they saw another tailed beast bomb coming towards them. Four Tails was doing it on purpose. Compared to Konoha Village for the Four Tails, the real enemy is Awagakure, which restricts and torments it. As long as it seizes the opportunity, it would kill as many Awagakure ninjas as possible. Unexpectedly, it turned out like this. Both countries ended up suffering heavy losses in a third country. Feng Jianzi placed Tsunade and Kakuzu on the ground, raising his head to look into the distance. He could vaguely feel the terrifying impact. This power was truly awe-inspiring, as many Kaga-level powerhouses would find it difficult to deal with a tailed beast. As for what would happen to the Land of Water after the war, no one cared except for the citizens of the Land of Water. Tsunade was completely focused on healing Kakuzu, desperately trying to save him. But as time passed, Kakuzu's life force was ultimately ebbing away. It's already enough, Tsunade. Don't do such a futile thing. It's better to conserve chakra and lead the comrades back to the Land of Fire. Kakuzu struggled to smile faintly. I'm really unwilling. My dreams haven't been realized, but my sacrifice is worth it. I've saved so many comrades, is that so? That's really great. Kakuzu's eyes lost their luster. Tsunade wanted to cry out loud, tears rolling down like rain, ready to look up to the sky and let out a heartbreaking wail. At that moment, Kaname Fuka squatted down and said, Lady Tsunade, is it over? If it's over, I will perform the technique. Although it's rude to say this, seeing how you all were just now, I really don't want to interrupt. Mainly because you're somewhat in my way here. Chapter 71. I said I can live even if I die. Tsunade thought she had heard wrong. What are you talking about? I'm saying that once you finish your conversation, I will perform a technique on Lord Kato Dan to bring him back to life. It's my first time using this forbidden technique to revive the dead, Keed said. After a moment of thought, he added, actually, if you had said less about life and death just now, he wouldn't have had to die, and I would have been more confident in saving him. Tsunade's eyes widened. Her golden hair spread out in the rain, her clothes completely soaked and looking extremely disheveled. Are you serious? You can bring Dan back? Does this technique really exist in this world? Kid, you better not be lying to me. Kid, I'm already 17 years old. I'm not a child. It's really rude to refer to me that way. Kid shook his head, not caring about Tsunade's outburst. After all, anyone who knew of such a technique would surely be shocked. He crouched down, one hand reaching into Kato Dan's empty chest, while he formed hand seals with the other, performing the technique of self-revival. This serious action truly stunned Tsunade. The proud princess struggled to keep her eyes open in the heavy rain, afraid of missing any detail. The icy rain washed over her body, which was nothing compared to the chill in her heart. But with Keed's unusual actions, a sliver of unrealistic hope emerged in her heart, which felt like it had turned to ash. What if Keed really could revive Kato Dan? Reason told her it was impossible, but she had completely lost her rationality, only feeling endless despair and loneliness. Can you do it? If I hadn't interrupted you just now, could you have healed him directly? You can do it, right? You're very good at. Wait, are you trying to turn Dan's corpse into your? That's not it. Lord Kato Dan is someone I respect greatly. He once helped me defeat the Sandstorm Araki, effectively saving my life. I would never do something like that to him. I'm using another technique. Keed completed the hand seals. Forbidden technique, self-revival. A massive amount of life force surged from Keed, visibly flowing like green plants in the desert, or warm light in the cold winter, continuously entering Kato Dan's lifeless body. Keed's expression was serious. To be honest, if it were someone else, he wouldn't have gone this far. His attempt to revive Kato Dan was due to multiple reasons. Kato Dan was a good person, and he had helped Keed, which was certainly one important reason. Similarly, the spirit transformation secret technique was one aspect, and experimenting with the self-revival technique to revive the dead was another. Of course, there was also the most important point. Keed looked down at Kato Dan and then up at Tsunade. An interesting thought crossed his mind. The timing was right. If he succeeded, it might have some interesting interference and impact on the direction of this ninja world. Tsunade, after all, was a true senju. The self-revival technique. I've never heard of this technique. Tsunade watched with anticipation, astonished by the massive life force emerging from Keed. Deep down, she still harbored unrealistic desires. She hoped to see Kato Dan come back to life. She hoped her lover could stand up and embrace her, just like before. After a few more seconds, Kato Dan remained a cold corpse. Did it succeed? Tsunade knelt on the ground, anxiously asking. Of course not. I'm just maintaining the other parts of Lord Kato Dan's body. His internal organs are gone, and before I can fully revive him, I need to replace the missing organs. He pondered for a moment, freeing one hand to summon the only remaining explosive corpse. Swish! A large amount of chakra appeared in his palm, and he used a chakra scalpel to cut open the chest of the explosive corpse, pulling out various internal organs and forcibly pressing them into Kato Dan's chest. This is urgent. I can't find a more suitable filler, so let us use the organs of the explosive bloodline ninja from Awagakure. If all goes well, Lord Kato Dan might awaken the explosive bloodline, which would give him an even more powerful body, Keed said with a smile, seemingly under no pressure. Even in front of Tsunade, these organs have already begun to rot. Don't worry, they can all regain vitality. Just leave it to me. Keed smiled. Although I don't have any special talents, and the secret techniques I use deal with corpses, it's worth it to do something for a ninja like Lord Kato Dan. At Keed's signal, Tsunade held back her tears and quickly arranged the pile of internal organs. Watching Keed perform the technique. Lord Kato Dan's spine was also broken, so we need to take a segment from this corpse to attach it. As a large amount of life force surged in, Kato Dan's once lifeless body began to regain vitality, the coldness fading away and his body temperature returning. A massive amount of flesh and blood started to proliferate, and the missing bones began to spread, until, when Keed appeared exhausted, slumped on the ground and breathing heavily, his body, which had become fuller, once again became skeletal. Kato Dan's eyelids twitched, slowly opening his eyes, filled with confusion. Am I in the Pure Land? But why is it pouring rain here too? Done? Tsunade tightly embraced Kato Dan. This simple action drained all her strength. Her mind went blank, feeling as if this world was unreal. Is it really true? It hurts. This isn't an illusion. It's real. Keed really mastered the resurrection technique, and under her gaze, he revived the dead Kato Dan. Such a thing is completely a miraculous, forbidden technique. I'm still alive? Kato Dan regained his clarity, incredulously feeling Tsunade's warmth. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he vaguely felt that his physical condition was even better than before battling Aji. With abundant physical strength and energy, just a fleeting thought could generate an endless stream of chakra. He had definitely surpassed his peak. However, crack, ouch, Tsunade, you've broken several of my bones. Kato Dan instinctively shouted, his voice strong, showing no signs of serious injury. Keed weakly replied, you don't need to worry about that. I transferred my life force into your body. The residual power is enough to heal such injuries. However, some bones may be misaligned, so it's best to reset them, since things were done a bit roughly in the urgent situation. Chapter 72. Let's call him Thousand-Handed Naruto, Kato Daquan, and Tsunade were completely at a loss for words to describe their excitement. Their minds were buzzing, having witnessed a miracle firsthand. Shiki-kun, can I call you that? You resurrected me, and you must have paid a great price for it. If my resurrection caused you any problems, then I truly... Kato Daquan stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Kaze no Kanjisuke interrupted. Don't forget, Lady Tsunade ordered you to protect me on the battlefield, right? That's how we were able to defeat the Sandstorm Araki. From now on, this elite Jonin, Sandstorm Araki, will become a reliable force for us. He wouldn't give Kato Daquan the chance to vent his inner guilt and gratitude. The more he suppressed those overwhelming emotions, the more deeply they would be imprinted in his mind. Kaze no Kanjisuke forced a smile, saying, who knows, maybe I should have died on the battlefield back then. How could I have what I have now? Since you trusted me back then, without being put off by my secret techniques, believing in my abilities, I can't let you down, and now is the time for me to fight with all my might. These words moved both of them deeply. Tsunade wiped away her tears. Her usually decisive nature was almost melting away at that moment. She reached out her hand toward Kaze no Kanjisuke. Kaze no Kanjisuke hurriedly took 2 steps back. Lady Tsunade, if you're trying to break my bones now, that won't do. I really will die. Shut up. I'm going to check your body. I remember your body was in terrible condition, and now you've consumed so much life force. Normally, such forbidden techniques would leave endless after effects. All I can do is try to alleviate the after effects as much as possible. Tsunade was immensely grateful, trying hard to think rationally, nervously fearing that Kaze no Kanjisuke might die here after using the forbidden technique. As for the resurrection technique, Tsunade casually analyzed it and naturally concluded that using such a defiant forbidden technique would definitely come at a painful cost. Consuming one's own life force should be one of the most visible yet trivial costs. Whoosh! Tsunade's hands landed on Kaze no Kanjisuk's hands. To her surprise, as she tried to heal his body, she found no injuries at all. Sensing Kaze no Kanjisuk's physical state, she discovered that it was almost the same as when she checked him back in the camp during the battle against the sand-hidden village, finding no special issues. Did that mean his previous physical condition was very poor and that it was actually due to this forbidden technique? Tsunade was taken aback, delighted by Kaze no Kanjisuk's health and shocked by her own deduction. This isn't too hard to understand, right? After all, you know that I'm a medical ninja and know some medical ninjutsu, Tsunade said. Kaze no Kanjisuk gripped Tsunade's hands, exerting strength, and stood up. Medical ninjutsu? Tsunade fell silent. This was not something that medical ninjutsu could explain. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Kaze no Kanjisuk felt satisfied internally. The experiment was a success. He had consumed most of his life force to resurrect Kato Dakwon. In reality, he didn't need to use such a huge amount, draining all the accumulated life force. However, it was his first time disassembling organs from a zombie and replacing them with the organs inside the other person, then transferring life force using his rebirth technique to resurrect him. According to Kaze no Kanjisuk's calculations, even if there was some rejection response, it wouldn't matter. The natives of the ninja world were all superhumans, and ninjas were no exception, fully capable of withstanding adverse reactions. After all, eyes could be plugged in and used immediately, and internal organs were similar, shouldn't pose substantial issues. Moreover, Kaze no Kanjisuk had grafted the organs and spine of the explosive release bloodline into Kato Dakwon's body. From now on, Kato Dakwon's strength and potential would reach a new level, and mastering the explosive release bloodline would be a natural outcome. Furthermore, from this point on, he would no longer be able to escape Kaze no Kanjisuk's influence. A part of Kato Dakwon's body ultimately belonged to him, meaning that Kato Dakwon would, in an imperceptible way, belong to Kaze no Kanjisuk's system. Kato Dakwon, don't call me that anymore. My life was saved at the cost of your own life. A large part of my life belongs to you. So just call me by my name, Kato Dakwon said gratefully. All right, Dakwon-senpai. As far as I know you, who excel at the spirit transformation technique, have a weakness in terms of your physical body. Every time you use the spirit transformation technique, your frail body finds it hard to provide you with any benefits. But from now on, maybe you can master the explosive release bloodline and make up for your physical shortcomings. Kaze no Kanjisuk looked forward to this. An enhanced Kato Dakwon? He really had no idea what kind of strength that would entail, especially since this was a powerful ninja combining both yang release and yin release. Moreover, it was destined to be a power he could use. Maybe, thanks to you. But are you really okay? If you use this forbidden technique to resurrect me, if there's anything I can do, please let me know, and I will do it no matter what, Kato Dakwon said seriously. And me, Tsunade added. For now, there are no problems. If I had to say something, I would definitely need some time to recuperate. Using a forbidden technique once has exhausted my accumulation over the years. Please keep this matter confidential, or else who knows how many people will come looking for me, hoping I can resurrect the deceased, Kaze no Kanjisuk said. The two exchanged glances and nodded seriously. This forbidden technique, which seemed to be a resurrection technique that could be reused, was simply too incredible. Even though they were already well-versed in top-tier ninjutsu, they were still shocked by Kaze no Kanjisuk's talent. Controlling corpses and resurrecting the dead truly achieved a reversal of life and death. Kaze no Kanjisuk's abilities were simply unfathomable. From any perspective, they had to do everything they could to protect the information about Kaze no Kanjisuk. The two supported Kaze no Kanjisuk from either side and moved towards Konoha village. It wouldn't be long before they encountered some Konoha ninjas withdrawing from the northern coastline of the Land of Water. Casually, as if starting a light conversation, Kaze no Kanjisuk said, "By the way, when are you two getting married? I've been waiting, and everyone else has been waiting too." Marriage. I've decided to get married after the war, Kato Dakwon said with a gentle smile. This proposal method is really terrible, but I reluctantly agree. Tsunade turned her head away and huffed lightly. Kato Dakwon's gaze passed over Kaze no Kanjisuk, looking affectionately at his lover. In the future, we will have our own child. And he will also become an amazing ninja, carrying the will of fire. So, you should think of a name for your child early on. Let's call him Naruto. How about that? Kato Naruto, or Thousand-Handed Naruto? Kaze no Kanjisuk had finally laid plans for this generation's Ashura. As everyone knows, Indra's chakra and Ashura's chakra had been at odds for over 1,000 years, and if nothing unexpected happened, they were still looking for opportunities to clash. As soon as one side reincarnated, the other would immediately reincarnate. Kaze no Kanjusuk was trying to conduct an interesting experiment. Could he intentionally guide Ashura's birth? Tsunade possessed the purest Senju bloodline, at least closer to the original Ashura than the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. As long as the Senju clan continued to reproduce normally and new children were born, it wouldn't be the Uzumaki Kushina who would give birth to the new generation of Ashura. According to Kaze no Kanjusuk's calculations, the Second Great Ninja War was about to end, and the fate of the Senju clan was entering a countdown. The clan was on the brink of collapse. To preserve Kato's life is to preserve Tsunade's marriage and offspring. Will the child born from the marriage of Kato and Tsunade become the reincarnation of Ashura? Undoubtedly. Their child will be the purest descendant of the Senju clan in the next generation. Either the experiment fails, and Kato and Tsunade have a normal birth. But because the timing hasn't reached the critical point, this generation of Ashura will still have to be the child of Kushina Uzumaki, unless Tsunade has a second child. Or, after Kato and Tsunade get married, for various reasons, they're unable to have children until that critical time point, which is the 48th year of Konoha. Perhaps the remaining chakra of these brothers needs to accumulate strength to a certain level before reincarnation can occur, and the reincarnated body continues to accumulate strength after death. In a cycle, Feng Jianzi is genuinely curious. Saving Kato can satisfy his curiosity and allow him to further explore this world, which is certainly worthwhile. In any case, failure wouldn't have much of an impact. Naruto, you really think too far ahead, even setting your sights on our child. And that name obviously sounds like a boy's name. Are you so certain about the gender? Tsunade spat, showing no signs of embarrassment or awkwardness due to her personality. At her age, discussing marriage and childbirth isn't something to be ashamed of. Kato remarked, but that name is unexpectedly nice, right? If it's a boy, we can name him Naruto. If it's a girl, we can come up with another name. How about Naruto? Feng Jianzi laughed. TSK, you're really boring, Tsunade said, glancing at Feng Jianzi. If it were anyone else, she would have already punched them. But Feng Jianzi had done her an immense favor by reviving Kato and potentially allowing him to master the explosion-release bloodline, addressing his physical shortcomings. Such miraculous methods. Even Tsunade, who prides herself on being well-informed, felt a hint of reverence for talent. She was even glad that she had valued Feng Jianzi's abilities back then and recognized his potential, which had led to unimaginable rewards now. Naruto, Tsunade mentally noted that name. If she were to have a boy in the future, that's what he would be called, even if it was a few years down the line. After returning this time, I will take responsibility for the village because my actions caused many comrades to suffer casualties. Kato faintly saw the troops ahead, and his mood sank again. Don't blame yourself, senpai. Who would have expected the enemy to deploy a Jinchuriki and use lava release to destroy the earth veins of the land of hot water? In fact, most people managed to escape safely, and the casualties weren't severe. Feng Jianzi comforted him. Honestly, against the Jinchuriki, a few hundred casualties really isn't that significant. Anyway, in the end, the four tails went berserk and unleashed tailed beast bombs everywhere. I'm afraid the Iwagakure troops aren't faring much better. This battle, at least, can't be counted as a loss. The remaining troops were continuously regrouping, and soon some people spotted Feng Jianzi and the others, cheering loudly. A crowd quickly gathered around, their faces showing joy. It seemed that although Lord Kato looked disheveled with a large part of his clothes missing, he didn't appear to be injured at all. Incredible. Lord Kato faced off against the Jinchuriki alone and managed to escape unscathed. Jinchuriki are simply too powerful, with terrifying amounts of chakra, astonishing recovery abilities, and unique ninjutsu. But Lord Kato is not inferior to a Jinchuriki at all. Many people, having caught a glimpse from afar, saw Old Purple enter the tailed beast cloak, or even a half-tailed beast transformation, and understood what kind of monster that was, even from a distance. Sensing that chakra would make anyone, even those who aren't sensory ninjas, feel an inner agitation. But Lord Kato held the rear alone, challenging a Jinchuriki and buying precious time for the main force to retreat. How powerful is that? It's actually thanks to Feng Jianzi and Tsunade's help that I was able to return safely. Kato waved his hand, refusing to take credit. But at this moment, he had no choice but to say it. He couldn't very well say that he had actually been killed by the Four Tails and was only revived by Feng Jianzi, could he? The main reason is Feng Jianzi. He has become an extremely powerful ninja. Without his strong restraint on the enemy, we wouldn't have made it back. Tsunade stepped forward, drawing everyone's attention. I see. That makes sense. My life was saved by Lord Feng Jianzi. Me too, but unfortunately the one who saved me was that corpse. Saying that feels a bit rude. It seems someone said he was a living corpse, a zombie or something. I don't know where that term came from. Anyway, he is completely dead. He fell into the lava to save me. Idiot, that's just a dead person from an enemy village. If it weren't for Lord Feng Jianzi's technique, how could a corpse save you? Don't project strange emotions onto even stranger vessels. A group of ninjas, having survived, felt a mix of sadness from losing comrades and panic from defeat. But now, there was more excitement as they surrounded the three of Feng Jianzi, shouting loudly. Under Kato's command, this troop of over 1,000 began an orderly retreat. Since the war could not continue, it was better to retreat to the outposts on the border of the Land of Fire to rest and wait for the village's next orders. Except for the necessary guards. The remaining ninjas gathered in small groups to discuss. Speaking of which, Lord Kato probably doesn't possess Hokage-level strength anymore. No matter how humble he is, he faced a powerful Jinchuriki alone. I'm also wondering about that. However, I heard that Lord Kato's most famous combat technique is the Spirit Transformation secret technique, but he needs companions to protect him. Logically, this technique would be very passive against the Jinchuriki, and his body would be vulnerable to the Jinchuriki's ranged attacks, but so, Lord Kato must have become even stronger, right? That's obvious. Then Lord Feng Jianzi must have also strongly restrained the enemy, so his strength must be very formidable. As the captain of the support troops, he should be a special jonin. Lord Feng Jianzi is now a special jonin. Hinata Iroha remained silent for a long time, her thoughts uncertain. No one knew what this somewhat famous branch family member of the Hyuga clan was pondering. At this moment, she suddenly looked up and interjected. It's up. I'm not posting a single chapter now. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 73. Otsutsuki Hyuga. Rebirth Iha. Lord Keed is able to confront Jinchuriki. So how is he just a special jonin? An elite jonin would be more appropriate. Didn't Lady Tsunade say during the day that it's a containment, not a direct confrontation, but elite jonin? Anyway, after returning this time, he will definitely be a jonin. During wartime, there are many talents who progress rapidly, but few reach the level of Keed. Only Minato Namikaze can compare. Furthermore, Keed saved his comrades using the enemy's corpses, which established a significant achievement and naturally attracted followers. Immediately, people began to discuss and speculate more fervently, casting eager glances towards Keed, hoping he would stand up and talk to everyone. But they were disappointed as Keed remained quietly seated. Everyone was curious about what technique Keed used to achieve the containment of the Jinchuriki. It should be relying on more corpses and space-time ninjutsu, bombarding with various ninjutsu, while Keed himself flies around. Everyone speculated that this tactic must be how he contained the enemy. Iruha, you seem a bit restless. What's wrong? Since the retreat from the northern coastline of the land of hot water, your condition seems off. Morino Abiki walked over and casually asked, then pointed at the distant oil girl Shimi. You must have noticed too. He appears taciturn, but is actually very cautious and alert. Lord Keed said, you have a keen intelligence analysis ability, and it seems he was right. Iruha did not respond directly. He was brainstorming, using silence to suppress the horror within him. Being able to reach this state was already quite good. The confusion in Mori no Abiki's eyes deepened, suspecting that Iruha had discovered something. If he was frightened by this defeat, it would be too absurd, as Iruha was a well-known young man from the Hyuga branch family. Although he didn't reach the level of genius, he was certainly not on the same level as Keed and Minato Namikaze, nor would he be scared for no reason. Since Mori no Abiki could not extract any useful information, he simply stopped asking, only speculating internally that Hyuga Iruha must have discovered something that others had not. Byakugan. This is an eye with long-distance vision. Iruha must have seen something. Keed also noticed Iruha frequently looking over and knew that Iruha was intentionally trying to get his attention, so he naturally understood. As night fell, Keed squinted for a moment, opened his eyes, and slowly got up. I'll take some people to patrol the area. You should rest. I can handle this. Kato Dan looked at Keed with concern. I can complete the patrol quickly with my spirit transformation technique. Your physical condition, don't worry. I've just returned to my previous state. Others would die using the rebirth technique, as it's a technique that exchanges life for life. But my situation is a bit special. You must have guessed this. Keed waved his hand. My corpse escape technique is also very suitable for patrolling and reconnaissance. I can summon a bunch of corpses to attack everywhere. And besides, I need to talk to a junior. Kato Dan and Tsunade watched from afar as Keed began his patrol with Iruha, even stopping some people trying to follow. The two immediately understood that the patrol was a pretext and that Keed had something to discuss with the Hyuga boy. Iruha followed the seemingly weak Keed, his expression tense and silent. He knew that the man in front of him, with his frail body, concealed astonishing power. It seems you've discovered something. You have a good eye, which is enviable, Keed said slowly. Iruha replied in a low voice, yes, I did see some things. Although it was a bit far, on the edge of my vision, I couldn't see clearly, but even so, what I saw completely overturned my understanding. A person whose upper body was completely destroyed could actually come back to life. The price Keed paid was merely becoming thin again, just like that, reviving an elite Jonin through an unknown forbidden technique, merely at the cost of his own flesh and blood. Iruha knew it couldn't be that simple, but he couldn't see more of the secrets. The scenes he witnessed were deeply etched into his mind like a cursed seal, destined to never be erased. Overturning understanding. Those few who know that I used the rebirth technique would all say the same. Keed casually remarked, Iruha, as a member of the Hyuga branch family. It seems you possess sharper senses than ordinary people. You probably associated this with something interesting. Hyuga Iruha was startled, then relieved, wanted to say something, but feeling it was too unrealistic, even fanciful. Lord Keed, just as you said, I have indeed had some thoughts, Iruha stammered, showing hesitation. This is normal. Seeing the scene of me reviving Senior Dan, or digging out organs and spine for a bloodline corpse for transplantation on site, anyone would have thoughts. Although my transplantation technique was extremely crude, if Lady Tsunade hadn't assisted me, I really wouldn't know what kind of shape Senior Dan's body would end up in. Keed stopped and turned to look at the evasive-eyed Hyuga Iruha. The Hyuga branch family, this origin has already determined many things. Other ninjas can wear their Konoha forehead protectors wherever they wish, on their shoulders, waist, thighs, neck, etc. But only members of the Hyuga branch family, when going out on missions, uniformly wear it on their foreheads to cover the caged bird seal. This act of covering is seen as a shame or numbness. Anyway, members of the Hyuga branch family ultimately have to regard this as a commonplace occurrence. There's only one way to get rid of the caged bird seal, death. And now, Iruha has witnessed a method to escape the caged bird. Dying and then being resurrected can naturally get rid of the caged bird. You think so, right? There's no need to feel embarrassed. Since you've seen my technique, you must have that desire. Keed extended a hand toward the sky, as if to grasp the moon above. I don't intend to evaluate whether the system of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan is correct. But since you've had the thought of breaking free and have effectively taken action, then be prepared to pay the price. Lord Keed, do you really wish for this? But what is the price of casting such a resurrection technique? That is not something you need to consider. When you return to the Hyuga clan, think carefully about what I said, and then make your decision. Keed looked up, deeply gazing at the faintly visible moon. Otsutsuki, Hyuga, rebirth eye. In fact, the origin of the caged bird is no longer traceable. But at least one thing proves that the existence of the caged bird is necessary. The Hyuga clan continues to exist. Yes, it's as simple as that. As descendants of Otsutsuki Yumura, a group of people went to the moon, fought a civil war, the branch family destroyed the main family, dug out the Byakugan of all Otsutsuki descendants, and pieced together a giant rebirth eye. The group of people rooted in the ninja world became the Hyuga clan, binding the vast majority of their clansmen, like caged birds, to ensure that the Byakugan would never leak out and could never be extracted for use by others. If the Hyuga clan were like their kin on the moon, without the main house controlling the branch families, it would be hard to say what would happen in the end. Perhaps over the course of 1,000 years, some genius member of the Hyuga clan would discover that the Byakugan could be pieced together and merged, leading to the extermination of all clansmen. The Uchiha clan was able to discover that the three-tomo Sharingan could evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan. And Madara even found that transplanting his brother's eyes could evolve into the eternal Manjiki. It would be normal for the Hyuga clan to make some discoveries during their 1,000 years of activities. Fujikawa, Tsukasa, saw through Irika's little thoughts at a glance. I might as well tell you one more thing. My life rebirth technique can activate all the dead cells in a corpse. You know what that means, right? Although I don't know much about the caged bird seal, Fujikawa, Tsukasa said lightly. Irika understood immediately. It meant that the deceased branch family members of the Hyuga clan, whose eyes lost their function due to the activation of the caged bird seal, could potentially have their Byakugan restored after being revived by Fujikawa Tsukasa. This is too risky. With injuries like Cat Dan's, even a pile of rotting organs could be revived completely. When the branch family members are revived, their eyes might also recover, which theoretically makes sense. But don't hold out absolute hope. Whether it can succeed is still uncertain. At least I need to study the caged bird seal, Fujikawa Tsukasa said. Hyuga Irika took a deep breath. Understood, Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama. This is of great importance and could even affect the fate of our clan. I need to think carefully. You will agree. Even if you don't, there will always be branch family members who are unwilling to accept their fate and take risks. Joining forces with me is just a matter of time. Fujikawa Tsukasa smiled and patted Irika's shoulder. Today's events were too stimulating for this junior, and he could give him enough time to think. Moreover, the decision-maker has never been Irika himself. Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama, someone is approaching us, Irika said in a low voice. Fujikawa Tsukasa nodded. I know. It's already cautious enough to reveal themselves now. A team of root ninjas appeared in front of Fujikawa Tsukasa, kneeling on one knee, showing no signs of flaws. Irika naturally assumed that these Umbu were Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama's subordinates. Perhaps Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama had already joined the Umbu? This was normal. Umbu ninjas were all hidden and their identities were a mystery. Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama, do we need to deal with this member of the Hyuga clan? The leading root ninja's first sentence left Irika dumbfounded. The Umbu style is so extreme, coming up and wanting to eliminate unrelated personnel, even if they're ninjas from the same village? There's no need for that. There's no need for such low-level probing. Withdraw. The two returned to the main force without causing any waves. Although someone saw the two of them, they did not pay too much attention. Wasn't it normal for Fujikawa Tsukasa-sama to patrol with his favored subordinates while talking and giving instructions? Tsunade and Cat Dan did not ask what Fujikawa Tsukasa had discussed with Irika. Until dawn, everyone moved again and finally arrived at a lookout point on the border. I take full responsibility for the failure of this war and am willing to accept all punishments from the village. Cat Dan wrote down the process of this battle, of course concealing the part where he was revived by Fujikawa Tsukasa after his death. Fujikawa Tsukasa comforted him. There's no need to blame yourself too much. Perhaps we have even gained a victory. If the Four Tails went berserk, it would definitely prioritize attacking the ninjas of Awagakure. Cat Dan's face was full of bitterness. Clearly, it was a defeat with 600 comrades fallen. If the result was an alternative victory, that would be too ironic. Surely the village would not recognize such a victory. After another 2 days, the village sent Umbu ninjas to convey instructions from the Hokage, just as Fujikawa Tsukasa had anticipated. This was a victory, and a very significant one at that. What? The enemy's losses were actually greater than ours? 1,000-strong army was completely destroyed, with the vast majority killed? Cat Dan's expression was complex. The Umbu ninja said calmly, yes, the enemy's losses were greater than ours. According to the intelligence returned by our spies, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, after going berserk, used several tailed beast bombs to destroy the Awagakure forces and ultimately fell into a deep coma, not knowing when they would awaken. This corresponds with the records in your battle report. Not only did they won spectacularly. Awagakure's casualties were 200 to 300 more than Konoha's. Just this point alone was already a victory. After all, Konoha had more people and resources, and a 1-1 casualty ratio was still a victory, especially since the enemy's losses were even greater. Most importantly, at the cost of Cat Dan remaining unscathed, they had put the Four Tails Jinchuriki into a deep coma. This was also a significant reason for the Four Tails going berserk, but that wasn't important. This victory was crucial. If calculated this way, forcing the Four Tails Jinchuriki out of the war might directly impact the situation on the main battlefield. Tsunade also breathed a sigh of relief, showing a relaxed expression. A single Jinchuriki often plays a much larger role on the battlefield than a shadow-level powerhouse, simply because of the terrifying destructive power when a Jinchuriki goes mad. A few tailed beast bombs thrown out could cause indiscriminate bombardment, resulting in heavy casualties for the main force. Who could withstand that? Take the current Sannin, for example. Although each could be said to be a Hokage-level powerhouse, finding one who could definitely defeat a tailed beast would be difficult. Unfortunately, the village's Jinchuriki could not be mobilized. Otherwise, there would be no need for so much effort. Fujikawa Tsukasa casually remarked, "Damn it, my grandmother is old and should be enjoying her twilight years. If it comes to the point where she has to go to the battlefield, it would be a disgrace for us juniors." Tsunade shook her head repeatedly. She would never let her grandmother go to the battlefield, and she also knew that Uzumaki Mito's main focus was on training Uzumaki Kushina. Unless something unexpected happened, Kushina would be the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In fact, there were people in the village eyeing the Nine Tails, wanting to wait until Uzumaki Mito died to transfer the Nine Tails to another host. For example, why must the next Jinchuriki be a descendant of the Uzumaki? Can't a Senju descendant do? Although Hashirama was dead, Tsunade, Senju Taohua, and others were still alive. As for the argument that the sealing techniques of the Senju clan are inferior to those of the Uzumaki clan, they can just learn, right? After all, it's a sealing technique, not a bloodline technique. Moreover, it doesn't necessarily have to be just the Senju and Uzumaki clans. However, these dissenting opinions are only whispered in private by a few people, such as Dan's and the third Hokage bickering, but they would never dare bring it up with Uzumaki Mito. After another half a month, confirming that there would be no Iwagakure enemies invading from the land of hot water, this unit began to return one after another. Nominally, they had won a victory, but the expressions of the people were incredibly complex, completely devoid of the joy of victory. Irika, as one of the first ninjas to return to the village, immediately began his own actions. The villagers were immersed in yet another victory, looking forward to the main force led by Orochimaru quickly defeating Iwagakure. They had no way of knowing the process of the war, and the village would not publicize it in such detail. In any case, they had won, and the enemy's Jinchuriki had been incapacitated by the remarkable Cat Dan, further weakening Iwagakure's living forces. Lord Cat Dan seems like an elite Jainin. Has he already mastered the power to deal with tailed beasts? It seems that Lord Kato's secret technique is not a secret anymore. I've heard it's called the spirit transformation technique, but I don't know exactly what it does. Can this technique deal with Jinchuriki? It's truly impressive. The village has gained another powerful ninja. Konoha is the strongest in the ninja world. The Hokage has yet to personally take action. Yet we have already won the ninja world war. There are similar comments everywhere, praising Kato and also lauding the wise third Hokage. It's really disgusting. Danzo stood in the laboratory, looking at the numerous corpses soaked in formalin, his expression unchanged. He was quite annoyed by the third Hokage's behavior. Listening to the naive villagers' comments, the more they bragged, the more outrageous it became. Danzo began to doubt that if they continued to boast for a few more years, would they end up elevating the third Hokage to the title of the strongest Hokage in history? Just like that so-called strongest wind shadow of all time, the third Kazekage? However, the speed at which this local war ended was indeed beyond Danzo's expectations, and the process also surprised him. If the information sent back by Yakushi Nanoyu is correct, there are too many doubts about the content reported by Kato. I suspect that Hizashi has his doubts as well, but he won't press for answers. Danzo snorted coldly. What kind of person Kato is, how could he not know? How could the third Hokage not know? The spirit transformation technique is indeed powerful, but once it is used, the body must remain completely still, making it a fixed target. If the inability to move is compensated by Kamizuki's space-time ninjutsu, moving the body using space-time ninjutsu is itself a more intense movement, rapidly changing the distance and orientation between the body and the spirit, which would have a significant impact. Moreover, relying solely on spirit attacks to force the Four Tails Jinchuriki into complete tailed beast transformation, ultimately causing him to faint. Although this could be explained by Old Purple changing the geology of the land of water beforehand and overusing chakra, always looking for additional possibilities to supplement the battle situation already indicates that there is something wrong. Battles between ninjas inherently involve information warfare. Can a battle process explained solely by coincidence really make sense? That guy Kamizuki wouldn't have used the rebirth of the living technique on Kato, would he? Coupled with Tsunade's assistance, the three of them working together could indeed severely injure the Four Tails. Danzo's expression darkened. He didn't want more people to know about Kamizuki's forbidden technique, which made him feel an even greater sense of unease. He has always hated things that are out of control. This also solidified his determination to end this boring war as soon as possible and to have Orochimaru return quickly. The human experimentation project must be advanced as soon as possible. Kamizuki must be controlled early and cannot be delayed any longer. If the matter of the rebirth of the living technique reaches the ears of the third Hokage, Danzo would spit blood. If I were the Hokage, I wouldn't waste time on these meaningless defensive wars. Instead, I'd directly invade the enemy's country, kill more ninjas, control more civilians, and cultivate more ninjas from among the civilians. Don't get me wrong, I'm not capturing civilians from enemy countries to supplement the population of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire doesn't lack these people. It's purely about using the enemy's civilians as expendables to harvest more ninjas, and after they all become corpses, hand them over to Kamizuki for use. The more frequent the wars, the more enemies killed, the more corpses there will be. The more life Force Kamizuki can refine and transfer, the stronger the ninjas on Konoha's side will become, and their lifespans will be incredibly long. All of this can be achieved simply by continuing to wage war. It can only be realized through offensive wars. Even if Hizashi acquired the rebirth of the living technique and the corpse manipulation technique, he would never do such a thing. Danzo snorted coldly, removing the bandage from his head, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, and continued to delve into the forbidden technique of Izanagi. At the same time, the third Tsuchikage, upon receiving the news, nearly died of anger. How could a superior action plan end up in such a dire state? Not only did we fail to kill a large number of Konoha ninjas, but why did our losses end up being so great? Out of over 1,000 ninjas, only about 100 survived. All the rest were killed by the Four-Tails-tailed Beast Bomb, and Old Purple himself was knocked out. The third Tsuchikage was truly frustrated. Kato? What kind of person is he to force Old Purple into such a predicament? I can tell just by thinking about it that those guys from Konoha would spin this story. The third Tsuchikage was so angry he flew around in midair. Kato? What kind of thing is Kato? Can he really take down a Jinchuriki with an enhanced version of the body replacement technique? Bah, Kato is not worthy. If Tsunade is added into the mix, I've never heard that Tsunade possesses any powerful means. Even if a summoning slug appeared, it shouldn't have forced Old Purple into such a situation. Something special must have happened, but the third Tsuchikage couldn't determine that. He could only endure and wait for Old Purple to wake up to confirm. At that time, the truth would be revealed. Originally, he wanted to use Old Purple's abilities to break the deadlock from the Land of Water and weaken Konoha's strength, but it ended up backfiring. This were probably. The third Tsuchikage didn't want to admit his failure. He had repelled Sunagakure and could focus his forces on Konoha, yet it ended up like this. The commander of the Konoha forces, Orochimaru, is a guy who leaves no flaws. Even when he occasionally has strange surprise attacks, they're specifically aimed at eliminating explosive units. Over the years, he has killed about 10 explosive-release bloodline ninjas and snatched several corpses. The third Tsuchikage knows that Orochimaru is taking the opportunity to research explosive-release bloodlines, which is not hard to accept because whenever there is a chance. The third Tsuchikage is doing the same thing. He also wants to capture a few Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga, but he couldn't do it. Just hold on a little longer. If it doesn't work, then retreat. Kumogakure is restless. They're a bunch of damn bastards. The third Tsuchikage cursed. Kumogakure is focusing its main energy on Iwagakure, continuously sending elite teams to carry out assassinations and sabotage, making Iwagakure quite troubled. The third Tsuchikage has made up his mind that after this retreat, he will further exploit the national power of the Land of Earth to enhance military strength. And after a few years of recuperation, he will strike hard against Kumogakure. They must pay a painful price. Chapter 74. The turning point of a clan's fate. Hinata Hizashi is already 22 years old. In a few years, he will have his own children. When the child is 3 years old, they will be marked with the caged bird seal, which is the fate of the branch family. The offspring born from the branch family will always remain in the branch family, while each generation from the main family can only have one member in the main family. The others will be from the branch family. Like many branch family members, Hinata Hizashi suppresses his anger and dissatisfaction with the caged bird seal deep inside, showing no outward signs and strictly obeying the arrangements from the main family. Yes, father, if the war continues, I will go to the front line to support my brother and replace him after a while. After the clan meeting, Hizashi respectfully knelt before his father and only stood up slowly after he left. Currently, the Hyuga clan has 2 members of the main family, his father, the clan leader, and his twin brother, Hinata Hayashi. Hizashi hasn't thought about the caged bird situation for a long time. After all these years, he only questions life during the quiet of the night, while most of the time he is busy with various matters in the village and the clan. After all, Hinata Hayashi is destined to be the clan leader, and once the Ninja World War ends, he will definitely take over. As a twin, Hizashi is the natural choice for the head of the branch family, and must shoulder more responsibilities. Hizashi-sama, I have something important to discuss with you. May I have a word? Hinata Irika finally found the opportunity to meet Hizashi. Hizashi casually agreed and brought Irika to his reception room. After pouring a cup of hot tea, Hizashi pushed it to Irika and said, "Congratulations, Irika. The villagers are talking about the victory in the land of hot water battle. You have brought fame to the Hyuga clan." Hizashi places great importance on Irika, as he is a talented individual who emerged from the branch family. With proper training, he could likely reach the level of a jounin, which is already a high-end combat force for the village and an important support for the Hyuga clan. Irika respectfully replied, "You flatter me. I didn't do much. It was mainly Lord Keed who turned the tide." Lord Keed? Hizashi thought for a moment and immediately understood what Irika wanted to express. Combining it with some intelligence he knew, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "The victory in the land of hot water battle, which severely damaged the Iwagakure forces and injured the Four Tails Jinchuriki, is crucial at any time. Since you participated, there is no need to be overly modest. The power of the Byakugan is necessary for any team." Irika hesitated and quietly said, "Actually, it was Lord Keed who changed the situation. Otherwise, the outcome would definitely not be like this. Perhaps most of us would have died. As far as I know, it was Kato Daku who defeated the Four Tails Jinchuriki and thwarted the enemy's plot." "That is not true. I saw it with my own eyes. Lord Kato was killed. It was Lord Keed who retrieved Lord Kato's body." Hizashi put the teacup he had raised back on the table. The amount of information was overwhelming, catching him off guard. Kato Daku is dead? Lord Keed retrieved the body? What exactly is the village promoting now? He died and was resurrected. Lord Keed mastered a forbidden technique of resurrection. He extracted many organs from a corpse and transplanted them into Lord Kato's body, then performed the technique to bring him back to life. My subordinate witnessed it firsthand. Irika's expression was serious, even after several days. Recalling the scene still left him in a daze. That was a truly taboo technique that reversed life and death. And Lord Keed is someone who can touch this forbidden realm. As Irika continued his narrative, Hizashi's expression became more and more strange. He activated his Byakugan, suspecting that Irika had fallen under the enemy's Jinjutsu. After repeated questioning, he finally fell silent. Resurrection? If Kato Daku's body was indeed damaged to that extent, he was definitely dead. But transplanting organs from one corpse to another and then performing a technique to resurrect him. I will verify this and think carefully about what you said. Hizashi did not express his thoughts, but his heartbeat began to quicken. If Irika could think of this, he certainly could too. Once confirmed, the impact on the Hyuga clan would be unprecedented. Controlling corpses, resurrecting the dead, along with transplanting decayed organs from corpses. If all of this is true, who exactly is Lord Keed, this young man who has only recently risen to fame in the last year or two? A genius? This is beyond the definition of genius, existing on the gray boundary, trampling life and death. Hizashi had never encountered such a being and had never even heard of one. Immediately, Hizashi discreetly sent Irika away, appearing to have simply listened to a report from a clan member. 2 hours later, Hizashi summoned some clan members again to inquire about village information, then walked out of the clan compound, seemingly casually heading toward the Konoha hospital. He turned into a small alley. Byakugan. Hizashi had nearly maximized the capabilities of his Byakugan, with a long-range vision extending up to 15 kilometers, allowing him to observe the scenes inside the Konoha hospital. Found it. Hizashi saw Tsunade occasionally interrupting Kato Daku's bones, constantly reshaping them. He also saw Keed standing next to them. He focused on observing Kato Daku's chest, but could not see any signs until Kato Daku gathered chakra into his palm and then detonated the flower in his hand. Immediately realizing that everything was true. Explosion release. Is he experimenting with explosion release? Hizashi was greatly shocked. He had participated in the war against Iwagakure and knew how elite the explosive forces were, having also seen ninjas who used explosion release techniques. But now Kato Daku could do it too. This is insane. Kato Daku, known for his spirit and soul, has also been enhanced at the physical level and possesses the explosion release bloodline. After Kato Daku adapts to this brand new body, to what extent will his strength increase? Perhaps, just as the villagers have rumored, he might become a true Hokage-level powerhouse. And all of this is brought by Keed, extracting organs from corpses, bloodline corpses. Hizashi suddenly understood the daze and obsession on Irika's face. Who wouldn't he be confused by this? Seeing it with his own eyes made Hizashi feel like his brain had crashed. What Keed could do was truly extraordinary. He suddenly remembered that Keed seemed to have come from a medical ninja background. But now, very few people would immediately think of this. Everyone who understood Keed's contributions and secret techniques had subconsciously overlooked this point. In the end, medical ninjutsu is Keed's specialty. This medical skill is so powerful that it can reverse life and death, casually transplanting bloodline limits. Hizashi didn't know whether to feel relieved or to tremble, because the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit is mainly manifested in the Byakugan, even if others transplanted internal organs and spines. It would be impossible for ordinary eyes to suddenly turn into Byakugan. Feng Jianzi, this kind of person with this kind of technique, might really be able to bypass the caged bird and finally loosen the established fate of the Hyuga clan that has lasted for hundreds of years. What is this? Hyuga Nichiju closed his Byakugan and immediately returned to the clan, pondering deeply. Then a decisive look appeared in his eyes. Konoha Hospital. It seems someone was observing us just now. Kato Duan endured the excruciating pain, sweating profusely, and was finally restructured by Tsunade, resolving the hidden dangers of this body. From this moment on, he would truly be reborn and possess a power stronger than before. Sitting in a chair beside him, Feng Jianzi casually flipped through a newspaper and laughed. I remember there's a barrier around the village, but the other party is actually peeping at the hospital directly. It seems to be someone from inside the village. Among the three present, Kato Duan had the sharpest senses and the strongest mental power. So it was normal for him to have such an awareness. Who could it be? Konoha Hospital strictly prohibited the use of sensory ninjutsu, and it was particularly chosen to happen at this moment. Tsunade frowned. Feng Jianzi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter who it is. They will probably take the initiative to reveal themselves soon. It's probably from the Hyuga branch family, if I'm not mistaken." Feng Jianzi then threw this matter out of his mind and focused on Kato Duan. "It seems my technique has been very successful. It has indeed awakened your explosion-release bloodline, but I don't know if it's due to just awakening or diluted bloodline. The effect of explosion release seems not very strong. It's already impressive. I never thought I would have such strength now. My body will no longer be a weakness. Next, I can further practice the spirit transformation secret technique and strive to be able to move my physical body while moving my spiritual form." Kato Duan's face showed strong excitement. He felt that his future was bright, whether in position or strength. He was one step closer to the Hokage level. All of this was brought to him by Feng Jianzi. Tsunade, while happy, expressed her concern. "I'm worried that the Byakugan and Sharingan, those ocular bloodlines, might be able to see that you possess two types of chakra, which could expose your uniqueness. It doesn't matter if they see it. Lord Kato Duan is practicing secret techniques. Does he really need to report to those two clans?" Feng Jianzi stood up. "Well, it seems there's nothing more for me to do here. I need to go back and rest for a while. Senior Duan, you should take a good rest. Now you're a powerful ninja that has attracted the attention of various countries. Next time you appear, you will definitely be the focus. How long do you think it will take for you to recover to your pre-technique state? Will that forbidden technique really not affect your future?" Tsunade asked seriously. To be honest, Tsunade had never seen such a miraculous forbidden technique with such a low cost. She also knew that Feng Jianzi must be hiding important information. As long as Feng Jianzi didn't say it, she wouldn't ask, quietly observing Feng Jianzi's condition. The impact has already occurred. Saving Senior Duan is indeed the biggest and most beneficial impact, isn't it? Well, I have to go now. Feng Jianzi waved his hand without looking back, opened the door, and walked out. From an angle where Feng Jianzi couldn't see, Tsunade repeatedly hesitated to speak, her face showing intense struggle, until Feng Jianzi left. She still didn't have the courage to say it. "Tsunade, maybe I don't have a right to comment on this, but we can't ask him to resurrect Rope Tree anymore." Kato Duan looked at Tsunade with pain, knowing why his lover was suffering. Rope Tree's body is still buried in Konoha. If Feng Jianzi could resurrect the deceased Kato Duan, then resurrecting the Rope Tree, who has been dead for several years. But Tsunade really couldn't bring herself to say it. She felt she wasn't qualified to inquire too much. I know I shouldn't ask, but I really miss him." Kato Duan sighed and embraced Tsunade. No matter how powerful Feng Jianzi's resurrection forbidden technique is, it is ultimately not a wish technique. It cannot compensate for every tragedy in this cruel world. The fact that he is alive is already the result of Feng Jianzi's intervention. If his strength becomes even stronger and he stands at a higher position, he should be able to bring about better changes to this world. As Feng Jianzi walked the distance out of Konoha Hospital, he would always encounter various faces, some of whom he recognized, occasionally nodding and greeting. "Is that Lord Feng Jianzi? The one who uses the corpse manipulation secret technique? I've heard he's also an amazing genius who assisted Lord Kato Duan in defeating the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Truly impressive. I originally thought Minato Namikaze was the strongest genius, but I didn't expect Lord Feng Jianzi to rise so quickly. This further demonstrates the prosperity and strength of the village. As long as we defeat the Iwagakure, we can usher in a lasting peace, right?" Many ninjas peeked at Feng Jianzi as he went downstairs, their eyes filled with admiration. Among the tens of thousands of ninjas nationwide, Only a handful stand out, and Feng Jianzi is already one of them. In the future, he will continue to grow stronger. However, has Lord Feng Jianzi lost weight again? What's going on? He must be overworked. Lord Feng Jianzi is truly an outstanding ninja. Feng Jianzi said nothing and simply left. His condition was indeed quite poor, but it didn't matter. After all, Feng Jianzi didn't care. As long as he wanted, he could recover at any time. In fact, even if he didn't deliberately enhance his body's vitality reserves, it didn't matter because the usage period of this body had officially entered the countdown. Feng Jianzi felt that perhaps he could find an opportunity to learn the spirit transformation secret technique from either.The, which would allow him to make further improvements in the spiritual aspect. Danzo and Orochimaru must have made contact. Many of my intelligence reports have probably fallen into Orochimaru's hands. He needs me, and I also need him. Feng Jianzi sighed. It wouldn't be long before he could meet Orochimaru. To be honest, he was really looking forward to it. Suddenly, Feng Jianzi's expression shifted, and he looked astonished toward the southeast direction. That position is the front line? If I'm not mistaken, a lot of zombies suddenly appeared. Feng Jianzi became intensely interested. This was not normal. You see, he had always been extremely cautious in controlling the zombies under his command, preferring to let some low-tier zombies that had been stored for a long time starve to death, rather than allowing them to randomly bite people, which could lead to a zombie tide. The reason is simple. Feng Jianzi was not yet strong enough to confront the ninja world directly, nor could he even confront a single country head-on. He could hardly be considered a shadow-level powerhouse. If a zombie tide were to erupt, all countries would definitely go crazy in hunting him down, leaving Feng Jianzi with nowhere to hide, which would not be conducive to his development. At the very least, Feng Jianzi would never truly reveal the terrifying aspects of the corpse manipulation technique before changing bodies and resolving the shortcomings of his current body. If a few zombies were to occasionally appear on the front line, even if they appeared one after another, I could understand it. But now a whole batch appeared at once. This is abnormal. So, someone must have wanted to satisfy their curiosity and ended up messing things up. Feng Jianzi laughed, tears coming out from his laughter. He originally thought the problem would first arise from the root side. After all, Danzo didn't have the top-notch researchers. And if they secretly studied his corpse manipulation technique and messed it up first, that would be very normal. As a result, someone on the front lines messed things up first? Orochimaru, it's probably you. Only someone closely connected with Danzo could manage to stir things up during the most intense part of the battle. Feng Jianzi thought for a moment and felt he needed to do something. He immediately returned to his residence and carefully estimated the number of zombies he had on hand. Counting everything, there were just over 100. There was no helping it. The battle in the land of soup had caused him significant losses, with about 30 of his comrades dead and less than 40 lost during the siege on Old Purple. To conceal the fact that he could control all the zombies to perform the rebirth of life technique, Feng Jianzi had to drain the life force from over 100 zombies and accumulate it all onto himself, using it to barely revive Kaido-dan. After performing the technique, Feng Jianzi reverted back to his previous emaciated state, which was fortunate because Kaido-dan did not excel in physical strength and was more inclined towards in-release, lacking any notable traits on the yang-release side. If it were Senju Hashirama, without at least 100,000 zombie ninjas as sacrifices, he probably wouldn't even make a sound. White Zetsu, I need to find you. Feng Jianzi called out a White Zetsu clone stationed in Konoha. Gather corpses for me. Just 100. I need them right away. Remember not to dig under the spirit tablet, and don't touch the ancestral graves of various ninja clans. The corpses should preferably be fresh. Understood, Lord Feng Jianzi. There are many unknown corpses buried underground. I can bring them all over in a short time. White Zetsu said with a uniform, eerie smile, merging back into the ground and sending messages to nearby White Zetsu to quickly collect the corpses. 100, Feng Jianzi pondered, recalling that the big snake also seemed to like this number, often demanding Orochimaru prepare 100 living people as sacrifices. The Dragon Cave, with Orochimaru's talents, has never managed to learn sage art from it. I wonder when I will have the opportunity to learn sage art myself. If I could use sage art to perform zombie release, I wonder what kind of power would erupt. Feng Jianzi patiently awaited the return of the White Zetsus. Once he gathered enough zombies, he would fly to the front lines to see what Orochimaru had been up to. Chapter 75, Arrival of the Maple Intermediary at the front line. Orochimaru concluded an offensive that he had initiated, resulting in the deaths of over 300 of his ninjas while killing more than 500 enemy ninjas. This was a significant victory. On a front line with easily over 10,000 people, The loss of a few hundred may seem trivial, but considering that wars can last anywhere from a few months to several years, even the loss of a few hundred ninjas is quite considerable in the long run and needs to be reported to the third Hokage for review. Lord Orochimaru, should we launch another surprise attack while the enemy is still unprepared? I feel their defenses are somewhat weakened, and continuing the assault might yield even greater gains. Senju Momoka closely followed Orochimaru and proactively said, I am willing to lead the Senju clan to strike and kill more enemies to end this war as soon as possible. Orochimaru turned to glance at Momoka, his eyes betraying no emotion, but the corners of his mouth intentionally curved into a smile. Leader Momoka, you seem a bit too eager. Not only can I see it, but others can as well. There's no need to feel anxious about the Uchiha clan's outstanding performance. Their achievements come at the cost of many clan members' lives. Throughout the entire Ninja World War, the most intense and devastating battles undoubtedly occurred between Konoha and Iwagakure. And even though the war on both sides has reached its climax, it still hasn't truly ended. However, Orochimaru has already realized that the war will soon conclude, and Iwagakure will likely retreat first. When news of the battle in the Land of Water returned, most people were overjoyed, not because Iwagakure lost their elite 1,000-man unit, but because the Four-Tails Jinchuriki had fallen unconscious. Orochimaru licked his cheek with his tongue, feeling somewhat excited, and anyone unaware might think he was thrilled because of this. With the Four-Tails defeat, the countdown for this war has begun. Inoki will definitely choose to retreat. He is no match for us. The experts from Iwagakure have all been dispatched, including Inoki, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, and others, but Konoha's configuration is equally luxurious. With the three major bloodline clans of Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga stationed, along with some secret technique clans, numerous small ninja clans, and many civilian ninjas, all led by Orochimaru, ensuring they are not at a disadvantage. Most importantly, this configuration does not even represent all of Konoha's strength. Hitaki Sakomo is currently dealing with the invading squads from Kirigakure and Kumogakure, deterring both nations. Dan Kato and Tsunade are resting in the village, and the renowned Maple Intermediary is also recuperating. If all goes well, he will soon be able to mobilize again. The third Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and Uzumaki Mito have been inactive, but they can certainly head to the front if necessary. There is also Jiraiya, whose whereabouts are somewhat mysterious, acting as a reserve force. With such a luxurious configuration, as long as Inoki isn't foolish, he cannot continue fighting without the Four-Tails as a significant force. A large-scale war is bound to end, and at most, there will be some small squad infiltration and counter-infiltration operations. However, such small-scale battles have been happening every year before the outbreak of the Ninja World War, which is a normal phenomenon. Orochimaru sees this very clearly. War is good. War must be fought. This allows him to fish in troubled waters, secretly collecting the bodies of various bloodline ninjas to prepare ample research material for his immortality project. Moreover, in the past few years of fighting on the front lines, a particularly unique ninja has emerged in the village, one so special that just thinking about him makes Orochimaru tremble with excitement, wanting nothing more than to devour the Maple Intermediary whole and seize everything he possesses. Immortality. Immortality. If the information conveyed by Danzo is not exaggerated, or if the Maple Intermediary has not deceived him, Orochimaru can be certain that he is so close to immortality. The rebirth of the living technique, a forbidden technique that has actually appeared in the world, whether developed by himself or acquired through some means from others, is not even the most important aspect. Using the corpse manipulation to activate the rebirth of the living technique is the key, because only in this way can he use a pile of worthless corpses to replenish his life force and attain eternal life. It's merely the consumption of corpses. What price is that? A large number of ninjas die every year in the ninja world, and with so many corpses, it's better to use them as sacrifices to extract life force rather than let them rot in the ground. Orochimaru cannot yet confirm the true relationship between the rebirth of the living technique and the corpse manipulation. Is it that one must first master the secret technique of corpse manipulation and that the rebirth of the living technique is a component of it? Or are the corpse manipulation and rebirth of the living technique independent forbidden techniques, but using corpse manipulation to activate the rebirth of the living technique minimizes the cost? Based on Orochimaru's keen intuition, he feels the latter is more likely, especially considering that in the Battle of the Land of Water, Dan Kato miraculously defeated the Four-Tails. Orochimaru knows very well what level Dan Kato is at. How could he have shattered the Four Tails Jinchuriki unscathed with the assistance of the Maple Intermediary? The key must lie in the Maple Intermediary support. Most likely, Dan Kato used the spirit transformation technique to fight for his life, but in the end, he was rescued by the Maple Intermediary with the rebirth of the living technique. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why Dan Kato was so formidable. Perhaps the Maple Intermediary himself also attacked the Four Tails Jinchuriki in some way, inflicting injuries that accelerated the Four Tails' defeat. Such a unique ninja, one who understands the flow of life and death from the dead to the living and back to the dead. Orochimaru is simply enamored, too greedy for it, and too eager to obtain it. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, in his extreme excitement, unconsciously extended his tongue half a meter, flicking it back and forth, drooling with anticipation. Lord Orochimaru, it seems you're very pleased with the victory in the Battle of the Land of Water. But please pay attention to maintaining the personal image and charisma of the troop leader, which is also an important component of warfare. Yes, you're right. I just suddenly feel that this war is a bit boring, and there is no need to continue fighting. Orochimaru retracted his tongue, recalling something joyous, and let out a dark chuckle. Senju Momoko once again requested, "Then I apply to strike again to kill more enemies and end the war as soon as possible." All right, since you insist, I won't stop you. Orochimaru was too lazy to waste time on the Senju clan. Yes, he was not interested in the Senju clan. Don't misunderstand. This is not out of hatred for the Senju, but purely because there is nothing about the Senju clan that he finds desirable or concerning. The current Senju clan is only slightly stronger than ordinary ninjas in terms of physical condition and chakra volume. Apart from that, there is nothing else. They have not even inherited the wood-release bloodline of the first Hokage, let alone the various earth-shattering wood-release techniques. All have been lost. Since the death of Hashirama before his eyes, Orochimaru has become even colder and less inclined to waste time on the Senju clan. With this energy, he would rather scour various war ruins for the remnants of the Uzumaki clan's secrets. Most importantly, Danzo has cells from Hashirama, and with such extraordinarily potent life force cells in hand, who still cares about the Senju? Not to mention that the best Senju descendant, Tsunade, has been his partner since childhood. So, if the Senju clan insists on proving themselves and is determined to compete with the Uchiha clan, then let them do it. It doesn't matter if a few more of their already scarce members die. After all, it has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Speaking of which, the current Senju clan has fallen behind in every aspect compared to the Uchiha clan, which has inherited the Sharingan bloodline. Even in terms of population, they are lagging behind in every way. Senju Taijima anxiously let a group of clan members out. In response, the Uchiha clan cast their attention towards them. Lord Fugaku, it seems the Senju clan is still unwilling to admit defeat, someone reported to Uchiha Fugaku. At 27, Fugaku was already mature enough, having been tempered by the Second Great Ninja War. He was a qualified clan leader, and he had no extra reactions to the Senju clan challenges. Let them do as they wish. We are all comrades in the village, all striving for victory, Fugaku said. More and more Uchiha clan members no longer viewed the Senju clan as rivals, especially after the death of Rope Tree, a direct descendant of the Senju. If it weren't for Tsunade's overwhelming brilliance, her individual strength, achievements, honors, and position, which greatly extended the Senju clan's reputation, the Uchiha clan would have disregarded the Senju even more. Uchiha clan members, once they awaken to Sharingan, can at least reach the level of Chunin. Gradually developing their bloodline, becoming Jonin is a natural progression. What does the Senju clan have? Wood release? Does the Senju clan even still have wood release? They don't even have a seedling left. With Tsunade and Rope Tree, the grandchildren of the first Hokage, failing to awaken the wood release bloodline, it indicates that the wood release bloodline will be lost and become a legend. Moreover, the Uchiha clan has reached hundreds in number, while the Senju clan, at most, has fewer than 100 members, their numbers dwindling, yet they are so desperate to prove themselves on the battlefield. The clan's decline seems sudden, but is actually the result of decades of decline. What do you think, Hinata Hisashi? In a few years, you will also become the head of the Hyuga clan, and you might understand my thoughts. Fugaku looked at Hinata Hisashi, who was walking over. As the only member of the main family on the battlefield, Hisashi was always surrounded by a large group of branch family members for protection, ensuring no oversight. Hisashi certainly noticed the Senju clan's unwilling struggle and was somewhat moved, but he didn't think the Hyuga clan would end up like the Senju clan. The reason is simple. The Hyuga clan's bloodline limit is the easiest to awaken among the three great bloodline families of Konoha. As long as one is a descendant of the Hyuga, they can awaken the Byakugan, albeit with varying levels of ocular power. Just this simple awakening difficulty already sets the baseline for the Hyuga clan members incredibly high. This is also why the Hyuga clan insists on placing the caged bird seal on branch family members. They're too easily coveted and too easily targeted by outsiders. Therefore, the Hyuga clan doesn't need to worry about a rapid decline like the Senju clan. As long as they can reproduce normally and the caged bird seal remains unbroken, there will never be a scene of no successors. In contrast, the Senju clan has yet to have anyone awaken would release, relying on their strong bodies to establish their clan's reputation. But even the Uzumaki clan, known for their vitality, has nearly been wiped out. How much longer can the dwindling Senju clan hold out? However, this has nothing to do with Hinata Hisashi. He doesn't care. This feeling. Did you notice it too? Hisashi and Fugaku turned their heads at the same time, looking towards the center of the camp, where a wave of chakra suddenly erupted. Is it the enemy? But how could they infiltrate that position? Fugaku stood up abruptly, the three tomo appearing in his eyes, ready to personally strike and eliminate the enemy. But soon, masked figures began to spread out from the center of the camp, delivering Orochimaru's orders. Everyone, remain in place. No one is allowed to approach the central tent without Lord Orochimaru's orders. Fugaku and the others frowned, looking up in confusion. These people, Umbu? No, they are from the Root division of Umbu. How could Root members appear here, and in such numbers? More than a dozen of them means at least one sub-team is stationed here. Everyone knows that Root is a direct force of Danzo, training selected young people into emotionless task machines. Only the three great bloodline clans can publicly refuse Danzo's request to select young members from their clans. Ordinary bloodline families and secret technique families cannot reject Danzo, let alone ordinary young ninjas. But with the Root ninjas appearing here, delivering Orochimaru's orders, Hinata Hisashi remained calm. He was too lazy to get involved in the disputes among the village's higher-ups and saw no need to participate. The Hyuga clan only needs to maintain stability. But Fugaku frowned, feeling restless. Is it a good thing for Lord Orochimaru to be mixed up with someone like Danzo? Were these two planning or already doing? Speaking of which, several clan members have disappeared mysteriously on the battlefield, which is very abnormal. We have clearly been very cautious about recovering the bodies of our clan members, yet some are still missing. Behind him, Elder Uchiha Shana said ominously. This elder has been known as a radical since the era of the second Hokage and is very hostile towards Danzo. Fugaku's heart sank, and he said, Elder Shana, don't speak recklessly about things without evidence. The village's higher-ups may not think as you do. As he spoke, Fugaku glanced at Hinata Hisashi in the distance, suddenly feeling a bit envious of Hisashi's calmness. Because he knew there would never be an issue with their bloodline, Hisashi could always remain composed. This is the strong sense of security brought by the caged bird seal, naturally severing all covetous gazes and reaching hands from the outside. Taijima, Fugaku, and Hisashi were all contemplating the fate of their clans. Orochimaru was different. He was contemplating the fate of the entire village. Leaked? I clearly instructed you not to do anything unnecessary without my permission, yet you still violated my orders. Orochimaru's serpent-like vertical pupils were filled with a ruthless malice. A fierce killing intent bursting forth as he stepped into the heavily guarded central tent. Upon seeing a figure, he let out a cold snort. So it's you, Ryoma. You really are bold. Don't you fear that I might take the opportunity to kill you? Orochimaru smiled, making it difficult to discern his emotional changes. Ryoma was completely shrouded in a large robe, looking up at Orochimaru. Things have changed. Lord Danzo has lost patience. I hope you can end the war soon and present your research results. So you broke into my laboratory and meddled in my unfinished research? Orochimaru's fingers trembled slightly as he suddenly swung his arm, instantly bisecting two approaching zombies. The remaining upper halves of the zombies screamed and crawled with their hands. The power extracted from the remnants of the corpses from the Maple Department is a great boost when used well. Perhaps it will allow Danzo to crack the secret of the corpse reanimation technique sooner. But you are too eager. Wanting both would release and Sharingan, while also mastering the corpse reanimation technique, makes things difficult for me. Orochimaru sneered at the two zombies on the ground. Not long ago, they were clearly his subordinates, but now, thanks to Ryoma's meddling, the virus leaked, turning them into zombies. The oil woman Ryoma raised her hand, and a large number of insects flew out from her cuffs, wrapping around those who were in the process of turning into corpses and those who had already transformed. In just a few seconds, they devoured all the flesh and blood on their bodies. Aren't you afraid of being infected, you crazy guy? I won't let these insects return to my body. I just need to kill them. Ryoma said expressionlessly, regarding the deaths of these people as inconsequential, as the roots would compensate me with more manpower. Even if there are more people, as long as reckless fools like you who don't understand research interfere. We could have a few more leakage incidents, and they'd all be dead anyway. It might even attract that guy's attention. Even I don't have a deep understanding of corpse escape, so I can't determine how far that guy can sense and control. Orochimaru observed the two crawling zombies on the ground, his eyes flashing with undisguised greed. These two were so vibrant. If only he could transfer their vitality to himself. The already developed technique of corpse reincarnation, responsible for maintaining the soul's immortality, specifically targeting perfect young bodies for possession. If he could also use his own life reincarnation technique to maintain the body's immortality, that would be perfect. Suddenly, the two crawling zombies stopped moving, and then simultaneously began to form hand seals. This is, boom. First, there was a loud noise as one zombie unleashed a lightning technique to clear the area. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the position of the other zombie. Nice to meet you for the first time. Let me greet you in this way, Lord Orochimaru. I am the Special J-Nin from the Corpse Handling Department. Keyed Kansas, Chapter 76. The zombie-tied Feng Jianzi glanced around at the situation, surveying the numerous skeletons and the overturned test tubes, and understood the situation in his heart. This guy was very skilled in using lightning release in life, so I arranged for him to showcase his lightning release one last time to greet you, hoping you would like it. However, I didn't expect Lord Ryoma to also be here. Feng Jianzi nodded to Orochimaru, then turned to Oil Girl Ryoma. Both Orochimaru and Oil Girl Ryoma had grim expressions, already prepared for battle. Buzz! A large number of insects flew out, but Orochimaru was even faster. Shadow Snake Hand! A venomous snake suddenly lunged from his arm, binding Feng Jianzi's body tightly. Feng Jiankun, this is not a place you can just come to whenever you want. If you barge in without prior notice, you will really die. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly, his gaze burning with interest. This was his first time meeting Feng Jianzi, and, if possible, he hoped it would be the last. But he knew that was unlikely. Sure enough, Feng Jianzi stood still, and the zombie that had used lightning release earlier immediately slapped the ground, summoning a summoning technique that caused multiple coffins to emerge from the ground. Feng Jianzi casually swapped places with one of the zombies and broke free from the Shadow Snake Hand. He then kicked the coffin lid away and stepped out of the coffin. Fortunately, I had carefully prepared these coffins. Oh, Feng Jiankun had already made preparations for using the space-time technique to transfer. You really are thorough in your work. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, luckily I had put some incense in these coffins beforehand. Otherwise, the corpses that had been sealed for so long would have smelled by now, Feng Jianzi said. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment and then grinned wickedly. What a picky person you are. In the intelligence I have, there's never been any record of you having a cleanliness obsession. It's not an obsession, just a small hobby. The zombies stored in coffins should be different from those sealed in summoning scrolls, like this guy. Feng Jianzi pointed, and from another coffin, yellow sand began to pour out from the cracks, and Sandstorm Araki emerged from the coffin filled with dust. As this elite jonin appeared, Orochimaru's expression grew more cautious and astonished as he constantly assessed Sandstorm Araki. You preserved him surprisingly well. It seems to align with my research findings that zombies can restore their physical condition through eating. This is likely a means of instinctively replenishing their life force. But Sandstorm Araki is indeed dead, and his condition exceeds my expectations. So what did you feed him? Did you use the living rebirth technique on him? The more Orochimaru looked, the more he liked it, wishing he could swallow Feng Jianzi whole. To probe each other's secret techniques on the first meeting is too rude. Speaking of which, each of you Sannin has been rude in different ways due to your personalities. The most excessive is undoubtedly you, Lord Orochimaru. Feng Jianzi said with a smile, appearing extremely relaxed, even taking an interest in walking around and inspecting various equipment, occasionally opening scrolls and flipping through the recorded data. Lord Ryoma, if I were you, I would give up on the idea of using insect secret techniques. You can't stop me, and your actions cannot escape my perception. Feng Jianzi pointed casually, and a numerous insect that had devoured the zombies immediately began to die in large numbers. The brains of these insects are too simple, and their body structure is the same. Controlling these things with corpse manipulation while competing for control with you is uncertain. It's better to just eliminate them. If this was your way of testing me, you succeeded. The two types of chakra and the zombie virus competing within the insects are not something these parasitic insects can withstand. Parasitic insects are known for their reproductive speed and ability to consume chakra, but they are certainly not invincible, as long as Oil Girl Ryoma does not give up control over the insects. Feng Jianzi will not be able to infect them with the virus before Ryoma steps in to kill them. Compared to insects, I indeed prefer dealing with people. It's a pity to meet in this way. You've been secretly researching my secret techniques behind my back, which is a bit over the line. Feng Jianzi looked at the mess around him, found a clear spot, and sat down, immediately having a zombie rush under him to serve as a chair. This kind of precise and powerful control that does not require hand seals or words made Orochimaru's eyebrows twitch. This was only a matter of time. With your talents, you will eventually become renowned in the ninja world, and more people will study your secret techniques, trying to find methods to crack them. Hee. But it shouldn't be the village's comrades doing this. Even Tsunade-senpai didn't do this. However, considering it's you, it seems reasonable for you to do such things. Feng Jianzi said slowly, I came to the front line using space-time ninjutsu without the Hokage's reassignment, which is technically a violation. I believe Lord Orochimaru will handle this matter well. Of course, I really want to have a good chat with you. Ryoma, your part is over. Leave now and tell Danzo that he will get what he wants after the war ends, and I will prepare it immediately, Orochimaru said. Ryoma didn't feel awkward, but instead looked at Feng Jianzi. You came here without reporting to Lord Danzo, and what about your body? The intelligence shows that after you assisted Kato Dan in defeating the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, your body became very thin, but now it has recovered a lot. It seems that Lord Danzo did not tell you about my situation, and you don't need to gather intelligence for him regarding my physical changes. He knows everything clearly. Feng Jianzi said lightly, Get lost, or do you want to fight me here? Orochimaru laughed darkly, mocking, Ryoma, it seems Lord Danzo doesn't fully trust you either. You don't even know about the living rebirth technique. Old girl Ryoma fell silent and left the camp. The root ninjas outside immediately came forward. As long as Ryoma gave the order, they would rush in, regardless of what happened inside the camp. They would take action to clean up. Lord Ryoma, it seems that a battle occurred inside. Do we need to do something? The leading root ninja asked. No need. It's Feng Jianzi who came. The commotion is a bit large. Feng Jianzi came to the front line camp using space-time ninjutsu. His chakra has become this rich. This is abnormal. Did Lord Danzo order him to come? This time, Ryoma did not respond further. As Danzo's chief assistant, there were many things he would not bring up on his own. Ryoma managed to suppress his personal emotional fluctuations to the maximum extent. Feelings of humiliation and offense, even if there was a little, would not affect his rationality at all. Under the watchful eyes of many ninjas, Oil Girl Ryoma quickly left with the root ninjas, which only increased their confusion. Even a fool could tell that a fight must have occurred. If the initial commotion could still be explained as some kind of experiment, then the explosive lightning released chakra just now was unmistakable. However, if it wasn't an enemy invasion, then it was Oil Girl Ryoma fighting Orochimaru. Such a thing was simply too absurd. Nikaritsu, did you see clearly? Fujiwara asked, disregarding the other ninjas from both clans present. Hinata Hizashi did not blink. I didn't even look at it. This matter has nothing to do with my clan or the war. I will wait for Lord Orochimaru's orders. His calmness, as steady as an old dog, and his indifference to the high-level disputes made Fugako take a deep breath, unsure of what to say. He really couldn't get along with the acting clan leader of the Hyuga clan and would rather communicate more with the Senju clan. Fugako walked away, closed his eyes. Sharingan. Activate. The three-tomo Sharingan couldn't compare to the most ordinary Byakugan in terms of long range and penetrating vision, but it was more than capable of sensing chakra from a distance. Then Fugaku saw many clusters of chakra. The one standing was probably Orochimaru, and sitting across from him was a person with another person sitting below. So that's how it is. Although this is quite rare, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the one called Kageyama Kanji. One of the only two people in the village who possess space-time ninjutsu. Only with space-time ninjutsu could one instantly cross layers of defenses and appear in the center of the main camp. Fugaku immediately deduced that Kageyama Kanji had arrived for unknown reasons. The reason he didn't tease suspect Minato Namikaze was because Minato never engaged in such irregular activities, especially not appearing in the core area of the Konoha forces at a moment's notice, let alone taking action. Fugaku promptly closed his Sharingan, as remote reconnaissance of the central camp was also a serious violation for Konoha ninjas. At the same time, in the Iwagakure forces, Inoki finally received good news. Old Purple had awakened. The bad news was that Old Purple's report on the situation in the land of hot water was completely different from what Inoki had anticipated. Did they really activate the underground volcano with lava release and heavily damage the Konoha forces? Did Kato Dan stay behind alone to buy time for the others to retreat? Seeing this, Inoki nodded secretly. Everything seemed very plausible. But as he continued to read, his expression turned sour. What do you mean by successfully killing Kato Dan? That guy is still alive and well. He has become a hero of Konoha, yet Old Purple claims he has already killed him? Inoki pondered repeatedly, ultimately focusing his attention on Tsunade and Kageyama Kanji. Kageyama Kanji took over for the deceased Kato Dan, staying behind to ambush Old Purple, and even launched suicide attacks using several corpses of explosive release bloodline users. The bastards from Konoha took all the corpses left by the explosive team back and turned them into war puppets. As expected, he is a naturally evil corpse manipulation brat. Seeing this, Inoki was mostly furious, but as he continued reading, he became completely confused. Old Purple claimed to have blown off half of Kato Dan's body with the scorch release technique. Yet as far as Inoki knew, Kato Dan was perfectly intact and returned safely to Konoha village. Can Tsunade really achieve this? Where did all that missing body tissue come from? After obtaining it, how did Tsunade manage to stitch it back onto Kato Dan, allowing him to come back to life and be just like a normal person? Tsunade does not possess such medical skills. This is beyond the realm of medical ninjutsu, so it must be Kageyama Kanji. A fierce glint emerged in Inoki's eyes. To desecrate the bodies of Awagakure ninjas, to deal with Awagakure ninjas, and to possibly use corpse manipulation to restore Kato Dan. Whether Kageyama Kanji is controlling the deceased Kato Dan to stabilize morale, or if he truly possesses miraculous resurrection techniques, both imply that Kageyama Kanji's threat is continuously escalating. Kageyama Kanji's secret techniques are too bizarre, and the threat is too great, causing a significant blow to morale. Look, how long has Kageyama Kanji been rising? He is already able to control hundreds of corpses to besiege Old Purple. What will he become in a few years, when the next ninja world war arrives? Will Kageyama Kanji be able to appear on the battlefield with hundreds or even thousands of zombies, forming an army by himself? Inoki could not tolerate it. If there is any chance, it is best to find an opportunity to kill Kageyama Kanji. There will be chances in the future. The Great War will end, but small battles will continue forever. Pass my orders, while the other side has just finished the land of hot water battle, and Tsunade and the others have not yet reached the front lines. Immediately launch one final all-out attack. Regardless of whether we achieve results, the village must withdraw. Continuing this war has already lost its meaning. Inoki issued the command. At this moment, the captain of the explosive team, Shika, rushed to report that a Konoha squad had once again launched a surprise attack on them. The first squad of the explosive team had already been on alert and had taken action. Senju Momoka? Then kill her. This can also be a finishing touch to this final war, Inoki commanded. All the Awagakure forces began to act, layer upon layer, seemingly mobilizing the entire army. But in reality, they had already arranged their positions in advance, with tasks assigned to each unit: who would attack, who would assist, and who would defend. As long as they made some progress, they could turn around and retreat in an orderly manner at any time. Konoha also immediately responded, mobilizing all forces, with the alert units acting first, and various defensive teams began to be vigilant of their surroundings to prevent Iwagakure from flanking them. Inoki charged to the front, flying high into the air, observing the movements of Konoha's various units. Just this maneuver gave him a significant advantage on the battlefield. Bagua air palm. Dozens of ninjas from the Hyuga clan raised their hands and attacked Inoki. However, Inoki skillfully flew away, easily dodging. The Hyuga clan-esque guys, killing them wouldn't yield Byakugan, and not killing them was like dealing with pesky flies. They were truly a troublesome bloodline clan. Inoki sneered and spread his hands, ready to unleash dust release to sweep across Konoha's positions. In just an instant, he could clear a large vacuum area. Dust release, original world. Just as Inoki formed a light orb in his hand, he saw dozens of strange figures appear in the distance, all wearing toy masks, with exposed skin showing signs of decay. These guys were poised, ready to charge towards the Konoha ninjas, just waiting for Inoki to perform his technique. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Konoha to be willing to push someone like you back to the front lines again. You corpse manipulation brat. Since you're here, you might as well stay forever. Inoki's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered the explosive team to ignore the other enemy forces and prioritize moving towards his position. I don't believe your controlled corpses are endless. Once I clear your corpses and exhaust your chakra, Let's see what other tricks you have left. You won't even think about escaping. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A massive beam of light suddenly shot out. Though nearing 50, Inoki had passed his prime. His rich combat experience and strong judgment allowed him to unleash a greater threat with the terrifying dust release technique. Where the beam reached, all matter began to disintegrate instantly. Silently, and to onlookers, only the objective objects appeared to be continuously dissolving. Moreover, the speed of the dust release beam was extremely fast, and normal ninjas could not react in time. But Kageyama Kanji could. In an instant, wherever the dust release beam shone, it was also where the space-time technique reached. Kageyama Kanji's figure flickered rapidly on the battlefield. As if in an instant, many shadowy figures of Kageyama Kanji appeared on the battlefield. Each flicker meant that Kageyama Kanji was transferring a nearly doomed comrade to a safe position. But the cost was that one zombie would bear the brunt of the dust release attack, its body disintegrating. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Many Konoha ninjas hadn't reacted yet when they suddenly saw the scene in front of them change. After being touched by the corpse that had rushed in front of them, they found themselves in another place. Is this? I was just saved? This is the legendary space-time technique, right? That Kankuro's space-time ninjutsu. So, Lord Kankuro has already arrived at the front lines? I haven't heard anything about this. This is great. Thank you, but you must be dead. So you probably can't understand what I'm expressing. Moreover, the Konoha ninjas, who were originally waiting to die, suddenly found themselves alive after a narrow escape. Their bodies limp and gasping for breath, expressing their gratitude to the nearby corpse. Kankuro accepted all this gratitude without reservation. I saved all 38 from the first batch, but lost 29 zombies. Kankuro calculated the numbers. The reason for the fewer zombie losses was purely because some zombies had their lower halves erased by dust release. But their heads, shoulders, and hands could still be connected, allowing them to continue being used as consumables for Kankuro's space-time technique. Many people were seeing the space-time technique for the first time. Even the likes of Inoki and Orochimaru, who were shadow-level powerhouses, were witnessing it for the first time and instinctively began analyzing the information. Kankuro, you just mentioned needing me to keep your secret about sneaking to the front lines. Yet after the battle started, you came out on your own? Once the space-time ninjutsu appears, it can't be hidden no matter what. Aren't you afraid of the village holding you accountable? Orochimaru looked at Kankuro, who had reappeared beside him, excitedly licking his lips. Kankuro shrugged. What can I do? I can't bear to watch so many comrades die under the attack of dust release, while you, as the highest commander here, have no intention of taking action at all. Being young is great. You can act without hesitation. If these lives can be used to exhaust Inoki's chakra, then it's absolutely worth it. This is war. A brutal game of sacrificing pieces. There was something Orochimaru didn't say, which was that the third Hokage loved to engage in this kind of sacrificial combat mode. Kankuro immediately smiled. Is that so? Then it seems I'm very suited for war, both in terms of my personal temperament and my ninjutsu. So that situation just now, I used my own chakra to exhaust the enemy leader's chakra, right? This exchange of pieces, doesn't it establish a trivial advantage for our side? It was only during the Second War that Konoha dared to play like this. When the Third War broke out a few years later, the entire ninja world went crazy with battle, and Konoha had to use various adventurous tactics to try to gain some advantages. That's true, which is why I have high hopes for you, Kankuro. I just don't know if your chakra can hold out, and when you plan to use that technique to replenish it. There are plenty of corpses stored nearby, both enemy and ally. Orochimaru was extremely excited. This war was not important to him at all. But the techniques mastered by the person in front of him were what mattered more. I wouldn't use my comrades' corpses in battle, but the enemy's corpses are a different story. Kankuro looked up at the sky. The current consumption was actually manageable, whether it was rushing from the village to the front lines or saving these people all at once. However, this is temporary. Now that the decisive battle has begun, since I've made it here, there's no reason for me to return quietly. The life force I've accumulated must be converted into chakra. A large number of corpses will appear in such a large-scale decisive battle, each one a wealth for Kankuro. Moreover, many bloodline ninjas will die. Kankuro clapped his hands. Now, I need to start generating chakra. This will take a little time. In the sky, Inoki was also watching Kankuro's direction from a distance. This is the space-time technique, using corpses to assist in the technique, indeed, very special. But it seems there's still room for further development, unlike the Flying Thunder God technique. With just a glance, Inoki roughly figured out the limitations of the space-time technique. That is, it cannot transfer multiple objects at the same time and needs to be transferred one by one. This is why there are so many flickering phantoms of Kankuro on the battlefield, frequently appearing and instantly disappearing, leaving behind visual afterimages. Inoki's goal was not to kill these Konohan ninjas, a bunch of unremarkable guys. What is the use of killing them? It's more valuable to consume Kankuro's chakra and the stored corpses. Otherwise, what if Kankuro runs away first? Space-time ninjas are troublesome in this regard. They are too difficult to kill, just like Minato Namikaze, and even more so with Kankuro. On the other side of the battlefield, the young Minato Namikaze was also watching the recent game from a distance. It was another kind of space-time ninjutsu, and it was the first time he had seen it. Truly unique. Minato observed more clearly than most people and analyzed more information, naturally seeing the limitations of the space-time technique. However, this did not affect his admiration and importance placed on Kankuro. It was simple. The flying thunder god technique he practiced was essentially developed by the second Hokage. He had learned it and was trying to further improve it, developing other complementary techniques. But Kankuro's space-time technique had no predecessors to inherit from. Everything had to be developed from scratch. Moreover, the space-time technique is ultimately a complementary ninjutsu of the corpse technique. And one must first learn the corpse technique to learn the space-time technique. The corpse technique. It always feels like this new, secret technique system is exceptionally strange, and there must be more development potential. Minato withdrew his gaze. He had now mastered the content left by the second Hokage and was about to combine it with his own situation to develop the second and third forms of the flying thunder god technique. The main force of Iwagakure had already rushed over. In an instant, countless roars and rumblings filled the entire battlefield, with countless figures charging forward, unleashing all their strength madly upon their opponents. Among them were seasoned ninjas who had fought for several years and young newcomers who had just joined the war. No one could guarantee their survival, and everyone was focused on killing the enemies in front of them. The final battle has begun. Minato immediately pulled out a large number of kunai and threw them out frantically. Anyone who didn't know would think he was a ninja specializing in throwing tools. When many Iwagakure ninjas clutched their necks, falling down in pain and confusion, many finally reacted. Damn, it's Konoha's space-time ninja. Someone kill him. What is going on? Wasn't there an elite team arranged specifically to hunt down geniuses like Minato Namikaze? Why is no one dealing with him? Because the village's elites went to kill an even more talented person. This is acceptable? What do we do about this one in front of us? Exhaust him. He is young, and his space-time ninjutsu isnt is strange and troublesome as the other guy is. If we cooperate, we can definitely do it. Minato was being besieged, and the other Konoha ninjas couldn't just watch. Their genius must not die in front of them, so they immediately rushed up even more frantically, shouting with all their might. I was underestimated. But to be fair, that person's technique is not just a space-time ninjutsu. Minato had his own pride. But he had to admit now that his combat methods were too singular and lacked strong offensive techniques, making his lethality very limited. Unknowingly, the once dominant young genius was subtly surpassed by another rapidly rising individual who employed unique secret techniques. Namikaze Minato himself felt that, in terms of battlefield threat, Kamikaze Kaido was the greater one. Every corpse he controlled could utilize the techniques it had in life, which posed a far greater impact on the enemy's combat capability and morale than Namikaze Minato could manage. However, I won't concede so easily. I am 4 years younger than him. If I can't match him now, who knows what the future holds? Relying solely on the flying thunder god technique is not enough. No matter how fast I am, if I only use kunai to attack, I can't break through a powerful enemy's defenses, and the results I achieve will ultimately be limited. I need to develop a powerful offensive ninjutsu. Swish! Once again, Namikaze Minato activated the flying thunder god technique, instantly appearing beside the enemy. After slitting the enemy's throat, he heard a terrifying explosion sound coming from a distance. Even without deliberately turning his head, he could feel the dreadful pressure, as if the air itself was distorted by this suddenly appearing force. Could it be a tail beast bomb? But it didn't quite seem like it. Namikaze Minato saw an astonishing beam of chakra. Immediately afterward, he saw a summoning technique, the Rashomon, which blocked this terrifying impact. The demon faces on the door were deeply dented, showcasing the incredible force it had endured. That was Orochimaru's A-rank summoning technique, Rashomon. Namikaze Minato withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on hunting down the enemy in front of him. With his current strength, he was not qualified to participate in such battles. Orochimaru had indeed intervened, directly blocking the half-tailed beast transformation of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, he stood atop the Rashomon, facing the fierce wind, looking down at the humanoid monster below. So that's it. Entering a half-tailed beast transformation, creating a chakra ball, then swallowing it, and immediately using it as a chakra cannon to spray out. This incomplete version of the tailed beast bomb was surprisingly effective, although its power was significantly less. If it were to go unimpeded, this spray attack could potentially kill countless Konoha ninjas along the way. However, Orochimaru managed to block this offensive with just one Rashomon. If he were to counter a tailed beast bomb, he would need to use his S-rank summoning technique, Triple Rashomon, to withstand it. It was indeed Orochimaru who acted, truly worthy of being Orochimaru. He could remain composed even in the face of a Jinchuriki. Many saved Konoha ninjas cheered, but Orochimaru was indifferent. He wasn't doing this to save these small fries. It was purely to stop the enemy from attacking Kamikaze Kaido behind the Rashomon. He eagerly anticipated what kind of surprise Kamikaze Kaido would bring him. Now, it was evident to everyone that the focus of the Iwagakure forces was gradually shifting towards Kamikaze Kaido's location. The explosive troops had been brought over, launching an assault, even giving up the opportunity to encircle Senju Mamoru. Noki was flying back and forth, continuously eliminating the zombies on the battlefield. It really is necessary to attack the head to completely kill them. In just a short while, I've already killed more than 50 corpses. I want to see how many corpses you prepare in advance. Although saying that killing corpses sounds a bit strange, it is indeed the case. Noki did not believe that Kamikaze Kaido could possibly have hundreds or thousands of corpses stored up. Transforming corpses into living corpses would certainly require a significant amount of time. It's not just a matter of getting the corpses to move, but also involves allowing them to use the ninjutsu they had in life and coordinate with the caster. Kamikaze Kaido. This is the terrifying aspect of the corpse escape secret technique. However, the process of modifying corpses would require considerable investment. It can't be as simple as snapping your fingers to have as many as you want, right? Such a level of technique is impossible. Eliminating all the corpses and exhausting their chakra would ensure that Kamikaze Kaido wouldn't have the ability to escape using time-space ninjutsu, making it possible for him to be killed. Although this guy's growth is somewhat strange, when fighting against Sunagakure, it seemed like he had little chakra and needed many people to protect him. Yet later he could command more corpses to attack that Jinchuriki, Tsutsuki. But as long as he can be killed, there shouldn't be too great a risk left for the future of the Third Shinobi World War. Just as Noki was shaking off the long-range attacks from the Inoshikacho ninjas, he saw Kamikaze Kaido make a move. What are you gonna do next? Summon more zombies? Or send out that sand manipulator? Noki sneered, but then his gaze sharpened. Kamikaze Kaido released his hands and clapped once more. Is it finally ready? I've blocked quite a few attacks for you. Thank you very much, Orochimaru. Creating chakra has cost me quite a bit of time, but it should be good enough now. Corpse escape, corpse transformation technique. A violent chakra fluctuation erupted from Kamikaze Kaido, forming visible blue streams of energy. And veins bulged from his forehead. As you wish, I will slightly reveal the true power of my corpse escape secret technique. You must have guessed it long ago, otherwise those experiments would have been for nothing. Kamikaze Kaido began consuming chakra in large amounts, wherever the energy flowed. Figures from both sides of the chaotic battle fell, bloodied and unable to rise again. This should be very normal, a common occurrence in war. But now something unusual was happening. Swish! A blast-release ninja, whose heart had been pierced, fell, and before hitting the ground, pressed both hands onto a Senju clansman, instantly exploding the Senju's body. Shortly after he fell, his eyeballs suddenly began to move again, his body twitching violently and making cracking sounds as if all his bones were being misaligned by these strange movements. Tomoki? Great, you're still alive. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. I'll cover you. Get up quickly. His companion was ecstatic, first using Earth Release to block the enemy's line of sight, then reaching out to try to pull the Iwagakure ninja up from the ground. But upon pulling, his face immediately changed. He saw that the blood hole in the opponent's chest still had blood gushing out. The heart was shattered. It should have been a guaranteed death. But why was this person not only fine, but twitching even more violently? Tomoki Eahak. The transformed Iwagakure ninja's eyeballs spun rapidly, eventually turning grayish-white. His hands suddenly exerted excessive force, causing his skin to rupture and a large number of muscle fibers to break. All to grab hold of his companion in front of him and then open his mouth to bite down hard. That hurts. Why are you biting me? Are you crazy? Similar incidents occurred multiple times in a short span. The closer they got to Kamikaze Kaido's position, the more frequent these events became. The dead Iwagakure ninjas would stand up again, instinctively attacking those around them. In an instant, the once orderly battlefield plunged into chaos as various teams fell into disarray due to this change. To say it caused significant casualties would be an exaggeration, but the suddenness of the event inflicted a severe blow to morale and disrupted tactical execution. The already highly tense nerves exploded under this stimulus. Many Iwagakure ninjas were on the verge of madness. Get away from me, stay back. Damn it. Why are they only attacking me and not the Konoha guys? What is wrong with you? What is going on? I cut off his hands and feet. How is he still insisting on crawling over to attack me? Get back. This guy is still trying to use ninjutsu. More and more Iwagakure ninjas are falling into chaos, their mental state exploding. Even though many have realized that this is the enemy's ninjutsu, the confusion has already spread, and while being on guard against the enemy, they must also be wary of their fallen comrades fighting alongside them, which brings immense pressure. The Konoha ninjas took the opportunity to launch a charge, and indeed they achieved more kills, slaying a batch of enemies on the spot. Just now, they had converted fewer than 80 corpses, creating an opportunity for everyone, which is truly wonderful. In those brief seconds, about 200 enemies in this area were likely killed. Feng Jianzi maintained his hand seals with a serious expression, observing the battlefield situation. In his perception, more and more people were becoming infected with the virus, turning into his potential puppets. However, Feng Jianzi ultimately did not deliberately carry out large-scale conversions. Insufficient chakra was one reason, and ensuring that a horde of corpses did not emerge was another. The size of the undead must be controlled in his hands. Many already severely injured Iwagakure ninjas had entered the corpse transformation process after being scratched or bitten. Even with strong physical qualities, and despite Feng Jianzi not deliberately accelerating the transformation process, in a few days, they would gradually become zombies. But Feng Jianzi forcibly halted this process using the corpse escape technique, release. Not just 200 people, soon there would be even more enemies killed by us. Feng Jiankuan, you have made a great contribution. Orochimaru was extremely excited, being the best at human research. Witnessing the scene of the dead resurrecting to kill enemies filled him with immense joy. It felt so good. Every cell in his body felt comfortable, and the scene before him was simply the pinnacle of life's art. He knew that these corpses could not only be used to hunt enemies and contribute various ninjutsu master before death, but they could also serve as sacrifices to perform the rebirth technique to resurrect or grant eternal life. So beautiful, Feng Jiankuan, you must live well, with you around. This monotonous and dull world will become colorful. After the war, I invite you to join my research project. You will definitely enjoy it. Orochimaru licked his lips again, personally joining the battle to put an end to this war that bored him. The deployment of all high-end combat forces meant that this war had reached its most brutal level. Various powerful techniques erupted continuously. A single strike could create large vacuum zones, causing many weak ninjas to die tragically. Originally, the Iwagakure ninjas would not think there was anything wrong with this, but now it was different. From time to time, fallen comrades would suddenly rise and attack them, severely stimulating their sensitive nerves. Damn it! How can he cast techniques so quickly? What method is he using to control the corpses? Have I been guessing wrong all along? It's not a matter of the body. Fundamentally, it's done using mental techniques. Using some kind of secret technique leaning towards release to control and deceive the brains of the dead, making them think they are not dead. And then they move again. Noki did not have time to explore the truth and rushed towards Feng Jianzi's location, suddenly landing on the ground and sweeping horizontally with dust release. In an instant, many Konoha ninjas and zombies were cut down. But Feng Jianzi had already used the void technique to hide far away. Give it up, Sachikage-sama. The zombies you see are not all I can control. How can you be sure that those lying on the ground and not moving are not under my control? After moving positions, Feng Jianzi walked out from behind several Konoha ninjas, looking at Noki from a distance. You have already lost this war, and your plan to kill me has also failed. But I think this is not the end. We will have opportunities to clash again in the future. Chapter 77. The End of World War II. Renowned far and wide, putting oneself in someone else's shoes, Feng Jianzi would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate himself. The more chaotic the era, the greater the potential for the use of the corpse escape secret technique, reaching unimaginable levels, making it naturally suitable for battlefield applications. Using the enemy's corpses to deal with them, creating more corpses, accumulating more power. Who can withstand that? One moment, a comrade sharing life and death with you, and the next, they become your enemy, with the only weakness being their head. They are not afraid of injury and can even exceed their physical limits. Ohyuki looked at the lively Feng Jianzi, gritting his teeth, but he did not have the ability to kill Feng Jianzi and could only watch helplessly as Feng Jianzi flew around, dodging various attacks. Yes, even now, Feng Jianzi had not personally killed any enemies. He was merely an idle observer, leisurely watching and casting spells from a position slightly behind the Konoha defense line. Ohyuki frequently sought opportunities to attack Feng Jianzi, so much so that wherever Feng Jianzi was, he would always be targeted for concentrated strikes. Moreover, many explosion-release ninjas would occasionally launch strong surprise attacks, trying to clear a path with explosions, yet they could never lay a hand on Feng Jianzi. He always managed to escape cleverly, reappearing within sight. After several offensive attempts, the Iwagakure side understood that Feng Jianzi was doing this on purpose, holding back as many elite Iwagakure forces as possible with his own strength. Every second he delayed reduced the pressure on other Konoha ninjas, leading to less damage and indirectly enhancing their power to deal with other enemies. What seemed like a trivial advantage accumulated over time would ultimately become an important catalyst for complete victory. This made Ohyuki's blood pressure rise. His dust release, capable of devastating destruction, was rendered ineffective against such a cunning space-time ninja. What was going on with the chakra? Normally, space-time ninjutsu consumes more chakra than regular ninjutsu, and cannot afford any deviation. Yet he controlled so many corpses and repeatedly cast techniques to escape. Without showing any signs of fatigue, Ohyuki decided to stop using dust release altogether, hurling a massive rock at Feng Jianzi using the heavy stone technique. Watching helplessly as Feng Jianzi fled once more, with the rock crushing an Iwagakure ninja turned zombie into a pulp. This was infuriating. Ohyuki was somewhat dazed, suppressing his unwillingness and anger, and turned to attack other Konoha ninjas. After this, although Feng Jianzi would also use the space technique to rescue his comrades, he ultimately did not cast spells with the same intensity as before, indicating that his remaining chakra was running low. Yet even so, Ohyuki had no confidence in killing Feng Jianzi. He had his own troubles as well, with Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku continuously interfering with him, and these individuals were formidable opponents. If it weren't for the concern over Han's situation, Ohyuki did not dare to unleash his full power, worried that the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, might be taken down by the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Controlling him was not impossible. Without the Mangekyou-level power, it was difficult to turn a tailed beast into a loyal dog. But the influence was certainly there. Like Old Purple, Han was not a perfect Jinchuriki. When using the tailed beast's power, he had to simultaneously suppress the beast's will. If he were to fall victim to the Uchiha's Genjutsu, the situation could become dire. There was no telling if he would go berserk and, upon fully transforming into a tailed beast, become an uncontrollable bomb. Adding to this were Senju Momoka, Hyuga Hizashi, and the leaders of other secret techniques families, all of whom were elite Jonin, making it very difficult for a Iwagakure to establish a clear advantage. There was no choice. Konoha's configuration was too luxurious, and the legacy left by the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara was excessively rich. Arrogant individuals do not last long. You'd better pray you never make a mistake, or else the moment you show a hint of weakness, you will die a miserable death. Ohyuki made a fierce statement, no longer wasting chakra on Feng Jianzi. Each use of dust release was a considerable burden, and facing Feng Jianzi had always proved futile. This also made him realize that he had no chance of exhausting Feng Jianzi's chakra. Orochimaru commanded 3 giant snakes that had just been summoned to fiercely crash into Iwagakure's ranks, ultimately biting the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, while he himself launched another attack on Ohyuki. Although he could not fly and lacked instant kill level ninjutsu like dust release, he made up for it with his strong survival skills, moving like a snake, effortlessly employing various ninjutsu, whether it was the body replacement technique or other techniques. It ultimately led to numerous poisonous snakes crawling all over the ground. This also convinced Feng Jianzi that Orochimaru had secretly started his forbidden experiments, at least achieving results in body modification. Perhaps even the corpse technique had begun. He increasingly looked forward to collaborating with Orochimaru, striving to complete the goal of body replacement before the Third War arrived. By that time, in the vast world of ninjas, he could go anywhere. Feng Jianzi once again focused on the battlefield, looking for opportunities to escape using the space technique, summoning a batch of zombies to replenish his vitality, and then returning. No one noticed this, as Feng Jianzi was already flying around, and it was perfectly normal for him to be out of sight. However, Feng Jianzi did not continue to use the corpse escape technique to expand his advantage. Instead, he began concentrating on collecting various precious corpses. Suddenly, some zombies unleashed area of effect ninjutsu, attacking enemies and other zombies alike. To outsiders, it seemed that Feng Jianzi had done this intentionally. Enemies shouted in panic, while Konoha ninjas cheered, praising the perfection of this tactic. In reality, at the moment the ninjutsu erupted, a few zombies had already been summoned by Feng Jianzi, carrying precious bloodline corpses from Konoha. It was incredibly difficult. With so many people watching, obtaining a Uchiha clan bloodline corpse was exceptionally challenging. Up to now, Feng Jianzi had only secretly transported one Uchiha corpse, which was already no easy feat. Bloodline ninjas were very protective of their own clan's corpses. If they found out they couldn't secure the corpse, they would rather destroy it on the spot. Furthermore, some Uchiha, upon realizing their doom, would use their last ounce of strength to destroy their own eyes before peacefully passing away. Over the years, the Sharingan had never been obtained or used by ninjas from other villages. Aside from the Uchiha clan's relentless pursuit, this style of their clan was also a significant reason. Truly, the Uchiha were ruthless. No wonder no cursed seals like those of caged birds existed among them. Even without a shadow-level powerhouse overseeing them for decades, they could ensure that not a single Sharingan fell into enemy hands. Feng Jianzi felt a mix of helplessness and admiration for this. As for the Sharingan in the hands of Uchiha Madara and Danzo, those two were not ninjas from other villages and did not count. Just as Feng Jianzi appeared worried, frowning as he scrutinized the battlefield, giving the impression that he had exhausted himself using the corpse escape secret technique. In their first meeting, it was truly an eye-opening secret technique. No wonder everyone held such high regard for you. Fugaku had repelled a wave of Awagakure ninjas, successfully escaping with the assistance of an explosion-release zombie, returning for a brief rest to heal his wounds and eat some food, seizing the opportunity to speak to Feng Jianzi. You must be Lord Fugaku. Thanks to you and the protection of your companions, I was able to cast my techniques smoothly. Otherwise, things wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Maple Kanji wiped the dense sweat from his forehead, revealing a difficult smile that made him look extremely exhausted. This posture suddenly eased the mood of the Konoha ninjas who were closely watching his every move. According to their usual thinking, a ninja who manipulates corpses should be eerie and terrifying, with an exceptionally twisted personality, but they could not see any of that in Maple Kanji. Instead, they found him surprisingly normal. Moreover, he fought using the secret technique of corpse manipulation and was even closely monitored by the enemy's leader, enduring tremendous consumption while gritting his teeth to persist, which was truly admirable. After this battle, your reputation will truly spread throughout the ninja world, becoming more famous than Minato Namikaze and representing the new generation of Konoha, Fayek side. When he was Maple Kanji's age, he had not achieved such dazzling results. Even with the Sharingan, he could not reach Maple Kanji's height unless he obtained the Manjiki Sharingan. However, since Uchiha Madara, no one has been able to obtain such eyes, and Fayek himself had not considered this point. The ordinary Sharingan could allow the Uchiha clan members to have a lower limit of CH Nin and an upper limit of Elite J Nin. Becoming a powerful ninja at the level of Hokage was basically out of the question without the Manjiki Sharingan. This also indirectly illustrates how powerful the Hokage line is, possessing several shadow-level strong ninjas who can easily suppress major ninja clans and exert strong control over the village. Maple Kanji humbly stated, "Everything I have is given by the village. Unlike most of you, I'm an orphan of war. If the village had not taken me in and cared for me, I would have probably died in the wilderness. Now that I have fortunately developed a set of secret techniques that suit me, I naturally have to serve the village. It is my duty." Fayek clearly saw this strong will of fire. He secretly lamented that if he had known it would be like this, he would have recruited Maple Kanji, who was in a difficult situation at the first opportunity. Perhaps he could have gained a powerful ally. No, even if he could marry Maple Kanji to a woman from the Uchiha clan, Maple Kanji would then be part of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha is not Hyuga. As long as Maple Kanji shows enough talent and brings unimaginable benefits to the clan, even the most radical Uchiha would agree. The value of the corpse manipulation technique is such that even a top-tier family like the Uchiha would be willing to make concessions. But unfortunately, what is missed is ultimately missed. The current Maple Kanji can no longer be controlled by the Uchiha clan, and the Hokage line will take action. Fayek's greatest worry is actually that Maple Kanji's secret technique will be taken away by Danzo and the like. Danzo would definitely look for an opportunity to dig up the Uchiha clan's ancestral graves and summon all the buried ancestors. That would be hell. But he couldn't say it outright, nor could he persuade Maple Kanji not to give the secret technique to the village, only to use it himself. Maple Kanji maintained polite pleasantries and was fully aware of Fyake's concerns. Ordinary Konoha ninjas without bloodline limits or secret techniques are the least worried about Maple Kanji using techniques on them, while someone like Fyake is precisely the most worried. If you plan to recruit disciples, I will be happy to recommend a few outstanding Uchiha descendants. Fyake subtly expressed his thoughts and prepared to rush to the front lines to fight the enemy. Uchiha Shitatsu bluntly said, "I've heard about you from the 8th Hokage. He thinks highly of you, but excessive talent will inevitably provoke the jealousy of those in power, so you need to be careful about that." Fyake frowned, opened his mouth, but ultimately did not say anything further. The war is not over yet, and even radicals like Shitatsu cannot help but jump out. But this is just the beginning. It won't be long before the contradictions between you and the village will continue to intensify. In his spare time, Maple Kanji also considered how to handle the Uchiha issue. The collapse of the Senju clan is an inevitable event. Unless Maple Kanji gives up changing bodies and find a way to influence the actions of the Senju clan, he has no obligation to do so. The Hyuga clan does not need to be considered for now. Maple Kanji is not interested in Byakugan, but is very interested in the Rinnegan, though the timing is not yet ripe. Only the Uchiha clan has many small moves, and their future fate is not necessarily predetermined. But what role Maple Kanji should play in this must be carefully considered. As for recruiting disciples, Maple Kanji will do this, if not now. He will definitely do it in the future. Every famous Konoha ninja will do this, but who to recruit and what techniques to teach require careful study. Speaking of which, my corpse manipulation technique can indeed be taught to disciples, but the prerequisite is that my disciple must have the courage to practice, and importantly, not to accidentally kill themselves during training. A slight misstep could make them a part of me. Maple Kanji chuckled softly, no longer considering this issue. Everything can be discussed after the war ends. Constantly, battered ninjas retreated to rest, and many medical ninjas provided emergency treatment. From time to time, someone would glance at Maple Kanji while eating to replenish their strength, filled mostly with gratitude and awe. Even though Maple Kanji deliberately restrained himself and did not truly create thousands of zombies to join the battle, it still caused a huge sensation and greatly boosted the confidence of Konoha ninjas. Many battles were fought with zombies adopting a mutually destructive strategy, creating opportunities for Konoha ninjas. And as long as the zombies' heads were not destroyed, they could still possess certain combat capabilities even if riddled with wounds. This terrifying trait made either and ninjas more fearful. From dawn to dusk and into the night, the war continued, with cries of battle rising and falling in all directions. Everyone had become numb. The initial frenzied passion of the battle was gradually worn away in the mechanical cycles of charging, getting injured, retreating to rest, and charging again. Finally, when the last dust release erupted, accompanied by the beast-like roar of the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, the IWA forces began to withdraw in batches. The rearguard troops left behind faced a tragic fate, being crazily encircled by numerous Konoha ninjas. And the madness of years of war was all vented on these guys in this final battle. At some point, cheers replaced the sounds of battle cries. Countless people embraced each other crazily, and cries echoed out, transmitting far away in the profound darkness. Everyone knew that the war was over. Those in the camp handling logistics and nursing wounds, at this moment, forgot everything and rushed out, hoarsely venting their inner excitement and sadness. It seemed that it was truly over. In the coming years, the world would usher in a superficial peace. Maple Kanji also breathed a sigh of relief, a deep fatigue flashing in his eyes. Even though he could extract vitality from the zombies and continuously produce chakra, as long as he did not engage in high-power techniques leading to excessive consumption and pursued a sustainable approach, he could support himself for a long time. However, the exhaustion of the spirit could not be concealed. Chakra is a product of the combination of spirit and body. While vitality can nourish the spirit, it ultimately cannot replace mental strength. The yin power at the soul level cannot be compensated by the yang power at the physical level. Moreover, Maple Kanji also had to pay attention to the situation on the battlefield, continuously adjusting the combat process of the zombies to prevent a true zombie tide, which would be troublesome to handle and might reveal some clues to difficult opponents. For example, Orochimaru, who couldn't wait to return, not pursuing the enemy anymore. Lord Orochimaru's unexpected mercy. Keed sat on the ground, panting. Ha ha ha. The enemy has already lost. Killing a few more or fewer makes no difference. Just a bunch of guys destined to disappear. Orochimaru walked unsteadily, half of his body stained with blood, causing several medical ninjas to gasp and rush over with their medical kits to treat him. Orochimaru sat beside Keed, allowing the medical ninjas to heal his massive wounds, while his slitted eyes had already turned to Keed. Keed-kun, in this war, how much power do you think the corpse manipulation technique has displayed? It's hard to assess. If I had to say, probably about 10, Keed replied after tilting his head and thinking. Really, there's even 10. Orochimaru chuckled deeply, not knowing whether he thought that number was high or low, but it was clear he was in a good mood, and everyone could see it. A medical ninja said in awe, Lord Orochimaru, some injuries have affected the bones and nerves. You need to return to the village for better treatment. It would be even better if Lady Tsunade could help. Is that so? The human body is indeed fragile. The intensity of this battle is actually inferior to mine and Jiraiya's. Tsunade's battle against Hanzo was just a matter of commanding a large army, which consumed a lot of my energy. Orochimaru leaned closer to Keed, who subtly shifted away. Keed-kun, when we return, would you like to visit my laboratory? I don't know how much Danzo has told you, but you won't be disappointed. If you join forces with me, we can surely make breakthrough progress in human experimentation. I look forward to that moment, but the human experimentation project needs the Hokage's approval, right? Even with you and Danzo. You don't have the authority to proceed without it, Keed said. The old man will agree. If Konoha doesn't do such things, other villages will. Orochimaru's smile was exceptionally sinister. Keed, exhausted, sat on a corpse while conversing with Orochimaru. Just the scene was witnessed by countless people. Having someone like Orochimaru engage in conversation immediately after leading his troops to victory in war was already a testament to identity and status. Through this battle, almost all Konoha ninjas reconfirmed Keed's level. From now on, no one would underestimate him again. People looked at that casually expressioned figure surrounded by returning corpses, revealing deep astonishment and awe. Perhaps he would become the next Hokage-level powerhouse. Akimichi Dingswa had an arm broken, enduring the severe pain, yet still looking over at Keed. It was tough. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Kurama, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans. None of these prominent families could produce a Hokage-level powerhouse. And only the Sarutobi clan managed to do so because of the Hokage. Nearby, Inuzuka Paul lay on Kuromu, so exhausted that he couldn't even lift a finger, almost falling asleep on the spot, forcing himself to mumble a sentence. Even the Senju clan, since the first and second Hokage, had only Tsunade as a shadow-level powerhouse. It was too difficult for Keed to ascend to Hokage-level strength when so many well-established clans couldn't achieve it. No matter how arrogant a person was, they would still acknowledge Keed's talent, considering his secret techniques to be incredibly terrifying and elusive, making it just a matter of time before he held the position of elite Jonin. However, having talent and potential is fundamentally different from being able to become a top-tier ninja at the Hokage level. Buzzing, a swarm of black insects flew around, slowly burrowing into the body of Yamanaka Shurhai, a talented member of the Yamanaka clan, who was seriously injured but managed to return alive. In the future, he would have a descendant named after him, mastering nanopoison insects. Shurhai, you were actually driven to this extent. That's quite rare. Dingswa turned to look at the scarred Yamanaka Shurhai, revealing a look of surprise. Yamanaka Shurhai said solemnly, I encountered enemies from the Kamizuki clan, being from the insect-controlling family. Defeating them would take a lot of effort. He then continued, I heard some of your conversation. In fact, whether Keed-kun becomes a Hokage-level powerhouse is not important. He just needs to be strong enough to control Hokage-level powerhouses. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, instinctively feeling a chill run down their spines, as various eerie and terrifying images spontaneously surfaced in their minds. Indeed, what Shurhai said was correct. If Keed could control the corpses of Hokage-level powerhouses, what did it matter whether he himself was a shadow-level powerhouse? Of course, if he could truly control shadow-level corpses, even if Keed lacked in battle experience and chakra volume, people would still regard him as a shadow-level powerhouse. Still, the point is, there has never been a ninja like Keed in the entire ninja world. The ordinary standards may not fully apply. Shurhai, do you know something? I remember Yamanaka Shurhai accompanied Keed-kun to the land of water battle. Have you two already communicated? The correspondence was brief to avoid leaking information, but that doesn't prevent me from making associations. Yamanaka Shurihai opened his hand, and a swarm of parasitic insects buzzed out, gathering and not dispersing. The corpses controlled by Kid-kun are like the insects I control, the difference being that corpses inherently have very obvious strengths and weaknesses. He may not have the ability to kill and seize corpses himself, but if someone is willing to do that for him, Kid's growth speed would accelerate. And the only uncertainty would be how much of the strength of the corpses he could exert compared to his own. It is precisely because Kid and corpse manipulation are filled with so much mystery and unknowns that these young people are more inspired. When war comes again in the future, Kid-kun might single-handedly be an entire army. Yamanaka Shurihai recalled Yamanaka Shurihai's extreme admiration for Kid in the letters. He knew that Shurihai, as the top genius of the Yamanaka clan and the next clan leader, had always advocated for personal infiltration combat, striving to become the most perfect elite jonin without any weaknesses. Strong offense, defense, perception, speed, wisdom, decisiveness. Not needing teammates. He could handle everything on his own without any shortcomings. Indeed, years later, during the Third Great Ninja War, Yamanaka Shurihai did become such a perfect ninja. Except for never being able to reach shadow-level strength, Shurihai excelled in every aspect, and even during the Third Great Ninja War. He often operated solo and always completed tasks perfectly. In Shurihai's narrative, Kid was the most perfect ninja he aspired to become. When it came to personal infiltration combat, no one was more favored than Kid. Long-range perception, solo infiltration, and when it was time to strike, opening the summoning scroll to instantly summon an entire army to launch a surprise attack, scattering the enemy. Such a perfect ninja. What does it matter if he can only ever be an elite jonin? As long as the corpses he controls and the army he commands have strong fighters. Isn't that enough? Even if Feng Jianzi cannot perfectly unleash the strength of these corpses in their lifetime and can only exert part of it, it is enough to make any enemy tremble in fear. Now it depends on whether the village is willing to hand over the hard-won corpses of powerful individuals to Feng Jianzi, and in a moment of extreme crisis, they could even dig up the ancestral graves of various ninja clans. These ancestral graves, which originally had no use other than providing emotional value, have unexpectedly become an important backup force that cannot be ignored, all because of Feng Jianzi. Yun Zhihui believes that the village would not do such a thing. The power controlled directly by the third Hokage is too strong, capable of suppressing all dissent, and with consecutive victories in external wars. There is no need to engage in actions that violate the will of fire. But Danzo is unpredictable, suddenly coming to the front line to participate in the battle and having close conversations with Lord Orochimaru. Yun Zhihui decided not to think further. That was beyond his reach. An hour later, Bluffing Shuaimin returned to the camp, his face not showing much joy, only a growing maturity and composure. After witnessing more outstanding young talents, he had a new goal to strive for. Oh, Lord Orochimaru is currently talking with Senior Feng Jianzi. It seems they have been discussing for a while. Bluffing Shuaimin looked around and immediately understood. He actually wanted to find an opportunity to chat with Feng Jianzi, preferably to compete in space-time ninjutsu, but it seems there is no chance for that at the moment. I already have some ideas for the Flying Thunder God technique, but further development on that basis is more difficult. I wonder if Senior Feng Jianzi can inspire me a bit. Bluffing Shuaimin engaged in a brainstorming session. His exceptionally high IQ and intense thinking allowing him to generate countless thoughts every second. Besides further developing the Flying Thunder God technique, he also had some ideas for accompanying strong attack techniques that could work with it. Tailed Beast Bomb, such a powerful force. It is said that a truly complete Tailed Beast Bomb is a chakra sphere that is expelled, rather than shooting out chakra beams like the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails in a half-tailed beast state. Bluffing Shuaimin fell into deep thought, wondering when Jiraiya would return. He needed to discuss in detail with his teacher, whom he had not seen for more than 2 years. More and more Konoha ninjas returned to the camp, many showing off their spoils, violently beating and scolding captives, venting their pain from losing comrades, and exercising the power of victors. Medical ninjas were even busier, running around healing the injured, adding a splash of color to this war that had lasted for several years. Next, the logistics department came to handle various aftermath tasks, tallying achievements, counting spoils, compiling them into volumes, and sending them to Konoha Village for the Hokage's judgment. The news of the end of the Second Shinobi World War spread through the ninja world like the wind. Many citizens of small nations were relieved to have survived. Small nations either became vassals of great nations, with their ninjas fighting alongside major ninja villages as cannon fodder, or their entire countries became battlefields for the great nations. For the citizens of small nations, merely surviving was the greatest victory. This simple and pure dream was not always attainable. Other major ninja villages had little reaction. The Ninja World War has ended. Kimogakure and Kirigakure did not truly deploy fresh troops for the Second War, but instead conducted detailed assessments of the strengths of Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure. The names of dangerous individuals were marked. If the opportunity arose, they must be eliminated with full force, and if not, it was best not to clash unless absolutely necessary. Feng Jianzi, this guy has indeed become a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, I completely underestimated him back then. When he was at his weakest, Ao of Kirigakure deeply regretted that he had been blinded by a zombie and let go of Feng Jianzi, the real target that needed to be hunted down. However, the most frustrated and helpless was Chiyo of Sunagakure. Ever since she learned that Feng Jianzi had resolved his physical defects and experienced a surge in chakra, she knew he had mastered the rebirth technique. And, considering the existence of the space-time technique, it was no longer possible to restrain him. Who would have thought that the life-exchanging forbidden technique I developed out of selfishness would turn this guy into a ninja that all villages are wary of and headachy about? Chiyo was extremely resentful, yet helpless. Feng Jianzi entered the sights of more high-ranking individuals and became one of the targets that must be eliminated. Ranked much higher than Bluffing Shuiman, even surpassing many veteran elite ninjas, second only to shadow-level powerhouses. As long as one is not a fool. Just analyzing Konoha's defeat of Iwagakure in battle reveals how terrifying the potential Feng Jianzi has shown. The world still has not figured out the upper limit of the corpse manipulation technique, making it impossible to determine how many corpses Feng Jianzi can control at most. The speculation of an army formed by one person left other ninja villages, aside from Konoha, with a feeling of a thorn in their throat. Moreover, the corpses under Feng Jianzi's command could be composed of various types of ninjas, coupled with their fearlessness of death, overexerting their physical strength, and fighting until the last second as long as their heads weren't destroyed. Such an undead army is chilling to even think about. Feng Jianzi must die. He cannot be allowed to live until the next Shinobi World War. People ultimately must die. When they die, they leave behind corpses. Unless from now on, all corpses of the deceased are cremated. The Battle of the Land of Water was a turning point in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure. But what kind of technique did Kato use to knock the Four-Tails Jinchuriki into a deep coma without causing any harm, forcing them to withdraw from the war? There are too many doubts. However, Feng Jianzi's role in the Battle of the Land of Water is undeniable, and perhaps it is not limited to what the intelligence shows. There are many secrets about this guy. Born as a war orphan? It turns out he never received the orthodox education of Konoha, which could spread some rumors to see if they can get Konoha's higher-ups to kill this dangerous genius. Similar tactics can also be used on others in Konoha. If I can trick one, I will. Aren't the Konoha folks always shouting about the will of fire? Full of moral talk and bloody hands. Let's start from here. The Second World War has officially ended, but what has ended is large-scale warfare. The mode of small-team operations will always exist, even without a Shinobi World War. A greater undercurrent is surging, and the actions of various villages behind the scenes will only grow larger. When the power accumulates to a certain extent, and the contradictions between them reach a certain level, especially when certain ninja villages reveal fatal flaws. That will be when a new round of Shinobi World War breaks out. The Second World War, in essence, was a rehearsal for the third, and the defeated ninja villages only suffered injuries without being truly crippled. When the news of the final victory on the front line returned to Konoha Village, this immensely prosperous village fell into endless cheers. Even merchants entering Konoha to do business showed joyful expressions. Peace had arrived, which meant that commerce would further prosper and more business opportunities would arise. Ninja villages are essentially large military districts built by ninjas and their families. With Konoha achieving a visible final victory, employers from all over the world were willing to come here to hire their desired personnel, and merchants were eager to come here to do business with ninjas, coupled with the task shares and compensation obtained from other villages. Konoha is bound to experience explosive growth in the coming years, with its economy destined to flourish and an increase in both the quantity and quality of ninjas. Everyone firmly believes that this is a positive cycle, unless an incomprehensible major event occurs that causes the many power units within the village to collapse one by one. Konoha, which has already built its enormous advantage in comprehensive strength, will prosper forever. The third Hokage has also foreseen the arrival of this scene and is deeply looking forward to it. The summary report from the front line has finally arrived, and I need to take a close look at it. What surprised the third Hokage the most was undoubtedly the sudden full-scale attack launched by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. It was too abrupt. Originally, the third Hokage planned to allow the troops returning from the land of hot water to rest briefly before adding more forces, led by Tsunade, to rush to the front line and decisively end the war. However, Inoki did not give the third Hokage this opportunity. After learning of Oinoki's defeat, and that Iwagakure was destined to be unable to defeat Konoha, he decisively launched one last full-scale attack to see if he could achieve some battle results. Fortunately, Orochimaru held firm and successfully defeated the enemy. It seems that Kazama Tsukasa actually appeared on the front line and had a conflict with Yamanaka Ryoma. Interesting. The third Hokage was not angry. Kazama Tsukasa's unauthorized actions were a serious violation, but since the war was won, and Kazama Tsukasa played an important role, showcasing the powerful strength and potential of the corpse manipulation technique, accelerating the victory process, this merit was enough to cover the violation. At most, he would give a superficial warning and criticism, and that would be it. The third Hokage was even more pleased to see a conflict between Kazama Tsukasa and Danzo's subordinates. Yes, he was unaware of the rebirth technique, although he knew that Kazama Tsukasa had improved his physical flaws and that his chakra had seemingly surged for unknown reasons. He would never have thought it was due to such a forbidden technique. It seems that my earlier actions of confronting Danzo in the route were incredibly correct. Kazama Tsukasa cannot become a blade in Danzo's hands. The third Hokage felt extremely pleased, continuously puffing on his pipe while watching the smoke rise. Under my leadership, Konoha has become so powerful that it has surpassed the second Hokage's era. This thought lingered deep in the third Hokage's heart. No matter how you look at it, it does seem to be the case. However, the confidential letter reported by Orochimaru made some valid points. In the next Shinobi World War, Konoha is very likely to face an even more intense siege, which is not a good thing. Therefore, according to Danzo and Orochimaru's ideas, a large-scale advance into forbidden experiments is necessary, and after achieving certain progress in research, they would directly dispatch living subjects for human experiments to accelerate the research process. As long as there are research results, the third Hokage is confident that he will quickly possess a powerful ninja force, further solidifying his rule. If it fails, what failure? Danzo and Orochimaru must bear all the responsibility for their unilateral decisions. The first Hokage's cell experiments. The most suitable experimental subjects are precisely the Senju clan members. Chapter 78. I'm also a Sharingan ninja troops returned to the village one after another. The pride of being the ultimate victors reached its peak, with every ninja receiving honors and enjoying countless cheers and applause. However, not every ninja who returned alive could ultimately stay in Konoha village. As the highest military institution in the Land of Fire, Konoha could forcibly summon ninjas from all over the country. Many ninjas were originally guardians from various towns in the Land of Fire, or even private soldiers of the daimyo and nobles, all conscripted by Konoha to the battlefield. With the war over, among those who survived, only the very best few could receive invitations to truly join Konoha due to their outstanding performance, while the majority would ultimately return to their original homes with rewards. This led some to have the illusion that everything had returned to its original state, while in reality, it had already changed. Kikyo Kanji, as part of the third batch returning to the village, blended into the crowd, behaving very low-key. With the war over and peace restored, ninjas like him might not always be welcomed. Such enthusiasm. I truly believe the excitement and gratitude of these people are sincere. But sincerity is the easiest thing to fade with the passage of time. Kikyo Kanji watched the jubilant crowd, observing the beautifully decorated buildings and roads in the village. Everything seemed so harmonious, as if the best side of the ninja world was all present here. However, for Kikyo Kanji, all of this was ultimately illusory. A few individuals recognized Kikyo Kanji in the crowd and shouted his name loudly. Kikyo Kanji did not show any surprise, but calmly smiled and waved at the crowd. Throughout it all, he stood in the midst of a group of ninjas, not deliberately moving to gain more adoring gazes like others. Until he achieved his goal of changing bodies, Kikyo Kanji would remain humble and keep as far away as possible from negative public opinion related to himself. For excessive public attention could attract the notice of higher-ups, forcing him to expend unnecessary energy to deal with it. Soon, as one of the war heroes, Kikyo Kanji had the opportunity to listen to the third Hokage's speech. The third Hokage delivered a passionate victory speech from the Hokage Tower, with a rigorous writing style, an uplifting tone, and charismatic presence, causing many ninjas to become extremely excited. Afterward, the third Hokage began to summon them one by one, and by the time it was Kikyo Kanji's turn, it was already dusk. Kikyo Kanji, you did very well. Although you went to the front line without permission, it's not a problem. Just be careful next time, the third Hokage said with a smile. However, if anyone asks, I will say I have already reprimanded you and deducted some of your merits. Yes, I apologize for the trouble. Everything is as you command, Hokage-sama. Trouble is not quite the right word. I'm just glad to see someone as outstanding as you in the village, which shows that the village is on the right path. The third Hokage showed a kind smile and then chatted with Kikyo Kanji. It hardly felt like a hierarchical work report, but rather a casual conversation between two generations. As Kikyo Kanji answered the third Hokage's questions, he maintained his usual humility, his thoughts drifting far away, recalling the life history of the man before him that had unfolded in the original timeline. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It cannot be said that this strongest Hokage was a man who liked to use conspiracy and trickery, nor can it be said that he was an utterly wicked schemer. In Kikyo Kanji's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed more like someone who, when uncertain of the true situation, would rather do nothing than risk making a mistake. The logic of a normal person is to prefer making a mistake rather than wavering and doing nothing. The third Hokage, however, was the opposite. In subsequent events, he gave the impression of being lazy in governance, leading to an inevitable decline in Konoha's overall strength. Whether it was the suicide of Hitaki Sakumo, the collapse of the Senju clan, the Uchiha massacre, or Hinata Hayashi almost being forced to death by the Cloud Village. In all these events, the third Hokage consistently played the same role, in action, watching the spectacle, observing the actions of those involved, providing no directional guidance, and only coming out to clean up the mess once a definite result emerged. This way, the wise and mighty Hokage had no blame. All mistakes were made by subordinates, and he had already severely criticized and punished those who acted disgracefully. The most typical example was when Hinata Hayashi proposed sacrificing himself to appease the discontent of the Cloud Village, and Hinata Niji resolutely took his place. Throughout this, the third Hokage did not exercise his authority as Hokage, merely watching these people act on their own. Silent observation, to some extent, was already a terrifying political maneuver that forced those below to engage in self-destructive self-rescue. Kikyo Kanji found it difficult to evaluate the third Hokage's governing style. But at least from the current perspective, it was undeniable that the third Hokage led Konoha Village to prosperity. Kanji, I believe you're also prepared in your heart. So I will be direct. Is there further potential for the corpse manipulation technique you developed? The third Hokage filled his pipe with tobacco, took a puff, and asked. Kikyo Kanji's attitude would determine the third Hokage's view of him. In theory, yes. Whether it's the efficiency of the technique, or the number of zombies I can control, or the derivative combination ninjutsu for using zombies in battle, or the supporting ninjutsu that complements the corpse manipulation technique, according to my vision, there's still considerable development potential. Is that so? As expected, various ninja villages have already placed bounties on your head and your secret technique in the black market. They want everything you currently possess. The third Hokage smiled. However, the village will provide you with strong protection. I will never allow enemies to harm my comrades. If it were a Konoha ninja who had received formal education, they would have been moved to tears by now, wanting to split open their heads to show their will of fire to the Hokage. This is also my creed, Hokage-sama. People will always die. But I believe that before dying, one should strive to see the scenery of this world as much as possible and fight for the beliefs in their heart. Even if one must die, they should do so with a smile. I think this is probably the reason I was able to develop the corpse manipulation technique. People and techniques have never been a disconnected relationship. There must be some subtle underlying connection. What Kikyo Kanji said echoed word from years later, when the third Hokage spoke to Konohamaru and others during an inspection of the ninja school. Kikyo Kanji adapted them to fit his own situation. Sure enough, as soon as these words, which reflected the will of fire and subtly connected to the corpse manipulation technique, appeared, the third Hokage was immediately moved. His gaze toward Kikyo Kanji filled with admiration and comfort. Even though he was born an orphan of war and had not received the formal education of a ninja school, he still recognized the will of fire and was willing to strive for it. Thus, the unprecedented system of corpse manipulation techniques was born and shown brilliantly. Of course, the third Hokage did not fully believe him. He was pleased that Kikyo Kanji showed a tendency to align with the will of fire. A tendency was enough. In the increasingly prosperous Konoha village, was there still a need to worry about Kikyo Kanji committing acts of treachery that would harm the village? Well said. Your role has deeply moved me. The corpse manipulation technique will definitely become a force the village can rely on. I believe you will not misuse the power of corpse manipulation. As you said, the art is closely linked to you as the developer, and it will be up to you to decide the future direction. Yes, Hokage-sama, I will not abuse the corpse reanimation technique, nor will I use this power against my companions. I know some companions have privately expressed concerns about this matter, and I can only continuously prove this with my actions, said Kid Kanji. The third Hokage nodded in satisfaction. He also understood the terrifying aspects of the corpse reanimation technique. This power should ideally be restricted to a certain extent after the war, but he couldn't really imprison Kid Kanji. Both the corpse reanimation technique and the void technique are very dangerous arts. If you are willing, they can be included in the Book of Seals, retained as the village's heritage. Without your permission, the village will not allow anyone to learn this art until your death. Years later, perhaps someone will learn your techniques again and spread your name, just like how Minato Namikaze mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. The third Hokage smiled and said, in return, you can choose a technique you like from the Book of Seals as an exchange. Of course, if you are unwilling, I can understand that too. I would never force you. If Kid Kanji's previous response did not satisfy him, then there would be no selection of forbidden techniques, and instead, rewards in the form of money, ninja tools, and so on would be offered. Kid Kanji. When the third Hokage actively proposed a clearly defined plan, it already indicated that he had made a decision internally. If he really wanted to refuse, the third Hokage would definitely not say anything, nor would he force him. However, this posed a hidden danger for Kid Kanji, who needed to act low-key and prepare for the body-switching plan. Moreover, he was indeed coveting a certain forbidden technique in the sealing arts, so I am willing to offer the void technique and its prerequisite ninjutsu. Please forgive me for not being able to inscribe the corpse reanimation technique in the Book of Seals. This secret technique has a significant impact. I will carefully select suitable disciples, and if they meet all requirements, I will personally teach them, said Kid Kanji. Good, a very prudent approach. You already have the idea of recruiting disciples and are willing to teach the corpse reanimation technique. I am very pleased. The third Hokage expressed increasing satisfaction. The void technique and its prerequisite ninjutsu are already sufficient. The Book of Seals will now contain 2 space-time ninjutsu. As for Kid Kanji, whether he passes on the corpse reanimation technique to his disciples, or, like Inoshikecho, marries and has children to establish a family of secret arts, the third Hokage would be happy to see it happen. The third Hokage took out the Book of Seals, layer by layer opened it, leaving a blank space for Kid Kanji, watching him record the void technique onto it. No wonder a prerequisite ninjutsu was needed. It turns out the technique requires coordination between the corpse and the caster, summoning substitution, chakra resonance. The third Hokage quickly glanced over, nodding secretly, gaining a general understanding of the situation with the void technique. Without mastering the corpse reanimation technique, it is indeed impossible to activate the void technique. The so-called prerequisite ninjutsu is essentially just an auxiliary technique for adjusting chakra pathways and vibration frequencies, rather than the corpse transformation technique that activates the corpse in the corpse reanimation technique. Without the corpse reanimation technique, the void technique is useless. However, for the third Hokage, this is not a disadvantage. Even without the corpse reanimation technique, if one day a brilliant genius emerges and develops another method of using the void technique, that is also possible. Ninjutsu encompasses everything and holds infinite possibilities. As Kid Kanji was recording, he pondered how many ninjutsu the third Hokage had actually learned from the Book of Seals. The third Hokage was known as a professor largely because he claimed to have learned all the ninjutsu of the Hidden Leaf Village. If this all ninjutsu only refers to the ordinary 5 elemental ninjutsu, then that would be fine, but if it includes the secret arts of various clans, then that would be somewhat terrifying. However, even if he learned them secretly, according to the third Hokage's character, he would never publicly use them, because the negative impact would be too severe. If the Hokage mastered the ancestral secret arts of the ninja clans under his command, it would greatly undermine people's trust in the Hokage. As for whether the third Hokage would attempt to master his void technique, that would be quite something. If the third Hokage really dared to play like that, Kid Kanji wouldn't mind passing on his corpse reanimation technique and then quietly waiting for the third Hokage to become his vassal. Kid Kanji wrote for a full 4 hours before completing his technique. Next, it was time to choose a desired ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Multiple shadow clones. I have no use for this technique at all. As expected, there is no impure world reincarnation technique, just as I anticipated. It must have been specifically sealed by the third Hokage. Kid Kanji felt regret. Although the current version of the impure world reincarnation technique is just the initial version and quite weak, it would still be very useful for Kid Kanji's future plans. Indeed, the current impure world reincarnation is like the flying thunder god technique, ultimately not having received further development and refinement, with very limited strength. The flying thunder god technique was originally developed by the second Hokage to counter the powerful insight of the Sharingan. And the second Hokage did indeed use this technique to kill Izuna Uchiha, but that was all. The second Hokage himself did not further improve the flying thunder god technique. It wasn't until Minato Namikaze developed it further through a series of enhancements that it truly reached a dazzling level of strength. And for the impure world reincarnation to shine, it would have to wait for Kabuto to completely refine this forbidden technique. Even the upgraded version of the impure world reincarnation mastered by Orochimaru, which can use talismans to erase the self-awareness of the deceased, actually has just that level of strength. However, at least it could be used as a major technique on its own. Kid Kanji felt regret. If he couldn't master the impure world reincarnation, it seemed it would ultimately fall into Orochimaru's hands. He continued flipping through the pages and saw the spirit transformation technique. There was no need to deliberately pick this one. If necessary, he could shamelessly seek out Kado-Dan to learn it. There was also no 8 gates technique. Might Guy had not yet gained fame, and the village did not value this taijutsu. Even Izanagi was included, probably done by Uchiha Kagami back in the day, writing all the forbidden eye techniques usable by the 3 Tomo Sharingan into the Book of Seals, which led to Danzo learning them. To be honest, Kid Kanji hesitated for a moment over Izanagi. He had secretly hidden a corpse of an Uchiha clan member, but he quickly shifted his gaze away without making a sound. There was no need to waste this precious opportunity for Izanagi. So, after much consideration, there were only a few that were most suitable. Then I will choose this one. Hokage-sama. Kid Kanji ultimately discarded the mutual explosive tags and selected another forbidden technique. It's actually the sealing technique. Why did you focus on this? The third Hokage was very surprised. I know you're very skilled at using explosive tags to enrich your offensive methods. And I thought you would choose the second Hokage's mutual explosive tags. I will do that in the future. I'm still young and can completely establish greater achievements. Or hand over the complete corpse reanimation technique in the future to gain the possibility of a second selection of forbidden techniques. Kid Kanji smiled. He had an idea. If he could use the selected sealing technique well and develop it as he envisioned, perhaps he would obtain a powerful weapon. Moreover, there was one crucial point. Kid Kanji needed to eliminate any potential weaknesses he might have as much as possible. His originally weakest link was his body. After mastering the techniques of reincarnation and the space technique, his physical issues were alleviated and his survival ability was significantly enhanced. To put it bluntly, if he didn't care about face and focus solely on escape, there would be very few people in this world who could kill him. Regarding the plan to change bodies, Kid Kanji was constantly looking for opportunities to advance, striving to obtain the most perfect body in his plan. What remained were the issues of soul, spirit, and consciousness. His interest in Kado-Dan's spiritual transformation secret technique stemmed from this reason, but it wasn't enough to give him a sufficient understanding and development of the escape side. The corpse sealing technique, which Lord Mito had just handed over to the village not long ago, was a sealing technique focused on the soul and chakra. The best outcome would be to perish together with an unbeatable enemy. The third Hokage closed his eyes, feeling a hint of hesitation in his heart. Theoretically, anyone who learned this technique could take down any enemy in one go, unless the enemy was too fast to even be caught. However, Kid Kanji had the space technique, which compensated for the speed issue. It was precisely because of this that the third Hokage hesitated. He was very worried that such a promising junior like Kid Kanji, when faced with difficulties, would not choose to retreat, but would rashly drag the enemy down with him. Even if Kid Kanji chose to use the highly destructive explosive tag technique, the third Hokage would readily agree without such inner conflict. Have you really thought it through? You only have this one opportunity. If you regret it later and want to find me to change, it will be too late. The third Hokage said, I still think the explosive tag technique is more suitable for you. Whether it's your previously displayed personal tendencies or the rich tactical content, the explosive tag technique perfectly matches you. But this technique is costly Lord Hokage. The war is over, and I've completed quite a few important missions. All the rewards and bounties I've received may only be enough for one use of the explosive tag technique, right? Kanji shrugged, revealing a helpless expression. The explosive tag technique, in essence, is akin to the impure world reincarnation and the triple gate technique. It can also be regarded as an S-rank summoning technique. Within a certain area, it allows for extremely high-frequency summoning in a very short time, using a massive amount of explosive tags to destroy everything. This is the brutality of the explosive tag technique. As long as the user is willing, it will not stop until everything is obliterated. However, the biggest drawback is the supply of explosive tags. This technique cannot create something from nothing and cannot conjure up a pile of explosive tags out of thin air. Of course, there is actually another drawback. It is very easy for the user to blow themselves up. However, this is not a problem for Kanji. According to the third Hokage's thoughts, first, Kanji has the space technique to escape immediately after using the explosive tag technique. Second, it depends on whether Kanji can make the corpses successfully use this technique. The third Hokage didn't know that Kanji could let numerous zombies use the reincarnation technique. He only thought about Kanji using the space technique with the corpses for time-space transfer. There was a possibility that Kanji had the ability to make the corpses use ninjutsu they had not learned before death. He had originally looked forward to Kanji and was using the explosive tag technique as a reason to see if Kanji could make the corpses learn the techniques he himself mastered. If it could be realized, then Kanji's potential would soar, and his importance in the third Hokage's heart would rise sharply. But the test failed. Kanji was not interested in the super weapon of the explosive tag technique at all. That's right, it was my oversight. Even if the village provides you with financial support, it is still too heavy a burden for you personally. You have not established a ninja clan and do not have enough industries to ensure a long-term stable income. The third Hokage sighed. In fact, the explosive tag technique is a supporting ninjutsu for the impure world reincarnation technique, just like the space technique relates to your corpse escape secret technique. The second Hokage developed these two techniques with this in mind. Impure world reincarnation technique. Kanji showed just the right amount of curiosity. Well, you are a trusted young man of the village, so it's fine to tell you. This is a forbidden technique that summons the souls of the dead to the living world, but the strength of the summoned dead is far inferior to their living selves. They may not even have 1/10 of their original power. If one attempts to summon overly powerful spirits, for various reasons, it is highly likely to fail. I see. Without the explosive tag technique, it seems the impure world reincarnation technique has no standalone value. It sounds less impressive than my corpse escape secret technique, Kanji said. The third Hokage nodded, then shook his head. The body structure of the impure world reincarnation user is very special. You can understand it as being made up of a large number of blank sealing papers. When impure world reincarnation ninjas use the explosive tag technique, as long as they damage their own body and grab a handful from the wound, they can have a continuous supply of explosive tags to use. Kanji deliberately showed a shocked expression, although he was already clear about this. Originally, on the timeline, the impure world reincarnation of the second Hokage, with only half a body left, had a large amount of debris scattering like snowflakes. He would flick his palm at his wound, and the explosive tag technique would be activated. Kanji exclaimed, "So that's how it is. No wonder you are the second Hokage. It's truly a genius concept." So the impure world reincarnation technique is essentially a combination of S-rank summoning technique and S-rank sealing technique. After all, the impure world reincarnation user must quickly turn the blank sealing papers on their body into explosive tags filled with explosive techniques. This can be understood, right? The talent of the second Hokage is something I cannot compare to. You are a professor. In the eyes of your subordinates, you are no less than the second Hokage, and even stronger than him. This title means I have a good learning ability and can quickly learn and master a large number of ninjutsu. But it does not mean that my talent in developing various new ninjutsu can compare to that of the second Hokage. The third Hokage revealed a kind smile. Then, the third Hokage performed a sealing technique, imprinting the corpse sealing technique onto a scroll and handing it to Kanji. Immediately afterward, he took out a kunai and suddenly stabbed it, resembling an attacking posture toward Kanji, ultimately lightly pricking the back of Kanji's hand, drawing a drop of blood. Throughout the process, Kanji remained calm. He did not instinctively retaliate or show a drastic change in expression, instead patiently watching the third Hokage's actions. This performance made the third Hokage feel more at ease. He pressed keyed Kanji's drop of blood onto the scroll, formed hand seals with his other hand, and then pressed it down. This is a contract blood seal, a very high-level technique. Only by using your own blood and flesh can you unlock this scroll. Otherwise, the scroll will self-destruct, the third Hokage explained. Keyed Kanji nodded. He indeed knew this technique. The pre-summoning technique used by Jiraiya to summon the two great toad sages involves marking under his eyes with his finger, which is the contract blood seal, using one's own blood and flesh as a medium. The third Hokage formally handed the sealed scroll containing the corpse sealing technique to Keyed Kanji. But remember, only you can view this scroll. You must not teach it to others. Understood. My purpose in learning forbidden techniques is to better utilize my strength to protect the village. I will absolutely not leak this forbidden technique. After learning it, I will destroy this scroll, Keyed Kanji solemnly promised. As for why the third Hokage did not set a time limit for reviewing, the answer is that it is meaningless. Once Keyed Kanji truly learns this forbidden technique, he can teach it to others himself without needing anyone to learn from this scroll. The third Hokage picked up the Hokage hat and placed it on his head, standing up with a small stature that commanded respect without anger. You can leave now. From here on, you need to train hard. I look forward to your future performance. If you can't learn this forbidden technique by the end, that would be quite embarrassing. Haha, I need to visit Lord Mito soon to explain the matter of passing the dead demon consuming seal to you. After all, it is a technique she entrusted to the village. She should permit it. The third Hokage let out a hearty laugh, appearing as if he had made a difficult decision. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You've worked hard. Kazekage slightly lowered his head and exited the Hokage's office. After leaving the Hokage building, he looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. His heart raced and his hands trembled. Kazekage didn't care whether Uzumaki Mito agreed or not. Would he really return the dead demon consuming seal if she disagreed? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that happened, the third Hokage would lose all face, and he would never allow that to happen. Even if the third Hokage didn't manage to keep it, Kazekage would rather take the dead demon consuming seal in defect. It seems that I have obtained the technique I wanted. Could it be the exploding tag that will amplify my abilities? Under the night sky, Orochimaru leaned against a tree, clearly having waited for a long time. Orochimaru-sama, didn't you go back to rest after your report? Not lacking in this bit of rest. I'm more concerned about you, Kazekage-kun. I can't wait to collaborate with you. I've already submitted an application to the old man to invite you to join. What did he say? Orochimaru said with a low chuckle, instinctively licking his lips. The Hokage didn't bring up the matter of human experimentation. He must know that I am very suitable for participating in such research. Since he didn't mention it, that means it's not yet time for me to publicly join. Kazekage replied. It's only a matter of time. The war has only temporarily ended, and each ninja village is finding ways to increase their power. Konoha will certainly take action. Nothing is more cost-effective than human experimentation. Orochimaru walked alongside Kazekage on the street. People continually stopped to watch them with admiration and respect as they saw the two depart. Kazekage-kun is already a well-known ninja. In 2 or 3 years, when you turn 20, you will surely become a powerhouse on par with the Hokage, capable of leading the village forward. Flattering words have no use for me. I am not striving for such empty fame, Kazekage calmly replied. I see, so you prefer tangible things. Speaking of which, you must have gained something from the recent war with the Iwagakure. Yes, I gained the trust of my comrades and the village's commendation. I feel that my will of fire has become even more resilient, Kazekage responded. After several exchanges, Orochimaru did not see through Kazekage's flaws. But the perfection was, from another perspective, a flaw itself. He had always suspected that Kazekage might take advantage of the chaos of the great battle to secretly gather some unsavory items, such as those from the Senju, Uchiha, or Hyuga clans. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, almost the only chance in recent years. It would be strange if someone like Kazekage, who played with corpses, didn't he do this? I never knew Kazekage-kun, being an orphan of war, would speak so warmly about the village and the will of fire. Orochimaru said with a low chuckle, I have a knack for reading people. You should be my companion. This is your path. I have something you are very interested in. You will definitely like it. When you stand beside me, assisting me in human experimentation, you will understand what I mean. Orochimaru-sama, you've said so much. What do you want? You're a clever person and must have guessed. That's right. It's your forbidden technique. I needed to supplement a forbidden technique I am developing. Why are you interested in such techniques at your prime? I want to teach you my technique. Only I can unleash its true power. No one else, not even you, can do it. Even if you learn it, Recklessly using it would be a death sentence. Kazekage rejected. However, if Orochimaru wants to obtain the enhancement of this technique, I would be very willing to trade with you, for example. The things you mentioned that I would be interested in. As expected, Kazekage-kun, you are like me. We should be kindred spirits pursuing ideals. Those things destined to fade away are merely temporary visitors in our lives. Orochimaru became excited, a finger slightly trembling, feeling more exhilarated than when he won the Second Great Ninja War. Kazekage calmly replied, I seem to have heard another person say similar things, but that's not important. If I can help the village and save more comrades through trade, I am willing to do my utmost. Exactly, that is what I think. Kazekage-kun's thinking is indeed meticulous. However, the two did not immediately enter the laboratory. The war had just ended, and the aftermath had not yet settled. The various political and diplomatic entanglements would continue for a long time, and Kazekage himself needed a brief period of silence. I really love the current atmosphere. It suits me perfectly. Kazekage first returned to his old, dilapidated dwelling, where he had lived for many years and had developed some feelings. But old things are ultimately not eternal. As time passes, there will always be an end. Now, that moment has arrived. Just like Kazekage would eventually change his current body and choose a brand new one. For the last time, Kazekage organized all his belongings, categorizing each item and sealing them into different sealing scrolls. Finally, Kazekage activated the space-time technique and left Konoha. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage watched the scene in the crystal ball, puffing on his pipe, lost in thought. Has he left? Perhaps he plans to establish a secret base or research lab elsewhere. After all, his techniques are not suitable for extensive research in the village. The third Hokage actually didn't team mind such behavior. Those with special value to the village would always receive privileges, as long as it wasn't too excessive. The third Hokage would choose to turn a blind eye. Danzo was another matter, but mainly Jiraiya, who left without permission for more than 2 years. If anyone else did such a thing, they would have been labeled a rogue ninja long ago. Once the war ended, the hunting team was already on the way to the Land of Rain. However, the third Hokage suppressed various criticisms to protect Jiraiya, believing that Jiraiya must have his reasons for doing so. As for Kazekage, although he wasn't one of the Hokage's lineage, as long as he loved the village, the third Hokage was willing to tolerate slightly deviant behavior, preferring to observe for a while longer, secretly leaving the village to train and experiment with various forbidden techniques. The third Hokage did not find this unacceptable. Since Shinaru's death, Orochimaru's personality seemed to have undergone subtle changes. He actively invited Kazekage to join his research project. This matter should not be about resurrecting Shinaru. No matter how one looked at it, it shouldn't be a bad thing. The third Hokage would never have imagined that Orochimaru might betray the village. He only thought that Orochimaru would eventually become the next Danzo, doing all sorts of dirty work and never able to redeem himself in this life. As for the fourth Hokage, if Orochimaru did not become the fourth Hokage and instead became the next darkness of the ninja world, would Tsunade be a more suitable choice? The third Hokage fell into deep thought. Kaguya Kashi was unaware of what the third Hokage was pondering, but he had mentally prepared himself to be remotely monitored, knowing that many of the things he had were not suitable for display within the village. This place would do, a very ordinary cave. He would take it as his temporary base, deep in the forests of the Land of Fire, in a desolate area where large wild animals roamed. It was over 1,200 kilometers in a straight line from Konoha village. Just using the void technique to move here consumed a large amount of chakra. Kaguya Kashi summoned a batch of zombies using the summoning technique to replenish his life force, while carefully positioning a corpse. This was the corpse of an Uchiha clan member who had awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan, an important trophy he acquired during the war. Next, let me see how the Uchiha with the 3 Tomo Sharingan will perform. Corpse technique. Corpse transformation. Kaguya Kashi pressed one hand on the corpse, and soon, the corpse's eyes opened, the blood red in the Sharingan dimming considerably at that moment. With a squelch, Kaguya Kashi inserted 2 fingers into the eye socket, extracting one Sharingan, while simultaneously using his other hand to remove his own eye, inserting the Sharingan into his own eye socket. Blood streamed from the corner of his eye. But Kaguya Kashi quickly used medical ninjutsu to heal the wound in the eye socket, which was very easy for him now. From the initial discomfort, a few seconds later, Kaguya Kashi rotated his eye, channeling chakra into the new eye, attempting to activate the Sharingan. After several failures, Kaguya Kashi clearly felt a slight pressure on his body, mainly a mental burden. The eye of reflection of the mind, a bloodline limit of the Ein release, was indeed extraordinary. But it was only a matter of time before he could master it. Kashi scattered the zombies outside, ordering them to lie in the treetops and burrow into the ground, hiding as much as possible and keeping watch for any suspicious activity. He then focused on adapting to this eye. If he had activated the Manjiki Sharingan on his first use, Kashi would have thought it normal not to be able to control it for a short time. However, for the 3 Tomo Sharingan, it should just take a little time. Sure enough, with a strong life force and ample chakra to support him, in just 5 minutes, Kashi was able to activate the Sharingan normally. Using this eye to observe the world, the powerful insight gave Kashi a refreshing feeling. Both static and dynamic visual perception were greatly enhanced, and everything appeared to him as if in slow motion. He could even see the chakra clusters within the nearby zombies. What a great eye! Although it was exceptionally difficult to activate and deactivate, consuming a massive amount of energy, he could continuously replenish his life force. As long as he didn't reach a point of mental overload, he had the ability to truly make these eyes his own. Without hesitation, Kashi immediately extracted the other 3 Tomo Sharingan and replaced it in his other eye. This way, both of his eyes were now 3 Tomo Sharingan. My strength has improved again, but alas, it's just an ordinary Sharingan. I currently have no way to obtain the Manjiki Sharingan. I can't just go and extract Nagato as Rinnegan right away. Kashi shook his head. He decided not to use these eyes unless absolutely necessary. Once he did, it would mean he was ready to do whatever it took to eliminate his enemies. He first preserved his original eyes in formalin, carefully sealing them away, then took out the scroll he obtained from the 3rd Hokage, releasing the contract seal with his own blood, and officially began learning the impure world reincarnation technique. This was destined to be a major undertaking. The difficulty of learning it would undoubtedly surpass that of his previous study of the living reincarnation technique. Indeed, the impure world reincarnation was a perfected forbidden technique, far more complex than the incomplete living reincarnation technique, and the dangers involved were also significantly greater for him. Kashi meticulously read through the text and techniques, his brain operating at high intensity as he tried to analyze the various details. With every small advancement, the difficulty of the next part increased exponentially, leaving Kashi feeling mentally exhausted. This was just the interpretation. It would be even harder when he actually began practicing. Chapter 79. Dans. Look at what my Sharingan has seen. A pair of wild Rinnegan. Haven't we found them yet? What exactly went wrong? Even if our clansmen die, they should destroy their own Sharingan. So why haven't we even found their remains? Uchiha Fugaku was furious. People were celebrating the victory of the war, commemorating fallen comrades, and reveling in the post-war stability. Normally, the surviving ninjas would receive generous rewards, whether to enjoy themselves, purchase ninja tools, or exchange jutsu to enhance their strength. Various ninja clans were doing the same, honoring deceased clansmen, filling in the gaps for the living, and strengthening the overall power of their clan. The Uchiha clan didn't need to do this. Their tactical system was already very complete, and they hadn't found any issues with the education model for the younger generation. Moreover, they had more important matters to address. The bodies of several Uchiha clansmen were missing. Fugaku's expression was grim. Since joining the Second Shinobi World War and heading to the Western Front, similar situations had occasionally occurred over the years. Even if a clansman died in battle, Fugaku could actually understand. After years of war, 27 Uchiha clansmen had fallen, 13 of whom had opened their Sharingan, which was a significant loss. Their total population was just over 600, and excluding the elderly and young, as well as those who hadn't awakened their Sharingan, only slightly over 100 capable of awakening it and possessing excellent combat abilities remained. Losing 13 at once was a considerable blow. There's no way around it. The Sharingan can only be obtained by a few within the Uchiha clan, and the clansmen had a tendency to show off, daring to charge into battle when challenges arose. Additionally, without a strong shadow-level ninja to oversee them, the mortality rate during a massive battle would inevitably increase little by little. The death of ordinary clansmen could be written off, but it was particularly troubling that among the 13 deceased Sharingan users, 3 bodies had inexplicably gone missing. Not even the most basic remains were found, no bones left. If they had been killed by enemies using fire or lightning jutsu, leaving no bodies behind would be more understandable. However, Fugaku was worried that someone might be secretly plotting to obtain the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. This wasn't mere paranoia. Whether in the Warring States period or the Ninja Village era, similar incidents had occurred repeatedly. As the clan leader, Fugaku had to ensure that the noble bloodline of the Uchiha would not leak, and he had to pay close attention to the death of every clansman who had awakened their Sharingan. Uchiha Shursui said coldly, "There's no need to doubt. Someone is definitely acting against us in the shadows. Orochimaru has the capability, and Dan's has the motive. If these two were to get close, it would be entirely normal for them to secretly seize the bodies of our clansmen for research. And then there's Feng who even has the ability to make corpses run away on their own. Let's not talk about unfounded speculation. We can't simply make such baseless assumptions just because his corpse manipulation has that capability." Fugaku interrupted. "I've observed the scenes where he controlled corpses in battle. There was no opportunity to modify our deceased clansmen, let alone transport their remains unnoticed on a battlefield of that scale. He isn't from the Hokage faction and isn't our political enemy." Fugaku had considered this point, but there was no evidence, and he couldn't recall why Feng would do such a thing. He said, "It's very simple to verify this. There will definitely be many opportunities to fight alongside Feng in the future. We just need to pay more attention to the corpses he controls. If any of those corpses fight using the power of the Sharingan and the techniques bear the characteristics of our clansmen will recognize it at a glance." At this moment, Uchiha Hakadai, the captain of the Konoha Guard sub-team, returned to report. "Clan leader, we encountered an enemy attack while patrolling southwest of the village. I led a team to pursue the enemy, but Waido went missing in the Konoha forest. I've already contacted the patrol team and am searching everywhere. Bastard. Who is it? If it's the enemy, how could they infiltrate the village so easily and then be discovered? If it was Dan's doing, this is too insane. What exactly does he want to do?" Fugaku couldn't believe his ears and angrily smashed the table in front of him. Uchiha Waido was the owner of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Although his strength wasn't particularly impressive, he was at least a special J-nin, and after a few more years of training, he could definitely become a J-nin and a core strength of the Uchiha clan. But Waido, who had a 3-tomo Sharingan, had gone missing. Calculating carefully, out of the previous 3 people plus Waido, 3 had 3-tomo Sharingan, and 1 had a 1-tomo Sharingan. Was it coincidence? Were the clansmen with 3-tomo Sharingan too arrogant and thus suffered the most? Fugaku's blood pressure was rising, feeling that someone in the village was targeting their clan, but he couldn't find any evidence. Moreover, the act of luring Waido into a trap was too abstract, making Fugaku paranoid, thinking that even if Dan from the shadows truly acted, he wouldn't handle things so clumsily. The Uchiha clan could only report this matter to the Hokage and announce to the clan that the enemy had intensified their intelligence reconnaissance on Konoha village, demanding that the clansmen strengthen their vigilance and absolutely not act alone, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. But in reality, this matter was indeed orchestrated by Dan's. At the root base, Yamanaka-Ima's emotional fluctuations were actually very low, but seeing Uchiha Waido's corpse and glancing at the blood still on the blade of Teruchi made the muscles at the corner of his eye twitch. "Lord Dan's, the war is over. The best opportunity to act has been lost. Why still take the risk to kill Uchiha clansmen? Do you intend to reduce the population of this clan? Yamanaka-eri monantai oskit." No, it's not like that. Dan stepped out of the shadows, already dressed in battle gear, which puzzled Yamanaka-Rima even more. "Lord Dan's, are you going to fight?" Even during the Second War, Dan's had only fought in the early stages of the war, mainly responsible for the war in the Rain Country. At that time, Konoha Village first treated the Rain Country as a third-party battlefield, fighting against the forces of Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Nagato's parents were killed by Konoha ninjas during that time, which became a painful memory etched in Nagato's heart. Afterwards, Hanzo of the Salamander could no longer tolerate it and declared war on Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure simultaneously, personally entering the fray to battle these invaders of the Rain Country. After defeating the Sannin and establishing his reputation, he decisively announced his withdrawal from the Second War, bringing about a brief and fragile peace to the Rain Country. Yamanaka-Rima also knew that it was during that time that Dan's established a secret connection with Hanzo, and the two exchanged intelligence privately. Dan's tightened his sleeves and said coldly, "I need to confirm some things. I must personally go to the Rain Country. Because of Hanzo, because of Jiraiya, and also because of Feng Jianzi. According to the intelligence provided by Hanzo, Jiraiya's whereabouts have been constantly changing, clearly evading with those 3 young ninjas. I need to go to the Rain Country to see what exactly Jiraiya and Feng Jianzi encountered there and what happened." Dan's felt a sense of crisis in his heart, prompting him to take action. He knew that Feng Jianzi had recklessly gone to the front lines of the battlefield, likely sensing the leakage incident triggered by Yamanaka-Rima, which indicated that there was a perceptual connection between Feng Jianzi and the infected corpses. He also knew about Feng Jianzi's stunning performance on the battlefield, and he was aware that Orochimaru was constantly trying to recruit Feng Jianzi, not intending to let him get too involved. He also knew that Feng Jianzi had chosen the Reaper Death Seal technique from the third Hokage, who had even visited Uzumaki Mido for this purpose. The Reaper Death Seal technique was not particularly important. A corpse manipulation ninja, choosing it had some degree of rationality. However, the events between Jiraiya and Feng Jianzi in a land of rain had always seemed unreasonable to Danzo, and he felt he must have missed crucial information, which he hoped Hanzo Wu-Ti get wind of first. At the time, the old man had sent Feng Jianzi to the land of rain to find Jiraiya, because he believed his corpse manipulation secret technique was well suited for searching in a complex and unfamiliar environment, without having to worry about manpower loss, while also validating the results of his 5 months of training. Without Feng Jianzi, neither he nor Hisashi would have sent anyone to find Jiraiya. Danzo removed the bandages from his head, revealing his 3-tomo Sharingan, which emitted a sinister red light in the darkness. But then things went wrong. All 3 of his subordinates sent to follow Feng Jianzi went missing. Jiraiya refused to return, and he reported to Hisashi in code that Feng Jianzi had engaged in combat with unknown enemies. Who was the enemy? Initially, Danzo suspected it was Hanzo, but based on recent communications with Hanzo, he denied this, claiming he had never laid a hand on a genius ninja like Feng Jianzi and Wu-Ti do anything to reignite the war. Danzo found this somewhat believable. Despite Hanzo's overwhelming strength, he had shown a fundamental fear of the great ninja villages and would not continue to stir up conflict unless there was a benefit that would compel someone like him to take risks. Could it be that Feng Jianzi and Jiraiya had an unknown battle? Since he couldn't determine that, he decided to see for himself. The land of rain was very familiar to him. Feng Jianzi, you are the only one worthy of my trouble. I will not stand by and let you ally with that snake, Orochimaru. A flash of fierce intent crossed Danzo's eyes. With Feng Jianzi's rising power and fame, many methods were no longer applicable. Moral coercion would not work on someone as morally flexible as Feng Jianzi. What kind of noble person would spend their days playing with other people's corpses? Therefore, while Orochimaru had not officially initiated the human experimentation project to merge the Senju and Uchiha powers, Danzo decided to take action himself and clarify the doubts related to Feng Jianzi. The more problematic it was, the more likely it would become a leverage point for Danzo to control Feng Jianzi, even if it was just to exchange interests. Do you need me to accompany you? Asked Oil Girl Ryoma. No need. Stay here and maintain the Roots operations. I will take Terui and 2 teams of Root ninjas, Danzo replied. During the time, I secretly leave the village, ensure that no one suspects anything. Danzo's Sharingan glinted ominously. He had more than 1 3-tomo Sharingan, just in case. He had killed Uchiha Yudo and taken 2 more 3-tomo Sharingan. With 3 3-tomo Sharingan in hand, plus the Izanagi that he could barely activate, Danzo was confident that in the small land of rain, there was no one who could harm him. Even if Hanzo targeted him, he wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. Under Ryoma's respectful send-off, Danzo and his team quickly set off. After a long time, Ryoma finally raised his head, looking at the many figures that had vanished into the night, his expression unchanged as he began to handle various matters of Root. With Danzo gone, nearly half of Root's manpower was taken away, meaning Ryoma's tasks became heavier. In the land of rain, Feng Jianzi, both Orochimaru and Lord Danzo hoped to obtain a technique from Feng Jianzi, yet I don't even know the name of this technique, which is a failure on my part, and something I must work harder to rectify. Ryoma faithfully fulfilled his duties. His loyalty to Danzo was unshakable and would remain so until Danzo's death, so he wouldn't entertain any extra thoughts over such trivial matters. Pharmacist Nanoyu applied to end her undercover mission in Awagakure and returned to the village. She had timely sent back high-level intelligence on the Four Tails Jinchuriki, which was no small achievement. The war was over, so it could be approved. Ryoma quickly handled various political affairs, making rational decisions. No one noticed Danzo and his party's departure. Even the regular monitoring by the barrier team couldn't track Danzo's movements because they knew precisely how to maintain the sensory barrier. And Danzo was well aware of when and from where to leave the village without being detected. Only in an old residence did Uzumaki Mido, who had just sent off the third Hokage, lift her eyelids and glance outside, clearly sensing something. Grandma, what is wrong? Is the Hokage-sama back again? Kushina looked up at her. It's nothing, just thinking that tomorrow you should increase your training intensity. I will teach you a forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan called the Reaper Death Seal. The third Hokage came to see me just now because he has given this forbidden technique to an outsider, Mito said, stroking Kushina's beautiful long hair, filled with affection. She could feel her time was short, probably only about a year left to live, and she could only protect Kushina for that 1 year. There were so many things she wanted to say, so many matters to advise. It seemed like no amount of time would be enough. But it could only end here. The road ahead would be even more difficult, and Kushina would have to walk it alone. An outsider? Who is he? What right does he have to learn our clan's forbidden techniques? Kushina, however, did not realize the main point. It's the person I mentioned to you before. Someone whose mind and body are extremely complex and chaotic, Mito said with a smile, her face lined with wrinkles. Yet the contours still vaguely showed the elegance of her youth. I know, Feng Jianzi, that strange ninja who manipulates other people's corpses. Many people say he is a war hero. Kushina immediately recalled the experience of brushing past Feng Jianzi at the barbecue shop. If it's someone like that, it's no wonder the third Hokage would give the Uzumaki clan's forbidden technique to him. However, the corpse manipulation ninja and the Reaper death seal, at least from their names, they seem oddly compatible. Thinking of this, Kushina laughed heartily. The Reaper death seal. If Feng Jianzi can learn it, I will learn it too, and I must master it better than he does, with even more powerful effects. I am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. He is not. As for power, ordinary ninjutsu and most forbidden techniques could indeed be evaluated with that word. But the Reaper death seal could not. If you learned it, you learned it. If you didn't, you didn't. Once you could successfully cast it, the subsequent matters would be exactly the same, with no difference. However, why did the corpse manipulation ninja specifically choose our clan's Reaper death seal? It should be the last technique he should choose for a mutual destruction scenario. Mito felt a sense of confusion arise from this thought. It was indeed unreasonable. Feng Jianzi had the space-time technique and could easily escape when he couldn't defeat his enemies. Plus, he had a pile of corpses to manipulate, so he wouldn't care about consuming them at all. Vortex Watergate shares the same thoughts as the third Hokage, believing that Feng Jianzi would lean towards using the mutual explosive tag technique. However, both of them guessed wrong. There must be some special idea behind it. But no matter what that idea is, it cannot reduce the cost paid to the Shinigami. Even during the peak period of the Uzumaki clan, one must face the Shinigami with caution. Vortex Watergate said seriously, get some rest early. Tomorrow, we officially begin the training of the corpse demon binding technique. You need to be mentally prepared. The upcoming training will be very arduous and dangerous. A few days later, Feng Jianzi also made the same evaluation. This technique is really absurd. The difficulty of training is beyond my imagination. Feng Jianzi was feeling a bit frustrated. After battling tirelessly for several days, he forced himself to replenish his vitality whenever he felt fatigued, finally managing to interpret all the texts and techniques. Before officially trying to practice, he specifically took a 3-hour nap to alleviate his mental fatigue, and after drawing on some vitality to elevate his condition to a high level, he began. The result of his initial practice was arduous progress. Following the instructions recorded in the scroll, he reorganized his chakra, spreading it through the meridians and acupoints all over his body, using chakra to connect the body and soul, and then forming seals to sense the Shinigami in the void. Chakra is a versatile substance. It can serve as energy, transform into matter, and act as a bridge and medium between the soul and the body. Theoretically, as long as one can integrate oneself and form seals in the order of Sihaiwusi, one can summon the Shinigami. But the problem lies here. Feng Jianzi has no idea what stage of training he is at, as there are no objective reference points to assess his progress. In practicing other forbidden techniques, such as the rebirth technique, Feng Jianzi could continuously perform the technique to determine whether he could successfully cast it, using practical results to verify where his training had gone wrong, where there was room for improvement, and what else needed to be done to achieve perfection. However, the corpse demon binding technique does not allow for this. Has the training succeeded? Has there been tremendous progress? Unfortunately, he cannot personally attempt the corpse demon binding technique to validate his training results. If he accidentally calls forth the Shinigami, he might end up dead. His body can withstand most risks, no matter how perilous the environment, as long as the reserves of zombies are not exhausted, unless he is killed instantly by an enemy. He won't encounter major problems, but his soul cannot withstand such risks. Its strength is not remarkable, and against the Shinigami, he wouldn't even have room to resist. Feng Jianzi is aware that even the indigenous people of the ninja world, the Hokage-level powerhouses, would fall after being hit by the corpse demon binding technique. he cannot possibly be stronger in soul strength than shadow-level powerhouses. This means that when the Shinigami comes to harvest his soul, he does not actually have the qualification to resist. However, the so-called Shinigami should essentially be a super spirit of some objective existence. Minato was able to use the Shinigami to split the complete Nine Tails in half, indicating the terrifying strength of the Shinigami. However, there are also drawbacks. The strength of the caster and their condition during the technique determine what level of power the Shinigami can exert. Feng Jianzi recalls that the aging third Hokage sealed both the first and second Hokage in one breath, even in extremely poor state, and with all his might. He sealed off Orochimaru's soul's hands, effectively crippling Orochimaru's ability to form seals. Thus, the various techniques Orochimaru used later were all without seals. But the Shinigami is an incorporeal being without clear self-awareness. In the end, Orochimaru found a bug in the Shinigami. And not only did he spit out all the souls he had swallowed, but after regaining his hands, he was able to form seals again and immediately used the impure world reincarnation to summon the Hokages. Not having a clear self-awareness is advantageous. Being bugged by Orochimaru is good, as it shows that the Shinigami can be deceived. If I use the corpse demon binding technique to eliminate an enemy, then immediately stab my own belly, it would be equivalent to letting the Shinigami stab my belly, releasing the soul that the Shinigami swallowed. But releasing it is useless, unless one is a ninja like Kato Dan who specifically trains spirit bodies. A detached soul does not have the ability to autonomously return to the body, essentially meaning death, and the soul would go directly to the Pure Land to accompany the Sage of Six Paths. However, Feng Jianzi would not personally use such a crude method. Not to mention that simply stabbing his belly involves both body and soul. And it might not even prevent the Shinigami from taking his soul, even if the Shinigami swallowed his soul and then spit it out from the wound in his belly. Feng Jianzi felt he couldn't endure such a process. So, I want to make the corpse demon binding technique an effective means of killing enemies without handing over my soul to the Shinigami. Yet, I want the Shinigami to work for me. Feng Jianzi already has an idea, but it is still immature, requiring more preliminary attempts. This vague thought is also the reason he gave up on the mutual explosive tag technique and insisted on choosing the corpse demon binding technique. If the corpse demon binding technique could be transformed into an attack technique that suits him, then there should be two modes of use. What Feng Jianzi is trying now is the first mode. 6 more days passed. Feng Jianzi's average sleep time was less than an hour a day. Usually, he would grind for 3 days and then sleep for 3 hours before continuing to grind. He was unable to extricate himself from this stable rhythm of life. When a person is fully immersed in a task, they do not feel boredom because training is a continuous process of self-improvement, not meaningless mechanical repetition. Feng Jianzi was originally prepared to form seals to test the preliminary techniques for the corpse demon binding technique and gather more information to continuously improve his technique. However, Heizetsu and White Zetsu appeared again and came to him. What a rare occurrence. It's you two. What's the matter? You and T come to me if there is nothing going on. Feng Jianzi glanced at the picture plan in front of him and had to stop his training. White Zetsu said, "What's with this impatient attitude? Haven't T my clones been assisting you all this time? They've brought back over 200 corpses, right? Although I don't know what technique you're practicing, your progress surely isn't slow." While negotiating with Madara, he had seen Feng Jianzi using numerous zombies to train together, thus accumulating experience and accelerating the training speed. There has indeed been progress. But the trouble is that I myself do not know whether I can successfully cast it, but that's none of your concern. Feng Jianzi looked at Black Zetsu. Although this old man was disguised as Feng Jianzi's will, as long as it was unrelated to reviving Kagaya, Black Zetsu was the most reliable one. There was a special situation in the Land of Rain. Shimura Danzo had led 2 teams of ninjas into the Land of Rain and was searching for something. Hanzo also sensed something and joined forces with the Rain Shinobi. Black Zetsu recounted coldly, seemingly without any emotional fluctuations. But he was almost dying inside. Black Zetsu knew that these 2 groups might be searching for Jiraiya for some unknown reason, and if they found Jiraiya, then Nagato would be exposed as a result. He was nearly going insane. The Rinnegan should not have been exposed this early. What on earth went wrong? The Ninja World War has ended, and these people's focus should be on recuperation and strengthening their abilities to prepare for the next Ninja World War. Why are they in the Land of Rain? Acting as if they won't stop until they dig 3 feet into the ground. Kurizetsu wishes he could personally take action and kill all these people. But he really doesn't have the confidence to win. After all, Hanzo's strength is quite formidable, and he cannot expose himself unless absolutely necessary. So, either find a way to divert Jiraiya and Nagato without them noticing, which is clearly impossible, or Madara leads a bunch of white Zetsu to eliminate Danzo and Hanzo's forces. Or Feng Jianzi takes action to stop Danzo and Hanzo. Madara's physical condition is too frail. Even if he can use Susanoo, how long can he maintain it? Can he ensure there are no survivors? Thus, Kurizetsu suggested finding Feng Jianzi, letting him handle it, while Madara observes from the shadows, ready to act. That's how it is, Kurizetsu said it well. As expected of your will manifestation, Lord Madara hopes you can resolve the issue. You must protect Nagato. Baizetsu said with a grin. I see, something interesting has happened. Feng Jianzi thought for a moment, confirming that this situation had never occurred in the original timeline. The reason for this change is precisely because of him, the body reanimation ninja, from accepting the mission to find Jiraiya in the Land of Rain. A series of chain reactions have led to the current outcome. Feng Jianzi smiled, finding everything very amusing. His influence on the direction of this world has already begun to show. In the future, it will only cause history to deviate further from its original path. Perhaps one day, it will become unrecognizable. I understand. Since I am in a cooperative relationship with Madara, I will take action. Feng Jianzi agreed immediately. When Lord Madara is in front of you, you can still barely refer to him respectfully, but when he is not in front of you, you just call him Madara. Baizetsu whispered, feeling this person is too realistic. Kurizetsu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and scolded, Shut up, Baizetsu. You're talking too much. If Feng Jianzi takes action, at least he can control a large number of corpses to entangle Danzo and Hanzo's men, buying time for Nagato to escape. As for taking out Danzo and Hanzo, clearing out the subordinates of these two would already be an extraordinary performance from Feng Jianzi. Right now, he does not possess the strength to kill Danzo and Hanzo. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Feng Jianzi, your eyes seem to have changed slightly, Kurizetsu said. I am sensitive to changes in you as your will manifestation. I've acquired a nice pair of eyes. They should help me somewhat. Anyway, I can't find better eyes than this for now. Feng Jianzi organized the scattered scrolls on the ground carefully. Kurizetsu immediately understood that Feng Jianzi had activated the Sharingan and mastered how to open and close it. What a terrifying guy. He is not of the Uchiha bloodline, yet he can do this. Is it due to the violent stimulation of a massive amount of life, force, and chakra? If that is the case, it makes sense. Kurizetsu thought silently. The higher Feng Jianzi's talents, the happier he was. After all, he chose to become Feng Jianzi's will manifestation, which involved considerable risk. If Feng Jianzi died early due to being too weak and he had not acquired the rebirth technique, his situation would be awkward. Kurizetsu glanced at the scattered scrolls on the ground. Unfortunately, these scrolls were not fully opened, making it impossible for Kurizetsu to see any effective information. He couldn't even figure out what was recorded on these scrolls. I remember when I met Madara. He reminded me not to harm someone named Nagato while searching for Jiraiya. So, he has decided to reveal some secrets to me? Feng Jianzi